Thank you for watching this video. Your support means a lot and motivates me to keep creating more content. If you enjoyed the video, please leave a like, share your thoughts in the comments, and subscribe so you won't miss upcoming videos. Part 4. Ordinary people cannot jump that high, so the first time, you might feel a bit unaccustomed. Also, the speed of the frisbee is quite fast. If you are slow to react, you might not catch it. So, I suggest leaving a lead. Go in directly in front of the frisbee and hitting it head-on with your chest, trying your best to hug it in your arms. The short man was clearly a boy with good intelligence, right? Don't be afraid of falling. Holding this weapon, landing from 7 or 8 meters high is no different from jumping off a curb. It doesn't hurt at all. Everyone was listening intently. Did you understand? Number 24 asked the second person. Absolutely. The second person replied and looked at Lin Baici. Any other instructions? Good luck. Lin Baici patted his back. The boy ran out. The frisbee spun and flew out. This boy's motor skills were also quite good. He kept his eyes on the trajectory of the frisbee without even looking at his feet. Everyone was afraid he would trip, but he did not stumble. Seeing that the height was about right, he suddenly jumped up and collided with it. The frisbee hit his chest, and he quickly hugged it. The boy landed and knelt on the ground with the momentum. Everyone stared at him without blinking. The boy straightened his waist and held up the frisbee. This time, there was no need for Lin Baici to take the lead. Everyone spontaneously applauded and shouted, "Thank you." The boy quickly ran back. "How does it feel?" Lin Baici asked. "Let me catch the remaining 8 times. It will be no problem." The second person's self-confidence had clearly risen. "Go take a rest." Lin Baici wanted exactly these words. Having him say them had the effect of stabilizing the group's morale and boosting their spirits. Team leader. Let me be the third one. The man in slippers rubbed his hands, unable to wait any longer. As for this title of team leader, it was because he often played online games, and those commanders who led groups through large dungeons were called team leaders. Wait a little longer. Lin Baici picked a girl with medium short hair. In the Gourmet God's Food review, this girl had practiced gymnastics, and her body flexibility was excellent. She belonged to the chewy type that could be made into barbecue. A girl. Number 20 for question, can she do it? This girl looked very thin and weak, without much meat on her. Watch quietly. Lin Baici signaled everyone not to worry. The third dog was a bull terrier. After it ran a certain distance, it threw the frisbee. The gymnast immediately started running, agile as a psycho deer dancing in the jungle. Just as everyone was concentrating on her, a scream suddenly came from the 3 o'clock direction. The sound was so shrill, as if the person were being torn apart by chariots. Everyone subconsciously turned their heads to look, and even the gymnast was no exception. She turned her head for a moment, and then everyone saw a pack of dogs crazily tearing at a boy. He had made a mistake and failed to catch the 4th frisbee. Don't look. Catch the frisbee. Number 24 roared. Oh no, he had forgotten about this. Other people's mistakes could also affect the mentality of their own candidates. However, he soon discovered that the girl was not affected. She only glanced at the boy being bitten and continued to stare at the frisbee. Awesome. This mentality is truly steady. Number 24 exclaimed in admiration. There was no suspense. The gymnast caught the frisbee steadily and landed successfully. If it weren't for the fact that it involved life and death and she didn't dare to mess around, she could have even performed a 720-degree aerial spin. Everyone applauded and cheered. Thank you. The sound soared over the park, complimenting the blue sky. The gymnast smiled slightly and walked back with light steps. When she handed the giant locust leg to Lin Baici, she felt a bit reluctant. If I held this, I could perform many high-difficulty movements. Winning an Olympic gold medal would be no problem. The gymnast sighed, thinking that her gymnastics career had already ended. You scared me to death just now. I was really afraid you would be so frightened by that scene that your legs would go weak and you would make a mistake. Little Tiger Tooth patted her chest, feeling a lingering fear. Your heart is truly big. The social butterfly girl gave a thumbs up. If you had experienced falling off the uneven bars and suffering a ruptured spleen while vomiting blood, you wouldn't be afraid of this either. The gymnast gave a bitter smile. Those who practice gymnastics, who doesn't get injured? breaking legs, falling into a coma, vomiting blood uncontrollably. These were still considered the better outcomes. The gymnast had even seen people fall and become high-level paraplegics. Their lives ruined forever. Their screams were much more miserable than that boy being bitten by dogs. We are really lucky. Ning Meng breathed a sigh of relief. It's not luck, it's that the team leader chose well. The man in slippers was curious. What kind of rule relic did you use to choose people? Let everyone broaden their horizons, won't you? Wait until the rule pollution ends, and I'll show you. Lin Baici selected the fourth person. Jiao Hongyao looked at Lin Baici suspiciously. She always felt that Lin Baici did not choose people randomly. In fact, it really wasn't random. Lin Baici estimated that by the third round, someone would inevitably make a mistake and be eaten by the dogs. If he sent an ordinary person up, they would definitely panic upon hearing the screams. So he chose this gymnast. Generally speaking, athletes have relatively strong stress resistance because they have trained it through several competitions. The Ferris wheel not far away turned slowly. The setting sun spilled over the surface of the lake, creating shimmering ripples that were truly beautiful. Combined with the pleasant temperature, it was the perfect weather for a family picnic. However, what was happening on the lawn was not nearly as pleasant. Some people began to make mistakes, and their fate was without exception. They were torn apart by the 10 wild dogs following them. One man, relying on his decent speed, turned and bolted. Not to mention that this was a rule contamination zone where escape was impossible. A human's speed could never outmatch that of a hunting dog. A tall Doberman caught up to him, leaped through the air, and with a wide-open maw, clamped its jaws precisely onto his neck, shaking its head to tear at him. The other wild dogs arrived as well, blood splattered, and flesh was reduced to a pile of gore. Soon, the man was bitten into a bloody mess, his original appearance no longer recognizable. The atmosphere on the lawn became oppressive. Catching a frisbee is simple enough, but once you add the condition of death, the pressure becomes immense. And when the pressure mounts, mistakes are bound to happen. Number 20 for side. Everyone has taken countless exams from childhood to adulthood, and surely everyone has made a mistake due to nervousness at some point. Back then, the worst that could happen was a bad grade, but now you die. The social butterfly spoke, looking at Lin Baici with a heart full of gratitude. The more times one had to catch the frisbee, the higher the probability of failure. But now, Lin Baici had forged a group and selected the most capable people to catch the frisbees. Look at the third girl to go up. She was very calm. Everyone, don't panic. At this speed, catching the frisbee once isn't difficult. Lin Baici encouraged the group. At a time like this, confidence was the most important thing. The frisbee game continued, and from time to time, someone was pounced upon. Damn it! After catching his fifth frisbee, the food delivery guy felt his legs go a bit weak. He suddenly felt a pang of regret. He shouldn't have agreed to that girl. I must have been possessed by a ghost. In reality, what the delivery guy was thinking was that if he could sleep with a girl who had a bachelor's degree, or even a master's degree, and bring her back to his hometown, his parents would be overjoyed, and everyone in the village would envy him. Plus, seeing the frisbees thrown at Lin Baici's group didn't seem to increase in difficulty much. So, he had a lapse in judgment and agreed. Heap it up. Only 5 more times. The girl cheered him on. I'm taking a loss here. You have to marry me. The delivery guy seized the opportunity to raise his price. Can't you just give up now? The words slipped out of the girl's mouth, but she immediately realized it was the wrong thing to say and quickly corrected herself. Let's spend some time together, and if we're a good fit, we can get married. Don't worry. I will repay you, the girl promised. Hearing this, the delivery guy grew angry. Damn it. I'm risking my life for you right now, and you're still talking about considering it. The girl's mind was quick, half complaining and half explaining. She added a sobbing tone to her voice. This is only the second time we've met. If I agreed immediately, would you even believe me? When I say I'll consider it, I truly mean that I recognize your character. The delivery guy heard this and thought it sounded reasonable. So, he stopped being angry and began to focus on catching the frisbee. On Lin Baici's side, for the 5th person, he let the big guy take the lead. Without any surprises or danger, he succeeded. For the 6th person, the The man in slippers stepped up. Finally, it's my turn. The man in slippers pressed his palms together, raised them above his head, and twisted his waist to warm up. Don't be careless, Lin Baici reminded him, suddenly feeling a bit of regret for letting this guy go. The man in slippers had a big heart and a sense of justice, but he was just too laid back. His defining trait was that he treated everything like a game. Lin Baici reckoned that, aside from himself and Jia Hongyao, this man in slippers was the least panicked person of them all. Fortunately, the man in slippers delivered, securing the catch steadily. See, didn't I tell you? A piece of cake. The man in slippers hugged his girlfriend and kissed her, looking like a hero returning in triumph. For the seventh person, the woman in yoga pants stepped up. If I had known there would be a day like this, I would have gone to the park and played the frisbee socialite to practice properly. Then I'd have the experience now. The woman in yoga pants gave a self-deprecating smile. The so-called frisbee socialite referred to women who wore revealing clothes to play frisbee on the field, appearing to be exercising while actually hunting for high-quality men. Oh, the difficulty is starting to increase significantly. The speed of the frisbee will become extremely fast and erratic. Hearing this, Lin Baici immediately cautioned the woman in yoga pants. It's the 7th round. The difficulty might increase again. Don't jump too early, and pay attention to the trajectory of the frisbee. It might move in irregular patterns. No way, right? Lemon was worried. The group, who had been full of confidence, was also frightened by Lin Baici's words. Yeah, I understand. The woman in yoga pants nodded and ran out. The one throwing the frisbee this time was a German shepherd. With a flick of its head, the frisbee zipped out over 30 meters. Holy crap! Everyone was shocked, because she had been warned by Lin Baici. The woman in yoga pants was mentally prepared. She didn't panic and immediately dashed out. Years of night running had given her excellent physical fitness, so she didn't get winded after just a few steps. Damn, it's wobbling. The social butterfly cursed. The frisbee was swaying left and right, making it very difficult to judge the landing spot. Lin Baici's expression was serious as he activated the red rolling stone. The red clay figure hid in the green grass like a lynx, rushing out at an incredible speed. The woman in yoga pants wasn't outpaced by the frisbee in terms of speed, but how to catch it stumped her. She was terrified of failing. Don't be afraid. Just catch it. Number 24 shouted. Seeing this, the others started shouting too. This made the woman in yoga pants even more panicked. Shut up, all of you. Don't distract her, Lin Baici roared. But it was useless. The woman in yoga pants had already been disrupted. So many voices meant so many hopes were placed on her. If she failed, the woman in yoga pants didn't dare to think any further. Lin Baici immediately activated the Sanskrit sound and Buddhist echo, roaring loudly. Give it your absolute best effort. If you fail, no one will blame you. Under the influence of the Sanskrit sound and Buddhist echo, the woman in yoga pants quickly calmed down. Go for it. The woman in yoga pants spotted her opportunity, jumped up, and reached out. She caught the frisbee. The woman in yoga pants landed on the ground and cheered happily. I did it. That is amazing. The crowd cheered. Lin Baici then looked at number 24. Can you do it? Who are you looking down on? Fengkin spat on the ground. If it is just this, I can catch two at once. Foof. Don't be a jinx. What if it actually throws two? The social butterfly's remark made number 24 freeze. Damn it. Don't say that. Number 24 tapped his own mouth lightly. Fengkin, go for it. The girl with the little tiger tooth encouraged him. Number 24 did not go immediately, but instead sized up Jia Hongyao. Can she handle it? Because he had sparred with Lin Baici, Fengkin knew he was very strong, but he was worried about this busty woman. Looking at how things are going, it is definitely getting harder as we go. Should we let her go first? Fengkin suggested. No, you go first. The 8th round began. This time, it was a teddy dog. Just this. Fengkin felt that this dog could not possibly throw it very far. Do not underestimate the enemy. The girl with the little tiger tooth warned. Don't worry. Fengkin wanted to run his left hand through his hair to style a slick back look and act cool. But the teddy had already thrown the frisbee. And this time, the frisbee skimmed across the ground at a height of about 1 foot, flying fast and sharp. Damn it. Fangkin cursed and immediately started sprinting with all his might. The crowd gasped. The change was too sudden. It had to be said that the 1 meter 91 Fangkin possessed a pair of long legs. And once he opened his stride, the momentum was truly fierce. Fangkin caught up to the frisbee, but it suddenly accelerated, which made the crowd, who had just let out a sigh of relief, nervous once again. "Watch out for the frisbee suddenly hitting the ground," Lin Baici shouted. Fangkin had been adjusting his posture, preparing to catch the frisbee in the most comfortable and foolproof way. But upon hearing this, he did not wait any longer. He leaped out directly, stretching out his long arm just like a basketball player diving to save a ball from going out of balance. With a slap, he grabbed it. Thud, thud. Fangkin crashed to the ground and rolled several times. Fangkin. The girl with the little tiger tooth ran out, worried. "He has really won the beauty over this time," the man in slippers said with envy. "What? You want a beauty too?" His girlfriend grabbed his ear and twisted it. With their commotion, the atmosphere at the scene became much more relaxed. Fangkin held the girl with the little tiger tooth with one arm and raised the frisbee with his right hand, shouting at Lin Baici, "How about that?" The intention to show off was obvious. "Look, even though your performance that day was great and left a deep impression on the girl with the little tiger tooth, and she might have even agreed to be your girlfriend if you pursued her. In the end, she still ended up in my arms." Lin Baici applauded. This boy who liked to wear the Lakers number 24 jersey was arrogant and possessive, but his desperate dive was for the sake of the 100+ people present. He deserved this applause. The others began to clap as well, shouting, "I am sorry. I was cowardly just now. I swear I will not be like that again. I will definitely protect you well." Fangkin apologized. The moment the girl with the little tiger tooth threw herself at him, he felt like he was about to explode with happiness. Only then did he realize that he truly loved this girl. He loved her eyebrows and the corners of her eyes. He loved her soft laughter. And he loved that little white tiger tooth of hers. That was why, that morning, he had been so angry that he took the initiative to provoke Lin Baici just because Jia Zhouying had glanced at him. The girl with the little tiger tooth nodded. Fangkin walked up to Lin Baici and punched him hard on the chest. "I did it. You should be able to do it too. Good luck." In Fangkin's heart, he actually acknowledged that Lin Baici was stronger than him, which was why he had let Lin Baici go last. "Little Lin, can I take the last round?" Jia Hongyao felt that when it came to this kind of physical labor, she was more capable than Lin Baici. "You go first." The situation was already clear. The difficulty of catching the frisbee was getting higher and higher. As a man, Lin Baici certainly could not let the girl with the high ponytail bear the greatest risk and pressure. Time was running out, and Jia Hongyao did not insist further. A Caucasian shepherd dog held a frisbee in its mouth and trotted out. Suddenly, it shook its head and threw the frisbee. "Damn, why are there two? Damn it, we are finished. Isn't this cheating?" The crowd was stunned and fell into despair as they saw two frisbees flying out of the dog's mouth. Fangkin cursed, subconsciously wanting to run over to catch one. Lin Baici grabbed Fangkin's arm. "Don't move, trust her." The men in slippers, the woman in yoga pants, the big guy. Several people had already started running. But upon hearing Lin Baici's words, they stopped again. Jia Hongyao's intelligence was D, but her strength and speed were both A. Her physique was absolutely world-class. After the Caucasian shepherd threw the two frisbees, she did not show a hint of surprise or panic and simply dashed out. One frisbee flew close to the ground, while the other flew into the distance in a parabolic arc. If Lin Baici were on the field, he would definitely have caught the one on the ground first, because it could hit the ground at any moment. The girl with the high ponytail did not think that way, because she lacked that kind of analytical ability. She relied purely on instinct, rushing toward the frisbee that was skimming the ground. In such moments, she relied more on her intuition. Jia Hongyao sprinted across the lawn, her high ponytail of black hair whipping in the wind like a battle flag, her chest heaving up and down. The mountain peaks gathered like a crowd. The waves surged like rage. With one step, she crossed the path between life and death. Chapter 119. The smoke and fire of the human world. The myriad flavors of the Ellie's, seeking subscriptions. The golden sunset shone everywhere, and the lake surface shimmered with ripples. A light breeze blew past, bending the green grass. Lin Baici knew that Zhao Hongyao had an excellent physique, but he had not expected it to be to this extent. When she sprinted, she was comparable to a muscular cheetah. Her entire body not only filled with strength and beauty but also lightness and agility. At this moment, she was an elf from nature, enjoying the thrill of the hunt. With every step the high ponytail girl took, she left a footprint due to the force. And as she lifted her feet rapidly, she kicked up some soil and grass clippings. Swish! In just 5 seconds, Zhao Hongyao rushed over 100 meters, catching up to the frisbee that was moving so fast it left a blur. She extended her right hand, performing a scoop from the bottom, and snatched it into her grasp out immediately. She changed direction, her high ponytail accelerating once more as she began to charge toward the other frisbee. At this moment, Zhao Hongyao did not think about failure, nor did she think about the fact that the lives of over 100 people were pinned on her. She stared at that frisbee, thinking only of catching it. Focus, immersion, passion, body and mind as one. Little Tiger Tooth watched Zhao Hongyao's calm face and couldn't help but cup her hands around her mouth and shout out, "Go for it!" The crowd, who had been terrified and desperate because that Caucasian shepherd dog had suddenly thrown two frisbees and both were so fast, regained their senses upon hearing Little Tiger Tooth shout. They all shouted in unison, "Go for it, big sister! You can do it! Catch it!" Amidst everyone's cheers, Zhao Hongyao leaped into the air, soaring over 10 meters high, rapidly approaching the frisbee, and then reached out. The frisbee was firmly caught. Zhao Hongyao landed, turned back, and seeing everyone looking at her, she clenched her left fist, rested it on her waist, and held the frisbee up with her right hand. "Oh yeah, she caught it. That beauty is amazing," the crowd cheered. Lin Baici and the high ponytail girl locked eyes, and he couldn't help but reveal a look of approval. Giving her a thumbs up with his right hand, Zhao Hongyao jogged back, whistling. Her sportswear radiating the aura of victory. "Big brother, it's your turn." The big guy looked at Lin Baici, feeling somewhat worried. To be honest, after seeing that wild dog throw out two frisbees, he had truly felt despair. How could an ordinary person possibly catch them? But Zhao Hongyao had refreshed their perception, and she had given them hope again. "Handsome, you can do it. Right, handsome. Go for it. It all depends on you." Everyone looked at Lin Baici, chattering away. "If you win, I can be your girlfriend, the kind who cooks, does laundry, and sleeps with you." The woman in yoga pants patted Lin Baici's stomach. "My goodness, the feel was amazing. Wait, if you become the handsome guy's girlfriend, you're clearly the one profiting." The man in slippers teased. "Don't feel pressured." Fenkin comforted him, including number 24. These people looked relaxed, but in reality, they were panicking as well. It was obvious even to a fool that this final frisbee throw would definitely be difficult, but they only needed to succeed one more time for everyone to survive. If they were to fall at this final hurdle, it would be too unlucky. "Don't worry, I managed to do it, so little Lin can't possibly fail." Zhao Hongyao comforted the crowd. "Handsome, I'm counting on you." Little Tiger Tooth pressed her palms together, looking at Lin Baici, her eyes filled with hope. She was still young. She hadn't seen enough of the sunrise and the tides, the flowers of spring and the fruits of autumn. She hadn't tasted enough of the smoke and fire of the human world, the myriad flavors of the Ellies. The world was so big. She wanted to go see it with her boyfriend. "When we get back, I'll bully your boyfriend again." Lin Baici smiled brightly, walking out. His 8 neat white teeth were incredibly handsome, and he exuded a powerful sense of confidence. A border collie wagged its tail, holding a frisbee in its mouth, walking on the lawn with light steps. Suddenly, it flicked its head and threw the frisbee out. Sure enough, there were two, both flying toward the distance at high speed, one high and one low. Lin Baici naturally charged toward the one skimming the ground. He hadn't had the chance to run at full speed before, but now he did. And he finally realized just how powerful his body had become after being strengthened by the meteor stone and the divine remains. Pushing off the ground, every burst of force made him feel like a projectile. His heart leaped, pumping blood throughout his body, accompanied by the surging of divine energy. If this were back in high school, Lin Baici would have had no energy left for anything else during a 100-meter sprint. But now, he was at ease, Observing his surroundings, Lin Baici caught up to the frisbee, mimicking the posture Zhe Hongyao had used earlier, and went for a scoop from the bottom. But the moment he grabbed it, the frisbee suddenly wobbled and changed direction, slipping past his hand. Lin Baici grabbed that empty air. Damn it, holy crap, it can do that. It's over. The crowd wailed in despair. Number 24's heart skipped a beat as well, but he didn't focus on the frisbee. Instead, he immediately looked at Lin Baici's face. Thankfully, his expression hadn't changed. He remained calm, which suggested he might have anticipated this situation. What number 24 feared most was that Lin Baici would panic too, because then it would truly be game over. Everyone stay calm. Stop shouting. Number 24, who had indeed played in the National College Basketball Tournament, had strong stress resistance and quickly reminded the crowd. Lin Baici steadied his body, regained his balance, and stared at the frisbee that had slipped away, continuing his pursuit. He was closing in again. Lin Baici had originally intended to try one more time, but the frisbee began to descend, and he was running out of time. Just then, the red clay mud man, which had been lying in ambush in the grass, took action. Flying stone strike. A stone the size of a walnut struck the frisbee, like a billiard ball being hit. It suddenly changed trajectory and flew toward Lin Baici. Lin Baici reached out his hand quickly. He caught it. Lin Baici felt no excitement over his success. He immediately sprinted at full speed toward the other frisbee. He caught it. The crowd was overjoyed, seeing the girl with little tiger teeth praying. Several other girls followed suit, clasping their hands together and muttering under their breath, begging the gods and Buddhas for protection. Lin Baici ran nearly 200 meters and caught up to the second frisbee. After judging its height, he leaped into the air. As Lin Baici reached out, the frisbee shifted course as expected, but the next instant, a flying stone struck it. The frisbee was hit, and as if it were throwing itself into a trap, it bounced right toward Lin Baici. Lin Baici quickly reached out, and with a slap, he caught it. Lin Baici landed on the ground and let out a sigh of relief. The first round was successfully cleared. As Lin Baici jogged back, everyone immediately crowded around him. Handsome, you are so cool. I want to have your babies. The woman in gym leggings teased Lin Baici, taking the opportunity to reach out and touch him again. These pectoral muscles are not bad either. Meng Meng, go for it. The social butterfly urged Ning Meng. This was a perfect opportunity to improve their relationship. Come on, have a cigarette to calm your nerves. The old security guard opened the pack of woozy cigarettes Lin Baici had given him and handed him one. Thanks, I don't smoke. Lin Baici refused. Who wants one? The old security guard offered the cigarettes her own. Give me one. The man in flip-flops felt his shorts pockets, but he felt nothing. His cigarettes and lighter were still on the table. I wonder if my movie has finished downloading yet. I'll watch it as soon as I get back. These last two rounds were way too treacherous, weren't they? The big guy complained. If it weren't for Lin Baici and that busty woman being so capable, ordinary people would have definitely failed when encountering frisbees like those. Are all god hunters as physically fit as you? Number 24 looked Lin Baici up and down. His eyes filled with envy. He suddenly became curious about this profession. They are better than me. Lin Baici had only been a god hunter for a little over a month. Rule contamination is truly impossible to guard against. The gluttonous god said there was an 80% success rate. Is this what the hell they call 80%? It was fortunate that he hadn't been careless and had seriously considered potential accidents. Especially in the third round, letting the gymnast go was a stroke of genius. If he had arranged the order of appearance randomly, especially if he and Zhe Hongyao had gone first, then this round would have truly been a disaster. As expected, once a divine taboo game begins, one can never be careless. Having endured the agony of death and managed to escape, these ingredients are now suffused with the joy of surviving a catastrophe. Their flavor has now reached 100 points. You may begin to eat. The woman in gym leggings is recommended to be charcoal grilled, the one with little tiger teeth. Steamed, number 24 can be eaten raw, paired with some salt and pepper. Absolutely exquisite. After you finish eating, have a glass of after-meal milk. Pure bliss. Lin Baici looked around. Some were happy, while others were sorrowful. They had survived, but the casualties among the others were significant. Lin Baici did a rough count. 19 people were dead. Catching 10 frisbees sounds simple, but it requires stamina and luck, especially toward the later attempts. Those who didn't exercise regularly found it quite strenuous to run and catch those frisbees that flew far away. One girl misjudged the trajectory. After jumping, she didn't have enough height, and the frisbee grazed her fingertips and slid past. The girl landed, turned around, and watched the frisbee fall to the ground. Her face turned pale. Woof, woof. The 10 dogs following her immediately sprinted toward her. Help, help me. The girl screamed and ran toward Lin Baici's side. But she only made it about 10 meters before the pack of wild dogs caught up and tackled her to the ground. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, and her screams were incessant. The girl with little tiger teeth looked away, not daring to watch anymore. Those who cannot catch the frisbee will be bitten and devoured by the wild dogs. Whoever helps them becomes an enemy of the wild dogs and will be attacked. The gluttonous god commented, seeing this scene, and then looking at the corpses on the lawn that had been torn to shreds by the wild dogs. Everyone felt filled with gratitude toward the 10 people, including Lin Baici, who had caught the frisbees. It's over. The delivery guy caught the last frisbee, and unable to hold on any longer, he leaned back and lay on the ground. The sky is so blue. Soon, a face appeared above him. Thank you. The girl who had ordered the delivery thanked him and reached out to pull him up. Let me rest for a while. The delivery guy smiled. The girl thought for a moment and lay down beside him. And then the delivery guy felt his hand being held by hers. It was soft. It was smooth. In the distance, the sunset was falling. But what did that matter? Tomorrow, it would rise again in an even more brilliant posture. The delivery guy wanted to enjoy this warm moment a little longer, but the sounds of the wild dogs rang out. Humans, come and gather. They had no right to refuse. Following this command, the wild dogs closed in, growling and barking, driving everyone together like sheep. You caught the frisbees, which proves that you are friends of the canine race. So you have temporarily earned the chance to survive. The wild dogs spoke. No one was happy, because the word temporarily meant that the trouble was not yet over. You humans, don't you often watch dog fights? The expressions on the wild dogs' faces seemed to be mocking them. Lin Baici felt a sense of foreboding upon hearing these words. Sure enough, the next sentence from the wild dogs forced everyone into a desperate situation. Today, we are going to watch a human duel. The voices of the wild dogs were icy. What does that mean? It means two people will fight to the death. Remember, only the one who kills their opponent becomes the winner. Merely inflicting a serious injury does not count. The crowd gasped. Their expressions filled with terror. The women, in particular, were reduced to tears. Could this rule corruption be any more horrifying? Must we do this? Zhu Hongyao frowned. If that were the case, at least half the people would be dead by the end of this round. Yes, you must. The words of the wild dogs left everyone in silence. Each person had different thoughts swirling in their minds. I am just scaring you. Humans and canines are good friends, so of course, we must be considerate of one another. Therefore, in this round, you may also choose a dog as your opponent. The wild dogs laughed, a sound that felt deeply unsettling. Of course, what breed of dog you encounter depends on your luck. If your luck is bad, you get a Doberman. If your luck is good, you get a Chihuahua. If you are worried about not being able to beat a dog and feel your luck is terrible, then just choose a person. After all, aren't there many physically weak women and frail, elderly people here? This remark caused some people's gazes to involuntarily fall upon the elderly professor couple. Everyone was observing one another, wanting to know how others would choose, or perhaps selecting their own opponents. If anyone dares to pick my girlfriend as an opponent, I will kill him. Number 24 scanned the crowd, issuing a vicious threat. Same here. The man in slippers spat on the ground, shedding his previous cynical demeanor. His eyes were as fierce as a lone wolf. Zhou, say something. The girl began yelling at her boyfriend again, but the boy named Zhou kept his head down, remaining silent. Warning, do not interfere with others' choices, or we will bite you to death. The wild dogs glared at number 24 and the man in slippers. To give everyone a more intuitive understanding of this game, delivery guy, come out. You will give everyone a demonstration. The wild dogs called him out, and every gaze snapped toward the delivery guy. Why is it me again? The delivery guy was unhappy. Are you refusing? The wild dogs stepped forward, surrounding him, their sharp fangs bared. No, I am not refusing, the delivery guy stammered. Will you choose a person or a dog as your opponent? The wild dogs inquired. The delivery guy certainly knew that fighting a dog was difficult, while fighting a person was easier, especially the elderly or women, but was doing such a thing not completely inhumane. He turned his head to look at his new girlfriend. Choose a person. The girl who had been with him during the delivery lowered her voice. You are lucky to be going first. You can immediately pick an old man. The delivery guy's expression was conflicted. Even the smallest dog is vicious when it bites. The girl glanced at the elderly couple. They had survived the first round only because they had followed Lin Baici. Otherwise, with their old arms and legs, they would have surely died. The delivery guy opened his mouth, but he couldn't bring himself to choose the elderly couple. He was greedy and liked looking at pretty women, but he had never even considered the idea of killing someone, especially now. With so many people watching him, he found it even harder to speak. Hurry up and choose, the wild dogs urged. I choose a dog. As soon as the delivery guy finished speaking, his new girlfriend covered her face with her left hand. What a damn idiot. At a time like this, why care about what others think? Staying alive is the only thing that matters. She felt a sense of despair, because she was a woman and did not have a boyfriend to protect her like the girl with the little tiger tooth. If anything happened to the delivery guy, others would very likely choose her. Very well. Let us see who your opponent is. Woof, woof, the wild dogs barked, and an adult German shepherd emerged. The delivery guy's face turned pale instantly. A German shepherd? Doesn't that mean I am finished? In the delivery guy's village, someone owned a dog like this, and it was incredibly fierce. Can I change to another one? The delivery guy pleaded. His answer was the German shepherd's charge. The delivery guy turned and ran, shouting for help. Help me, beauty. Aren't you a god hunter? Help me. The beauty he was calling for was Jia Hongyao. Jia Hongyao did not move. Because this man had refused to catch the frisbee for everyone earlier, he was too selfish. So now, facing a crisis, he would have to bear it himself. It was only fair. Get away. The delivery guy roared, cursed, and threatened, but it was useless. The German shepherd kept lunging and biting. Soon, it tore the delivery guy's clothes to shreds, and then, catching him off guard, it bit into his calf and yanked him backward with a violent jerk. The delivery guy fell, and the German shepherd seized the opportunity to pounce on him, sinking its teeth into his throat. Thud, thud. The delivery guy used all his strength to punch the dog twice, but because he was already severely injured, he had no power left. He could only stare helplessly at the sky, letting the German shepherd tear at him. If I had known life would end up like this, I wouldn't have saved my money. Wouldn't it have been better to just enjoy life? I never ate a 200 yuan meal. I never saw the scenery of Erhai Lake in Yunnan. And that iPhone I had been dreaming of, I never even used it. The sky is so blue. The delivery guy raised his hand, wanting to grab at it, but he could no longer move. The sky really is so blue. It is a pity it does not belong to me. The dogfight ended. The delivery guy was dead. The atmosphere at the scene was exceptionally oppressive. This delivery rider had a very strong physique, yet he was still bitten to death after encountering a large dog. What are you doing? The big guy suddenly roared. Everyone turned to look and discovered that the old couple was holding hands, walking toward the lake. What are you doing? Come back quickly, Jia Hongyao shouted. Don't worry about us. My wife is ill and cannot be cured. I have long wanted to accompany her in suicide, but she never agreed. The old man smiled. Now I have finally waited for the opportunity. Why must you do this? The old woman sighed. If you are gone, what is the point of me living alone? There is not even anyone to argue with. The old man held his wife's hand. Let's go. We have lived for over 60 years. That is enough. The big guy was so depressed he felt like vomiting blood. If you are going to die anyway, can you let me kill you? That would count as saving a life, which is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Start the dog fighting quickly, the wild dogs urged. Chapter 120 Bloody Dog Fighting, Fatal Attrition. No one made a choice. Some were afraid, and some did not know who to choose. These dogs were clearly fiercer and more formidable than ordinary dogs. If one were to be matched with a large dog, they would basically be done for. Of course, they might be able to win, but they would definitely end up covered in wounds. Can you give us a weapon? The social butterfly woman suggested. What are your teeth and hands for? The wild dogs looked on with contempt. I choose a dog, Lin Baici urged. Start quickly. I choose a dog too. Jia Hongyao spoke immediately. They were both god hunters. Killing a dozen dogs was not a problem for them. A commotion appeared in the pack of dogs. Soon, 7 emerged. 6 of them went toward Jia Hongyao, and 1 went toward Lin Baici. Lin Baici looked at that dog and drew his bronze sword. The dog walked a few steps, then suddenly stopped. It looked back and discovered that no companions had come to find Lin Baici. It was stunned. After waiting for a few seconds, it suddenly rushed toward Jia Hongyao. This actually works. Everyone looked at Lin Baici, dumbfounded. What the hell? Could it be that he is exempt from this round as well? He does not need to fight a dog. Your luck. The woman in yoga pants was envious. It should be a deterrent effect, right? The man in slippers looked at the bronze sword in Lin Baici's hand. What exactly did you do? Number 24 was curious. I want to know that too. Lin Baici frowned. This might be the key to purifying this rule pollution. If you asked if he was an animal lover, Lin Baici certainly was not. But why was he being favored? Just as Lin Baici was thinking, this time, the surrounding pack of wild dogs suddenly began to bark wildly. Woof, woof. More than 30 dogs rushed out from the pack, pouncing toward Lin Baici, without exception. They were all large dogs, fierce as could be. Damn, what is going on? Everyone was startled and hurriedly retreated. Lin Baici turned and ran, preparing to create distance first and kill them one by one to avoid being surrounded. This was only the second round, and he did not know what the situation would be later. So Lin Baici did not want to use the muscle Buddha or any powerful divine grace. What if the wild dog saw that he was too strong and increased the difficulty? In any case, caution was paramount. The 3 Dobermans that charged the fastest had already caught up behind Lin Baici. Lin Baici suddenly turned around, facing a vicious dog that was pouncing on him, and swung his sword to kill it. Swish! The sharp bronze sword cut into the vicious dog's head as easily as if it were slicing tofu, splitting it in two. Splash! Blood sprayed. Before the dog's corpse could hit the ground, Lin Baici flew up and kicked it in the stomach. The dog's corpse flew out, acting like a sandbag roadblock, knocking over several other dogs. After you finish killing the dogs, lend the sword to my girlfriend, number 24 shouted. Lend it to my girlfriend to use too. The man in slippers wiped his hands on his clothes. Everyone wanted to borrow the sword. But just as they were about to speak, the wild dogs barked wildly. The countdown for the dog fight has begun. 10 seconds later. For those who have not made a choice, I will choose for you. The wild dog's barks were ferocious. Everyone's nerves tightened instantly. If they let the wild dogs choose, it would definitely be the hardest one. Right, I choose him. The big guy who had been beaten by Lin Baici pointed at the girl who had been delivering food. She was all alone. If she were killed, no one would stand up for her. Don't choose me. The girl shook her head, terrified to death. Don't worry about face anymore. Staying alive is the most important thing. After the big guy finished speaking to his friends, he took off running to chase the girl. The miserable death of the delivery rider had scared him, making him afraid to fight the wild dogs. If I can survive this time, I will work hard and live a good life. I will never mess around again. The big guy had a friend who lived in this residential complex. They would gather here to hang out when they were free, and this rule pollution had wiped them all out in one go. I choose her. I choose a dog. I choose a dog too. Most of the big guy's friends chose dogs, but 2 of them chose a person. Although they fought and caused trouble in their daily lives, they still did not dare to do something like killing a person. I choose a dog. After number 24 finished speaking, he urged Jia Zhaoying, choose quickly. Otherwise someone might choose you. The girl with small fangs was thin and small, the type of girl who would cry for a long time if someone punched her. If it were not for the threat from number 24, someone would have wanted to choose her. I choose a dog. The girl with small fangs was crying in a panic. Everyone, choose quickly. Do not wait for the dogs to choose people, otherwise, -1 times out of 10. A large dog will appear. The man in slippers urged. Everyone was making their choices. Some chose people, but the majority still chose the dogs. As the countdown ended, several vicious dogs immediately lunged from the pack, charging toward their respective targets. Run, find a way to stall for time, and wait for him to give you a sword. After number 24 finished speaking, he roared at Lin Baici, "Hurry up!" Little Tiger Tooth was having decent luck. She was matched against a Pomeranian. However, number 24 was not so fortunate. He had encountered an adult Canary Mastiff. That muscular build looked even more robust than number 24, and when it stood on its hind legs, it was taller than Little Tiger Tooth. Damn it! Seeing the Canary Mastiff charging over, number 24 took to his heels and ran. Stall for time first. If only there were a weapon, it would be a bit better. Barehanded. My name is Feng Ken, not Wusong. Number 24's speed was already quite fast, but the Canary Mastiff was even faster in its sprint. After dodging twice, number 24 had his clothes bitten by the dog. Number 24 swung his fist and struck. Bang, bang, but the dog's resistance to blows was incredibly strong, and these two punches only incited the dog's ferocity, causing it to start attacking his neck. "Handsome, please, a sword. Lend it to me first. I beg you, give it to me first." Everyone was crying out, asking Lin Baici and Jia Hongyao to lend them swords. Jia Hongyao had already slaughtered all the dogs that had besieged her, but her short blade was a terrifying divine taboo item. Aside from her, let alone ordinary people, even average god hunters would have a high probability of being corrupted if they held it. Number 24. I have a torch I can lend you, but it is extremely dangerous and will burn the person using it to death. Do you want to use it? Lin Baici was feeling a massive headache. After these dogs saw that he was quite formidable, they stopped attacking him directly and started playing a game of guerrilla warfare. Whichever dog Lin Baici tried to kill, that dog would run away, while others would launch sneak attacks from behind him. Use it, number 24 shouted, his face full of anxiety. What time is it now? Why are you still considering these trivial things? Lin Baici quickly took out the pine torch and threw it hard toward number 24. Catch it, rub it against the ground, and you can light the torch. After Lin Baici finished speaking, he immediately became fully alert, staring at the wild dogs all around. If they reacted, there would be no way to give others weapons to help them. Fortunately, the wild dogs did not react. It seemed that as long as humans did not intervene directly, simply providing a weapon did not count as interfering with the dog fight. Number 24 watched the torch flying over and suddenly realized he had miscalculated. I should have run to his side just now. Number 24 felt regret. From childhood to adulthood, his abilities had always been outstanding, so he rarely relied on others. Now that he had encountered a crisis, he had also wanted to rely on himself to pass the trial. Consequently, this habit caused him to suffer a small loss. At the very least, running to Lin Baici's side would have made catching the torch faster and easier, but it didn't matter anymore. Number 24 stared at the torch flying through the air, calculating the timing for his jump. But the dog suddenly abandoned him and ran toward the torch, clearly intending to intercept it. Damn it, number 24 cursed loudly, immediately charged over, and jumped with all his might, just like grabbing a rebound, slamming into the Canary Mastiff. This dog was very strong, likely weighing over 100 pounds, but number 24 had more experience in such physical confrontations. As he knocked the dog away, he also stretched out his arm. Number 24 grabbed the torch and landed. The Canary Mastiff landed and immediately bit toward number 24's thigh. Crack! Intense pain immediately swept through his body, causing number 24 to grit his teeth. Number 24 forcefully rubbed the torch against the ground. Just like striking a match, the flames ignited. The orange-red light shone on his body, warm like a mother's embrace, making number 24 want to rush over and hug it. Number 24 didn't even think. He swung the torch toward the wild dog. Don't light it, shake it off first. Otherwise you will be set on fire too, Lin Baici shouted. Number 24 immediately gave up on burning the dog and used all his brute strength to punch the wild dog biting his leg. Bang, bang! The wild dog was beaten into releasing its bite and prepared to circle behind number 24 to bite his back, which would make it difficult for him to throw punches. However, number 24's reaction was super fast. The moment the canary mastiff let go, he swung the torch. The wild dog dodged, not getting hit by the torch, but its fur was grazed by the flames. Immediately, its body went boom, as if doused in gasoline, and it was set directly ablaze. Holy crap, number 24 was startled. This torch is this powerful. The wild dog shrieked and lunged at number 24. Number 24 immediately turned and ran, shouting, "Quick, burn the dog." Number 24 rushed toward Little Tiger Tooth. "Throw the torch away," Lin Baici shouted. He had already hacked the last dog to death and was startled to see that number 24 still hadn't let go of the torch. As long as a person holds the pine torch, the urge to burn others or burn themselves to death will surge at any moment. Lin Baici ran toward Little Tiger Tooth. Because of the hand-to-hand combat with the dogs, he was splattered with quite a bit of blood, looking like a murderer who had just stepped out of a crime scene. Zhao Ying used the torch to burn the dog, because he had almost had the torch snatched by a wild dog just now. Number 24 didn't throw the torch to Little Tiger Tooth, but instead intended to hand it to her directly. His strides were long, and he ran fast, quickly reaching Little Tiger Tooth's side. "Come quickly, take the torch. This thing is very useful." Number 24 was very anxious. If it weren't for the fact that the wild dogs didn't allow interference, he would have helped Jia Zhaoying burn that dog to death. The Pomeranian was biting Little Tiger Tooth's leg. Little Tiger Tooth endured the pain and reached out to take the torch. But at the very moment she touched it, number 24's mind was corrupted by the rules. An urge to incinerate everything surged into his head, and without thinking, he gripped the torch and struck toward Little Tiger Tooth's head. Little Tiger Tooth screamed in terror. Just as the torch was about to strike her, a bronze sword flew through the air and collided with it. The torch was knocked aside, sending sparks flying in all directions. Number 24's face twisted in frustration. He still wanted to burn Little Tiger Tooth to death, but Lin Baici had already charged over, following through with a flying kick that slammed into his chest. Number 24 was sent sprawling. "Quick, drop the torch," Lin Baici urged, running over at the same time, hoping to snatch the torch back. It was too late. Number 24, who had been knocked away, did not scramble to his feet. Instead, holding the torch, he suddenly pressed it against his own body. He set himself on fire. "Damn it," Lin Baici cursed. But he hadn't made it in time. If he had known, he should have used the flying sword to sever number 24's right hand earlier. Although that would have left him crippled, at least he could have survived. Perhaps the agony of the flames restored some of number 24's sanity. He knew he was finished. So he roared at Lin Baici, "Save her, I beg you." After shouting at Lin Baici, number 24 looked toward Little Tiger Tooth. Fang Qin wanted to tell Jia Zhaoying that he truly loved her. He wanted to say, "If only I had realized my feelings sooner and confessed to you, how wonderful would that have been?" But time did not grant him that opportunity. The flames roared, and number 24 was reduced to a pile of ashes, scattered across the lawn by the wind blowing from the lakeside. The pinewood torch fell to the ground. Number 24 was dead. Lin Baici didn't bother picking up the torch. He turned around, retrieved the bronze sword, and handed it to Jia Zhaoying. "Kill the dog, Fang Qin," Jia Zhaoying cried out, taking the bronze sword, gripping it with both hands. She hacked at the Pomeranian that was biting her lower leg. "Handsome, help me. Let me use the sword, I beg you." Everyone was crying out, all trying to borrow the sword from Lin Baici. Originally, some people had wanted to borrow the torch, and a few who were close to it had even wanted to go pick it up. But after seeing number 24 ignite, they were too terrified to touch it. Of course, some also asked Jia Hongyao to borrow her blade. "You can't use my blade." Jia Hongyao felt helpless. She wanted to help, but her short blade was something others truly couldn't use. The moment they touched it, they would be corrupted. "Hurry up and hack." Lin Baici couldn't help directly. He could only hope that Little Tiger Tooth would be strong. "The sooner you kill it, the more people I can help." "Woo-woo," Little Tiger Tooth sobbed, hacking fiercely at the Pomeranian. The King's Sword Dragon Tooth was extremely sharp. In just 3 strikes, The dog's skin was torn open, and blood flowed freely. The Pomeranian didn't let go. Instead, it bit down even harder, seemingly wanting to kill little Tiger Tooth before it died itself. But it was eventually hacked to death by her. Stop the bleeding yourself. Lin Baici tossed a pack of bandages to little Tiger Tooth and snatched the bronze sword back from her hands. Lend it to me, lend it to me, I'm dying. Lend it to me first, I beg you. Everyone was pleading. Lin Baici's brows were furrowed so tightly they could have crushed a sea crab. He felt immense pressure, knowing that his choices would determine who lived and who died. Save the people he knew, save the people closest to him, or save the weakest first. Various thoughts raced through Lin Baici's mind as he ran toward the gymnast. She had helped everyone once before, and given her physical fitness and ability to handle pressure, she should be able to kill the wild dog in the shortest amount of time once she had the sword, rather than getting stuck in a stalemate and wasting time. Thank you, thank you. The gymnast, already covered in wounds from the bites, took the bronze sword and immediately gritted her teeth, hacking wildly at the dog that was chasing and biting her. Seeing this, the crowd realized that Lin Baici intended to help the 10 people who had caught the frisbees first. Team leader, you don't need to save me, help my girlfriend first. The man in slippers shouted. He had been knocked to the ground by a wild dog and was holding its head with both hands, barely managing to keep it from biting his throat. Use this torch to burn the dog. Remember, as soon as the dog is burned to death, throw the torch away immediately. Seeing his situation, Lin Baici worried he wouldn't last until the bronze sword arrived. So, he tossed the pine wood torch over. Thanks. The man in slippers saw that the torch's trajectory wasn't great. It was about 2 or 3 meters away from him. Just as he was wondering how to get his hands on it, a stone suddenly struck the torch. The torch was knocked, landing right beside the man in slippers. He grabbed the torch and swung it wildly at the wild dog. The wild dog felt the pain and was driven back. The man in slippers immediately dragged the torch across the ground to ignite it, then lunged at the dog. The man in slippers swung the torch 3 times, striking the wild dog. It burst into flames instantly. Then, instead of throwing the torch away, the man in slippers ran toward his girlfriend with it. What are you doing? Lin Baici shouted. Betting my life. The man in slippers was rational. He knew his girlfriend might not be able to wait for the bronze sword, so it was better to take a gamble with the torch. Looking at the situation, as long as he only held it for a few seconds, it should be fine. Fortunately, the 2 of them had been near each other while fighting their respective dogs, so no time was wasted. Honey, come take the torch. The man in slippers threw the torch. Trust me. His girlfriend had been hesitant, but upon hearing this, she gritted her teeth, rushed over, and picked up the torch. Quick, hit the dog. The man in slippers kept his eyes on the battle, directing his girlfriend to the left. His girlfriend trusted him implicitly, and she swung the torch to the left. Success. The wild dog was set ablaze. Quick, throw the torch away. The man in slippers yelled, and seeing his girlfriend toss the torch aside, he let out a sigh of relief. They had survived. Quick, thank the handsome guy. The man in slippers urged his girlfriend on. It never hurts to be overly polite, and besides, the situation was clear. Lin Baici was the key figure who would decide whether everyone lived or died, so they absolutely had to stay on his good side. The gymnast killed her dog and, without waiting for Lin Baici to ask, tossed the bronze sword back to him. Walk. Lin Baici caught the sword and handed it to the woman in the red gym leggings. You two, hold on a little longer. Lin Baici was speaking to the 1st and 4th people who had entered the arena. They were men and could endure for a longer period. Thank you. The woman in the leggings, already covered in blood from bites, was overjoyed. She took the sword and slashed viciously at the wild dog. But her joy turned to tragedy. She assumed that having the sword made her invincible, so she grew careless. Her strike was far too sloppy. The wild dog she was facing dodged the strike with a nimble movement. It followed up with a flying pounce, and as its front paws pressed against the woman's chest, its jaws clamped onto her throat. The woman in the leggings fell to the ground. Her eyes turned toward Lin Baici, wanting to call for help, but she couldn't make a sound. What could Lin Baici say? Why couldn't she be more cautious? In such a critical moment, Every single choice could lead to death. Seeing that the woman in the leggings was beyond saving, Lin Baici hardened his heart and snatched the bronze sword back from her hand, intending to give it to the short guy who had been the first to catch a frisbee. Give it to someone else first. I can still hold on. The kid was as agile as a monkey, and since the dog biting him was a small breed, he was still managing quite calmly. The fourth man to catch a frisbee had already been bitten to death, so he could be ignored. Lin Baici rushed toward Ning Meng. This girl was his schoolmate. She had even given up her seat for him in the cafeteria once. Quick, quick, take the sword and kill the dog. The social butterfly urged her on, her expression frantic. Once Ning Meng was done, it should be her turn. But man proposes and God disposes. An accident occurred. Chapter 121 Rabies, eating dog food, and watching the sunset from the Ferris wheel. Ning Meng's opponent was a local stray dog. It wasn't very big, with yellowish fur and a scrawny appearance, but it was extremely clever. Seeing Ning Meng pick up a sword, it immediately darted away, barking wildly from 5 or 6 meters away, refusing to attack. Ning Meng was covered in wounds from being bitten. Blood was streaming down, staining her clothes and making her look terrifying. Woo woo woo, Ning Meng wept, gripping the bronze sword with both hands as she stood in a standoff with the stray dog. She had been traumatized by the mauling and didn't dare to take the initiative to attack and kill the dog. Meng Meng, don't just stand there, go kill the dog. The social butterfly urged her, anxious to the point of desperation. Ning Meng, hurry up and kill the dog, Shanshan also urged. Give it to me when you're done. You have the nerve to speak. If we hadn't come to help you move, we wouldn't be suffering like this. The social butterfly got angry the moment she heard Shanshan's voice. It's not like I forced you to come, did I? Shanshan retorted. What is that supposed to mean? The social butterfly cursed. Are you saying we were the ones begging to tag along with you? That's exactly what it is, Shanshan sneered. She and Ning Meng were closer, while the social butterfly had just latched onto them. You bitch. The social butterfly was so angry she felt like her lungs were about to explode. Ning Meng, hurry up and kill the dog. Everyone is waiting for the sword to save their lives. I beg you, go kill the dog. Everyone was urging her. I don't dare. Ning Meng was sobbing uncontrollably, her whole body trembling. She truly didn't dare. The wounds on her body were still throbbing with pain. Then give the sword to me, Shanshan urged. Hurry up, I'll use it first. Give it to me, the social butterfly roared. Ning Meng was at a loss. Are you trying to get us all killed? Shanshan shouted. No, I'm not. Ning Meng intended to give the sword to Shanshan, but the moment she moved toward her and showed that intention, the stray dog lunged forward. Ning Meng screamed in terror and hurriedly gripped the bronze sword with both hands again, facing off against the dog. Fuck, the social butterfly cursed. Her eyes darted around, and she suddenly shook off the Samoyed that had been chasing her and ran toward Ning Meng. Ning Meng, give me the sword. Seeing this, Shanshan also went to grab the sword. Of their circle of 5 girlfriends, 1 was dead, and the remaining 1 was just whimpering and crying, at a loss. Stop arguing. Ning Meng, hurry up and kill the dog. Kill the dog quickly, or give the sword to me. Lin Baici was also helpless. He had kindly tried to help them, but their performance was just too pathetic. If he had known, he would have been better off giving the sword to someone else. The social butterfly reached Ning Meng first and reached out to grab the sword. Let go. Ning Meng had a timid personality and didn't dare to resist, subconsciously letting go. But the next second, Shanshan lunged over. Don't give it to her. The two of them began to brawl. Ning Meng, come help me, Shanshan screamed. I'll fuck you, you stinking bitch, the social butterfly cursed. She was sturdier and stronger, giving her an advantage. And she wasn't afraid to fight. Dirty one hand clawed at eyes while the other hammered at Shanshan's mouth. Shanshan could only pull hair and scream because of their actions. The wild dogs judged them to be interfering in someone else's dog fight, and so the punishment arrived. Woof, woof. The wild dogs that had been standing in the distance, circling the humans to watch the dog fight, suddenly had dozens of their pack charge over. Stop fighting, the dogs are coming, Jiu Hongyao warned, but it was already too late. Dozens of wild dogs swarmed in, engulfing the 3 of them and beginning to tear at them frantically. The three of them shrieked in agony. The social butterfly had managed to grab the sword, but it was useless. 7 dogs were biting her, and she couldn't shake them off, making it impossible for her to swing the blade. Lin Baici looked at Ning Men lying on the ground, her eyes wide open, having already stopped breathing. He was so angry he felt like vomiting blood. What kind of situation was this? If she had just been a little bolder, she could have survived, but instead, she ended up dragging 2 others down with her. Sometimes, the opportunity is handed to you on a silver platter, but you just fail to grasp it. Get out of the way, Lin Baici barked, shoving aside the wild dog in front of him. He retrieved the dragon tooth from the hands of the dead social butterfly and tossed it to the short man. Swish! The bronze sword plunged into the ground right beside the short man's feet. Thanks, the short man shouted, pulled out the bronze sword, and unleashed 3 quick strikes. He was facing a stray dog as well, but this beast was clearly much tougher than those in the village. An adult had to be extremely careful to handle them barehanded. The slightest carelessness would lead to disaster. If one were to face those large breeds, they could only pray for their own survival. As the sun set, the blood-splattered lawn was a scene of carnage and chaos, with corpses strewn about and packs of wild dogs roaming. Less than half of the people had managed to kill their dogs. Everyone else was struggling bitterly. The big man had the woman who had been delivering takeout pinned to the ground, pounding her head with his fists. Please, I beg you, don't kill me. The woman's eyes were bruised, her mouth full of blood. Every time she spoke, broken teeth and blood spilled out. Sorry, I am doing this to survive too. If you want to blame someone, blame the culprit who caused this whole mess. The big man remained indifferent. He had already started. His show mercy now would be foolish. Among his companions, 2 others had chosen people to kill. One had already finished the job and was standing nearby, panting heavily, while the other had given up halfway, crouching there with his head in his hands, weeping helplessly. The woman he had been beating was curled up on the ground, also crying. The old security guard had a cigarette dangling from his lips, constantly yelping and gesturing wildly to intimidate the husky he was facing. The husky was actually intimidated, growling low but not daring to attack. Handsome, I am done with it. The short man killed the stray dog, grabbed his shirt, and wiped the blade. Wang Beng, 29 years old, a virgin. He passes by a hair salon several times a month, wanting to go in and take care of his needs, but he can never bring himself to do it. The sudden voice startled the short man. What the hell? The short man looked at the bronze sword in his hand. Honestly, if it weren't for the fact that there were casualties everywhere and the situation was so dire that no one would care about such things, he would have died of embarrassment. Because this voice was revealing the humiliating privacy he least wanted mentioned. What the hell? The man in slippers and his girlfriend had already killed their dog and were waiting on the side. He had been keeping an eye on this sword because he felt it was something special. Now, hearing the sword suddenly speak, he was shocked into a daze. Short and dark, insecure, and loves watching movies about small horses pulling big carts. Please, stop talking. Wang Bing ran toward Lin Baici and handed him the bronze sword, his movements as fast as if he were handing over a pulled grenade. Take it quickly, handsome, give me the sword, I am dying. Lend it to me first. I will give you money. I will give you money once we get out. Those who were still alive were all begging Lin Baici in low voices or promising him money. Lin Baici did not listen. Following the gluttonous god's commentary, he helped the kind-hearted people first, if their personalities were all decent. He looked at their age, trying his best to save the young ones. A middle-aged man who failed to borrow the sword saw that he wouldn't survive, lost his composure, and began to curse Lin Baici and Jia Hongyao. Damn it! Why do you get to choose who lives and who dies? This is so damn unfair. Do you think you deserve to be called some kind of hunter? Did you climb your way up using your body? You bitch! The middle-aged man spewed all sorts of filth, launching personal attacks at Lin Baici and Jia Hongyao. Lin Baici couldn't be bothered to respond to such vermin barking. He looked at the old security guard and locked eyes with him. It is fine. Save the young ones first. They have a long life ahead of them. I am just an old cabbage leaf. It is no loss if I die. Oh damn, my cigarette. As the old security guard spoke, the cigarette in his mouth fell. Although the situation was critical, he remained optimistic. As time passed, people were continuously bitten to death by wild dogs. Lin Baici estimated that the wild dogs would not give him enough time to save everyone. And sure enough, 10 minutes into the dog fight, a change occurred. The old security guard's mouth became crooked, and his eyes slanted, saliva dripping down onto his neck and chest. His eyes began to turn red, and he became highly agitated. He started to take the initiative to attack the wild dog. Others began to show similar symptoms one after another. They look like they have rabies, Wang Bing sniffed, his face full of terror. Be confident. Get rid of the word look like. The man in slippers sat on the grass, chewing on a blade of grass. Is what we are experiencing now called rule pollution? It is truly terrifying. It seems that as the dog fight continues, if it does not end quickly, humans will gradually contract rabies, and the condition will worsen. I just don't know if they will die from it. The gymnast swallowed hard, her face full of lingering fear. She was very glad she had received Lin Baici's help. Otherwise, she would have gone crazy too, thinking about the miserable state of having rabies. The gymnast suddenly felt that it might be better to just die quickly. Hey, catch the sword! Lin Baici shouted at a man, but after hearing his voice, the man suddenly hissed and lunged at him. His claws and teeth bared in a terrifying posture, just like a zombie. Bang! Lin Baici kicked him in the stomach, sending him flying. This guy is done for, or rather, everyone still in the dog fight was finished. The dog fights ended one after another. These people did not die, but they had contracted rabies, the most severe kind. The wild dogs stopped attacking them, but they began to attack each other, huddling together and scratching and biting like rabid dogs. Lin Baici counted them. There were over 20 people who had maintained their sanity and passed this round, almost all of whom had managed to kill the wild dogs and survive because they were wielding his dragon tooth. Excluding those who had been bitten to death, there were over 60 people left, but they had all contracted rabies, and it was unclear if they could be cured. Little Tiger Tooth sat where number 24 had died, carefully using his hands to collect the soil on the ground, as if he wanted to gather number 24's ashes, but he had already been burned to cinders. Little Tiger Tooth made no sound, but his shoulders twitched, and he wept bitterly. This is a grand play that pleases the dogs. Humans, how does it feel? Isn't it delightful? The wild dogs teased. How much longer are you going to torture us? Wang Bing spat on the ground. His gaze scanned the pack of dogs, looking for a dog king. If there was one, he would kill it immediately. The final game, find the dog food. As long as you find the dog food, you will be good friends with us dogs, and you can leave this dog lover's paradise alive. The wild dogs suddenly sat back on the ground, raised their two front paws, and began to clap. The applause from the wild dogs was uniform and synchronized. Seeing the scene, the crowd did not find it cute. Instead, they found it bone-chilling. You have a time limit of 15 minutes. Start looking for the dog food. The wild dogs urged. Only this much time. The crowd panicked. Damn it, 15 minutes. What can we do with that? I take longer than that just to jerk off. Wang Bing cursed in anger. Oh, then I'm better than you. I last half an hour every time. No sooner had the slipper-wearing man finished speaking than his girlfriend gave his arm a fierce twist. Can you give us a bit more time? The slipper-wearing man was thick-skinned. He chuckled and shouted at the wild dogs, trying to bargain. That is already plenty of time. The wild dogs shook their heads in unison. What if we can't find it? The gymnast asked worriedly. Don't worry, you won't die if you can't find it. After all, we dogs aren't demons. The wild dogs comforted them. You'll just get rabies and go crazy, that's all. Then I'd rather be dead. The slipper-wearing man's girlfriend sobbed. Can you give us a hint? Jia Hongyao clenched her fists, very excited. Good, this is what I'm good at. The wild dogs shook their heads. How are we supposed to find it without a hint? Are we just supposed to guess? The slipper-wearing man was so angry he laughed. Rely on luck. The wild dogs scattered and began to play in groups of 2 or 3. You are clearly just trying to make us die. Wang Bing cursed loudly. However, this young man is a friend of us dogs. I can tell him that he has already seen the most crucial clue. The wild dogs all looked at Lin Baici in unison. Swish. Everyone stared at Lin Baici. "Handsome, hurry and ask them," the gymnast urged. "We're running out of time." The slipper-wearing man's girlfriend was panicked. "Fuck, a minute has already passed. Wait, it shouldn't have started yet, right?" The big guy cursed. "Don't ask me. I already said it. You have seen the most crucial clue." After the wild dogs finished speaking, they all ran off. Lin Baici really wanted to ask, "Why do you favor me so much?" The slipper-wearing man wanted to make a joke. "Were you a dog in your past life? That's why they're so close to you." But he suddenly realized that was an insult and quickly shut his mouth. "Handsome, it's up to you." The gymnast gave up. She had never been good at using her brain since she was a child, and she never watched palace intrigue dramas because she couldn't understand them and couldn't entangle the relationships within them. Seeing his girlfriend actually trying to think, the slipper-wearing man couldn't help but advise her. "Don't waste your brain cells. You don't have the intelligence for it." His girlfriend wanted to hit him. "Little Lin, hurry and tell me the clue," Zhu Hongyao urged. "I'll guess with you. I want to know too." Lin Baici frowned and began to deduce. The rule contamination definitely had to do with Du Shen, the one who stole electric scooters. As for what the God-forbidden object was, it was currently unknown, but it should be related to dogs. Could it be dog food? Lin Baici went over the information he knew about Du Shen and his girlfriend. Wen Li, in his mind. In reality, there wasn't much. Mostly coming from the gossip described by Du Shen's classmates. "Let's not stay here. Everyone go look, get moving." The big guy didn't want to die, so even if there was no chance, he wanted to give it a try. But after he said this, he noticed the gazes looking at him were extremely cold. "I don't know much either," Lin Baici analyzed. "Generally speaking, the most crucial information must be near the key person, so that would be in Du Shen's rented room." Lin Baici recalled entering the Bashua residential complex, talking to the old security guard, finding the 9th floor, asking door to door, and finally hearing the sound of a dog in the room before breaking down the door. After that, he killed the dog and entered the room. The room was too dirty, and he hadn't been interested in searching it. He had only gone to the balcony to take a look. There was a telescope on the balcony, but it wasn't pointed at the sky, it was pointed at a window. Did Du Shen have a voyeuristic fetish? Lin Baici raised an eyebrow. Du Shen loved Wen Li so much that he was willing to steal electric scooters to support her. And even after being caught and expelled, he still didn't blame her and wanted to be with her. Since he loved that Wen Li so much, would he be interested in other girls? Lin Baici immediately looked at the old security guard. It was a pity. He was the person most familiar with this complex, but he had already gone insane. "Who among you has lived in this complex the longest?" Lin Baici squatted down and used his bronze sword to draw a rough diagram on the lawn, based on the locations of the buildings he had visited that afternoon. "This is the building where Du Shen lived." "What is the number of the building to his left?" Lin Baici asked. The slipper-wearing man's girlfriend took a look. "Building 5. "Then, which room number is this window on the west side of this floor?" Lin Baici marked a spot. The slipper-wearing man's girlfriend had lived in this residential complex for several years and was fond of strolling around and gossiping, so she knew the layout of the neighborhood well. Not to mention room numbers. She knew quite a bit about who lived in which unit if Lin Baici asked. 502, is it? Lin Baici pondered. This was the final answer he could find based on the existing clues. He was currently trapped within the rule-based pollution and could not leave to check that room. So what significance did this number hold? Lin Baici stood up and looked out into the distance. The park was vast, and he could not take it all in at a glance. Lin Baici immediately started running, heading toward the Ferris wheel. Has the handsome guy found the answer? The gymnast girl was excited and expectant. Hurry up and follow, Wang Bing urged. Quick, quick, quick. It seems the team leader has discovered something. Don't let the slippers fool you. The slipper-wearing man was running faster than anyone else. Everyone followed in a swarm. The Ferris wheel was built on a concrete platform and was rotating slowly. Each cabin was small, resembling the electric tricycles that elderly people on the streets used to take their grandchildren to school. Lin Baici ran over and saw a number on the cabin, which lifted his spirits. But he frowned immediately afterward. The number on the cabin was 07, and the next one was 08. It was clearly just indicating the sequence of the cabins and had no other meaning. But Lin Baici still refused to overlook any detail. Slipper man, you and your girlfriend get into 02. Oh man, and the gymnast girl, you to get into 05. Check them carefully. As for Lin Baici himself, he yanked open the door of the 09 cabin and rushed inside. Wait for me. Jia Hongyao leaped and jumped in. Do we have to wait for a full rotation? Wang Bing was anxious. He felt that waiting for that cabin to rotate down would be too late. Everyone else, don't just stand there. Hurry up and get on. Looking down at the entire park from a high vantage point might help us find useful clues. The slipper-wearing man urged. Chapter 122. Clearing the God Taboo game. New divine favor obtained. As the Ferris wheel rotated and the cabin rose, the entire park came into Lin Baici's view. In the distance, the lake's surface shimmered with light. The lawn was vast, with lush green grass stretching out like an endless ocean. Under the azure sky, kites were drifting. Wild dogs were frolicking in groups of 3 or 5, their barks sounding leisurely. Lin Baici saw many trash cans. Yes, many trash cans were scattered throughout the park, and some wild dogs would rummage through them for food when they were hungry. Little Lin, Jia Hongyao excitedly pointed at the ground numbers. Lin Baici saw them too. On the lawn, some patches of grass grew taller than others, and they had clearly been trimmed, as if sculpted by the skillful hands of a master gardener, forming giant numbers. Starting from 1, they were lined up one after another. Found it. Jia Hongyao cheered. At the 11 o'clock position, she saw the shape of 500 trimmed into the lawn. If a person were standing on the ground, it would be very difficult to discover these numbers. But if one hadn't deduced the number 500 and just boarded the Ferris wheel, they might still ignore the importance of these numbers even after seeing them. After all, in a park, trimming flowers and landscaping was a very common sight. Let's go. Lin Baici couldn't wait for the cabin to rotate back down. He took one last look at the park from above to ensure no details were missed. Then, gripping the leg of the giant locust, he opened the cabin door, wrapped one arm around Jia Hongyao's waist, and jumped down. The two landed and immediately rushed toward 502. When the others saw this scene, they immediately cried out in surprise. Handsome guy, did you find the dog food? The gymnast girl shouted. Wait for us. The big guy was afraid that Lin Baici would leave them behind. However, as the Ferris wheel was rotating, they didn't dare to jump down and could only wait anxiously. Lin Baici and Jia Hongyao sprinted all the way until they reached a small slope planted with grass, covering an area about the size of a basketball court. Where is the dog food? Jia Hongyao looked around. Do we have to dig 3 feet deep? Although Lin Baici said this, he didn't just dig randomly. Instead, he headed straight for the 0 in 502 and started digging from that area. Lin Baici used his bronze sword as a shovel, sending soil flying and grass clippings scattering everywhere. Jia Hongyao dug a few times nearby before running over, feeling that Lin Baici had better luck. Lin Baici dug for more than a minute before suddenly stopping and slapping his forehead. How could I have forgotten the tortoise shell of asking the gods? I must perform a divination quickly. Lin Baici took out the tortoise shell, pressed his palms together, and held it between them. Please tell me, where is the dog food? After Lin Baici prayed like this 3 times, he tossed the tortoise shell upward. The tortoise shell reached its highest point before falling freely. It landed in the grass. 5 body prostration to offer the 3 sacrificial animals. Show no disrespect to the heavens. Show respect to the ghosts and gods. It habitually elongated its tone again. Lin Baici could only wait patiently. Tortoise shell divination, asking for spiritual guidance. There is good fortune in the west. Encounter it and rejoice. When Jia Hongyao heard this, her expression brightened. We've got it. Which way is west? Be specific. Lin Baici pressed for an answer. He had a compass, but under the interference of the rule-based pollution, he didn't know if the directions had changed. It wanted to say, can we have a little bit of class? Divination is the kind of thing that loses its charm if you are too specific. It has to be all mysterious and cryptic to have that flavor. Speak quickly, Lin Baici urged. If I run into trouble, I will smash you to pieces first. Turn 60 degrees to your left. and go forward about 12 steps. It provided the data quite readily. Relieving others of their confusion and helping them in their time of need was the behavior of a real man. There was nothing wrong with that. It was definitely not because it was afraid of being smashed. Lin Baici immediately turned left, walked forward 12 steps, and began to dig into the soil. After only a dozen strikes, the bronze sword clanked as it hit something, emitting a metallic sound. Lin Baici immediately quickened his pace and dug it out. It was an iron box the size of a palm. If I had known divination was this useful, we should have used it sooner. Jiu Hongyao felt a bit of regret. It is useless, it explained. The smaller the scope, the greater the amount of information, and the more accurate my divination results will be. If you wanted to use me to find things right from the start, you were simply dreaming. After all, I am only performing divination, not predicting the future. Lin Baici saw a small lock on the iron box and used the bronze sword to snap it off directly. Click. The iron box opened. Inside was a thick stack of photographs. Is this the dog food? Jiu Hongyao was surprised. It should be. Lin Baici picked up the stack and flipped through it quickly. They were all photos of Dushan and Wenli. In the photos, Dushan was smiling very happily, like a blissful fool. Could these be the happy times in Dushan's memories with Wenli? Jiu Hongyao noticed that these photos were all taken from Dushan's perspective. There were photos of them eating KFC together, shopping at the mall, and even visiting the zoo. In Dushan's heart, these were his most precious memories. I have found the dog food, Lin Baici shouted, hoping the wild dogs would stop the timer and end this round of the game. Shouldn't there be a god-forbidden item in here? Jiu Hongyao took out a stack of photos. Hurry and look for it. The one with a dog in it might be the god-forbidden item. Lin Baici did not feel hungry, which meant there was no god-forbidden item in this pile of photos. Handsome, did you find it? The gymnast girl came sprinting over. Handsome is awesome, Wang Bing cheered. He definitely found it, I heard him shout. The man in slippers slowed down, no longer in a rush, but the next second he was yanked by his girlfriend. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and go. His girlfriend was worried that there was a limit to the number of people who could leave, so she was very anxious. But the next moment, as a light breeze carrying the stench of dog feces blew across the lawn, the view before everyone changed. Are we back? The girlfriend stood on the balcony, looking at the clothes that had just been washed and were still dripping water on the drying rack. A wave of joy from surviving a disaster surged into her heart. Woo-woo. She burst into tears. Damn it. The computer crashed. From the study, the wail of the man in slippers could be heard. He had planned to have his adult movie finished downloading by the time he returned so he could watch and imitate it with his girlfriend while playing cards. But now his plan was ruined. What are you howling about? His girlfriend roared at him. The rule-based pollution was purified. Lin Baici and Jiu Hongyao left the park and appeared in Dushan's bedroom. Dushan was still the same as before. His mouth crooked and his eyes slanted, slumped there with his back against the gaming chair. The difference was that this time, there was a border collie. The border collie was standing on Dushan's lap, eating a mouthful of food from a takeout box on the table with its dog mouth, and then leaning over to Dushan's lips to feed it to him. Some rice grains spilled from the corner of Dushan's mouth, and the border collie used its tongue to lick them clean for him. What is this doing, feeding him? Jiu Hongyao was a bit bewildered. The moment Lin Baici saw this dog, he felt hungry, which made him jump in alarm. Is it a god-forbidden item? Lin Baici reacted instinctively and threw the dragon tooth. The border collie was startled when it saw the two people suddenly appear. It immediately jumped off Dushan, preparing to flee. But the bronze sword was too fast. Whoosh! The dragon tooth shot out, carrying a magnificent shadow, piercing into the border collie's body and carrying it several meters away, pinning it to the wall. The border collie shrieked and struggled, blood flowing down its body. Why does it look a bit familiar? Lin Baici thought for a moment and recalled. A few days ago, when Gu Qingxiang treated him to a meal, he saw a dirty border collie begging for food outside Yanger's barbecue stall. The border collie had almost been hit by a wine bottle by a table of customers. Lin Baici felt sorry for it and tossed it a skewer. I understand now. No wonder he didn't have to participate in the first Frisbee game during the rule-based pollution. It was because he had fed it a skewer. But can a god-forbidden item be a living creature? Lin Baici frowned. Although he hadn't been a god hunter for long and hadn't visited the origin form many times, he knew that god-forbidden items were all inanimate objects. Hurry and find the god-forbidden item. Jiuhongye left the master bedroom to search other rooms. Focus on finding things related to dogs, like dog food, a dog leash, a frisbee, or something like that. The high ponytail girl's reaction confirmed to Lin Baici that she didn't know this dog was the god-forbidden item either. Or perhaps she never even considered that a god-forbidden item could be alive. It was a case of being unable to see what is right under one's nose. Lin Baici glanced at Dushan, confirming that the guy was truly dull-witted and posed no danger, before walking up to the border collie's corpse. Loyal dog, it tastes excellent. It is recommended to make it into a hot pot. Sprinkle plenty of cilantro. Can a god-forbidden item really be a living creature? Lin Baici asked out of curiosity. Generally speaking, it is impossible. It is an exception. The gluttonous god commented. How did it become an exception? Lin Baici wanted to know. A border collie that had been abandoned. Because it accidentally licked the saliva of a god. Its life evolved, and it was born with a divine grace. In fact, divine items are just what humans call them. Human understanding of them is extremely shallow. Divine saliva. Lin Baici was shocked. Where did it lick it? When did it lick it? Generally speaking, the range of activity for a stray dog shouldn't be that large, right? Doesn't that mean there is a god near Haijing University of Technology? This is too dangerous, isn't it? Taking a step back. If this border collie's range of activity was large, covering the entire Haijing, that would still mean there is a god in this city. Just a palm-sized piece of divine remains could radiate such intense pollution. If it were a living god, he dared not think about it. 3 months ago, this dog passed by a trash can and licked a takeout box. The god of food commented. Gods eat takeout too. By the way, what exactly is a god? Lin Baici's mind was full of questions now. It is an ingredient. It is a gift from nature. In the tone of the god of food, there seemed to be a sense of gratitude. All right, enough nonsense. While the ingredient has just died and has not yet rotted or spoiled, let's start the meal. The god of food urged. Lin Baici looked at this border collie. Eat it. Dog meat rolls and rolls. Even immortals can't stand steady. But this time, I am referring to the divine grace. The god of food commented. It has divine grace on it. Lin Baici was astonished, then raised an eyebrow. Could this be considered an unexpected joy? The god of food did not answer. From Lin Baici's left and right shoulders to slender arms extended, they were transparent and shimmering with starlight. In this quiet night, they appeared even more gorgeous and beautiful, brilliant with starlight. They brushed over the border collie's corpse and grabbed a ball of light from it. The ball of light was the size of a fist, like a soap bubble. In this bedroom illuminated by dim yellow lights, it appeared colorful, and the pale golden little ball wrapped inside was even more radiant. At a glance, this was something that could absolutely not be created by humans. Thank you for the gift of nature. Listening to the god of food perform its routine pre-meal prayer, Lin Baici opened his mouth. The ball of light entered his mouth, and with a pop, the soap bubble burst. The pale golden little ball touched his mouth and instantly melted, turning into a stream of heat that flowed down his throat and into his stomach. The feeling was like suddenly drinking a cup of hot milk when you were tired and hungry after walking for a long time in the snow. Comfortable, enjoyable. Lin Baici's body temperature rose, and at the same time, some mysterious knowledge appeared in his brain, taking root and being branded onto his neurons. A sharp pain struck his brain, but it only lasted for a few seconds. After it disappeared, Lin Baici felt a huge sense of fullness, satisfied, refreshing, new divine grace. 1 breath, 100 flavors acquired. Everyone's life is a dish, whether it is sour, sweet, bitter, or spicy, or full of color and fragrance, or foul-smelling and tasteless. Lin Baici carefully savored this divine grace. 1 breath, 100 flavors, as the name implies. After possessing this divine grace, just by taking a breath into his nose, he could distinguish all the scents mixed within it. His sense of smell was greatly improved. Wow, a very practical divine grace. As a god of food, You should have a keen nose to find delicious food and distinguish the quality of food. Camels can smell the scent of rain 80 kilometers away. Bears can detect the stench of animal carcasses 20 miles away. And you can smell the scent of a female with vigorous hormone secretion from 10 miles away. What do you mean, out of food? Lin Baici was speechless. Other animals just look for food. Why does it become looking for females when it comes to me? Am I that unsatisfied? Confirmed. You are a fool. I was just using a metaphor. Don't you understand? In short, in an inactive state, your sense of smell has already improved, and you can smell many scents that you wouldn't notice in daily life. Once activated, it will be greatly amplified, allowing you to smell some scents from several kilometers or even more than 10 kilometers away. However, it is not recommended to activate the divine grace often, because there are too many smells in nature, and some are too heavy, which will seriously affect your appetite. In addition, this divine grace has one biggest drawback. Your sense of smell is too sensitive, which leads to higher requirements for the quality of ingredients. If the ingredients are not fresh enough, many people can't taste it, but for you, it is no different from being rotten and spoiled. Isn't this terrible? Lin Baici felt numb all over. Food is the most important thing for the people, and they eat 3 meals a day. If eating becomes a torture every day in the future, who can stand it? As the saying goes, if it's not clean, it won't make you sick. This is actually a form of self-mockery. After all, who doesn't want to eat clean, hygienic, and fresh food? But for the working masses, they don't have the energy or the financial resources. Fortunately, I don't plan to go to India in this life, otherwise, I would be finished. Lin Baici thought about the legendary, somewhat smelly masala. He already started to feel unwell. Lin Baici subconsciously sniffed, and then Lin Baici wanted to vomit. In this rented room, there were takeout boxes that hadn't been thrown away after eating, dog poop, trash, and cockroaches crawling around. Their scents mixed together. It was truly enough. Lin Baici covered his mouth. Hongniao, I can't take it anymore. I'm going out first. Lin Baici ran out. What's wrong with you? Jiu Hongniao was startled. It's nothing. I was choked by the smell. Lin Baici ran out of the building in one breath and fanned his hand in front of his nose vigorously to accelerate the air circulation, which made him feel much better. By the way, the girl with the high ponytail doesn't wear makeup. Is this smell her body odor? No, that's not right. It must be the scent of body wash. It actually smells quite nice. Then, Lin Baici's brow furrowed, because before the sound of dense footsteps could be heard, many scents had already drifted over. At least 20 people. Rewinding time by half an hour, after Jiu Hongmian arrived, the section chief of the 3rd Division immediately stepped forward to report the situation. The mirage system has already been deployed, because it was confirmed that Jiu Hongniao and a wild god hunter had already entered the God-forbidden game. And since the scope of the rule pollution was small, only spreading across most of the Bashu residential complex, the 3rd Division team followed the disaster response protocol and did not enter the rule pollution, but remained on standby. The current pollution level is tentatively set at 5. The section chief of the 3rd Division spoke extremely fast, yet his logic was clear. Rule pollution is very dangerous, especially once it reaches 5.0 or higher. If a god hunter enters, there is a great risk. So in general situations, if safety officers have already entered, everyone else will temporarily remain on standby. The safety officers who enter first are, in principle, to avoid purifying the rule pollution and instead prioritize gathering intelligence. Of course, if the polluted area is too large and affects too many people, the safety officers will immediately enter the polluted area to seal the God-forbidden object. As for the Mirage, it is a piece of equipment developed by the Kyushu Security Bureau using God-forbidden objects. Once deployed, it can create a realistic environment while simultaneously blocking all sounds, light sources, and so on, to cover up the polluted area and prevent it from being discovered or spied upon by bystanders. For example, right now, if people living around the Bashu residential complex look toward this place, they still see the night view of a residential complex, but in reality, that is the effect of the mirage. After the section chief of the 3rd Division finished speaking, he glanced at Jiu Hongmian. Should we enter the polluted area now? He knew that Jia Hongyao was Minister Xia's younger sister. After seeing Jia Hongyao and a boy enter the Bashu residential complex on the surveillance footage. To be honest, this section chief of the 3rd Division had intended to stop waiting and go in to rescue them directly. But thinking of Jia Hongmian's style of conduct, he did not dare to violate the regulations. No need. Jia Hongmian could not abuse her power for personal gain, even if she was worried about her sister's safety. If she were to enter the polluted area, she would do it herself. Stand guard according to protocol, Jia Hongmian ordered, then stood under a street lamp, waiting quietly. Moths attracted to the light hovered beneath the lamp. The early autumn night breeze blew past, carrying a slight chill. Jia Hongmian stood there without speaking, as quiet as a statue. Half an hour later, she suddenly looked up and then glanced at her watch. So fast. A flash of surprise crossed Jia Hongmian's eyes. She knew exactly what her sister's intelligence and strength were. So to purify a god-forbidden game with a pollution intensity of 5.0 so quickly, it must have been accomplished by that boy. Chapter 123. The first appearance of gods. Night talk in the women's dormitory, seeking subscriptions, seeking monthly tickets. The light from the street lamp was dim and yellow, with moths fluttering toward the flames. This was the second time Jia Hongmian had seen Lin Baici. He had just experienced a god-forbidden game with a pollution intensity of 5.0, yet his expression was as usual, as relaxed as if he had been on an outing. It was just that he had sweat on his body, along with bloodstains carrying a foul, fishy stench and the smell of wild dogs, making him appear slightly disheveled. Sister, let me tell you, Shaolin. Oh, Lin Baici was super amazing this time. He persuaded those people, twisted a pile of loose sand into a single rope, and his eyes were like torches. The people he chose to catch the frisbees were all the most suitable ones. Jia Hongyao stood beside Jia Hongmian, chattering incessantly, claiming credit for Lin Baici. In the final time's search for dog food, he was so impressive that it made my scalp tingle. I think we can call him Baici Sherlock Lin from now on. In the eyes of the girl with the high ponytail, the second round of beating the dogs was the simplest and not worth mentioning. I know. Jia Hongmian looked at Lin Baici. Thank you. Lin Baici did not quite understand. Was she thanking him for helping Jia Hongyao, or for purifying this rule pollution in time? Jia Hongmian clearly had no intention of explaining and went straight to the point. How have you considered it? Still thinking about it? Lin Baici said truthfully. Are you worried about being restricted? Or are the conditions I offered not good enough? Jia Hongmian turned her head and looked toward the neighboring residential complex. Lin Baici was very frank. Jia Hongmian was not a fool like the girl with the high ponytail who believed whatever anyone said. If he were to sophistically argue, she would be able to tell. Today, Jia Hongmian was still wearing black trousers, a white shirt, and a dark red tie without any patterns. Under the moonlight and the street lamp, that red seemed somewhat bewitching, as if it had been dyed with the blood of some living creature. And her features, perhaps because it was the dead of night, made it increasingly difficult to see clearly. With only her eyes being very bright, Lin Baici subconsciously sniffed, and then he felt slightly nervous. Just like when visiting a zoo to see a lion and suddenly discovering the cage was not locked. Different from the refreshing scent of body wash on Jia Hongyao. The scent on Jia Hongmian seemed to be that of an apex predator. Lin Baici felt that inside Jia Hongmian's body, there seemed to be a Tyrannosaurus Rex. And entire Haijing was her hunting ground. Eat her, eat her, eat her. The gourmet god began muttering again. Understandable. No one likes to be restricted. And no one likes to put in the labor only to receive a tiny bit of reward. Jia Hongmian's voice was ethereal and cold at 3,000 weak waters. How refreshing it would be to swallow it in one gulp. Actually, when it comes down to it, I think the most important thing is being happy. Money and gains cannot compare to a simple I am happy. Because Lin Baici's family background was relatively poor, and he had been poor for 18 years, he would be very excited when he suddenly saw hundreds of thousands. Thinking it was a large sum of money, Lin Baici was already very calm. Does having over 10 million in my bank card make me superior? One possessed several god-forbidden objects. Yet I haven't become arrogant, have I? It has been less than 2 months since becoming a god hunter, and his net worth is already this substantial. If he keeps this up for 2 or 3 years, Wouldn't reaching a small goal be a piece of cake, as the saying goes? Money can't buy my willingness. What Lin Baici wants more right now is to find a group of compatible, trustworthy friends to explore the god ruins with. Take Jiahongyao for example. Although her intelligence is a D, her strength and speed are both a rank. Plus, she is daring, loyal, and busty. Lin Baici feels quite happy exploring god ruins with her. Happy? Jiahongmian chuckled softly. He really is just a young man. Learning to shoulder responsibilities and bear burdens is the true mark of a man maturing. However, Jiahongmian does not intend to tell Lin Baici this. He is still young and needs to see more of this world. It is okay. I will wait for you. After saying this, Jiahongmian walked toward the residential building. She needed to inspect the scene. Sister, Department Head Jia, please make sure the bonus for purifying the rule pollution is issued as soon as possible. Jiahongyao does not care about money. She is asking for Lin Baici. Is the bonus a lot? Lin Baici is interested in this topic. This is evaluated based on the severity of the disaster. Jiahongyao smiled. In any case, there will be at least a few million. That is not bad. Lin Baici smiled slightly. I have been making money like crazy lately. And now another few million are coming in. How am I supposed to spend it all? Lin Baici casually reached for his phone to check the time, then his face darkened. Damn it! The phone is broken again. Am I having bad luck with phones lately? It seems I will have to keep milking the help section of the origin forum. Speaking of which, once this bonus comes in, I should be qualified to look at houses in Haixing and buy one I like. If my mom finds out, she will be very happy. Sigh, it is just that I cannot explain the source of this money. Jiahongyao looked at Lin Baici, wanting to persuade him to join the security bureau. But after opening her mouth, she did not say anything. Forget it. I should respect Lindsay's wishes. But when he explores the god ruins, I must find a way to tag along. If an ordinary person encounters rule pollution, after coming out alive, they must be taken to the Security Bureau building for routine questioning, investigation, radiation cleaning, and signing relevant non-disclosure agreements. Because of Jiahongyao and the fact that he is someone Jiahongmian values, Lin Baici does not need to go through this process. He only needs to submit a report. And he does not even need to go to the Security Bureau building himself. You are not in a state to return to school right now, so why not come to my place tonight? Jiahongyao invited. That is too much trouble for you. Lin Baici prepared to go to the Hilton Hotel. It is more carefree to be alone. To the west of the Bashua residential complex lies the Luanshanshui complex. In one of the buildings adjacent to the highway, on the 16th floor, room 903, a young man with messy hair, wearing plaid pajamas, stood by the window looking at the Bashua complex. In the speakers on the desk, there came a roar. One punch headshot. Healus. What are you doing? Did you disconnect? Damn. One punch headshot. Don't go AFK. Come and heal. Damn your mother. The teammates were spewing all sorts of profanities. The young man watched for a while, walked back to the computer desk, shut it down directly, and plugged the various cables from the tower, opened it up, and in a few quick moves, removed the two 1T solid-state drives. Afterward, he walked to the television and picked up the PS5. It is time to leave this complex. Although I won't be found. These humans are too annoying. The only pity is that I won't be able to eat the shredded pork with green pepper fried rice from that fast food restaurant east of the road. The young man, sporting dark circles from obvious sleep deprivation, changed his clothes. After stepping out the door, he thought for a moment, then came back to grab the controller. I am used to this one. If I buy a new one, my skills might drop. So, I better keep using this one. Humming the BGM from the NES game Kung Fu, the young man walked out of the complex. From time to time, he would reach out to wipe the console he was holding in his arms. You have money now. So why not buy a house in Haixing? It would be much more convenient. As Jiahongyao was speaking, she suddenly noticed Lin Baici stop, turn around, and look toward the end of the street. What is wrong? The girl with the high ponytail looked back. Nothing. Lin Baici suddenly had an indescribable feeling. He felt as if someone familiar was over there. Or perhaps there was something that interested him. However, The gluttonous god did not react, and he did not feel hungry. So it should be fine. Let us go. Lin Baici decided to head to the hotel to take a shower first, and then have a late-night snack. After playing 3 god taboo games during the rule pollution, he felt he needed to replenish some carbohydrates. Jiao stood in the master bedroom, looking at the corpse of the border collie on the floor. My owner is a young man who looks ordinary, but is very talented. Even though he is still a college student, he has already earned hundreds of thousands through programming, which makes his college life very easy. My food naturally improved as well, and I could eat ham sausages every meal. However, I have no pursuit for that. I am satisfied as long as I can live with my owner. One day, a girl came to the rental apartment. By human standards, if 10 is the max, she is a 7, or an 8 if she wears a bit of makeup. At first, the owner was very happy, just like how I pleased my owner. The owner pleased that girl very hard. That girl was a bit high maintenance and loved money, always asking the owner for it. Once, when the owner was not home, that girl brought another man to the rental apartment. They took off their clothes and got into bed. I did not like them dirtying my owner's bed, so I barked, jumped onto the bed, and in short, I chased them away. After the owner came back, the girl cried and complained that I almost bit her, and asked him to send me away. My owner could not bear to part with her, so the girl did not come to the rental room for a week. When my owner went to find her, she told him that it was either her or me. I did not want to make things difficult for my owner, so I left that home. I became a stray dog. I often returned to help my owner guard the house, because I knew my owner's computer was very precious, as it contained his work. That girl was still bringing men into the rental room, changing them every few weeks. I gradually understood what this meant. Once again, my owner left to go to class, and I saw that girl on the phone. I was all too familiar with this scene, so I immediately went to find my owner. My owner was happy to see me and wanted to buy me a sausage, but I refused. I bit his pant leg and led him back home. Then, the girl and a man were caught in bed. My owner was very angry and also very devastated. After shouting a few times, he slammed the door and left. From then on, the girl stopped coming, and my owner became listless, not attending classes for many days. I felt that I might have done something wrong. I did not want my owner to be like this, and I wanted to bring that girl back. But she already had a new man. She even called the dog catchers to take me away. I failed. I felt like a useless dog, completely unable to share my owner's burdens. It was I who ruined my owner's life. I had no face to see him again. I ran away. 3 months later, I missed my owner. I could not help it. I came back. I saw a bag of sausages and a can of dog food by the door. I waited until very late, but I did not see my owner. It was not until a week later that a new man moved into this rental room. The man was nice and gave me a sausage, but it did not taste as good as the one my owner used to toss to me. I became a stray dog, the kind that would never have an owner again. From time to time, I would come and sit in front of the rental room, hoping to wait for my owner to return. That man did not drive me away and would occasionally toss me a sausage. He even bought me a can of dog food once. Later, I learned that humans have a stage called graduation. After graduation, most of them leave a place and go to a new one. They are not like migratory birds. They do not come back. I probably will not be able to wait for my owner anymore. However, this man who did not drive me away is quite similar to my owner. He has an ordinary appearance. He loves playing games. He is also a junior in college, and he found a girlfriend. However, his girlfriend is not as pretty as my owner's was. He is also not as talented as my owner. He cannot earn money and can only steal some electric scooter batteries. I know this is a bad thing, and I am afraid of him being caught. So I help him keep watch, but he still fails. By the way, his girlfriend, although not pretty, also brings men to the rental room. This time, I did not warn him again. One afternoon, I remember the sunset was beautiful, and the man let me into the house. I hesitated. Was I going to become a house dog? Was I going to have a new owner again? I did not go in, because I felt that if I became a house dog, I would have the obligation to tell him about that girl. but I felt he would be just as unhappy as my owner. I was wrong. It turns out he knew. He was just pretending he did not know. He cooks for her, washes her clothes, and even spends all his money on her. However, every time he sees me, he still gives me a sausage. By the way, I seem to have become more human-like. I can even do things other dogs cannot, such as opening doors with keys or speaking some simple human language. But apart from my owner and this man, I have no one I want to talk to, and I am also afraid of scaring him. This change likely happened after I went to the Green Shore Perfume residential area next door and found a box of leftover shredded pork with green pepper fried rice in a trash can, which I ate. But none of that matters anymore. That man was caught stealing electric scooter batteries, and his girlfriend broke up with him. He stays in his room playing games every day, and when he is tired, he sleeps. I am afraid he will starve to death. So, I started stealing takeout food for him to eat. Gradually, for some reason, he became more and more sluggish. I began to take care of him. I knew this man had some people he disliked. So, I ordered the wild dogs to attack them, especially the men who had dealings with his girlfriend. However, I had the wild dogs attack women who were with several men at the same time even more, because they make people unhappy. By the way, I have not thought about my owner much lately. Where is he? He must have adopted a new dog, right? Is it a husky, or a golden retriever, or perhaps a border collie? I suddenly realized that the wild dogs with me are either becoming crazy or becoming sluggish, which makes me realize that this man becoming like this is very likely caused by me. I want to leave this man, but he is no longer able to eat on his own. I dare not leave. I am afraid he will die. I do not know what to do. A few days ago, I wanted to improve this man's diet. So, I decided to find some barbecue. Then I saw a very handsome man. Much more handsome than my owner or this man. He is very kind. He did not hit me with a wine bottle and even gave me a handful of skewers. The taste was delicious. His girlfriend is very pretty, a perfect 10, and dresses very modestly. One look and you can tell she is the kind of virtuous wife and mother seen on television. Sigh, why can't my owner and this man find such good women? Today, that very handsome man and another girl came. They killed many dogs and rushed into the rental room. I know. The fact that I had the wild dogs kill those people has been exposed. I am panicking. Then, for some reason, a strange park appeared. I do not want to kill that kind-hearted man, but I do not know what to do. However, there is no need for me to do anything anyway. He is so powerful. He is much more capable than my master and this boy. He could catch such a difficult frisbee. He could kill dozens of wild dogs. And he could even find dog food in such a short amount of time. Actually, I intended to tell him where the dog food was. There is no need now. I know he is about to come out. I cannot die, otherwise. Who will feed this man? I still want to see my master. Is he living well now? I planned to leave after feeding this boy one last time. But that handsome boy came out too quickly. I wanted to run. And then he threw a bronze sword. Is this what death is in my next life? I want to be a stray dog, the kind that does not have a master, because I will only bring them misfortune. Section Chief 3. Jia Halmian spoke up. Section Chief 3 immediately ran over Minister. Follow the protocol for handling divine taboo items. Contain the corpse of this border collie, transport it back, and hand it over to the 9th section. Jia Halmian turned and left. Work is done, but we still have not found the divine taboo item. After Section Chief 3 finished speaking, he suddenly paused and turned his head to look at the dead dog. No way. Right. This thing is a divine taboo item, but I have never heard of a case where a divine taboo item is a living creature. Section Chief 3 knew that Jia Halmian did not like others to defy her, so he quickly ordered his subordinates to follow the instructions. Haijing University of Science and Technology, Women's Dormitory Building, after lights out. In Ji Xinyan's dorm, the late-night girls' talk began again. Lin Baici did not come to class today. Peifei sighed. It has only been a few days since school started, and he is already skipping classes. I thought Lin Baici was a good student, but I did not expect. The short-haired girl sighed. Skipping class is normal. Okay, 3 years of middle school, 3 years of high school, suppressed for so long. Finally made it to university. Can't he release his nature a little? Baijiu felt there was no problem. But this is too early, right? He should at least hold out for a month. The short-haired girl's impression of Lin Baici had lowered somewhat. You don't think that just because he is handsome, he will be outstanding in other aspects, do you? Baijiu smiled. Jojo was a bit naive. The short-haired girl, who was Jojo, was somewhat speechless. You have to look at people over a long period. First impressions will make you wear filters, and then your judgment will be distorted. Baijiu applied a facial mask. Sigh. If he had a family background like Jin Jiayui, it wouldn't matter if he fooled around. Someone sighed, feeling that Lin Baici was nothing special. Lin Baici is so handsome. If he were to work hard as well, would he even leave a path for others to live? Ji Xinyan smiled. Family background. Lin Baici might not necessarily be worse than Jin Jiayui. That is true. By the way, do you know if he signed up for any performances at the orientation gala? Pei Fei asked curiously. During military training, didn't he sing? With that voice of his, he probably won't perform any talents. Jojo analyzed. Chapter 124. Lin Baici, who does not understand romance if lights were out, but no one had any intention of sleeping. Knowing how to hide one's light is also a merit, Baijiu commented. Lin Baici is so handsome. It is a pity that he doesn't have any talents at all. Pei Fei felt it was a pity. No, your way of thinking is wrong. Why should talent be a bonus point for a person, for a man? Having outstanding ability and being able to earn a high salary is the first priority. Baijiu felt that these roommates still had childish thoughts. And only Ji Xinyan was relatively mature. Isn't it good to have talent? Jojo asked back. I didn't say it wasn't good, it's just not necessary, Baijiu explained. I think talking about money is too vulgar, a girl muttered. And it immediately drew a chorus of agreement. Baijiu shook her head. A bunch of silly birds. She couldn't be bothered to talk anymore. After graduation, when you look at the pitiful salary in your wallets and can't even afford the most expensive sanitary pads, you will realize that a boyfriend who sings well is not as good as earning a few more dollars. This time, Ji Xinyan stood with Baijiu. If we are talking about this, can Zhu Daguan be considered a talented man? I have watched his live stream. Although he doesn't have as many fans as he claims, it is quite good. It can be considered mid-tier. Jojo was envious. Zhu Daguan should be able to earn quite a bit of money every month. Can we change the subject? Baijiu did not want to hear that person's name. Seconded. Ji Xinyan did not want to hear it either. I think you have a prejudice against Zhu Daguan. Jojo was not trying to stand up for Zhu Daguan. It was mainly because she felt this boy was decent. But the two most dazzling roommates in the dorm thought he was not, which made Jojo feel that her taste was being belittled. Baijiu did not speak. First, she did not want to argue with her roommates over a man and sour their relationship. Second, there are no airtight walls in the world. Her comments about others could very likely reach their ears. Ji Xinyan, however, did not care about these things and chimed in. I do have a prejudice against him. I hate that he stole glances at my feet, invited me for coffee, and made me appear on his live stream. Jojo wanted to continue arguing, but Pei Fei saw that the situation was not good and quickly changed the subject. Actually, Fang Mingyuan is also quite good. Apart from playing basketball, he has no bad habits, and his physical fitness is truly excellent. Hey, physical fitness is excellent. Did you forget that Lin Baici killed a mad dog with a single spear throw from dozens of meters away? If this were in ancient times, he would at least be a match for 1,000 men. Ji Xinyan felt that if she were to go on a date with Lin Baici, it would be a sweet night. At least she wouldn't have to worry about him running out of gas after 10 minutes. I recently saw a video. It is super amazing. Let me play it for you. Baijiu did not want to continue these topics, lest another argument break out. So she opened Bilibili, found a Buddhist scripture from her favorites, and started playing it. Once everyone finished listening, the urge to argue would surely fade. Because Baijiu had tried it before, no matter if she was irritable, excited, depressed, or bored, as long as she listened to this Buddhist scripture, her mood would become very calm. Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva. As soon as the Buddhist scripture began to play, everyone immediately started chattering. I know this one. It has been super popular on Bilibili for weeks, dominating the charts. Pei Fei really liked this Heart Sutra. Every time before studying, she would listen to it, which helped her quickly dispel distracting thoughts and calm her mind. He just released a second one, the Diamond Sutra, and it is also a massive hit. Ji Xinyan also liked listening to it and had even added him to her special notifications. Exactly. Everyone thought he was just a flash in the pan, a one-hit wonder. But no one expected the second one, the Diamond Sutra, to be even more explosive. It is over 20 minutes long, and the immersion is so strong that you feel completely sublimated after listening to it. Baijiu really liked this content creator. I bet a lot of companies are waving checks at him right now, trying to sign him, right? Jojo said with envy. For sure. A person like this is a cash cow, and the kind that does not even need you to water or cultivate it. You can start making money the moment you sign him. Ji Xinyan was certain. If he signs with a black-hearted company, this creator will be at a huge loss. Jojo had seen many such lawsuits, like that most popular creator surnamed Li, who had stopped streaming for a long time because of legal issues. Why not go solo? Pei Fei did not understand. Being a blogger is not as easy as you think. Copywriting, packaging, filming, promotion, and so on. Doing it all by yourself is too exhausting. And you might not even have the talent for it, Ji Xinyan explained. In the beginning, one person might be able to handle it, but to grow big and strong, you definitely need to build a team. Anyway, he is very popular right now. Recently, there have been many scripture chanting videos on Douyin and Kuaishou that are all imitating him. Jojo estimated that the creator could make a lot of money just from these two videos. There was a girl in the dorm named Liu Zilu who usually only used Xiaohongshu and did not go on Bilibili. Today was her first time hearing the original version, and she thought it was great. So she immediately downloaded the Bilibili app. After opening it, she saw this video being promoted on the homepage. Clicking inside, it was full of bullet comments. Liu Zilu turned off the bullet comments and found that there was no one in the video, only a background image. He did not show his face. Liu Zilu felt a bit regretful. Maybe he is a bit ugly, Pei Fei guessed, for this kind of video. Just listening to the music is enough. Why do you care if the creator is ugly or not? Baijiu felt that these people were a bit boring and could not grasp the essence of things. Whether ugly or beautiful, it had nothing to do with anyone, compared to looks. I care more about his identity. He must be a high-ranking monk from some temple, right? I want to go burn some incense and pray to Buddha. Ji Xinyan wanted to pray for a good marriage. He must be a high-ranking monk. This scripture is filled with the wisdom of great enlightenment, without life experience. Could an ordinary person sing with this kind of feeling? Pei Fei pressed her palms together and bowed. May Buddha bless me. Hilton Hotel, Luxury Suite. Mer. Lin, this is my business card. If you need anything, you can call me. After the front desk clerk opened the door, she took out a business card and handed it to Lin Baici with both hands. Lin Baici took a look. The other person's name was Zhang Yi. Even if it is not during working hours, Mr. Lin can call me anytime. This sentence from Zhang Yi sounded like she was being diligent in her work, but it also seemed like it was not, carrying other implications. Lin Baici put away the business card. I will not disturb your rest. Zhang Yi waited for Lin Baici to walk into the room, then took the initiative to turn on the lights for him and close the door before leaving. Lin Baici first took a refreshing shower, then dove onto the bed. He checked the time, 11:10 p.m. He was not sleepy at all. What should he do? Speaking of which, is it a bit of a waste to sleep in such a big bed and such an expensive room all by himself? It is a pity he does not have a girlfriend. Should he call his childhood friend over? Ding dong, a WeChat message arrived. Lin Baici took a look. It was truly a case of speak of the devil. Li Shangui old bai, I got dumped. Lin Shi Daiyugui. You have only been at school for less than a month, and you already found a girlfriend, Li Shangui. No, it is unrequited love. I saw her holding hands with another guy today. Lin Baici did not know how to comfort him. Li Shangui. No need to comfort me. I am fine now. The Master's Buddhist scripture is really powerful. No wonder so many people like to become monks. Li Shangui. Sending you a Diamond Sutra. You can listen to it if you are feeling troubled. But you are so handsome. You must be killing it already, right? Li Wei sent a video link and also initiated a video call. Lin Baici did not really want to answer, mainly because his current location was not very convenient. Li Shangui. Damn, why aren't you answering? Did you go to a hotel? Lin Baici saw his childhood friend calling for the second time. He had no choice but to answer. Li Wei saw that Lin Baici was not in the dorm and was shocked. Damn, what is going on? I went out to eat with some classmates, drank too much, and the dorm was already locked. So, I had to stay at a hotel. Lin Baici made up an excuse. He could not exactly say he had just experienced a rule contamination and it was inconvenient to return to the dorm. Right, let me see if there are any girls there. Li Wei was curious. Lin Baici turned his phone around the room. Don't, I was just joking. I am happy for you if you can find a girlfriend. Li Wei teased. You haven't contacted me for so many days. I thought you were so happy you forgot home and were out there killing it. But be careful. Don't get anyone pregnant. I only have enough money to pay for one abortion for you. Killing it, my foot. Don't even talk about holding a female classmate's hand. The total number of sentences I've exchanged with them doesn't even add up to 10. The only ones who left a slight impression on Lin Baici were Ji Xinyan, who had a bit of a green tea vibe, and Bai Jiao, who had relatively fair skin. How are you even more miserable than me? You need to pull yourself together. You must have a good start, otherwise, people will continue to be decadent due to inertia. Li Wei spoke with earnest, heartfelt advice. If your studies aren't too busy, go get a part-time job. With your looks, working at a bubble tea shop shouldn't be a problem. Make some money first. Let me tell you, just being good-looking is useless. You have to have money. Girls these days aren't stupid. Li Wei rambled on and on. What triggered you? How did you become a life coach? Lin Baici was speechless. You don't actually like that girl, do you? Enough talk. I'm going to sleep. And when you have time, come visit me. Let me tell you, the quality of girls at Haixing Normal University is ridiculously high. Li Wei was full of hope, convinced that one of them would surely belong to him. Can they be as high quality as the girls at the High Opera Academy? Lin Baici thought of the girls who had died in the ruins of Palm Harbor and sighed. Nonsense. Are the girls at the High Opera Academy someone you can chase? I bet the cost of one set of their cosmetics is equal to my dad's monthly salary. Li Wei didn't even dare to think about it. Sleep. I have to work tomorrow. The call ended. Lin Baici clicked on the link. It was indeed the version of the Diamond Sutra he had sung. It had only been a day, and the view count had already exceeded 5 million, with 3 million likes, over 500,000 saves, and 1.506 million coins received. This was definitely the makings of a viral hit. However, looking at these numbers, Lin Baici was already quite calm. Tonight, he had cleared a rule-based contamination, and according to Xiao Hongyao, he would have at least 2 or 3 million in prize money coming his way. The speed of making money was incredibly fast. It was just quite dangerous. With a high risk of being maimed or killed, Lin Baici couldn't sleep. So, he ordered KFC delivery and started scrolling through videos. Half an hour later, ding dong, the doorbell rang. Mr. Lin, your delivery. Zhang Yi had brought the order up. Wearing a uniform skirt paired with black silk stockings, she stood outside the door, looking graceful and slender. She seemed to have touched up her makeup and changed her lipstick. Under the lights, she exuded a somewhat seductive aura. Lin Baici rubbed his nose. The pheromones coming from this receptionist were much stronger than before. It must have been due to a massive secretion of hormones. She seemed a bit excited and also a bit nervous. Thanks. Lin Baici took the delivery and casually pulled out a cola to hand to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi watched Lin Baici close the door, completely stunned. He really was oblivious to romantic cues. I touched up my makeup and grabbed the chance to deliver your food. Did you think I only did it for this cup of cola? Although I am on duty, helping a guest and lingering in your room for half an hour wouldn't be a problem at all. After all, you are a VIP of this hotel. The general manager wouldn't reprimand me even if he knew. Lin Baici played on his phone while eating, dragging it out until 3 o'clock. When he finally felt a bit sleepy, after strengthening his body, there was one downside. His energy was just too abundant. Early the next morning, Lin Baici got up and had the hotel driver take him back to school. In front of the school gate, he intended to buy a meat sandwich when he saw Fang Mingyuan and a few others walking from the east side of the road. Looking exhausted, "Mingyuan, did you guys pull an all-nighter at the internet cafe?" Lin Baici greeted them. "Yeah." Fang Mingyuan smiled when he saw Lin Baici. "Where did you go?" "We were planning to call you to play games together. I went to sing karaoke with some high school classmates all night." Lin Baici stood in front of the meat sandwich stall and sniffed. At first smell, it was quite fragrant, but if you tasted it carefully, there was a faint fishy odor, and the spice level was far too heavy. Old broth stewed meat. The ingredients were not cleaned or processed thoroughly enough, so a large amount of spices was used to mask the smell. The gluttonous god commented, "Boss, give me 2 meat sandwiches." Fang Mingyuan paid while looking at Lin Baici. "Aren't you buying any? I'll eat something else." Lin Baici sighed. Having too good a sense of smell was also a nuisance. Even a slightly off-putting scent could be detected. Moreover, because it was morning, there were many stalls open, causing the surroundings to be filled with smoke and fire. "Achoo, achoo." Lin Baici sniffed hard and started sneezing. In the end, he bought 2 chive and egg pancakes. The smell of chives was strong enough to suppress other odors. There was only one class this morning, so everyone was there. Fang Mingyuan didn't even wash up. He just collapsed onto his bed and fell asleep. "Old Bai, where did you go to party yesterday?" Zhu Daquan was picking at his toes, looking very curious. "I didn't expect you to be even wilder than Brother Jin. Just singing KTV with high school classmates." Lin Baici replied casually. "I believe you. You old rascal. You're full of it." Zhu Daquan looked at him with disdain. "You must have gone to corrupt some senior student, right, Baici? You should go out less at night in the future." Hu Wenwu was worried that if Lin Baici kept this up, he would go down a dark path. "Wenwu, Baici is different. He's very self-disciplined and has talent. It's fine to go out a few times." Liu Yu was disgusted to death. "You idiot. Why are you running your mouth?" He wished for Lin Baici to become decadent, eventually failing to even get his diploma and dropping out. And Hu Wenwu was too hard-working. Liu Yu felt annoyed just looking at him. This kid was definitely a major obstacle to him getting a scholarship. "After the welcome party is over, we'll need to elect class representatives. What do you guys think?" Liu Yu had waited for several days, but no one had brought it up. So, he had no choice but to speak up himself. "Do you want to be the class monitor?" Zhu Daquan's single sentence left Liu Yu feeling embarrassed. Who would want to be that? The class monitor has to manage this and that. It's too tiring. Liu Yu actually wanted to be the class monitor. He felt it would be helpful for joining the student union. "I do not have the time, but if everyone votes for me, I would not mind giving it a try." Zhu Daquan laughed heartily. His main profession was live streaming. "I got tired of being one in high school." Jin Jiayu woke up, picked up his phone, and saw a pile of messages from his current and former girlfriends. He had no interest in replying. He closed the app and decided to order takeout first. "Where is Baici?" Liu Yu ignored Hu Wenwu. If that kid could become the class monitor, he would write his name backward. It is not like you can just be it because you want to. Lin Baici was not interested. Others might not be able to, but you are different. "Do you know how famous you are right now?" Zhu Daquan said enviously. "I reckon 50% of the students in our school have heard your name. Of the 10 hottest posts on the campus forum, 3 are related to Lin Baici." If Lin Baici looked ordinary, although his one-shot kill of the dog was impressive, the hype would have died down by now. But he happened to be very handsome, which caused the girls to discuss him from time to time. If you do not want to be the class monitor, tell everyone in advance so that they do not vote for you only for you to refuse, which would make people think you are too selfish. Liu Yu persuaded him tactfully. In his view, Lin Baici was too big of a threat. "Baici is not selfish," Hu Wenwu interjected. "If I become the class monitor, how about I organize a mixer for everyone? It will help everyone find a partner sooner." Liu Yu picked up his cup and took a sip of water. "You can organize that even if you are not the class monitor." Jin Jiayu thought a mixer sounded pretty good. It would be nice for everyone to get together and have some fun. Is it not more convenient to organize people when you have the title of class monitor? Liu Yu explained. With the quality of the girls in our class, only Baijiu and Ji Xinyan are worth it, Jin Jiayui commented. We should find more from other departments. What do you mean by only? Zhu Daoguan was speechless. Their quality is very high. Okay, as far as I know, several very capable guys have already set their sights on them. Especially Ji Xinyan, a second-generation rich kid has already started pursuing her. What does it mean to be capable? Hu Wenwu wanted to know what kind of man was qualified to pursue Baijiu and Ji Xinyan. Is it someone who studies well, good family background, good looks, and not too low of an emotional intelligence? Zhu Daoguan did not even mention anything about studying. Is he as good as Mikin? Jin Jiayui shook his head. My dear Jin, what level is Mikin at? To put it in common terms, she is a goddess, a prominent figure in the entire school. Is that someone a person like you can pursue, for guys like us? If we could land a Baijiu or a Ji Xinyan, we could be secretly happy for 4 years. Looking back in the future, we would feel that our university life was not wasted. Even with his status as a big streamer, earning tens of thousands a month, Zhu Daoguan was still looked down upon by Ji Xinyan. Mikin, is that the female announcer from the military training report performance? Liu Yu had heard the name. It was mentioned very frequently on the Haijing University of Technology campus forum. No, how could Mikin appear at such a small event? Zhu Daoguan rolled his eyes. You have to give others a chance, right? Rest assured. The orientation gala on Friday will be hosted by Senior Mikin. You will feast your eyes then. It will definitely make you wet the bed at night. Zhu Daoguan chuckled. Ding dong. Lin Baici received a message. Princess of Monte Cristo. Appa, the flight arrives at 11 o'clock. Please treat me to a meal. Chapter 125 The First Milk Tea of Autumn. Please subscribe. The course schedule at Haijing University of Technology consists of 50-minute sessions, with 2 consecutive classes and a 10-minute break in between. There are classes in the evening as well, sometimes lasting until 10 o'clock, though they are usually courses like Marxist philosophy or ideological and moral cultivation. The group chatted until 9 o'clock, packed their things, and headed to the teaching building. Otherwise, if they arrived late, they would only be able to sit in the front, not sleeping. Can you handle it? Jin Jiayui saw Fang Mingyuan go in with everyone and envied his physique. He could really pull all-nighters. If he stayed up all night, he would definitely have to sleep the entire next day. I will sleep in the classroom, Fang Mingyuan yawned. Today was an English class at 10 o'clock in room 3108 of Building B. Unfortunately, the teacher was a man, and a somewhat bald one at that, so his appeal was very low. Why do we have so many male teachers? Zhu Daoguan was annoyed. If they gave you a female one, would you dare to pursue her? Jin Jiayui chuckled. I would not dare. Zhu Daoguan shook his head, then chuckled and lowered his voice. Let me tell you, I discovered that our counselor is actually very pretty. She just does not know how to dress herself. She is too tacky. Jin Jiayui curled his lip. Not even a dog would look at her. You do not understand. You can transform her. Think about it. You are like polishing a raw stone, turning her into a gem that everyone wants to possess. Is that not a great sense of achievement? Zhu Daoguan had originally planned to invite Gu Qingxiang to a meal to build a good relationship so that she might think of him first when he needed to ask for leave or if there were any good opportunities in the department. But he did not succeed. Gu Qingxiang refused. However, he was not without gains, which was discovering that she was quite beautiful. Why would I bother polishing one myself when there are ready-made gems out there? Jin Jiayui was full of question marks, and able to understand Zhu Daoguan's logic. Can we still have a pleasant conversation? Zhu Daoguan was speechless. Jin Jiayui's humble bragging was simply too infuriating. The group arrived at the classroom. Liu Yu went straight to the first row, while Zhu Daoguan, Jin Jiayui, and Fang Mingyuan went to sit in the last row. Seeing Lin Baici with them, Hu Wenwu followed along as well. Wenwu, go sit in the front. Lin Baici did not want to lead Hu Wenwu astray. None of us are here to study. Hu Wenwu wanted to persuade Lin Baici not to waste his time like this. But with so many people around, he felt embarrassed to speak up. Forget it. I will talk to him in private later. Old bye. I actually thought you were a good student. Zhu Daoguan changed his opinion of Lin Baici. I never expected you to be such a slacker too. Times have changed. Lin Baici shrugged. After sitting down, he stood back up and chose a different seat. Although it was still in the last row, he was now 7 or 8 seats away from Zhu Daoguan. It could not be helped. This guy had athlete's foot. Previously, when he did not take off his shoes, Lin Baici could not smell anything. But now that his sense of smell had been enhanced, as long as he got close to him, that stench, good grief, Lin Baici felt like he was going to suffocate. What am I supposed to do in the future? I cannot possibly be subjected to this torture for 4 years, can I? Lin Baici felt a headache coming on. If this continued, even his appetite would suffer. Lin Baici took out his phone, intending to read a novel for a while. He did not look up, but he knew someone had entered the classroom. And he could even determine how many people there were. It was not by listening to their footsteps, but by their scent. It turned out that everyone had a different body odor. Some were heavy, some were light, mixed with the scents of soap, body wash, and sweat. There were also some people who wore perfume. The mixture of various smells made Lin Baici's nose feel quite uncomfortable. When a wave of sweaty odor drifted over, Lin Baici could not help but look up. Which great god is this? They must not have bathed properly for half a month, right? Well, it was Zhang Jixu. Have you not taken a shower since the end of military training, old boy? Zhang Jixu shouted, plopped down right next to Lin Baici, and even reached out to drape an arm over his shoulder. I heard that girls have very sharp noses and can tell if a guy hasn't showered for a few days. Is that true? Lin Baici asked. Zhang Jixu was startled. No, that can't be right, can it? Look at those women on TV. Don't they just smell their husband's clothes and know if he's been with another woman? Lin Baici countered. Zhang Jixu shifted his body, suddenly feeling quite uncomfortable. Do I look sloppy? Lin Baici asked with concern. With that face of yours, even if you were sloppy, someone would still want you. After saying that, Zhang Jixu saw a group of girls entering through the back door. So, he immediately stood up. I'm going to sit by the window. I want to soak up some sun today. As Zhang Jixu walked away, he quickly sniffed his own armpit. Thankfully, the smell wasn't too strong. It was manageable. Lin Baici stopped reading his novel and instead used his sense of smell to distinguish whether the next person entering the classroom was male or female. Most of the freshman girls did not wear makeup, but compared to the boys, they still had more sense about them, such as body wash, nail polish, or the fragrance of hand cream. Lin Baici discovered that among the boys, there were actually a few who secretly used skincare products. This body fragrance was quite unique. Amidst the fresh and natural scent, there seemed to be a hint of coldness, like plum blossoms in winter. But why was it getting closer? A cup of milk tea was placed on the desk in front of Lin Baici. Hello, classmate Lin. The girl's voice was quite pleasant, like rain hitting banana leaves. After she finished speaking, she sat down directly beside Lin Baici. Whoosh! The noise around Lin Baici suddenly vanished. Having attended classes for a few days, Lin Baici had summarized a pattern. The students sitting in the last few rows were all boys, and most of them were not very fond of studying. They were either playing on their phones or reading comics. Now that a girl had suddenly appeared, it was naturally a bit surprising. Lin Baici turned his head and saw an oval-shaped face. Classmate Lin, thank you for saving me that day. Zhu Qiunan expressed her gratitude. My name is Zhu Qiunan, and I am a freshman in the School of Economics and Management. You are welcome. Lin Baici smiled slightly. On the day of the military training performance, the mad dog he had shot that was lunging at a girl, that girl was this Zhu Qiunan. I would like to treat you to a meal at noon. Zhu Qiunan had been inquiring about Lin Baici's situation over the past few days, wanting to find time to invite him to dinner. Whoosh! The boys around them looked at Lin Baici, their faces filled with envy. A beauty is treating you to a meal, you kid. You have quite the reputation. Damn, what a waste. Zhang Jixu regretted it. He shouldn't have left, or he could have had close contact with this girl. No need. Lin Baici refused. You really must. If it weren't for you, I would have been disfigured. Zhu Qiunan had asked around. Those unlucky ones who were bitten by the dog that day were still in the hospital, And one was even worse off. He had developed rabies and was basically a goner. You really don't have to be so polite. Lin Baici was not just being formally polite. He picked up the milk tea, poked the straw in, and took a sip. See, you've already given me a thank you gift. Zhu Qiunan did not speak again, but she also had no intention of leaving. Fang Mingyuan was no longer sleepy either. And he winked at Lin Baici. Damn, old bai. You won't even eat the little Red Riding Hood that delivered herself to your door. What a waste. If the atmosphere was good during dinner, you could have gotten a girlfriend right then and there. Zhang Jixi lamented his misfortune and was angry at his lack of ambition. She is quite pretty. Jin Jiayu thought this girl was very nice and had an indescribable temperament. Nonsense. She is the #1 beauty of the freshman class. Could she be ugly? Zhu Daoguan rolled his eyes. Zhu Qiunan became famous because after she was bitten by the mad dog that day, everyone discovered that she could look so elegant and refined even while wearing a military training uniform. Moreover, some people found out that she was the student with the highest college entrance exam score among this year's freshmen. She was a combination of both wisdom and beauty. Zhu Qiunan did not wear makeup. She was wearing a pair of blue jeans, a red hoodie, and a pair of white sneakers. It was a very ordinary outfit, but it made her look exceptionally fresh and beautiful. Ji Xinyan is the type of fashionable girl whose urban style and way of dressing could often be seen in pictures on Xiaohongshu. Bai Zhou gives off the vibe of a normal campus girl, the kind you see everywhere, who is very likable because she is fair-skinned and pretty. As for Zhu Qiunan, she also resembles a campus girl, but she gives off a somewhat cold impression. It is not an arrogant or haughty coldness, but purely cold, making her difficult to approach. During the first class, Zhu Qiunan did not leave. She sat next to Lin Baici the entire time, listening to the lecture attentively. The boys in the back rows would glance at Zhu Qiunan from time to time, and even the English teacher swept his gaze over here several times. After all, there were very few girls sitting in the back rows, and even fewer who were this pretty. When the English teacher saw Zhu Qiunan studying so seriously, his gaze toward Lin Baici became unfriendly. He even called on him 3 times, telling him to stand up and answer questions. In the teacher's eyes, Lin Baici and Zhu Qiunan were likely a couple, and Lin Baici was clearly hindering this girl's academic growth. I'm so wronged. Lin Baici felt like crying but had no tears. He had intended to run off after just 1 class. But now that he was being watched by the English teacher, how could he dare to leave? Could it be that I've been added to the teacher's blacklist from now on? Student Zhu, you aren't even in our department. Why are you sitting in on this class? Lin Baici felt like he had been set up. The English class was for software engineering classes 01, 2, and 03 combined. There was definitely no reason for Zhu Qiunan to be here. I'm waiting for you to have lunch together, and sitting in on the class is just a side activity. Zhu Qiunan's tone was matter-of-fact. Lin Baici felt completely numb. It doesn't matter if you're just doing it as a side activity. But I'm the one being targeted by the teacher. Old Bai, good luck to you. Zhu Daoguan slipped away. This class was truly boring, and he wanted to go out and have a good meal. My girlfriend is waiting for lunch. I'm off. Jin Jiayu patted Lin Baici on the shoulder. I already have plans for lunch today, Lin Baici explained. Zhu Qiunan looked at Lin Baici, seemingly judging whether he was lying, and then she whispered an apology. I'm sorry. I've caused you trouble. Zhu Qiunan packed up her textbooks and stood up to leave. Lin Baici breathed a sigh of relief. He turned his head, only to realize that everyone was looking at him. A cocktail, a blend of many flavors. At the first sip, there may be the sweetness of champagne or the tartness of brandy. Drink again, and it might be the smoky taste of whiskey or the intense, spicy kick of white spirits. But in the end, it will make you addicted to her, unable to pull yourself away. The gluttonous god commented. Are you talking about this girl? Lin Baici frowned. It seemed to be the first time the gluttonous god had used alcohol to describe a woman. Usually, it was ingredients. She is special. Either you take a light sip and stop, or you can't get enough of the drink. Can she be more special than Jiahongmian? Lin Baici asked curiously. The latter is, of course, a top-tier feast, and matched by anyone. This one is a cocktail that allows you to taste different lives. Not interested. Lin Baici curled his lips. Lin Baici is something else. That girl is Yukiunan, right? She actually took the initiative to bring him milk tea, and even sat through class with him. Liu Zilu's gossip instincts flared up. Are they together? Bringing a cup of milk tea to a lifesaver. That's quite reasonable, right? During class, Ji Xinyan had been stealing glances this way. But Lin Baici hadn't even looked at Yukiunan much. Bai Zhao was busy memorizing vocabulary and didn't participate in the topic. Yukiunan has her eyes on Lin Baici. Her taste is nothing special. The second class began. The English teacher walked onto the podium and glanced toward the last row, but didn't see Yukiunan. Lin Baici met the English teacher's gaze. He didn't really want to speak up, but in order to avoid being noticed in the future and to be able to skip class whenever he wanted, he bit the bullet and put on a performance. Teacher, that girl wasn't from our major. Is she allowed to sit in on your class? Lin Baici feigned confusion. Not from our major. The English teacher frowned. He thought for a moment and realized he hadn't really seen her in the previous classes. Teacher, that's Yukiunan from the School of Economics and Management. Someone shouted out. I see. The English teacher nodded, then followed up with a lecture. Look at her. She knows to come to class when she has nothing else to do. Now look at you lot in the back rows. Do you think I can't see you? Put your phones away. Damn, old Bai, you're shameless. Don't drag us down with you. If you give me Yukiunan's WeChat, I won't blame you. Are you dreaming? If anyone gets it, it should be me. The boys muttered to each other in low voices. Crisis averted. He was back to being a nobody, and he could continue skipping classes in the future. Ding dong, Princess of Monte Cristo. I've landed. Lin Baici calculated the time it would take for Jin Yingzhen to get from the airport to Haijing University of Technology. It was fine. He could hold out until the end of class. After finishing his meal, Zhu Daoguan strolled leisurely back toward the school. It was a pity that autumn had arrived, and the senior girls were wearing more clothes. He could no longer see their youthful legs. Disappointing. Zhu Daoguan was pondering the content for his live stream over the next few days when he reached the school gate and saw a flashy red Panamera sports car drive up and pull over to the curb. There really are a lot of rich kids in this school. Zhu Daoguan felt depressed. He would have to work hard for a long time just to reach their starting line. The car door opened, and a long leg wrapped in jeans stepped out. Holy crap, that long! Zhu Daoguan was shocked. I could play with those legs for a year. Then he saw a woman with light golden long hair step out. Her hair was slightly wavy, and paired with her delicate features and makeup, she was very eye-catching. However, the next second, Zhu Daoguan's gaze landed on her chest. The young girl was actually wearing a light gray, thin, open-chest sweater. So big. Zhu Daoguan subconsciously raised his phone and snapped a few photos. Why does she look like a Korean? Zhu Daoguan often watched live streams from Korean girls, so he had some understanding of the beauty standards in that country. The young girl before him looked very much like those girl group members, though she was much prettier than them. And this figure was absolutely explosive. She really brought out the charm in those tight jeans. It was a pity. Oh, it would have been even better if she were wearing yoga pants. Thinking of this, Zhu Daoguan began to feel jealous of this Korean girl's boyfriend. As a man with a natural gift for social interaction and a thick skin, Zhu Daoguan immediately started his live stream. Family, I've spotted a beauty. I can't keep this to myself, so I'm jumping on a stream right now. One-handed jungler, where is the beauty? Hurry up and let us have a look. Zhu Daoguan pointed his phone at the Korean girl. Green-headed fungus. Holy crap. Top tier, cowl 3 feet. What are you standing there for? Go up and ask for her WeChat. My brain has been injured. Big official. You aren't going to chicken out now, are you? What if I get arrested for being a creep? Zhu Daoguan started to hype up the atmosphere. You guys need to give me some motivation. Send some free gifts. Throw a few planes and rockets my way. Very good, everyone is so enthusiastic. Then I'll throw away my pride today. Watch closely, family. Zhu Daoguan walked toward the Korean girl, greeting her with his half-baked English. Hello, hello, ni hao. Jin Yingzhen glanced at Zhu Daoguan and chose to ignore him completely. Can I help you? Only when Zhu Daoguan got closer did he realize that this kimchi girl was truly tall. She had to be over 1.8 meters, right? An average man really couldn't handle her. Add in her looks and figure, and anyone walking next to her would feel inferior. Zhu Daoguan continued to hit on her. Jin Yingxin was chatting with Lin Baici with her head down, annoyed by the noise. She replied, "Sorry. I don't understand what you're saying. Could you please leave? One-handed jungler, big official. She's telling you to get lost. Lobster only eats heads. That portion next to her is hers, right? Big official. How many drinks have you had to be this delusional? You dare to hit on a beauty like that? Cow of 3 feet. Why don't we go bother those naive little girls instead?" Zhu Daoguan, of course, knew there was no chance. He was doing this purely for the sake of the show's entertainment value. What was a little embarrassment or making a fool of himself? As long as he got gifts, that was all that mattered. Who would turn their back on money? Once he got his monthly salary, he would go take a bath, get a foot massage, and forget all his troubles. Seeing that this person wouldn't leave, Jin Yingxin couldn't stand it anymore and got into her car. She had originally planned to go to the restaurant with Lin Baici, but now she had to leave first. Damn it. Such a great piece of ass. I wonder which lucky bastard got to her first. Zhu Daoguan cursed internally while keeping a smile on his face, continuing his livestream. The restaurant Lin Baici had booked was the Jinjiang seafood restaurant. He had never eaten there, but he had heard it had a good reputation. It was 1.5 kilometers away from Haijing University of Technology. At the entrance of the restaurant, Jin Yingxin saw Lin Baici arriving on a shared bike and immediately went to greet him. "Appa, sorry. I was being watched by my professor all day. I didn't dare skip class. It was all Zhu Qiunan's fault." Lin Baici quickly locked his bike. "Hungry? Let's go. Let's eat. Just seeing Appa is enough to satisfy me." Jin Yingxin took the opportunity to wrap her arm around Lin Baici's and walked into the restaurant. Customers entering and leaving the restaurant couldn't help but look over. This pair. They were so tall. The Korean girl's chest-cut sweater today was a total killer. It was hard to count how many eyes it had attracted. Inside the private room, they ordered. Lin Baici picked the most expensive items. With over 10 million sitting in his bank account, he wasn't worried at all. "Appa, this is your payment." Jin Yingxin took out a small box, placed a bank card on top of it, and pushed it toward Lin Baici with both hands. Chapter 126, A Sky-High Offer. "What payment?" Lin Baici glanced at it but didn't take it. "Is this about the intelligence on the Palm Harbor Divine Ruin?" "Yes," Jin Yingxin nodded. "Please, Appa, you must accept it. I told you. There's no need for money." Lin Baici looked at the Korean girl, feeling a bit helpless with our relationship. Why be so formal? Jin Yingxin could hear that Lin Baici truly treated her as a friend, and she suddenly felt a sweetness in her heart. Like drinking a cup of honey. "This isn't from me. It's from my brother, Jin Xian. He is representing our Korean official Divine Hunter organization, Sejong, to give you this reward." After Jin Yingxin finished explaining, she smiled. "You might as well take it." "I see," Lin Baici nodded. If that was the case, he didn't need to be polite. Korean money, it would be a waste not to take it. There is 10 million RMB on this card. If you want to exchange it for foreign currency, we can help you with that. Euros, dollars, pounds, anything is fine. Inside the box are 50 meteor coins. Jin Yingxin told Lin Baici the password and gestured for him to open the box and check. "Giving me this much?" Lin Baici frowned. There were people on the Origin forum buying intelligence on the Palm Harbor Divine Ruin, and he remembered the highest offer was 1 million RMB and 3 meteor coins. This was 10 times that amount, but the money was a minor detail. The main thing was the meteor coins. It was a huge amount. Lin Baici was no longer a rookie who didn't know anything. He knew that meteor coins were hard currency in the hunter circle. This currency was forged from the metal found in meteor stones mixed with a trace of rare natural metals, containing divine energy that divine hunters could absorb to strengthen their bodies. In the hunter circle, when buying and selling divine taboo items, meteor coins were used most of the time. 50 coins was a massive fortune. "Because the person I am dealing with this time is Appa Lin." Jin Yingxin's demeanor became respectful. She bowed slightly toward Lin Baici and said, "This is us expressing our sincerity." The waiter entered to serve the dishes and saw the beautiful woman in the chest-cut-out sweater bowing to the young man, looking extremely deferential. "Then I shall accept your kindness without modesty." Lin Baici opened the box and picked up a meteor coin to admire it. The shape was circular, and the weight was about the same as the meteor coins in Kyushu. But it was a full circle larger. As for the patterns, the front featured the Arabic numeral 1 surrounded by Bagua symbols, while the back displayed a Teiji diagram, with hibiscus flowers decorating the edges. Overall, the artistry was average, but the craftsmanship was quite exquisite, and it felt good to the touch. A batch of small biscuits. When you are hungry, you can chew on one. A quite healthy female, compared to last time. She is even more delicious and juicy. If you bring her along when exploring the divine ruin, she can serve as emergency rations. She can also be used as a brood animal to breed offspring and produce more high-quality ingredients. Seeing Lin Baici accept the payment, Jin Yingxin breathed a sigh of relief. For people like them, they were not afraid of spending money. What they feared was the other party refusing to take it. People who were impervious to reason were the hardest to deal with. After admiring the meteor coin, Lin Baici put it back into the box and said, "Let's eat. Appa, if you have any needs, you can tell me." Jin Yingxin put on a disposable plastic glove, picked up a large shrimp, peeled it, and placed it on Lin Baici's plate. "Eat your own, don't worry about me." Lin Baici had never enjoyed such service before, let alone from a beautiful woman. Besides, I don't really have any needs. Lin Baici was just an ordinary person whose life revolved around home and school. Now that he had come to Haijing, he had seen a bit of the flashy world, but that was all. In his view, with over 10 million in hando, now it was 20 million, he could buy whatever he wanted. So, does this count as financial freedom for me? Lin Baici chuckled. Jin Yingxin wanted to laugh, but she felt it would be impolite to Appa. "What is it? Is it not enough?" Lin Baici asked curiously. "For the average wage earner, 20 million is a huge sum. If you don't pursue luxury homes or luxury goods, you can live a life without worry about food or clothing, provided the country doesn't experience major turmoil." Jin Yingxin explained to Lin Baici. Appa had never seen truly wealthy people. He couldn't even imagine what their lives were like. In Haijing, this amount of money wouldn't even buy a decent property, let alone a top-tier luxury mansion. Jin Yingxin reached out and tapped the bank card. She really wanted to say, "Why don't you marry me? My person and my money would all be yours. If you were powerful enough to take out my uncles, then the entire Daxian Group would be yours." In Korea, the Daxian Group was the third largest multinational conglomerate, holding a leading position in the pharmaceutical, financial, and telecommunications sectors, and was one of the Fortune Global 500. The dinner party hosted by the president's wife would always send an invitation to Jin Yingxin's mother, and Jin Yingxin was also qualified to attend. "What you said makes me want to earn more money again." Lin Baici, the shrimp meat. "If you are not in a hurry to use the money recently, I can help you invest it in some stocks and funds, guaranteeing a 20% annual profit." Jin Yingxin was essentially giving him money. Generally speaking, investments always carry the risk of loss. Jin Yingxin doing this was simply to bind herself more closely to Lin Baici, compared to giving money directly. The Korean girl felt this method might be better, and once they started cooperating, there would be more opportunities to come and hang out with OPPA. "No need. Thank you." Lin Baici guessed Jin Yingxin's intentions. While touched, he politely declined. And he was planning to buy a house soon, so he had no spare cash. Outside the private room, several male waiters gathered to chat. "Damn, this is the first time I have seen someone wear a chest-cut-out sweater like that. It is so sexy." "Is she a Korean? Who cares what she is, as long as she is beautiful? That is all that matters." "She is so tall, must be over 1.8 meters. Right, I couldn't even reach her lips if I stood on my tiptoes. Damn it. I am so envious of that guy." "Do you know what I heard when I went in to serve the food just now? They were discussing high-end topics like stocks and funds. I can do that too. I also have a project worth hundreds of millions that I could study with that beauty." "Brother Mao, let me serve the food next time. Give me a chance to take a look too." "Get lost. You guys are always slacking off when it is time to serve food, but now you know how to be diligent." The waiters muttered and whispered, but it was just fantasies in their heads. Just look at the table of food those two ordered. It was worth 2 months of their wages. Lin Baici spat out a chicken bone and saw Jin Yingjin hesitating to speak. What is it? Is something bothering you? My brother gave me another task, but I don't know if I should tell you. Jin Yingjin was conflicted. Let's hear it. Lin Baici peeled a shrimp and offered it to Jin Yingjin in return. In our Korea, the Bizen Divine Ruin, which has been dormant for 10 years, has started to expand again. Although the speed is not fast, it is still a hidden danger. Jin Yingjin weighed her words. My brother led a team inside once and sealed 3 divine taboo items, but they didn't find the divine remains, so they had to withdraw temporarily to regroup. He wants to invite you to Korea to break the Bizen Divine Ruin. Lin Baici raised an eyebrow. According to the current regulations of various countries, when a divine hunter goes to another country to break a divine ruin, a portion of the gains must be handed over. My brother promises that once you break the Bizen Divine Ruin, all the gains will belong to you. Furthermore, he will offer 1 billion RMB, 10,000 meteor coins, and a grade divine taboo item. Jin Yingjin stated the price offered by Jin Xian. So generous. Lin Baici was somewhat surprised. Generally speaking, if a country has a god ruin that cannot be cleared, they will choose to open it up, allowing god hunters from various nations to explore it, as long as they promise that all spoils of war belong to the god hunters. No payment is required. For example, the Qin Palace God Ruin in Juzhou, even though it is as difficult to clear as ascending to heaven, there are still god hunters who want to try their luck, because such god ruins, which have existed for several years, undergo many mutations in their terrain, landscape, and various objects due to the radiation and pollution of divine remains, which means there are many valuable spoils to be found. Take Lin Baici's vanilla cushion, for instance. For patients with Alzheimer's disease, that is a godsend. So, if a certain god hunter finds a divine taboo item that cures an incurable disease, not only will they become instantly wealthy, but they will also be the savior of those suffering from such terminal illnesses. Yes, even if you cannot clear the god ruin, any divine taboo items you bring back belong to you. You don't have to pay any taxes on them. Jin Yingjin glanced at Lin Baici. However, I don't recommend that you go, because it's too difficult. Lin Baici took a sip of tea. Yes, Jin Yingjin spoke the truth. The danger level of the Bizen God Ruin ranks 4th in all of Korea. A dragon-level hunter has fallen there. I think you shouldn't explore it until you have reached the dragon level. How does it compare to the Qin Palace God Ruin in Juzhou? Lin Baici asked, puzzled. Why do I feel like no one on the Origin forum is discussing the Bizen God Ruin? First, the Qin Palace God Ruin is in Juzhou, and several long-renowned god hunters have died inside it, which has made it very famous. Second, it has been open to god hunters from various countries, but no one has managed to clear it yet. The Bizen God Ruin is different. It has never allowed foreign god hunters to enter. Jin Yingjin explained. Why is it not allowed? Lin Baici did not understand. The longer this thing lasts, the harder it is to clear. Jin Yingjin found it hard to say. Juzhou is vast and rich in resources, so losing 1 or 2 god ruins to exploration wouldn't be a huge loss. But Korea is different. After so many years, there must be top-tier divine taboo items in the Bizen God Ruin. If these were taken away by god hunters from other countries, the Koreans would be devastated. To put it bluntly, it is just stinginess. If I cannot get it myself, I would rather the God Ruin continue to exist and erode the land where my people live than let people from other countries benefit from it. Lin Baici was not slow-witted. Seeing Jin Yingjin's attitude, he guessed the general situation, which made him even more surprised. Then, why let me go? Because my brother appreciates you. Jin Yingjin put down her chopsticks and looked at Lin Baici. My brother wants to recruit you. He wants to use the Bizen God Ruin to test your strength and then measure how much it would take to win you over. Recruit me. Lin Baici was stunned. This was something he hadn't expected. Yes. Jin Yingjin gave a wry smile. Actually, after we came out of the Longshan Temple God Ruin and I told him about you, he wanted to recruit you. But I didn't think you would leave. Lin Baici nodded. He truly had no interest in Korea. So, I didn't tell you. But after the Palm Harbor God Ruin this time, he brought it up again. As his younger sister, I had no choice but to comply. Jin Yingjin's heart was pounding. She was actually looking forward to it. If you agree to come to Korea, you can ask for anything you want. As long as it is within our power, we will try our best to satisfy you. Sorry, I am very satisfied with my current life, Lin Baici refused. Seeing that Lin Baici didn't even hesitate, a deep sense of disappointment welled up in Jin Yingzhen's heart. However, she quickly squeezed out a smile again. Then, are we still friends? Of course. Lin Baici nodded. My brother said that if you are confident, you can come to Korea to explore the Bizen God ruin. Even if you can't clear it, all the gains will still belong to you. When Jin Yingzhen said this, she had a little selfish motive. She wanted Lin Baici to come to Korea and stay. Perhaps after living there for a few months, he would grow to like the country. Go, hurry up and ask for leave, book a flight, and fly to Korea. A sumptuous buffet is laid out before you. What are you waiting for, Charge? Aren't you afraid I'll die in there? Lin Baici was speechless. That is why you need to bring extra rations, extra milk sources, and get a few mules and horses. The gluttonous god commented. Mules and horses? You mean I should form a team? Lin Baici felt that Jia Hongyao could be included, but Hou Yu should be forgotten. Although she was a god hunter, she was too weak. Let's wait a bit longer. Let me enjoy a bit more of my wonderful university life. Lin Baici felt that the Bizen God ruin shouldn't be as difficult as the Qin Palace God ruin, because this God ruin had never been open to the public, and it wasn't the kind where you couldn't get out once you went in. After finishing the most important topic, Jin Yingzhen felt much more relaxed and began to chat casually. Things like the president's wife faking her academic credentials and losing face, a certain financial company's capital chain breaking and being on the verge of collapse, and a certain girl group member secretly having an abortion. These were all pieces of gossip that ordinary people could not access. Jin Yingzhen had high emotional intelligence. Once she discovered the topics Lin Baici was interested in, she would delve deeper. If he wasn't interested, she would skip over them. After paying the bill and walking out, Jin Yingzhen teased, Appa, why did you change your phone again? Don't tell me you encountered another rule-based pollution. Yes, I encountered one last night. Speaking of this, Lin Baici felt that his luck had been quite bad lately. The probability of him encountering divine taboo items was just too high. Jin Yingzhen was stunned. It was actually true. Appa, your luck is cursed with bad luck. Lin Baici shrugged his shoulders. Wait, Appa. You went through a divine taboo game and you are still energetic enough to come out and eat with me. Jin Yingzhen felt that Lin Baici was very strong. As far as she knew, after god hunters finished purifying rule-based pollution, even if they weren't injured, they would be mentally exhausted and would need to take a long vacation, playing to their heart's content for at least half a month. Lin Baici took a deep breath and stretched. A pleasant scent immediately wafting over from Jin Yingzhen. Appa, come to Korea for winter break. Jin Yingzhen extended a sincere invitation. By then, he could go visit the Bizen God ruins and taste the divine grace born in Korea to see what was different about it. After Jin Yingzhen learned that Lin Baici had classes in the afternoon, she didn't ask him to keep her company and returned to her hotel on her own. In the evening, the two had dinner together and went to the Jin River to see the night view. After hanging out until 9 o'clock, Lin Baici sent Jin Yingzhen back to her hotel. Seeing that Lin Baici didn't stay over but instead headed back to school, Jin Yingzhen felt a little disappointed. Could it be that my charm is fading? Does Appa not like my type? Early in the morning, the warm sunlight spilled onto the balcony. It was another clear day. Lin Baici woke up early in the morning. His energy had been too abundant lately. He couldn't sleep at night and woke up early during the day. It was truly a torment, not even being able to enjoy sleeping in. After washing up, Lin Baici simply went to the sports field for a jog. The sport of frisbee seemed to be very popular lately. There were quite a few girls on the lawn playing it. The bolder ones were even wearing tight-fitting gym leggings, which outlined their graceful curves. Lin Baici took one look and lost interest. The figures of these girls couldn't compare to Jin Yingzhen's. He ran half a lap, glanced toward the basketball court, and saw Little Tiger Tooth. Little Tiger Tooth was holding a basketball, standing at the center circle. She was staring at the basketball hoop, her figure looking lonely. Lin Baici hesitated for a moment, but still walked over. Didn't you ask for leave to rest for a few days? Hearing this voice, Little Tiger Tooth turned around after seeing Lin Baici. She was stunned for a moment, then thanked him. "Thank you for saving me. If you are feeling sad, there is a Buddhist scripture video on Bilibili that is quite good. You could listen to it," Lin Baici suggested. Little Tiger Tooth nodded. Lin Baici had no experience in comforting girls. Seeing that Little Tiger Tooth wasn't in high spirits, he decided it was best to leave. "Handsome." Little Tiger Tooth suddenly spoke up. "I still want to see you and Fenkin play basketball." Lin Baici saw the tears in Little Tiger Tooth's eyes. He sighed in his heart and said, "Give me the ball." Little Tiger Tooth must have wanted to see Fenkin play basketball. Lin Baici took the basketball passed to him by Little Tiger Tooth, dribbled it twice, then ran toward the hoop with the ball, jumped up, and dunked. Clang! The ball went in. Lin Baici didn't shoot, because his technique was too poor. If he missed, it would be too embarrassing. Besides, he felt that dunking was more passionate, and it might just dispel the gloom in Little Tiger Tooth's heart. Fenkin also liked to dunk. Little Tiger Tooth pursed her lips and clapped. At a time like this, saying anything was futile. So Lin Baici started to dunk. Clang, clang, clang. After dunking 4 or 5 times, Lin Baici started to get into the rhythm. That feeling of soaring into the air, looking down at all living things, and putting all his strength into smashing the basketball into the hoop was truly exhilarating. With that dunk, it seemed as if all the irritability and happiness and depression were vented out. With that dunk, it seemed as if the dark clouds covering his heart were torn apart. Lin Baici threw his body and mind into it. He stared at the hoop, with only one thought left: to use the greatest strength and the most violent posture to dunk the basketball in. Clang, 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 creak, creak, creak. Every one of Lin Baici's dunks made the basketball stand shake up and down, emitting an unbearable creaking sound. Gu Qingqiu stood in the distance, filming Lin Baici with her phone. She had come for the past 2 days just to see Lin Baici continue to dunk. And today she finally got her wish. Total satisfaction. Chapter 127. The Welcome Party. The morning breeze in autumn was a bit chilly, but the basketball court at Haijing University of Technology was burning hot. Quite a few people heard the loud clanging sounds and looked over, discovering a boy dunking. So they came over to watch the excitement. At this moment, what Lin Baici displayed was a kind of extreme, violent beauty. Every dunk seemed as if he were trying to kill the basketball stand. When everyone heard the basketball stand emitting creaking sounds, like a strong man being hammered to pieces, their souls trembled. High as a kite. Many people took out their phones. After Lin Baici finished another tomahawk dunk and landed, he suddenly realized he was being watched by a crowd. There was no helping it, so he had to stop. "I'm heading back now," Little Tiger Tooth nodded. Lin Baici wanted to say that one should look forward, and perhaps tomorrow's sun would be even more beautiful, but the words died on his lips, and he gave up. Goodbye. Lin Baici passed the basketball to Little Tiger Tooth. "Goodbye." Little Tiger Tooth looked at the basketball in her arms, tracing the name Fenkin with her finger, stroke by stroke. This was the basketball Fenkin had left behind. It had his signature on it. How stupid. Why didn't he ask her to have breakfast? Are they having a conflict? Look at that girl's eyes. They are so red, it's obvious she's been crying. Damn it, don't stop. Keep dunking. If I had this basketball skill, I could play from morning until dark. The crowd was buzzing with discussion. The girls were curious and gossiping, while the boys wanted to see Lin Baici continue to dunk. After all, this stuff was truly a great stress reliever. Classmate, can we take a photo together? Are you on the school basketball team? Can you sign the basketball for me? Handsome, which department are you from? Are you coming tomorrow? Let's play together. Several extroverted students, both boys and girls, chased after him to strike up a conversation with Lin Baici. In the distance, Ji Xinyan and Pei Fei watched as Lin Baici apologized to the crowd and walked toward the cafeteria. Why do I feel like Lin Baici's back looks a bit lonely? Ji Xinyan frowned. Lonely? Why do I feel like he's in high spirits? If he came to the basketball court every day to dunk a dozen times like this, I bet he'd be famous within a week at the latest. Pei Fei felt that Lin Baici had the potential to become the campus heartthrob. Is he not famous enough already? Ji Xinyan retorted. There are several trending posts on the campus forum discussing him. No, I mean that kind of universally acknowledged excellence, like being handsome, having good grades, topping the sports rankings, and having various talents. Pei-Fei still held quite traditional views. Ugh, you superficial woman. Ji Xinyan shook her head, watching Lin Baici disappear onto the playground. She felt a bit curious, wondering which woman would be able to win him over. Lin Baici chasing girls. Just kidding, with his personality, he clearly wasn't the proactive type. For some reason, Ji Xinyan thought of Zhu Qiunan, whom she had met yesterday. She seemed to have a good chance. After eating breakfast, Lin Baici went to class. The day passed by in the blink of an eye. In the evening, at the dormitory, God of Gamblers, come play cards. Zhang Jixu pushed the door open with familiarities and called for Lin Baici to play cards. I have a headache today. I don't want to play. Lin Baici didn't want to go. Playing poker required a bunch of people huddled together, and now that his sense of smell had sharpened, that odor was truly unbearable. Damn, isn't a headache even better? I can finally crush you. Upon hearing that Lin Baici had a headache, Zhang Jixu was delighted and insisted on dragging him to play cards. What is going on? Jin Jiaoyi asked curiously, and the others in the dormitory looked over as well. Lin Baici can memorize the sequence of cards, all 108 of them. Wouldn't you say he's the god of gamblers? Zhang Jixu was incredibly envious. If he had that ability, he would definitely go to a casino and make a fortune. I can memorize them too. It's not that hard. Liu Yu curled his lips. Then why don't you give it a try? Zhang Jixu chuckled. No, I'm going to evening self-study later. Playing cards was simply a waste of life. God of gamblers, let's go. Zhang Jixu continued to urge him. I really don't want to play today. Lin Baici felt a headache coming on. Rather than playing cards with you guys, I might as well go find Hu Yu to hang out. By the way, she still owes me a feast of wine and meat. Right, damn, Lao Bai. Isn't this you, Fang Mingyuan, who was watching a video, suddenly shouted, giving everyone a start. What is it? Zhang Jixu leaned over. Jin Jiaoyi and Hu Wenwu were also curious. Lin Baici thought Fang Mingyuan was talking about his to scripture chanting videos. But after Fang Mingyuan unplugged his earphones and showed the phone to everyone, all Lin Baici heard was the sound of banging. Damn, is this Lao Bai dunking? Zhang Jixu was shocked. In the video, Lin Baici leaped up like a flying man in midair and slammed the basketball into the hoop. He didn't land, but instead grabbed the rim with one hand, looking down at the masses below. Damn, is this guy an animal? Why is he wearing long pants and a sweatshirt? I want to see his thigh muscles and biceps. This is too fierce. Watching him dunk, I'm worried the basketball hoop might collapse. Too wild, too domineering. Which school's general is this? The screen was filled with dense bullet comments. Turn off the comments. Let me admire it again. Zhang Jixu urged Fang Mingyuan. There were too many comments to see clearly. Jin Jiaoyi turned his head and glanced at Lin Baici. The clothes are the same. It's confirmed. It's definitely Lao Bai. The person who uploaded the video was a bit far from the basketball court, and coupled with Lin Baici's constant movement, his face wasn't very clear. But the outfit was exactly the same. Lao Bai, you're not being a good friend. I've asked you to play basketball several times, and you refused. Yet you go play by yourself. Fang Mingyuan's aggrieved expression was like a wife abandoned by Qin Shimei. I didn't plan on going. A friend was in a bad mood, so I was keeping her company. Lin Baici explained. Is it this little girl? She's not bad looking. Jin Jiaoyi noticed the little tiger tooth. After all, on the basketball court, besides Lin Baici, there was only the girl with the tiger tooth. The others hadn't felt comfortable enough to go in and watch. For a dunking master like this, the basketball court was his wild territory. Is this height difference a bit too much? Zhu Daguan leaned over, took a glance, and gave a lewd chuckle. Lao Bai, you're quite ruthless. Going straight to the point. Zhu Daguan, don't talk nonsense. That's my friend. Lin Baici frowned. Usually, he didn't mind a bit of banter, but the girl with the tiger tooth had just lost her boyfriend, and saying things like that was too disrespectful to her. Zhu Daguan curled his lips. Lao Bai, your technique is too rough. It's really a waste of this body of yours. If you trained with me, you could make the top 3 in the NBA dunk contest. Fang Mingyuan was envious. He liked watching basketball videos in his spare time. And today he had accidentally stumbled upon this dunking video with the title shocking. College student dunking outclasses NBA professionals. He thought the title was too clickbaity and originally wanted to go into criticize and bash it a bit. But he didn't expect to see Lin Baici. And it was a spectacular performance at that. This video is quite stress-relieving. Send me the link. Jin Jiayu wanted to save it, just like watching rocks roll down from a height, smashing ice with stones, or cleaning stains with a high-pressure water gun. It always gave people a strange sense of pleasure. Zhang Jixu was a big mouth, and soon everyone knew that Lin Baici's dunking video had been secretly filmed by someone and posted online. After everyone watched it, they unanimously agreed that Lin Baici was the king of basketball for this year. And so, a few days after being dubbed the god of gamblers, Lin Baici earned the nickname King of Basketball, a purely complimentary term that made Fang Mingyuan incredibly envious. The long night was endless, and there was no desire to sleep. Lin Baici opened the Origin forum. In the main hall section, 6 out of 10 posts were about the Qin Palace Divine Ruins, all spreading rumors that many veteran hunter teams were coming to conquer the Qin Palace. Lin Baici searched for posts about the Bizan Divine Ruins, but there were very few, and they had little reading value. Afterward, he clicked into the help section. The post asking how to activate the urinal still has a bounty of 100,000, though a few more pictures have been added. Lin Baici is not short on money right now, so he plans to let it sit for a while longer. He wants to wait until it hits at least 300,000 before he cashes in. The post made by Praise the Sun has not been settled yet, but Lin Baici is in no rush. 30,000 is just pocket money to him nowadays. He wonders where Praise the Sun gets these images from. The next day, Lin Baici called Gu Qingxiang to say he was feeling unwell and asked for a day off. "Where do you feel unwell? Do you want me to accompany you to the hospital?" Gu Qingxiang asked, sounding worried. Lin Baici choked on his words, completely thrown off by Gu Qingxiang's reaction. "You just need to agree to the leave. What is this about accompanying me to the hospital? Is your counselor really that free?" However, Lin Baici was still grateful for Gu Qingxiang's concern. "It is nothing. I probably caught a cold from a cold shower. I have a headache and diarrhea, and my whole body feels awful. Little Lin, you have fallen too. You have even learned how to lie. Understood. Get some good rest and drink plenty of hot water." Gu Qingxiang instructed. Lin Baici hung up the phone and hailed a taxi directly to find Jin Yingxin. The Korean girl is leaving tomorrow, so he planned to spend the whole day with her today. Speaking of which, Gu Qingxiang is quite lucky. On the night the rule-based pollution broke out at the Bashu residential complex, she happened to be on duty and did not go back. Otherwise, his identity as a god hunter would have been exposed. The location Lin Baici arranged was the western suburb zoo. The park was huge, and Lin Baici and Jin Yingxin wandered around for the whole day. They left before closing time, and then went to Wangjiang Tower to have a meal of Anhui cuisine. Lin Baici did not know much about these things. He had asked Jin Jiayu for advice, and booked a restaurant with flavors that Jin Yingxin might like. After the meal, it was 7:30. Jin Yingxin drove fast all the way and dropped Lin Baici back at Haijing University of Science and Technology. "Do you have something to do today?" During dinner, Lin Baici noticed that Jin Yingxin was eating quite quickly. "You could have told me in advance. We could have rescheduled." "I am fine. Today is Friday, and your school is hosting a welcome gala, right? I do not want you to miss it," Jin Yingxin explained. Lin Baici did not know what to say. This little bit of concern from Jin Yingxin made him feel very warm inside. "Appa, go watch the gala. There will be the most students there today. Maybe you will see a girl you want to pursue." Jin Yingxin waved her small fist. "I believe that with Appa's charm, any girl will be easily captured by you. To be honest, I do not even know what kind of girl I like yet." Lin Baici did not have a concept of that in his mind yet. "Once you meet her, you will know." Jin Yingxin sighed inwardly. "Has Appa ever considered me?" However, there was one thing that made the Korean girl happy. Lin Baici did not take the opportunity to toy with her. Otherwise, if Lin Baici had just been a bit sweeter with his words, Jin Yingxin would have fallen for him long ago. "Go quickly. Do not be late for the gala," Jin Yingxin urged. Then be careful on your way back. Lin Baici got out of the car and walked about 10 steps when Jin Yingzhen chased after him with a bag. Jin Yingzhen ran over. A gift for you. After stuffing the bag into Lin Baici's hands, Jin Yingzhen reached out and hugged him. The bright lights at the school gate stretched the shadows of the two people very long. Some students entering the campus could not help but look over. After all, the open chest sweater and tight jeans perfectly highlighted Jin Yingzhen's figure. Appa, I am leaving, Jin Yingzhen waved. Meet a girl I like. Lin Baici muttered to himself. He checked the time. It was almost 8 o'clock. And the gala was about to start. So, he did not return to the dormitory and went straight to the playground. The temporary stage had already been set up. The freshmen were carrying their folding stools, sitting on the lawn by Major. Everyone had also received two glow sticks, one red and one blue. There were lights on the playground, but they were not very bright, and there were too many people. Lin Baici searched for 5 minutes before finally finding the spot for software engineering class 01 in the crowd on the west side. Just as Lin Baici was about to enter, someone called out to him. Lin Baici. Lin Baici was very familiar with this voice. It was Gu Qingxiang, counselor. Lin Baici turned around, saw Gu Qingxiang walking over, and smiled as he greeted her. In an occasion like this, the counselor would definitely be present, just in case something went wrong and she needed to handle it immediately. Are you feeling better? Gu Qingxiang observed Lin Baici's complexion, and then her gaze fell on the bag he was carrying. I am better. A friend sent me something, so I went to pick it up, Lin Baici explained. Take care of yourself and go watch the gala, Gu Qingxiang instructed. Damn, that is it. I thought the counselor was going to give you a lecture. Tell us. Where did you go to have fun after skipping class today? Ball King, hurry. Sit with us. As soon as Lin Baici arrived, everyone was greeting him and making space for him. But Lin Baici still sat down next to Hu Wenwu and Fang Mingyuan. There were no stools, so he sat directly on the ground. Lin Baici is so popular among the boys. They saw everyone talking to Lin Baici and felt that she would not be able to compete for the position of class monitor. Just accept fate. Ji Xinyan looked at the bag in Lin Baici's hand, although the light was dim and she could not see it clearly. Judging by the style, it should be Armani. Lin Baici is not the type to show off, so he probably does not know it is a luxury brand. Otherwise, he would not have brought it here. It must have been a gift from some girl. Ji Xinyan discovered that she had the potential to be a detective. At 8 o'clock, the welcome gala officially began, and a pair of male and female hosts walked onto the stage. Youth is invincible. Vitality soars. Our Haixing University of Science and Technology has once again welcomed a new generation of young talents. Our dreams set sail here, and our dreams blossom here. The female host delivered the opening remarks, although a bit cliché. Her gentle and clear tone made the words quite infectious. She is Mikin, the goddess of the School of Economics and Management. Damn, she is truly beautiful. Living up to her reputation, offstage, the students whispered among themselves. It wasn't just the boys, even the girls were discussing her, as their goal was to become a girl like Mikin. Who is that male host? He is quite handsome too, indeed. Being good-looking is an advantage. His speech and temperament are quite good. That is Zheng Haixuan from the School of Foreign Languages. Although Zheng Haixuan was only a freshman, he knew how to build hype. He had bought internet trolls and posted several threads on the campus forum. So, he already had some popularity. Lin Baici did not pay attention to Zheng Haixuan, but Mikin caught his eye. She wore a white cotton skirt that fell below her knees, flesh-colored stockings on her legs, and a pair of small leather shoes. Her upper body was clad in a slim fit, thin wool sweater with a stand-up collar, which perfectly accentuated the curves of her chest and waist. She had long hair tied into a bun at the back of her head, without any hair accessories. Her face was more of an oval shape. Though her chin was somewhat pointed, she was not tall, just over 1.6 meters. But her voice was very clear and resonant, showing she had plenty of breath support. Oh my, discovered a delicious dessert. It is truly sweet, the kind that will make your teeth fall out. All her assertive behavior and aura are just a facade, essentially. She is a soft-hearted girl. Everything she is doing now is her mother's wish. She wants to experience her own adventure, not a life planned out by others. I suggest eating her raw. Like salmon, you will taste a rare, natural sweetness. Be extremely careful. She has a highly fertile constitution. Lin Baici took a look. This Miss Mikan had great skin, and when she smiled, there were dimples on her cheeks, giving off the vibe of a neighborly older sister looking at a younger brother, or perhaps a virtuous wife waiting for her husband to return home at the door. In short, it could be summed up in one word. Damn, the senior sister's smile just melted my heart. Zhang Jixi sighed. He felt like he had fallen in love, but such a top-tier beauty was simply not someone he could pursue. Mine melted too. Melted into the shape of senior sister Mikan. Someone joked, teasing, "How about it? I didn't lie to you, did I?" Zhu Daoguan wanted to livestream. If he could film Mikan, he could harvest quite a bit of traffic. But he was standing too far away for everyone to see her clearly. And if he got too close, he might be dragged away by the security staff. Annoying. After the two hosts finished their opening remarks, it was time for the dean to speak. Whether he was in a hurry to go home or simply didn't want to dampen everyone's spirits, he spoke briefly, and the program began. There was singing, crosstalk, and a pipa solo. There was taekwondo sparring, magic shows, and ballet dancing. When 6 senior sisters in golden cheongsams danced to nobody on stage, someone in the audience whistled, and then the waves of cheers grew higher and higher. This was a song by a Korean girl group. It was quite old, but the effect was explosive, setting off the first climax of today's welcome gala. When the 6 senior sisters went off stage, the 2 hosts returned. Thanks to the 6 senior sisters from the School of Media for the wonderful performance. After Zheng Haixuan clapped a few times, he continued, "This year's freshmen have been special and extraordinary since the first day of school. During the military training report performance, they experienced a terrifying riot, but one freshman stood up and became everyone's hero. Now, let us invite this hero to the stage to present a program for us all." Zheng Haixuan began to clap. A look of astonishment appeared on Mikan's face. This was different from the scheduled program order, but her excellent ability to manage her expressions allowed her to keep smiling. She didn't take the bait, because she didn't know what Zheng Haixuan was trying to do. Chapter 128. Reaching the top as the newcomer king, the Lost Coast reappears. Zheng Haixuan wanted revenge. Relying on his father's connections, he had become the flag bearer. But who knew he would be unlucky enough to sprain his ankle, letting that Lin Baici pick up the slack. If it were just that, Zheng Haixuan would be angry at most. Not enough to seek revenge on Lin Baici, but as it happened, that kid had shot a mad dog with a flagpole during the military training report performance, and it had been filmed by people from the TV station. Although the video was not broadcast on the news due to social impact and concerns for the reputation of Haijing University of Science and Technology, someone had posted it online. Lin Baici became famous in one shot at school, becoming the hottest freshman on the campus forum. Zheng Haixuan felt that this should have been his honor, but it was all snatched up by that Lin Baici. Thinking about how he had been interviewed by reporters, received scholarships, won a Brave Deed award, and joined the student union and the party, he was so angry he could vomit blood. He had been holding it in for so many days, just waiting for this opportunity to smear Lin Baici's reputation. Zheng Haixuan had arranged for a crony to keep an eye on software engineering class 01. And once he confirmed Lin Baici was there, he began to execute his plan. That was to force Lin Baici to perform on stage. If Lin Baici didn't go on stage today, he would be a coward. A hollow shell with nothing but a pretty face. The trolls Zheng Haixuan hired would be able to tear him apart. If he did go on stage, it didn't matter, as long as he sang poorly. He could still be trashed in various ways. Zheng Haixuan had inquired about it. During the military training activities, this kid had sung, but it was terrible. As for the program order, how important could a welcome gala be? Didn't he see that the leaders weren't even there? It was only these students who were desperate for opportunities and wanted to build their resumes who would take it seriously. Furthermore, even if the school leaders asked, Zheng Haixuan could say he wanted to find a typical figure like Lin Baici to promote him and increase everyone's sense of belonging to Haijing University of Science and Technology. Not to mention, He still had his father's influence to fall back on. In short, in one word, today's plan is solid. Please welcome our hero, Lin Baici, to the stage. Jung Hae-xuan announced loudly. The few shills he had arranged immediately started clamoring and shouting in the crowd. Lin Baici, get on stage. Lin Baici, get on stage. The performance by the 6 senior sisters had heated up the atmosphere. So everyone was in high spirits and followed suit, joining in the chants. Old bye. The host is calling you to perform. Go on, Liu urged, feeling ecstatic inside. Lin Baici was about to make a huge fool of himself today. Having lived in the same dormitory for nearly a month, Liu knew that Lin Baici likely had no special talents. If he went up there, he would definitely embarrass himself. Old bye. I will cover for you. Hurry up and slip away, Fang Mingyuan suggested. If this went south, he would definitely lose his chance at romance for the next 4 years. Old bye. Can you handle it? Hu Wenwu asked, worried. God of gamblers, go for it. Don't let them look down on you. Show them what you have got. And your position as the freshman king will be set in stone. Everyone move aside. My God, Lin is about to show off. Those in the software engineering department who knew Lin Baici were egging him on, though most of them did not realize the severity of the situation. Does this male host have a grudge against Lin Baici? Ji Xinyan frowned. Generally speaking, hosts would not put others on the spot. After inviting someone once and seeing they had no intention of coming up, they would immediately change the subject and continue with the program. But Jung Hae-xuan clearly had no such intention. Did Lin Baici steal his girlfriend? Pei Fei thought that was the most likely possibility. I thought he looked decent, but I did not expect him to be so shallow. Bai Zhou sighed with regret. Another target could be crossed off the list. To be a host at the orientation gala, one either had a background or real ability, regardless of which. They were worth getting to know. But if someone lacked depth, they would suffer a great loss sooner or later. Old bye, go up there. The chance to become famous in one battle has arrived. Su Dogwen incited him, as he was the type who loved to watch the chaos. A piece of rotten meat trying to smear you. I suggest roasting it and feeding it to the dogs. Lin Baici curled his lips. His eyesight was excellent, so he could see the smirk of a scheme successfully executed on Jung Hae-xuan's face. Trying to set me up? No way, hold this for me. Lin Baici stood up, handed his bat to Hu Wenwu, and walked toward the stage. Applaud, hurry. Zhu Daoguan incited the crowd so that Lin Baici would have no way to back out. Student Jung, I think that student Lin doesn't seem to want to come on stage. Shall we move on to the next program? Mikan suggested. Wait a little longer. Jung Hae-xuan glanced at Mikan, senior sister. Don't worry. If anything happens, I will take responsibility. Mikan's expression remained unchanged, but she felt disdain in her heart. Another guy who relies on his father to do whatever he wants. Superficial. Mikan gripped the microphone. The stage was sacred, and letting Jung Hae-xuan act like this was disrespectful to those who had worked hard to perform their acts earlier. Please everyone. Mikan wanted to take control of the situation, but suddenly, applause erupted from the northwest side of the stage. Then, she saw a young man with a fit, well-proportioned build and a height of about 1.9 meters walking over. When he reached the 3-meter-high stage, she did not even see him exert any effort. He simply stepped up in one go. His posture was dashing and effortless, carrying the charm of an ancient swordsman who kills a man every 10 steps and leaves no trace for 1,000 miles. He was wearing jeans, sneakers, and a hoodie, very ordinary attire, just like most other boys, but he exuded a sense of freshness and sunshine. Jung Hae-xuan was serving as the host today, dressed in a tuxedo with a white shirt, and even wearing makeup. Paired with his handsome features, he had the air of a young nobleman. But now, as this boy stepped onto the stage, he was immediately overshadowed. The difference in temperament was too great. Jung Hae-xuan's elegance was deliberately put on, while Lin Baici's was natural. Yes, and confident. He radiated a powerful sense of confidence from the inside out. How could Lin Baici not be confident? He had earned over 20 million in 2 months, became a god hunter, cleared to divine ruins, and purified 2 instances of rule pollution, let alone facing these ordinary students. Even if a god hunter were standing in front of him, he would not panic. Student Lin, are you going to perform? Mikin's question was very tactful. She did not ask what he was going to perform, but rather if he wanted to, giving Lin Baici a chance to step down gracefully. Hero Lin, what are you going to perform, singing, dancing, or a stand-up comedy routine? Jung Hae-xuan interjected, and after speaking, he shoved the microphone toward Lin Baici's mouth. Lin Baici wrinkled his nose and pushed the microphone away with his finger. He had no choice. It was splattered with Jung Hae-xuan's spit and smelled a bit foul. Senior sister, lend me your microphone. When Mikin heard this, she thought, good, this is someone who refuses to be taken advantage of. Furthermore, after seeing Lin Baici push away the microphone Jung Hae-xuan had shoved at him, she suddenly felt quite satisfied. In reality, her partner for the day was supposed to be a junior student. It was Jung Hae-xuan who had pushed him out. I look forward to student Lin's performance. Mikin handed her microphone to Lin Baici. Usually, Mikin was very careful about personal boundaries. She certainly would not let someone touch her fingers during a microphone handoff like this. But today, she did not care. Beyond the fact that Lin Baici had made a good first impression, she also wanted to annoy Jung Hae-xuan, because this guy had tried to shake her hand as soon as he came up, and after being rejected, he kept asking for her WeChat. It was too annoying. I just want to annoy him, however. Lin Baici took the bottom of the microphone, avoiding Mikin's fingers. This small detail made Mikin slightly surprised, and subsequently, her evaluation of Lin Baici rose even higher. Damn, the god of gamblers is awesome. He is actually picking up girls on stage. The male students from the software engineering major were stunned to see Lin Baici bypass the male host and ask Mikin for the microphone directly. Wasn't he being a bit too bold? What god of gamblers, from today on, address him as Brother Lin, the king of picking up girls. Zhang Jixu deliberately stiffened his face, acting like a clown, which made everyone burst into laughter. What does god of gamblers mean? Ji Xinyan asked out of curiosity. Lin Baici has an incredible memory. He can memorize the order of the cards. We've never won a single game against him. Zhang Jixu immediately scrambled to answer, acting like a lapdog. He couldn't help it. He liked girls with Ji Xinyan's style. Old Bai is also the king of basketball. Fang Mingyuan's tone was sour. Up until now, he hadn't even had a chance to play a game with Lin Baici. I know about that. Lin Baici's slam dunks are amazing. Pei Fei chimed in. With his height, he should be able to dunk. Is he like a gorilla? Is he as handsome as Rukawa Kid? Most of the girls didn't follow sports, so they didn't go to the playground and had no idea what Lin Baici had been up to. Someone posted a video of Old Bai dunking online. You guys should go check it out. Fang Mingyuan laughed heartily, taking the opportunity to promote the basketball clip. Search for it on Bilibili. What? Which jerk posted my class monitor's dunking video online? Ji Xinyan feigned anger. Isn't this just making it harder for the girls in our department to pursue him? Who wants to pursue him? I think it's you. He's definitely qualified to be the class monitor. The girls chattered away. Liu Yu felt like vomiting blood from frustration upon hearing these remarks. It seemed he wouldn't be able to become the class monitor. And as for the rest of you, why do you keep hyping up Lin Baici? Did he pay you? In reality, this was simply because Lin Baici was well-liked, kind, generous, and outstanding enough that everyone naturally wanted to hang out with him. Immediately, some girls took out their phones and started searching. What talent will student Lin be performing? Jung Hae-xuan was impatient. Singing. Lin Baici was concise. Which song? I'll help you find the accompaniment. Jung Hae-xuan thought to himself that this was a sure win. With that level of singing, he could get his internet trolls to tear him apart. No need. I have my own, on Lin Baici's phone. He already had the accompaniment for the Heart Sutra. The senior in charge of the audio equipment spent 2 minutes getting it ready. The light music began to play. Oh my god. Is Lin Baici going to sing the Heart Sutra? On the software engineering side, many girls cried out. They were all too familiar with this music, or rather, anyone who used Bilibili was familiar with it. After all, it was the latest viral hit, the #1 trending video. It's over. It's over. He's just parroting someone else's work now. I'm just worried he won't be able to pull it off and will end up losing face instead. Do you know how many people on Dian and Kwai Show have tried to imitate this video by Lin Dae Ren only to get roasted to a crisp and humiliate themselves? Exactly. Singing any random song would be better than this. This isn't something you can just sing, without being a high monk with decades of cultivation. How could anyone possibly capture that essence? The girls began to worry for Lin Baici. Those with quick reactions, like Ji Xinyan and Bai Zhao, froze the moment they heard someone mention the nickname Lin Ren. Holy crap! Lin Baici's surname is also Lin. It couldn't possibly be the same person, could it? Then, they heard Lin Baici begin to sing, Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva, behind the stage. Mikan looked at Lin Baici in astonishment. Why choose this song? Was he trying to ride the hype? But as Lin Baici opened his mouth and sang the first line of the scripture, the astonishment on her face turned into shock. And her cherry lips parted involuntarily. Oh my god. He is Lin Ren, Zheng Haixuan's face, which had been waiting to see Lin Baici make a fool of himself, turned dark instantly. Don't panic. It's just a technical adjustment. He only imitated the first line well. You want to make me look bad? That's impossible. Lin Baici activated the Sanskrit Buddha sound. The scripture flowed from his mouth like a clear, ringing spring, although there was slight distortion through the speakers. The sound quality was many times better than the video Lin Baici had posted, making the experience even more profound, ethereal, detached, pure, and at ease. Everyone felt as if they were seeing a temple nestled in a pine forest after a fresh rain in the empty mountains, freshly adorned, with the sound of bells drifting from the eaves and the melodic chanting of monks during evening prayers. The scripture echoed, the Zen atmosphere drifting and ethereal. My Buddha is merciful, saving all living beings. The atmosphere, which had been heated up by the 6 senior sisters in K-pop with their K-pop dance, cooled down rapidly. Everyone felt their hearts grow peaceful and their senses purified. In less than 30 seconds, the entire playground fell completely silent, with only the sound of Lin Baici chanting the Heart Sutra remaining. Gu Qingxiang stood at the back edge of the playground, staring at Lin Baici in a daze. What a pity. Now everyone knows he is Lin Ren. Gu Qingqiu felt a bit regretful. She couldn't keep this secret to herself anymore. The scripture lasted for over 4 minutes, and Lin Baici finished quickly. Thank you. After expressing his gratitude, Lin Baici walked to the back of the stage and handed the microphone to Mikan. Are you that Lin Ren from Bilibili? Mikan asked curiously. Lin Baici smiled slightly and turned to leave. He had to run. He didn't want to be bombarded with questions by his classmates. Mikan's slender fingers touched the microphone. It still held the warmth from Lin Baici. She turned her head and looked at Zheng Haixuan. Zheng Haixuan was already stunned. He knew he had lifted a rock only to drop it on his own feet. After this performance, Lin Baici wouldn't just be famous among the freshmen. He was going to cause a sensation throughout the entire school. Damn it! Am I the clown here? Mikan curled the corner of her lips and let out a soft chuckle. Why do I feel like something is missing? As Mikan walked toward the stage to continue hosting the evening gala, she finally realized what it was. That kid didn't ask for my WeChat. Given Mikan's appearance and popularity, any guy she encountered who had even a shred of courage would ask for her WeChat. But Lin Baici hadn't. A guy who dared to push aside the male host's microphone in front of all the freshmen, accepted a challenge, and sang a Buddhist scripture with such ease. How could he possibly be a coward? Is he not interested in me? Mikan smiled speechlessly. But as for you, man, you have certainly piqued my interest. Mikan did not know how sweet this involuntary smile of hers was. It immediately caused many boys in the audience to fall in love, only to be filled with anxiety and longing, because a senior like her was someone they could never hope to pursue in this lifetime. Oh my god, that is exactly the vibe. Lin Baici is definitely the legendary Lin the Glutton, no doubt about it. Pei Fei was full of shock. Lin Baici, how many more talents are you hiding from us? No matter who makes a move, hurry up and snatch Lin Baici. We absolutely cannot let those flashy, cheap vixens from other colleges get to him first. Only Zhouzi and Xinyan might stand a chance. Other girls definitely wouldn't be able to handle Lin Baici. Lin Baici is so outstanding. It puts so much pressure on us. The girls chattered away, whispering to each other. Lin Baici's videos are so popular. He must be making a lot of money, right? Why doesn't he take advantage of the hype and post more videos? Jojo didn't understand. Lin Baici didn't really study either. just living his life to the fullest every day. He was wasting all his time. He couldn't possibly dislike money, could he? I declare that from today on, Old Bai is God. Lin. No objections allowed, Zhang Jixu shouted out. With this performance, when did Lin Baici become the #1 person at Haijing University of Technology? Nonsense. It's today, with this. Let alone 4 years of courtship rights. Lin Baici's mating rights are secured. Everyone was filled with envy. September 24th, at night, a light breeze, a bright moon, sparse stars, and ain't dared to challenge him. Lin Baici took the stage, chanted scriptures to offer salvation, appearing as if the Buddha himself had descended. His skill stunned the audience. Everyone was convinced, and the applause was thunderous. September 24th, at night, a meteor came from the east. Lin Baici succeeded in one battle and was crowned the king of freshmen. Zhang Jixu was acting all serious and clowning around, making everyone burst into laughter. However, listening to the discussions around them, with everyone asking about Lin Baici's identity, they realized that their classmate had become a big celebrity. Zhou, do you have any regrets? Ji Xinyan looked at Bai Zhou and teased her. Not enough, Bai Zhou replied indifferently. Ji Xinyan gave a thumbs up, though it wasn't clear whether it was praise or sarcasm. Gu Qingxiang watched Lin Baici leave. The surprise on her face gradually faded, replaced by calmness. So you have a side like this too. In the School of Economics and Management, among the crowd, Zhu Qianan sat on a small stool at the end of the line. She was regretting it a little now. She should have sat in the front. She looked down at her phone. The recording had already ended. So she put on her headphones and clicked play. Far away from the sports field, two men stood, one in his 20s, the other in his 40s. They didn't use binoculars, but they still took in everything happening on the stage. Is this one of the targets? The young man curled his lip. This divine grace is nothing special. Black Shark 3 and Octopus Ball were likely taken out by Jia Hongyao. Although this Lin Baici recently survived the Palm Harbor ruins and solved the Mad Dog incident, it was probably because he clung to Jia Hongyao's coattails. Besides, when Black Shark 3 and the others died, he was just a student. The middle-aged man analyzed. Could the sister of Jia Hongmian be a fool? I think the item should be with her, the young man sneered. In the next 2 days, I will find an opportunity to interrogate this Lin Baici. Better not act rashly. Let's wait and see. The middle-aged man worried. Lin Baici might also be bait to lure us out. Lin Baici didn't know he was being watched. On his way back to the dormitory, he received a call from Jia Hongyao. Chapter 129. The Dragon and the Beautiful Little Lindsay. It's the weekend tomorrow. Do you have any plans? Through the phone, one could hear Jia Hongyao's energetic voice. Jin Yingxin was returning to Korea tomorrow, so Lin Baici didn't need to keep her company anymore. He had no interest in going shopping, buying things, or eating gourmet food alone. Then I'll take you to a great place tomorrow. Xia Hongyao boasted. You can start looking forward to it now. How great is it? Lin Baici laughed. I just hope we don't run into any god ruins this time. Don't worry. The place we're going to is in the city center. If a meteor were to fall, my sister would definitely be the first to lead the god hunters in. Jia Hongyao signaled that Lin Baici didn't need to panic. This time it was purely for enjoyment. The two chatted for a few moments, agreed on a time, and ended the call. Lin Baici returned to the dormitory and saw his newly bought Alienware laptop lying on the bed. Barely used. This won't do. Such an expensive computer shouldn't just be left to gather dust. Lin Baici started playing games. After playing for about an hour, the welcome gala ended, and his roommates returned. Holy crap, Old Bai. So you're the legendary Master Lin. As soon as Fang Mingyuan returned, he hugged Lin Baici. I begged for the MP3 format. Same here, I want it too. Zhang Jixu and his group, about 30 people, didn't go back to their dorms but came straight to 906. Since the room couldn't fit them all, they stood in the hallway. What, Master Lin? Lin Baici gave a bitter smile, not expecting so many people to have seen his scripture chanting video. Jin Jiayi fished a few coins out of his wallet and tossed them to Lin Baici. Come on, sing for $3 worth. Ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. Old Bai, how did you learn to chant scriptures so well? Do you have a monk in your family? Hu Wenwu was very curious. No, It's just a hobby. I listen to scriptures to calm my mind. And after hearing them enough, I just picked it up. Lin Baici shrugged his shoulders. Anyway, let's talk about something else. Talk about what? What does senior sister Mikan smell like? Zhu Daoguan chuckled. She smells like honey peaches. Lin Baici rubbed his nose. Her skin is really nice, better than Baijiu's. Everyone knew that Baijiu lived up to her name. She was incredibly fair, comparable to milk. Let's put it this way. If you guys want to find a sweet girl, a virtuous wife and a good mother, Mikan is definitely the one, Lin Baici commented. I'd like to, but among us in this major, apart from you and Jin Jiayui, no one is qualified to pursue Mikan. Fang Mengyuan knew his own worth. Everyone agreed with this statement, and even Zhu Daoguan didn't refute it. But Liu Yu didn't like hearing it. One shouldn't belittle oneself. Liu Yu thought to himself, once I become an official in the future, I won't even bother sleeping with someone like Mikan. I'll aim for at least an A-list celebrity. That's just a toad lusting after swan meat, someone retorted, making Liu Yu's expression uncomfortable. Old boy, have you ever thought about becoming an internet celebrity? I've seen your videos. They're very popular. Yeah, which company are you planning to sign with, Daoguan? Aren't you a streamer? Do you have any advice? Everyone was chattering away, not out of concern for Lin Baici's future, but because they wanted to understand the industry, as everyone wanted to be an internet celebrity these days. It was easy, free, and paid well. That's a long story. Zhu Daoguan didn't want to tell these people the truth, at least not easily. How could he talk without being treated to a big meal first? Want a free ride? Not a chance. But Zhu Daoguan noticed that Lin Baici had started playing games again and didn't care at all. Lin Baici's interest in being a content creator had long faded. Even if he were to do it, he would consult Hua Yuyu. She was a top-tier streamer on Shark platform, far more popular than Zhu Daoguan. The group chatted until the lights went out, their enthusiasm still high. Can you guys go to sleep? Liu Yu wasn't happy. When he went to wash up and use the restroom, he deliberately slammed the door, making a loud noise. What's wrong with this guy? Jealousy. Obviously, he can't stand seeing others do well. Although they hadn't been together for long, many people already disliked Liu Yu. He thought he was quite shrewd, but in reality, his emotions were written all over his face. Conversely, Zhu Daoguan was cheerful all day and had many friends. Everyone go to sleep. Let's talk another day. Lin Baici stood up and saw everyone off. Sleep? What sleep? Let's get hyped. Zhang Jixu shouted, but seeing that Lin Baici had no intention of chatting, he returned to his dorm as well. Lin Baici climbed into bed. He hadn't been lying there for even a quarter of an hour when Hua Yuyu sent a video call. He clicked accept. Xiao Bai, are you asleep? Not yet. In the video, Hua Yuyu had clearly just showered. She was wearing a yellow Pikachu pajama set. Her hair was up, and she was drinking milk. Want to go out and play tomorrow? I booked tickets for Disney. Hua Yuyu had been looking forward to this weekend for a long time. I have plans tomorrow. Lin Baici sat up. A girl. Hua Yuyu saw Lin Baici nod and pouted. All right then. Let's make plans for another day. Fang Mingyuan, Jin Jiayui, and Zhu Daoguan were exchanging glances. It's a girl. Zhu Daoguan mouthed the words, then stretched his neck, trying to peek at Lin Baici's phone. My roommates are going to sleep. It's not great for me to keep talking. Let's chat another day. Lin Baici didn't want to disturb the others. Then get some rest early. Bye-bye. Hua Yuyu hung up the video, wondering if she should rent an apartment outside of school for Lin Baici so they could chat at night whenever they wanted. Maybe they should just live together, then they could chat in person. Old boy, is that your girlfriend? Jin Jiayui was curious about what kind of girl Lin Baici liked. Lin Baici lay back down and rubbed his nose, even though the window was open. After his sense of smell had improved, the odor in the dorm remained terribly thick, especially those smelly feet of Zhu Daoguan. They were truly unbearable. She must be chasing you, right? Otherwise, why would she video call you late at night? Fang Mingyuan analyzed. In his view, if a girl wasn't interested, she would have brushed him off with the word showering long ago. Daoguan, what did that girl look like? Did you see? Jin Jiayui couldn't sleep. How about I go buy some beer? There were students in the dorm building who had started a small business. running a convenience store. They would go from room to room every night selling snacks, mostly instant noodles and sausages. I didn't see. Zhu Daguan blinked. But that voice was nice. And it sounded a bit familiar. You think so too? Jin Jiayu was excited, as if he had discovered a new continent. Does it sound a bit like Huoyuyu? It really does. Zhu Daguan was surprised, though he felt that she definitely couldn't be as cute and sweet as Huoyuyu. After all, My Little Fish is the best in the world. Saturday, 9:00 a.m. Jia Hongyao drove a jeep and picked up Lin Baici at the school gate to go to that good place she mentioned. Do you have a special fondness for this kind of car? Looking at the plane, unadorned green, Lin Baici couldn't bring himself to like it. I just drive whatever is available. Jia Hongyao wasn't a car enthusiast. These cars belong to the Bureau of Safety for public use, but they are rarely driven because, given their salaries, most of the staff can afford their own Mercedes or BMWs. The traffic in the city center is heavy, making it impossible to drive fast. Jia Hongyao drove for over an hour before reaching the south side of the city. This is an old district, which is evident from the low, dilapidated buildings. If the houses here were demolished, every household would be a multi-millionaire. However, given the current state of the real estate market, it is not easy to tear them down. Jia Hongyao drove the car onto a pedestrian street. There were quite a few pedestrians out shopping. There are over a dozen famous old restaurants on this street. Jia Hongyao parked the car and led Lin Baici on foot. The two walked for 15 minutes before turning into a narrow alley. Since it was daytime, the lights on the signs were not turned on. Lin Baici took a look. They were all small bars, dance halls, and similar establishments. Do you like rock music? There are a few underground music venues here. Bands that aren't qualified to perform on big stages often come here to play. Jia Hongyao led Lin Baici through several twists and turns before opening an iron door and walking inside. After passing through a dim, 30-meter-long corridor, they reached a downward staircase. Hanging on the staircase were some small, peanut-sized fairy lights. Are you planning to take me to conduct some underground deals? Lin Baici scanned the surrounding environment. He couldn't help but feel that this place was prone to criminal activity. After descending the stairs, they entered another 30-meter-long corridor with doors on both sides. Jia Hongyao walked up to one of the doors. Remember, it is this door. If you come here by yourself, don't go to the wrong one. After saying this, Jia Hongyao pushed the door open. Inside was yet another corridor. When they reached the end and opened the door, a jazz melody drifted into Lin Baici's ears. This was a bar. Burgle. Lin Baici felt a sense of hunger. Glass tables and sofas were scattered about. In the southwest corner, there was a small stage where a dwarf in a green suit was performing magic tricks. On the north side was a bar counter, where a bartender in a shirt and vest was meticulously mixing cocktails. This is my first time in a bar. Lin Baici looked around. There weren't many people, only about 20 or so. There were more men than women, and they were either drinking or chatting. Why do you sound a bit disappointed? Jia Hongyao was surprised. In the shows on TV, aren't there a lot of women in bars? White-collar workers, women looking for sugar daddies, or at least people you can strike up a conversation with or have a drink with. Lin Baici treated Jia Hongyao like one of the guys, so he didn't hold back and said whatever was on his mind. PFFT. Jia Hongyao couldn't help but laugh. She patted Lin Baici on the shoulder. Look at how pent up this kid is. I'm just curious. Lin Baici rolled his eyes. The kind of bars and nightclubs you're talking about are all over the place above ground. The one we're in is called Dragon and Beauty, and it's a place only god hunters know about. Jia Hongyao explained. Sometimes, when god hunters encounter problems they can't solve themselves, they post bounty missions here. If you accept a mission and complete it, you can collect a reward. This place also has the most cutting-edge news in the hunter circle, and it's also a place to buy or sell god-forbidden items. In short, just think of it as a place for hunters to exchange intelligence. Not everyone browses the Origin forum or trusts others online. After all, it's the internet. And if you get scammed, you wouldn't even be able to find the person to settle the score. But offline is different. The Bureau of Safety allows a place like this to exist. Lin Baici was surprised. Blocking is not as effective as diverting. Instead of letting god hunters gather in secret, it's better to keep them under our own noses. Jia Hongyao was clearly a regular here. As she led Lin Baici toward the bar, the bartender had already greeted them proactively. What would you like to drink? Jia Hongyao sat down. A soft drink, I suppose. Lin Baici followed Jia Hongyao's lead and sat sideways on a chair by the bar. He turned his head to look at the people in the bar. Are these all god hunters? 2 red heart cherries, please. Jia Hongyao signaled for Lin Baici to look at the old man in the booth at the 5 o'clock position. He isn't actually that old. It's caused by a rule contamination. He has offered a bounty of 10,000 meteor coins. As long as someone can purify the contamination on him and restore his youth, they can claim the money. Lin Baici looked over. The guy was so old he was hunched over, and his skin looked like the bark of an old tree, covered in sagging wrinkles. He was so ugly that one wouldn't want to look at him a second time. A poor soul whose life energy has been stolen. His body has become a sieve. No matter how much divine energy is injected, it cannot be replenished unless the god-forbidden item that is stealing his life energy is shattered. He is sustaining his life by consuming human blood. That woman over there is actually a man. It's also caused by a rule contamination. Jia Hongyao pursed her lips. You must be careful, otherwise, after you hook up, you'll be disgusted for the rest of your life. Lin Baici took a look. Oh my god, is she really that beautiful? A purple low-cut evening gown, paired with wavy reddish-brown long hair, made every glance she cast feel like an electric shock. Aside from her low intelligence, Jia Hongyao was definitely a top-tier beauty in terms of figure and appearance. But compared to this woman, she was completely overshadowed. Do not make contact. Do not make contact. Do not make contact, otherwise, you will also gradually become feminized, both physically and psychologically. The woman in the evening gown had keen senses. She turned her head, locked eyes with Lin Baici, and then raised her glass with a faint smile. Under normal circumstances, Lin Baici would have returned the smile out of politeness, but today, he didn't dare. Just kidding. He didn't want to turn into a woman. Your red heart cherries. The bartender served 2 drinks. A drink containing a small amount of divine energy, brewed using 2 types of fruit from the divine ruins. After special processing, it is free of contamination and safe to enjoy. Try this. The flavor is quite good. Jia Hongyao picked up a stemmed glass and took a sip of the pink beverage. Is this place using meteor coins? Lin Baici took a sip. It was sweet with a hint of tartness. And when the drink first touched the tip of his tongue, there seemed to be a sensation like a mild electric shock, leaving it slightly numb. Definitely. Jia Hongyao looked at Lin Baici. How does it feel, actually? I suggest you try the alcohol. The cocktails here are ones you won't find anywhere else outside. Pretty good. With the feast of the gluttonous god bestowed upon him, Lin Baici was immune to intoxication. Hongyao, how come I haven't seen you come to the bar lately? A feminine voice suddenly rang out, followed by the sound of high heels clicking against the floor. Click, click, click. Lin Baici did not see the person speaking, yet he still shivered slightly. An impulse erupted within his chest, causing his breathing to quicken just a little. Be careful. This is a woman who can make a man ejaculate just with the sound of her voice. The food god commented. A woman wearing a wine-red cheongsam with a hemline an inch above her knees and black hair pinned up at the back of her head walked over. She was not wearing stockings, and on her feet were a pair of red high heels. Shu Auntie, let me introduce you. This is Lin Baici, my buddy, a super impressive rookie, and a genius that my sister holds in high regard. This sentence from Jia Hongyao didn't just make Nangongshu look at Lin Baici. Everyone else sitting in the bar looked over as well. Jia Hongyao didn't have much of a sense of caution or secrecy, so everyone knew her sister was Jia Hongmian, or rather, because everyone knew her sister was the famous Jia Hongmian, she was actually safe. Xiaobai, this is Nangongshu, the proprietress of this dragon and beauty bar. You can just call her Shu Auntie. The high ponytail girl could call her Auntie, but Lin Baici wasn't that familiar with her, so he just called out, Proprietress. What? Do you think I'm too old to be your auntie? Nangongshu teased. At your age, you'd be considered old even if you were my sister. Lin Baici knew how to handle social pleasantries, and with his wallet bulging and his strength increasing, He was incredibly confident now, or rather, who wouldn't be confident with 10 million in their pocket? If Chang'e came down, he would even dare to ask her how much she cost. An old clam trying to stay fresh. I suggest using her to rinse your mouth after the grand feast. Nang Gongshu chuckled softly. This laughter made Lin Baici feel as if a cat was scratching at his heart. It was an unbearable itch. This proprietress was actually very beautiful, her entire being overflowing with a mature charm. And her figure looked thoroughly ripe at a glance. However, once people heard her voice, they rarely paid attention to her appearance, as they would be completely captivated by that tone. The three of them chatted for a few moments before Nang Gongshu looked at Jia Hongyao. Let's go upstairs. I recently found a little gadget that is quite interesting. What is it? Jia Hongyao was curious, but she looked at Lin Baici. She couldn't just leave her friend here. But taking Xiaobai to Shu Auntie's room didn't seem appropriate either. You go ahead. I'll drink by myself. Lin Baici figured that Nang Gongshu wanted to fish for some intelligence about Palm Harbor. After all, with Jia Hongyao's intelligence, she wouldn't even know if she were being interrogated. Drink whatever you want. Play whatever you want. Since it's your first time here, it's on the house. Nang Gongshu smiled slightly and led Jia Hongyao away. Because of the proprietress's relationship, the bartender was very enthusiastic toward Lin Baici. Would you like to try a Crimson Lover? It's our shop's signature. Though the alcohol content is a bit high, give me one. Lin Baici didn't care. If they can drink me under the table, I'll count it as my loss. What kind of quests do you have here? The bartender handed Lin Baici a menu. It updates once a week, and the ones further down are more difficult. Lin Baici flipped through it casually. The bar door opened again, and a young man walked in. He had come here by reputation, but who knew that after scanning the room, he would see Lin Baici sitting at the bar counter. No way. The little lamb delivered himself to my door. The young man was the member of the Lost Coast who had sized up Lin Baici outside the Haijing University of Technology playground yesterday. His name was Zhuangdu, and his code name was Mechanical Tuna. Zhuangdu pretended to be nonchalant, sat down next to Lin Baici, and snapped his fingers at the bartender. Give me a glass of your best cocktail. After Zhuangdu finished speaking, he took out a metallic-colored spinning top and began to spin it on the table. So, little lamb, how should I prepare you now? Chapter 130, The Dream Top. The atmosphere in the bar was too comfortable. Lin Baici wasn't interested in drinking, or rather, he had never really drunk before and didn't know how to appreciate it. So, other than the task menu in his hand that still held some appeal, he couldn't find the joy in visiting a bar. Perhaps it was also because there were too few beauties. Gurgle. Lin Baici hadn't even looked at many tasks when his stomach suddenly growled, and a sense of hunger emerged. A takeaway delivered to your door. Start eating, start eating. The food god must be referring to the young man sitting next to him. Lin Baici had originally just glanced over casually, but when his gaze landed on the spinning top on the bar counter, he couldn't move his eyes away no matter what. Whoosh! Lin Baici felt dizzy, as if he were drunk. His vision blurred, and he felt incredibly sleepy. By the time he opened his eyes again, everything before him had changed. Take it down, fight to the death, fight to the death, fight to the death. Roars like a mountain collapsing and a sea churning came from all directions. Lin Baici looked up and saw that he was standing in an arena. The trapezoidal stands on all sides were packed with spectators, all of them roaring crazily, venting their excess energy. They wanted to see a fight to the death. Am I a gladiator? Lin Baici looked down and saw that he was only wearing a pair of trunks, holding a shield in his left hand and a Roman short sword in his right. The marble-paved floor was pitted and uneven, covered in congealed dark red blood and scraps of mangled flesh. Lin Baici even spotted a severed ear, with a group of ants hauling it, trying to drag it back to their nest. Clatter. The sound of chains rattling echoed. On the wall of the Colosseum, a wooden gate swung open, and a 3-meter-tall orc stepped out. It had sharp fangs and green skin that looked as if it had been coated in paint. It held a massive steel mace, which was also covered in bloodstains and bits of flesh. Human, kneel and submit, and I shall spare your life. The orc roared. Rule contamination. Lin Baici frowned. After entering the bar, he hadn't provoked anyone. The only things he had touched were the drinks and the task menu. given Jia Hongyao's reputation and the proprietress's standing. No one should be targeting him. That left only the young man who had just sat down next to him. It must be that spinning top. Lin Baici held his short sword in his right hand and sliced his arm. The pain was sharp and clear. It seemed that self-harm was not the way to leave this place. If that was the case, was the only remaining option to kill this orc, human. The orc was about to continue its proclamation, but it saw the human begin to charge. His momentum as wild as an enraged bull. What is going on? Zhuangdu was shocked. Is this guy a brainless brute? Why is he starting a fight the moment he arrives? Most people, upon seeing such a terrifying orc, would try their best to avoid combat. Zhuangdu's top was named Dreamscape. Once it began to spin, it could pull anyone who stared at it directly into a dream. Afterward, Zhuangdu could manipulate the dream to obtain the information he desired. This was the first layer of the dream, a classical coliseum. If the enemy was intimidated by the orc gladiator and dared not attack, choosing instead to submit even if it were a feigned attempt to stall for time, they would be compelled by the rules to obey the orc's commands. If the orc ordered its opponent to commit suicide, the opponent would comply. However, most of the time, Zhuangdu only had the orc ask for valuable information. This was because, in the first layer of the dream, there was a high probability of the trapped person waking up, especially those with strong willpower, who could easily detect anomalies. Commands like suicide went against human instinct and were only effective on ordinary people. It was not easy to kill a god hunter that way. Lin Baici held his shield in his left hand, tucked against his ribs at an angle, and slammed it hard into the orc. The orc stumbled from the impact. The next instant, Lin Baici's short sword struck like a viper, stabbing toward the orc's kidney. This is bad. This guy's willpower is too strong. Zhuangdu frowned deeply. He had no choice but to manifest the backpack onto Lin Baici's back. Although he didn't know what was in the backpack, he could guess that it definitely contained God-forbidden items. While giving the opponent the backpack would increase their combat effectiveness, if he didn't, someone with such strong willpower would quickly realize this was a fake dream and easily break free from the rule contamination. However, Zhuangdu was not afraid. He still had the deeper second layer of the dream. Swish, swish, swish. Lin Baici slashed 3 times in succession, all landing on the orc's body. But the creature's hide was too thick, and he failed to break through its defense. The orc bellowed, swinging its mace as easily as if it were wielding a chopstick. Seeing that he couldn't dodge, Lin Baici had no choice but to block with his shield. Lin Baici was sent flying. Human, submit to me, the orc roared. After rolling a few times, Lin Baici stood up. He felt something extra on his back, and when he looked back, he saw his own backpack. It wasn't there just a moment ago, was it? Lin Baici took off the backpack and pulled out the black alms bowl. Eat porridge. Eat porridge. Lin Baici opened the grain storage and took out the bronze sword and the pine torch. Holy crap! A spatial god-forbidden item. Zhuangdu's eyes bulged, and he was instantly overjoyed. I've hit the jackpot! I've hit the jackpot! He hadn't expected a newcomer to have such top-tier equipment. It must have been given to him by that Jia Hongyao, right? Damn it. As expected. If a man is handsome, women will throw themselves at him. Thinking of this, Zhuangdu became even more irritated. He decided that after he tortured the guy for valuable information, he would erase his consciousness and turn him into an idiot. But today, I deserve to get rich. This is a spatial god-forbidden item. It is priceless and rare. Thank you, brother. Zhuangdu was bubbling with delight. Are you only capable of standing there and shouting? Lin Baici was speechless. Seeing that the orc kept asking him to submit without any intention of attacking, Lin Baici couldn't wait any longer and charged directly. Brute! Zhuangdu felt that this young man had no brain, but the next moment, when the torch struck the orc and set it ablaze, Zhuangdu finally understood why the man was so reckless. This god-forbidden item was also top tier. Anything ignited by it could not be extinguished. In the first layer of the dream, Zhuangdu could not influence the laws of physics. In other words, he could choose whether or not to give Lin Baici the backpack. But once Lin Baici began using the king's sword, dragon tooth, and the pine torch, Zhuangdu could not artificially weaken their power. The orc died, burning into a pile of ashes. Zhuangdu had anticipated this. So, he flicked his finger, tapping the top spinning on the bar counter. The top spun even faster. The second layer of the dream descends. The environment surrounding Lin Baici changed. At this moment, he was riding a pure white warhorse, wearing a magnificent military uniform, following an army as they marched into the city gates. His warhorse was also clad in heavy armor and adorned with ribbons, looking incredibly majestic. The army entered the city. Citizens on both sides of the street cheered, tossing fruits, pastries, ribbons, and embroidered balls toward the soldiers. Some bold women even openly declared their love. This was a legion returning in triumph after crushing the enemy forces, and Lin Baici, the son of the king, was the supreme commander of this legion. Your Highness, I love you, Your Highness. Please allow me to kiss your boots. Please drink fine wine. Please taste the beauties. The citizens cheered. From time to time, bold girls would run up to Lin Baici's warhorse to fawn over him, some even kneeling on the ground to kiss the earth where his horse had just trodden. Zhuangdu gasped. Why does something feel wrong? Usually, when people encounter such a grand welcoming ceremony, they would have already gotten carried away. So why is this Lin Baici completely indifferent? In the past, some trapped individuals couldn't even wait to return to the castle before dismounting to start an orgy with the beauties. Could this kid know that this is a dream? Zhuangdu was suspicious. Others had realized it before, but at least they had entered the castle and been questioned by the king first. He had never seen someone react as quickly as today. Perhaps I am just overthinking it. Zhuangdu warned himself not to panic. Lin Baici entered the castle, and what followed was a grand welcoming banquet. Nobles dressed in gorgeous attire surrounded Lin Baici to fawn over him, spouting endless flattery as if it cost nothing. The noble women and young maidens kept flirting, casting amorous glances his way. Mellow wine, beautiful women, and countless praises were the sharpest bone-scraping knives, capable of turning a hero into withered bones. Zhuangdu had seen too many men lost in this, but today's subject remained unmoved, as if he were watching a group of fools perform. Could this guy really be an enlightened monk, devoid of all desires? The dream continued. The old king appeared. Clatter. Everyone knelt down. Zhuangdu saw that Lin Baici did not kneel and instantly became nervous. Just as he was hesitating whether to directly trigger the third layer of the dream, the young man knelt on one knee. This made him heave a sigh of relief. His willpower is stronger than the average god hunter, but that is all. Zhuangdu evaluated. My son, your bravery and virtuous reputation have spread across the entire continent. As long as you answer the next 3 questions to my satisfaction, I will pass the throne to you. As the old king spoke, he took the crown off his head and placed it within Lin Baici's reach. New king, new king, new king. It was not just the nobles cheering, even outside the castle. It seemed as if tens of thousands of citizens were shouting, looking forward to the new king's ascension. The first question, who killed Black Shark 3 and Octopus Ball? The old king asked. Zhuangdu pricked up his ears. Jiao Hongyao. Lin Baici answered without the slightest hesitation. Zhuangdu nodded. This answer was consistent with their deductions. What is the biggest secret you possess? And what is the most valuable thing you have? The old king asked the second question. I actually have 2 stomachs. And the most valuable thing I have is my stomach. I can digest anything. Lin Baici still answered very quickly. 2 stomachs. Zhuangdu was a bit bewildered. But precisely because of that, he believed it, as he had heard that a very small number of god hunters were indeed no longer in human form. The last question, are you willing to be loyal to me? The old king's expression was serious. As long as you are willing to be loyal to me, then this throne and this country shall be yours. As the old king spoke, he even pushed the crown forward, making a gesture to place it on Lin Baici's head. Zhuangdu also revealed a smile. As long as Lin Baici answered that he was willing, he would be like a fish on a chopping block under the influence of the rules, ready to be manipulated at will. Lin Baici said one word, then suddenly rose and lunged forward. Squelch! He drew the sword at his waist and plunged it into the old king's heart. And willing. After Lin Baici finished speaking, he twisted the sword hard with his right hand, shredding the old king's heart, and then kicked him in the stomach. The old king was sent flying. Lin Baici flicked his sword. Swish! The blood on the blade sprayed out. He committed regicide. A noble woman was so frightened that her face turned pale. She stood up to run. But before she could take 2 steps, Lin Baici threw his sword, piercing her back and pinning her to the ground. Zhuangdu was dumbfounded. What was going on? Did this guy not fall into the dream? Otherwise, why would he refuse when he could ascend the throne just by agreeing? Is he sick, or perhaps severely ill? The things I want, I will take for myself. I don't need you to give them to me. Lin Baici's gaze was icy. After sweeping his eyes over the noble guests, he looked at the old king. Someone, take him to the guillotine and hang him. Zhuangdu was stunned. A traitor. This guy is definitely a traitor. This is no longer just having a rebellious bone at the back of his head. His entire body is made of rebellious bones. Damn it. Zhuangdu felt that this young man was a ruthless person. He had dealt with no fewer than 800, if not 1,000, people using his dream-spinning top. And this guy was the only one who had committed regicide. However, this guy is also extremely tough in his bones. To actually dare to commit regicide and kill a king, Zhuangdu felt that if one provoked such an enemy, it was better to kill him once and for all. Otherwise, he would be a great threat. Fortunately, as long as he didn't realize this was a dream, he still had a chance to turn the tables. Zhuangdu flicked his finger and spun the top again. The top spun even faster. Lin Baici opened his eyes and found himself appearing in a cathedral. He was wearing holy white robes, holding a codex in his left hand and a short sword in his right. Before him, a dense crowd of people knelt. "O Divine One, please answer the prayers of your people." These people were kowtowing and praying, their expressions filled with piety. Damn it. Is this ever going to end? Lin Baici was annoyed. Just go die. Boom boom. Thick bolts of lightning descended from thin air, instantly reducing these believers to ashes. Zhuangdu was completely dumbfounded. No, wait. Your believers are asking for help. Shouldn't you at least listen to their requests? And you just went and killed them right off the bat, according to the rules. As long as Lin Baici responded to the believers' prayers, he would be influenced by the rules. Generally speaking, after an ordinary person becomes a high and mighty deity, they would surely want to enjoy it, to relish the feeling of invincible divine power. But Lin Baici it is confirmed. This guy is seriously messed up. Zhuangdu was truly beyond tears. His whole body felt numb. This guy doesn't play by the rules. What can I do? I am also in despair, to be honest. Zhuangdu felt a little regretful. He shouldn't have acted so rashly. But since he had already made his move, there was no room for turning back. Just as Zhuangdu was about to continue, he suddenly sensed something was wrong. He hurriedly withdrew from the god's eye view of the dreamscape and returned to reality, only to see a bronze sword slashing down. Swish. Zhuangdu didn't even have time to grab the dream top. He could only dodge. The bronze sword struck the bar counter. This sound caused the others in the bar to look over. "You two, fighting is not allowed here." The bartender frowned deeply. Lin Baici ignored the bartender and stared at Zhuangdu. "You seem to be having a lot of fun." While speaking, Lin Baici draped his kasayo over his shoulders. "When did you discover that you were in a dream?" Zhuangdu glanced at the bar counter. The dream top was still spinning, but it was completely useless now. This guy's mental willpower was actually strong enough to forcibly break free from the dream. "When I entered the Colosseum. By the way, can I ask a question? How do I get out of there?" Lin Baici felt those believers were annoying. After calling down the lightning, he had stepped out of the dreamscape, then quickly drew his sword to kill this Zhuangdu. Zhuangdu did not answer, a bitter smile forming in his heart. Damn it. So the king's 3 questions. Those 3 answers of his were just toying with people. Looking at it now, it is very likely that Black Shark 3 was killed by this kid. "You bastard. Do you know what place this is?" The dwarf performing magic on the stage leaped over several times and rushed over, glaring at Zhuangdu. Because this guy was the one who started the trouble, the people in the bar also started watching the show. Zhuangdu wanted to leave, but the dream top was still on the table, which was a problem. "Are you a member of the Lost Coast?" Lin Baici did not go to pick it up immediately because he didn't know if this thing was dangerous. As for not attacking this guy further, he was waiting for Xiao Hongyao to come down. He wanted to see if he could capture the opponent alive. Lost Coast. Everyone frowned upon hearing this name. In this world, There are always people with evil personalities who are born destroyers. And the Lost Coast is a team composed of such god hunters. In a word, they do no good, commit every evil, and do whatever they please. Zhuangdu suddenly lunged at the bar, wanting to snatch back the dream top. But the dwarf catapulted himself and collided with him. And the bartender also threw a bottle of liquor. There was no need for Lin Baici to act at all. At the Dragon and Beauty Bar, protecting the guests is the staff's duty. The three of them collided and flew backward. Zhuangdu knew he couldn't get the dream top back, cursed his bad luck, and prepared to leave. But a muscular Buddha blocked his path. Amitabha. While the muscular Buddha chanted the Buddhist name, he threw out a Buddha's fist. The shadows of the fists were dense, saving all living beings. A small top that can induce hallucinations. After being activated by spinning, it can pull those who gaze at it into the dream it creates. The holder can observe the performance of the trapped person from a god's eye view. When the trapped person follows the flow of the environment to the end, they will be controlled by the holder, the food god commented. It has little effect on people with strong mental willpower. After hearing this, Lin Baici reached out and picked up the top. For ordinary people, this thing is a lethal weapon. If he were more evil, he could rewrite their cognition. Under the bombardment of the Buddha's fists, Zhuangdu was knocked away. Before he even hit the ground, a bronze sword flew out from Lin Baici's hand, heading straight for him. Swish! Zhuangdu used all his strength to avoid being killed instantly, but his left arm was severed and fell to the ground. Splash! Blood sprayed. Everyone was a bit stunned, subconsciously looking at Lin Baici. The bronze sword flew back. Lin Baici reached out and caught it. The muscular Buddha attacked again. This kid's divine taboo is so strong. What's his background? He came with Jia Hongyao. He must be a newcomer from the Zhuzhou Bureau of Investigation. Right, the guests whispered, shocked by Lin Baici's performance. Chapter 131, The Crazy Maid. The bar was noisy and boisterous. The 20 or so guests were not afraid. Instead, they watched with great interest, as if they were watching a circus. The dwarf magician and the bartender saw the muscular Buddha beating the one-armed Zhuangdu and stopped attacking, mainly out of fear of being caught in the crossfire. After all, this muscular Buddha did not look like someone to be trifled with. Bang! Bang! Every punch from the muscular Buddha made a thunderous sound, as if it were emitting sound waves. Swish! Zhuangdu's jacket suddenly burst open, and 6 octopus-like metal tentacles popped out, half blocking and half attacking the muscular Buddha. Did you kill Black Shark 3 and Octopus Ball? Because of the 6 additional metal tentacles, Zhuangdu, despite having lost one arm, was still handling the situation with ease. Yet he was currently furious to the point of exploding. He had not expected that the other party, who had clearly been a god hunter for less than 2 months and was nothing more than a rookie, would possess so many top-tier godly taboo items. The Buddha statue in front of him, wearing nothing but shorts, alone exerted immense pressure on him. Not to mention that flying sword. Are you a member of Lost Coast? When Lin Baici heard those 2 words, he understood instantly. They had come for revenge. After all, there were quite a few survivors on that high-speed train that day. They probably did not believe that he had killed Black Shark 3. But since he was a god hunter, it was entirely possible that they had come to interrogate him for information or simply to kill him while they were at it. Good grief. No wonder they dared to start trouble at the Dragon and Beauty Bar. So they are the thugs from Lost Coast. Forget it. This kid is probably a newly joined member who doesn't know the reputation of this bar. Even if the leader of Lost Coast came here, he wouldn't dare to act so recklessly. Madam Boss, someone is trashing the place. The customers were not surprised at all when they heard about Zhuangdu's background. Some people, once they gain power, start to believe they are the heavens and the law, becoming lawless and acting solely on their own whims. Laws and morality could no longer restrain them. Members of Lost Coast were all of this ilk, which was why their reputation was poor even within the circle of god hunters. Where are your companions? Lin Baici looked around. The bartender glanced at Lin Baici. This guy was also clever. If he had asked whether the other party had companions, the opponent would have said no. But by asking it this way, he was implying that he already had companions, trying to trick him into revealing information. Sure enough, Zhuangdu fell for it. Of course. They are lying in ambush, ready to kill you. Zhuangdu's 6 mechanical tentacles were still useful, temporarily blocking the attacks of the muscular Buddha. Lin Baici toyed with the dream-spinning top, wondering if he should use this thing to extract information. Little Lin Jiahongyao hurried down. Seeing the muscular Buddha fighting with a young man, she didn't say a word, pulled out her short blade, and charged into the fray. Stop, all of you, the Madam Boss scolded, because she was walking too fast. Her red high heels clicked rhythmically against the floor. The bartender immediately ran over to report what had happened to the Madam Boss. How insolent! Even if your leader, Black Sea God, came here in person, he wouldn't dare to run wild in my bar. The Madam Boss stared at Zhuangdu. Stop immediately, or don't blame me for being impolite. Lin Baici curled his lips when he heard this. What is this? Judging by her tone, it seemed that as long as this guy disarmed, she intended to spare his life. Lin Baici did not want to argue about such trivial matters later, so he decided not to take any prisoners and went straight for the kill. Lin Baici threw the flying sword. I don't care who is talking here. Since you provoked me, you all have to die. Whoosh! Dragon Tooth shot out, carrying a flash of bronze light, piercing straight toward Zhuangdu. The Madam Boss glanced at Lin Baici when she saw this. This sword was quite formidable, but the young man himself was even more ruthless. He was the type to repay every grievance and possessed a tough personality. With Jiahongyao joining the battle, Zhuangdu, who was already missing an arm, found it even harder to cope. Now, seeing the flying sword shooting toward him, he dodged the attack with all his might, but before he could even feel relieved, a whistling sound echoed in his ears. The next instant, a flying stone struck, shattering half of Zhuangdu's head. Blood and brains splattered out, staining the table and the floor in a scarlet mess. Zhuangdu's corpse collapsed to the ground. Damn, what just happened? Is it a divine grace? Not sure. It seems like that kid did it. Damn, his combat power is fierce. The customers here had all seen hundreds of dead people, so seeing Zhuangdu get his head blown off was like watching an ant get crushed. Their emotions remained completely calm. What surprised them was Lin Baici's combat prowess. Even if this young man was a fringe figure in Lost Coast, he was still a member of Lost Coast. Yet, he had tried to ambush this boy, only to be seen through and lose his life in the process. Handsome, what's your name? The transgender person spoke in a sweet voice, batting their eyelashes at Lin Baici. Madam Boss, sorry for the mess. Lin Baici ignored them. He hadn't forgotten the gourmet's comment. If he came into contact with this person, he would be infected, and over time, he would turn into a woman. You won't even call me Auntie Shu. Nangongshu rolled her eyes at Lin Baici, looking incredibly charming. Lin Baici chuckled. He was feeling quite confident now. If the other party dared to criticize him, he would be ready to lash out. Hongyao, go check the body and see if there is any valuable loot. Jiahongyao took out her phone. I'll call the bureau to have them come and collect the body. No need. I'll arrange for someone to do it. After all, the incident happened in my bar. Nangongshu waved her hand, signaling the waitress to clean up the corpse, and then apologized to the onlookers. I apologize for the fright. All consumption in this hotel today is on the house. The Madam Boss is generous. The crowd cheered, and a few drunks immediately headed to the bar to order fine liquor. Lin Baici had no experience in looting corpses, so he left it to Jiahongyao. But the girl with the high ponytail only found about 20 meteor coins. There were also 3 credit cards and over 1,000 in cash in the wallet. The phone was an Apple. He would have to take it back and have the forensics department unlock it to see if there was any important information. Jiahongyao handed all the spoils to Lin Baici. Nangongshu snapped her fingers, and the bartender served 3 glasses of wine. Come, have a drink to calm your nerves. The Madam Boss pushed the glass toward Lin Baici. Your composure is much steadier than mine was back then, Jiahongyao said with envy. When she first started killing people, she hadn't been as calm as Lin Baici. If I killed this guy, what if they go after my family? Lin Baici frowned so deeply that he could have crushed a sea crab between his brows. He had killed the black shark-free duel last time without anyone seeing, but this time was different. However, if Lin Baici were given the choice again, he would still kill him. My sister already arranged for people to protect your mother. Jiahongyao said it casually. but it made Lin Baici pause. He then nodded and said, "Please thank Director Jia for me. Why be so formal? You are a newcomer my sister thinks highly of. How about it? Do you want to join the security bureau?" Jia Hongyao was full of anticipation. "Can I quit after joining?" Lin Baici considered Jia Hongyao a friend, so he did not hide his concerns. This Jia Hongyao did not know how to answer. Once one joined the security bureau, they would inevitably learn some secrets, so it was not easy to quit. "I am afraid of violating discipline or something. Paying a fine is a small matter, but the key is that everyone will be unhappy later." Lin Baici was worried about this. Jia Hongyao had her sister covering for her, but he had no one to look out for him. "Do not be afraid. I will cover for you." Jia Hongyao patted her chest, looking confident. Does Director Jia value little Lindsay that much? Nang Gongshu also followed Jia Hongyao and began calling him Little Lindsay with familiarities. "That is a must." My sister offered him the genius recruitment terms. Jia Hongyao was very proud because she was the first to notice Lin Baici, which showed that she had a unique eye for talent. The elegant and beautiful Nang Gongshu had a look of surprise on her face, her red lips forming an O shape. She had lost her composure, mainly because Jia Hongyao was famous throughout the God Hunter circle, and the number of young people she valued could be counted on one hand. Nang Gongshu had also heard of those genius recruitment terms. It took an average of 5 years for a newcomer worthy of them to appear. Lin Baici was conflicted. They had arranged for people to protect his mother, so this favor was quite significant. "If you are worried about your mother, you can post a quest to protect her," Nang Gongshu suggested. "Actually, you do not need to overthink it. Although Lost Coast has a terrible reputation, they would not go so far as to vent their anger on an ordinary person. After all, such things are too shameless and break a major taboo. Wiping out someone's entire family was an irreconcilable hatred, and anyone who did that would find it very difficult to survive in the God Hunter circle in the future, because no one would be willing to cooperate with such a person. How much does a protection quest like this usually cost? Better safe than sorry." Lin Baici was prepared to spend money to buy peace. 100 meteor coins per year. Nang Gongshu quoted a price. "Then please help me post a quest, Sister Shu." Lin Baici took 100 meteor coins from the black altar bowl and handed them to the proprietress. Nang Gongshu was a little surprised. "I could not tell. Are you a little tycoon? 100 meteor coins could be considered a small fortune." Lin Baici now super hated Lost Coast. "Damn it. Making me waste these meteor coins for nothing. Wouldn't it be better to use them to buy God-forbidden items?" But thinking about it, he had obtained a primordial god skeleton and a divine grace from Black Shark 3. And today he had gotten 26 meteor coins and a dream top from this young man. He was actually making a huge profit. "Little Lindsay, if you join the security bureau, someone will protect your family, so you will not have to worry," Jia Hongyao persuaded him. "Sorry, let me think about it some more." Lin Baici was actually a bit tempted. If not for himself, he had to think about his mother. Nang Gongshu was somewhat interested in Lin Baici and wanted to chat, but after only a few words, a middle-aged man pushed the door open and walked into the bar. "Oh, the second delivery has arrived." Lin Baici looked over immediately. A middle-aged man with an ordinary face, dressed casually like an office worker. Is this guy also from Lost Coast? Shen Fujiang sat down at the bar. "Give me a beer." After saying that, he scanned his surroundings, his gaze lingering on Nang Gongshu and Jia Hongyao for a few seconds. As for Lin Baici, "Just some small fry. What flavor would you like?" The bartender was very professional and did not give Shen Fujiang the most expensive one. "Craft beer is fine." Shen Fujiang lit a cigarette. "Has a young man about this tall with a crew cut been here?" Zhuangdu had heard that the proprietress of the Dragon and Beauty Bar was very beautiful and wanted to come and see her. Why hadn't he seen him? Did he go to the restroom? The bartender heard this and subconsciously looked at Lin Baici. Shen Fujiang was very alert and noticed this detail immediately. He knew Jia Hongyao and Lin Baici in his eyes. Jia Hongyao was the target. Even if Zhuangdu had been attacked, it should have been caused by Jia Hongyao. So why was the bartender looking at this boy? Could it be that he did something I do not know about? Shen Fujiang decided to stay put. After all, they did not know his identity yet, But at that moment, a sound of wind breaking erupted behind him. Whoosh! The muscle Buddha swung its iron fist. Shen Fujian tilted his head, his whole body sliding toward the ground like a loach and reappearing to the side. Not only did he dodge the muscle Buddha's attack, but he also made Lin Baici's flying sword miss its mark. Jiu Hongyao was stunned when she saw Lin Baici suddenly make a move. Then she realized, is the person he is looking for the one from just now? Nang Gongshu pinched the bridge of her nose, feeling a bit troubled. Little Lindsay, fighting is not allowed in my bar. She had not expected Lin Baici to act so decisively, but he was underestimating the people from Lost Coast too much. They were not that easy to kill. I will pay 10 times the compensation for anything broken. Lin Baici looked at Shen Fujian. I am definitely killing this guy today. This hunger god just bled 100 meteor coins. And if I do not get it back from this guy, I will not feel balanced. Nang Gongshu was slightly stunned. This young man was quite domineering and possessed real courage. Aunt Shu, these guys are bad people. Everyone has the right to punish them. Can you make an exception just this once? Jiu Hongyao pleaded. Make an exception. If I do, the reputation of my bar will be ruined. Nang Gongshu sighed, but she decided to stay out of it nonetheless. One was Jiu Hongmian's younger sister, and the other was a super rookie favored by Jiu Hongmian, a predicted dragon-level talent. Furthermore, he had just personally slaughtered a member of the Lost Coast. With such strength and boldness, Nang Gongshu had to think carefully. So-called rules were only meant for ordinary people. As for the two in front of her, they were clearly existences that could be accommodated. You killed Zhuang Du. Shen Fujian scrutinized Lin Baici. Damn it, he had misjudged him. He originally thought he was a small shrimp, but he didn't expect him to be a man-eating great white shark. Why ask so much? You're going to die anyway. Lin Baici held the dream top, preparing to spin it on the bar counter. The opponent knew about this divine taboo, so he would likely be on guard. Lin Baici wasn't counting on pulling him into a dream. He just wanted to distract him and give the red clay figurine a chance to launch a sneak attack. When Shen Fujian saw the dream top in Lin Baici's hand, he immediately looked away, simultaneously confirming that he was indeed the one who killed Zhuang Du, because only the one who killed him would have the qualification to loot the corpse and take the lion's share of the spoils. Madam Boss, they were the ones who started it. Shen Fujian wanted to ensure Nang Gongshu wouldn't intervene. But before the lady boss could speak, the bar door was pushed open once again. The person who entered this time was a maid. Master, shall we play a game? The maid smiled sweetly. She wasn't old, only about 15 or 16. She was short, petite, and flat-chested. She wore a black maid dress with a white apron. The hem of the skirt barely covered her bottom. On her legs were 2 white silk stockings, with a black lace garter on her left thigh, and she wore black leather shoes. Gurgle, Lin Baici's stomach growled, and a sense of hunger washed over him. Real contamination. Jiu Hongyao studied the maid. The maid was dragging a large suitcase, one big enough to fit her entire body inside. Lin Baici had assumed this maid was summoned by the middle-aged man, but the man himself now wore a cautious expression, as if facing a formidable enemy. This surprised Lin Baici. Humming a little tune, the maid walked to the center of the bar, opened the suitcase, and pulled out a rack over a meter tall. She set it upright and then took out a roulette wheel, placing it on top. The pupils of everyone present constricted. That rack and roulette wheel were much larger than the suitcase, yet they still fit inside, which meant this was a spatial type divine taboo, a top-tier item. Masters, shall we play a game? As she spoke, the maid grabbed the roulette wheel with her fair, petite hands and gave it a forceful spin. She wouldn't be that mad maid, would she? The dwarf magician's face was filled with shock and tension, which quickly turned into terror. Hongyao, what's going on? Lin Baici noticed that when the dwarf magician mentioned that name, the expressions of everyone present changed to a mix of shock and fear. Even the elegant lady boss wore a grim face. There are 7 great wonders in the God Hunter Circle, and one of them is the Mad Maid. Jiu Hongyao whispered an explanation. No one knows where this Mad Maid comes from. She appears suddenly and wants to play games with her masters. It's said that those who refuse to play with her, or those who can't make her happy, all die. Oh, and she only targets god hunters. These 7 great wonders were 7 types of rule contamination. Some people wanted to encounter them but couldn't, while others didn't want to encounter them but couldn't escape. There's a rumor that the 7 great wonders are all caused by gods. Nangongshu's face was unsightly. The mortality rate for this level of rule contamination was far too high. Little Lin, be extremely careful. This maid is very likely a god. Jiuhongyo covered her mouth with her hand and whispered a warning on her face. There was no fear or panic, but rather an eager excitement. If I purify this mad maid, I'll become famous overnight, and I won't be any worse than my older sister, the god. Lin Baici frowned, examining the maid. Her appearance was quite pretty, but her figure was average to flat. Not enough meat, and these white stockings, -10 points. Why are there so many deliveries today? Did you drink the foot-washing water of the goddess of luck? Let's start with a pre-meal warm-up. We're having a good meal today. Today's first little game is gourmet roulette. The maid hopped and skipped, smiling very cutely as she beckoned everyone to come forward and gather around the roulette wheel. Please come over, my masters. Don't try to run away. Okay, disobedient masters will have to be punished. As she spoke, the maid reached her right hand under her skirt. When she pulled it out, she was holding a baseball bat. There were dried blood stains on it. It seemed the maid didn't shy away from using this weapon to beat people. Is there any master who wants to go first? There will be a reward. You know, the maid blinked. She was wearing false eyelashes and colored contact lenses, which sparkled brilliantly under the bar lights. Chapter 130 to Master. Shall we play a game? Dragon and Beauty was an underground bar, so there was no natural light. It relied entirely on artificial lighting. Moreover, to create a relaxed and leisurely atmosphere, the lighting was dim. The 29 people present were all god hunters. Knowing that the rule contamination had begun to radiate, they realized that running away was useless. So they all adjusted their mindsets and actively prepared for battle. Of course, no one was stupid enough to go up first and test the waters. Not even for a reward. A game of gourmet roulette. Everyone must participate until 3 people have died, or until everyone has taken 3 turns, at which point the game ends. Lin Baici took a deep breath and prepared to raise his hand. Since there was no way to avoid it, he might as well be the first to participate. Perhaps he could even snag a reward. However, before he could speak, the crazed maid had already lost her patience. Since no one is volunteering, I will choose myself. The maid tapped her baseball bat against the ground in a rhythmic beat, her gaze sweeping across the crowd. Suddenly, she looked at Lin Baici. That handsome guy, you are the one. The maid raised her baseball bat and pointed it at Lin Baici. You are so handsome. Set an example for everyone. Swish, everyone looked over, and many people showed expressions of relief on their faces. Damn it, this is the first time I have realized that being ugly has its benefits, the old man muttered. Although he should be glad he was not chosen. Why did he feel like crying? Shen Fujiang chuckled to himself. Little Lin, can you handle it? Jiuhongyo was worried. After all, Lin Baici had not experienced as many rule-based pollutions as she had, and he lacked experience. How about I go first? This was one of the 7 great mysteries rumored in the God Hunter circle. It was extremely dangerous. Stay quiet. Lin Baici was speechless. With your D-rank intelligence, what kind of hero are you trying to play? Are you afraid of not dying fast enough? Nangongshu noticed that this young man looked calm, without the slightest hint of panic. This big heart. There is really no one else like him. Gourmet roulette. Let us begin. The maid looked at Lin Baici with a smile. Will you spin it yourself? Or should I help you? Let the maid do it for you. She will think you trust her and will subsequently go easy on you. You do it. Lin Baici smiled. I hope you can bring me some good luck, master. Are you flirting with me? The maid blinked her large eyes, looking completely innocent. Then, I will not be polite. As the maid spoke, she gave the roulette wheel a forceful spin. Whoosh! The roulette wheel began to spin rapidly like a car tire. On this circular roulette wheel with a radius of 1 meter, starting from the center, it was divided into 64 segments. Each segment had a type of gourmet food written on it. When it stops, the masters must eat the food the pointer lands on. And that counts as one round of the game. The maid introduced the rules of the game. What if we cannot eat it? The old man who had suffered premature aging from rule pollution asked a question. Everyone's expressions were also grave, because they saw that more than half of the gourmet foods written on the roulette wheel were quite hellish. For example, things like rice mixed with maggots or orange juice made from dead skin and toenails. That will not happen, the maid chuckled. I will help the masters force it down. The gourmet roulette slowly came to a stop. Everyone widened their eyes, looking at the segment the pointer was indicating. Congratulations, master. You have obtained a warty bullfrog. The maid crouched by her suitcase and pulled out a transparent jar. Inside the jar was a bullfrog the size of an adult's fist. This bullfrog was dark yellow, and its back was covered in bumps that would make anyone with trypophobia drop dead at a single glance. Is this thing poisonous? Xia Hongyao was worried. What Lin Baici had drawn was a warty bullfrog. Definitely, the maid nodded. But do not worry. This toxin will not kill you. It will just cause full body paralysis and make you grow flesh tumors for a lifetime. They should fade in a few months, though they will likely leave scars. And you call that not having to worry? Xia Hongyao turned to look at Lin Baici, feeling anxious. What should we do? Do not attempt to kill the maid, even if you all added together. You could not defeat her. Once you make a move, you will undoubtedly die. For a warty bullfrog, as long as you peel off the skin and remove the cocoon-like poison glands, it is non-toxic. But remember, when removing the poison glands, do not break them. You must first cut the gland duct, ligate it, and then quickly remove the poison gland. Nang Gongshu and the transgender person looked at Lin Baici's face and sighed inwardly, thinking it was a pity that he was about to be disfigured. Eat it. What is a little poisoning? It is better than being dead. The dwarf magician was ugly and did not care about his appearance. If you do not want to eat it, you can take out this maid, Shen Fujiang instigated. Little Lin, do not listen to him, the landlady advised. I have heard from others that this maid cannot be killed. That is right. She cannot be killed. Xia Hongyao nodded firmly, because her sister had encountered this crazed maid before. Do not waste time. Eat it raw immediately, the maid urged. Is it not too cruel to eat it while it is still alive? Can I process it a little bit? Lin Baici smiled slightly. I am the first one to go, so I should get some preferential treatment, right? The maid did not care. She was doing this for fun, not to kill people. Lin Baici took a pair of disposable gloves out of his black bronze bowl and put them on. Then, he reached into the transparent jar and grabbed a warty bullfrog. Damn it! The texture was truly disgusting. The bumps on the bullfrog's back were uneven, and the slime made the bullfrog slippery in Lin Baici's palm, almost causing him to lose his grip. He took the bullfrog out and used his bronze sword to quickly make a thin, horizontal cut above its mouth. Then, he grabbed it with his hand and tore it with force. A piece of bullfrog skin was torn off by Lin Baici, leaving only the pale pink flesh. The bullfrog was not dead yet, so its limbs were still kicking wildly. Lin Baici endured the nausea, cut open the bullfrog's belly, and found a cocoon-shaped organ. He saw a gland duct as thick as a yogurt straw. He felt it with his hand, found the end, pinched it, cut it with the bronze sword, tied it off, and then quickly removed the poison gland. After that, he scooped out the mass of internal organs. Everyone looked at Lin Baici, dumbfounded. Although his movements were not smooth or practiced, his hands were very steady, and his purpose was very clear, as if he had processed this kind of bullfrog before and knew exactly how to handle it. Lin Baici glanced at the maid. The maid met Lin Baici's gaze and smiled slightly, her large eyes, enhanced by colored contact lenses, sparkling brilliantly. The other party said nothing, so Lin Baici immediately took a bottle of mineral water from his black bronze bowl, and screwed the cap, and poured it over the bullfrog, rinsing away the mucus and fresh blood. Eat it. It is all natural and harmless. Its meat is rich in a hormone that can increase your testosterone. Lin Baici had initially felt a bit squeamish, but after hearing the god of gourmet say this, he picked up the bullfrog, brought it to his mouth, and began to gnaw on it. The taste is unexpectedly good. Do you guys want some? Lin Baici asked. Have you handled this kind of bullfrog before? Xia Hongyao asked curiously. No, but I have killed fish before. I figured the processing method would be about the same. If it were just Jia Hongyao, Lin Baici would have explained it to her. But since there were others around, he let it slide. Clap, clap. The maid clapped her hands, clearly satisfied with Lin Baici's performance. Who is next? The maid asked. Hongyao, you go. Lin Baici urged. Let her spin the wheel. Jia Hongyao trusted her friends implicitly, since Lin Baici told her to go. She did not hesitate at all. Seeing this, Nangongshu could not help but feel surprised to be able to earn such trust from Jia Hongmian's younger sister. It seemed this Lin Baici must have some extraordinary qualities. The maid spun the gourmet wheel. After more than 30 seconds, the wheel slowed down, and the pointer finally landed on a square labeled Monkey Peach. You are very lucky. You drew a fruit. The maid squatted down and took a transparent jar from her suitcase, inside of which sat a pink peach. What great luck. The others were envious. There surely could not be any problems with a peach. Jia Hongyao was very happy and raised her right hand toward Lin Baici. Come on. High five, Monkey Peach. Its flesh is sweet and delicious, quite tasty. However, if your skin comes into contact with the peach fuzz, it will cause unbearable itching, redness, and swelling. Furthermore, hair will grow out just like mold, and it will take several days to fall off. There are no lasting side effects. It is just quite uncomfortable while the hair is growing. Soaking the monkey peach in vinegar will quickly remove the fuzz. Jia Hongyao prepared to reach for the peach, but Lin Baici quickly stopped her. Lin Baici took out a pair of disposable gloves and handed them to Jia Hongyao. Put these on, you are quite cautious. The old man remarked with a sigh. This fruit looked fine, but who knew if there were any traps? Lin Baici kept many supplies in his black bronze bowl, including firewood, rice, oil, and salt. He took out a bag of vinegar and poured it into the bowl. Put the peach in here, Lin Baici instructed. Jia Hongyao followed his lead. After the peach was soaked in the vinegar, the fuzz on the skin quickly fell off. She took it out, rinsed it with mineral water, and began to eat. The taste is great. Jia Hongyao gave a thumbs up. The maid urged. This round of the game was called Gourmet Roulette. After the masters drew their food, they had to eat it. As for how they processed the delicacy, the maid did not care, as long as they did not discard more than 1/5 of it. Everyone was hesitant. They were not as reckless as Lin Baici and Jia Hongyao. The more god runes a god hunter had experienced, the more cautious they became. Auntie Shu, you should go as soon as possible, and let the maid spin the wheel for you, Lin Baici reminded her. Nangongshu clearly had some history with Jia Hongyao, and she was also a business owner, so she was worth helping. As for the others, everyone here was a god hunter. They might have their own trump cards. Nangongshu glanced at Lin Baici, and after only a moment of hesitation, she stepped forward. She chose to trust Lin Baici. This young man must possess some kind of god-forbidden item that allowed him to make the right decisions. This was evident from how he and Jia Hongyao had handled things. What Nangongshu drew was a plate of slimy, snot-like gelatinous delicacy. Sperm whale fat jelly. Heat it slightly before eating, otherwise, after consuming it, you will have a runny nose for several days, leading to an enlarged nose tip and uncomfortable nasal congestion. Nangongshu looked at Lin Baici, waiting for a food processing suggestion. I think it should be heated before eating. Lin Baici did not dare to use a tone of absolute certainty, otherwise, others might discover the truth. Nangongshu immediately followed his advice. Fourth person. Hearing the maid say this, everyone immediately looked at Lin Baici. Lin Baici remained silent. Handsome, can you help me take a look later? The transgender person winked at him. Sorry, I am just guessing based on my gut feeling. Lin Baici was unable to help. The old man stepped forward, and following Lin Baici's method, he let the maid spin the gourmet wheel, betting that this young man had predicted the key to this round. Although he did not know what it was, following his lead should be correct. The old man won his bet. His luck was excellent. He drew a piece of sashimi, which had the effect of regenerating tissue and invigorating blood circulation after being eaten. Fifth person. As soon as the maid finished speaking, 9 more people stepped forward, including Shen Fujiang from the Lost Coast. Oh my, you are all so eager. It makes things very difficult for me. The maid looked troubled. In previous games, the masters were all desperate to be the last ones to go, How about this? Rock, paper, scissors. Everyone knew that this change was brought about by Lin Baici. Following his process seemed very stable. And the earlier one went, the safer it should be. These people are not stupid, Lin Baici remarked to himself. Everyone played rock, paper, scissors to determine the order. The god of gourmet began to comment on the delicacies marked in each square on the wheel. Only 3 were lethal if eaten. Among the others, the most serious were paralysis, blindness, and deafness. The rest would only cause physical discomfort but were not fatal, as long as one's luck is not absolutely terrible, and they don't draw one of the 3 lethal delicacies. They can survive this round. After Lin Baici grasped this information, his demeanor became composed. But the others were not the same, because after eating the delicacies, all sorts of reactions began to appear. Either their skin became wrinkled, or their limbs shrank, looking extremely uncoordinated, or they started hiccuping incessantly. Shen Fujiang drew the warty bullfrog, laughed, and after glancing at Lin Baici, he mimicked his movements to process the frog. First, he peeled the skin, then ligated the blood vessel, removed the cocoon-like object, and finally gutted the internal organs. The taste is quite good. Shen Fujiang smacked his lips, held the frog leg, and gestured toward Lin Baici. Thank you for your help. Trying to have your cake and eat it too, are you? Jia Hongyao was angry. She rolled up her sleeves. Wanting to start a fight, Hongyao, Lin Baici called out to the girl with the high ponytail. The game has only just begun, don't be impatient. Seeing that Lin Baici was not angry, Shen Fujiang couldn't help but curse inwardly. Damn it, I misjudged him. How could someone who is so calm and collected be just an ordinary newcomer? Looking at his relationship with Jia Hongyao, he must be a talent cultivated by the Zhuzhou Security Bureau. The intelligence provided by the 9 Dragons Pavilion is problematic. Or rather, are they deliberately trying to sabotage Lost Coast? Shen Fujiang did this to make Lin Baici lose his composure and consequently make a mistake. Now that he saw he wasn't affected, he gave up. The gourmet roulette continued, and quite a few people had more or less run into some trouble. Relying on the God Eater's intelligence, Lin Baici, along with Jia Hongyao and Nanggong Shu, safely made it through the second round. When he saw Shen Fujiang receive a nut that looked similar to a walnut, he laughed. If you want to survive, you had better fight it out with that maid. Do you know what is wrong with this nut? Shen Fujiang frowned. That's right. Lin Baici nodded. What price must I pay for you to tell me the answer? Shen Fujiang asked. 1,000 meteor coins. Lin Baici quoted the price. How? Shen Fujiang sneered. Do you take me for a fool? Even if the other party took the money, they could still give a wrong answer. Crack! Shen Fujiang exerted force with his right hand, crushed the nut, and tossed the meat into his mouth. Crunch, crunch, it was quite hard. It's fine. Once you're dead, I can just scavenge your corpse anyway. Lin Baici smiled slightly. Your money will be mine sooner or later regardless. Everyone who heard this was shocked. This middle-aged man was clearly a core member of Lost Coast. Yet he wasn't intimidated in the slightest. He was truly damn tough. Shen Fujiang wanted to retort, but suddenly, he let out a long string of stinky farts, and then felt his pants get wet. He had defecated a pile of oil. Shen Fujiang's face turned ashen instantly. This kind of humiliation was more unbearable to him than being killed. How does it feel? Lin Baici asked with a smile. Shen Fujiang closed his eyes. After 3 rounds, the gourmet roulette ended. 2 people died. 1 was blinded, and besides Lin Baici, Xia Hongyao, and Nanggong Shu, there were 5 others who remained unaffected. Among them were the old man and the transgender person. Lin Baici did not know if it was due to their good luck or their means of self-preservation. As the first master to actively participate in the gourmet roulette, this young man, you will receive a coffee machine as a reward. The maid took a coffee machine out of her suitcase and handed it to Lin Baici. No matter what kind of coffee it is, as long as it is brewed through this, it will become very mellow and have the effect of rapidly replenishing energy. It is a man's favorite. A coffee machine radiated by divine remains. Drinking coffee brewed from it has the effect of slightly improving one's physique and replenishing divine energy. However, it is easy to become addicted, and drinking it for years on end will lead to frequent insomnia. making it impossible to fall asleep normally ever again. Handsome. Do you want to sell it? The old man asked for the price. He seemed to covet the energy replenishing effect. You should worry about staying alive first. The dwarf magician was speechless. Is this really the time to talk about such topics? If you are going to sell it, please save it for me, the old man pleaded. The price is negotiable. All right, let's talk later. Lin Baici felt he could keep it for now. When he was about to become addicted, he would sell it. Besides, since I have the pool of wine and forest of meat, it seems there is no need to replenish energy by drinking coffee. After the maid awarded the coffee machine to Lin Baici, she took 30 dartboards out of her suitcase and tossed them casually. They flew out and hovered in the air 30 meters away. On the dartboards, many grids were drawn, each marked with different scores, with the bullseye in the center having the highest score. Everyone. The second round of the game is a dart competition. The person with the highest score will receive a reward, and the 3 people with the lowest scores will be eliminated. The maid announced the rules. Everyone immediately looked at the unlucky blind person. There was no need to ask. He would definitely occupy one of those spots. What does elimination mean? The old man felt something was not right. Erased, the maid smiled slightly. If death is not used as a punishment, I don't think the masters would have enough fun. Chapter 133 Divine Taboo Item. Champion Darts. Thanks to the big boss Shinanani for the generous donation to the alliance leader. When everyone heard the word death, their expressions became grave. But they did not panic, because everyone was more or less mentally prepared. Once rule pollution occurs, one is either dead or crippled. Masters, come and collect your darts. The crazy maid held a plastic box in her left hand, filled with 10-centimeter long darts, just like the ones used in dart competitions. This kind of game is quite popular in bars abroad. The bartender was assigned 10 darts and weighed them in his hand. Are these darts all the same? Shen Fujiang was very cautious. He stared at the box in the maid's hand, and seeing her grab 10 darts at random to give to people, he felt slightly relieved. They are all the same. The maid gave a sweet smile and held out the box. Do you want to pick them yourself? Shen Fujiang did not stand on ceremony and picked 10. Seeing this, the others also wanted to pick their own. The darts are all the same. The person who gets the highest score will receive a reward. If several people have the same score, the one who reached that score first will receive the reward. Once 10 minutes have passed and you have not finished throwing your darts, you will not receive a reward even if you have the highest score. When a dart hits the dartboard, your body will feel pain. The higher the scoring area, the more intense the pain. The gluttonous god commented on this round of the game. Lin Baici raised an eyebrow. Some of the things the gluttonous god mentioned were hidden rules that the maid had not stated. Also, he did not know how painful this sensation would be, or if it could be fatal. The bullseye area of the dartboard is the most painful, but hitting this spot yields the highest score. When an area on the dartboard flashes red, do not shoot. Hitting it will cause extreme pain to your body. However, when it flashes with a golden light, you must hit it immediately to receive double points. Each flash of light lasts for 3 seconds. Lin Baici took a deep breath. Everyone is free to choose their own dartboard. The maid took out a flashlight-like device and turned it on. A beam of light appeared, stretching across the bar. Masters, no part of your body is allowed to cross this light beam. Not even by a millimeter, the maid reminded them. This light beam was the standard line. Everyone had to stand behind it to throw out the dartboard 30 meters away. All right. After the maid finished all the preparations, she clapped her hands, pulled a stopwatch from under her maid skirt, and clicked the timer button. Let the game begin. No one threw a dart. Instead, they all looked at Lin Baici. Because he had performed the best in the first round, everyone wanted to see what he would do. Furthermore, in this kind of game, no one was chasing rewards. Survival was the priority. Since you are so cocky and don't even take our lost coast seriously, why don't you take the first shot? Shen Fujiang teased. Don't fall for his provocation. Nang Gongshu glanced at Shen Fujiang. I will go first this time to scout the path for you all, as a way to repay the favor I owe you from the last round. No need, Lin Baici refused. Are you kidding me? I already know the rules of this dart game. Why would I need you to scout the path for me? However, Lin Baici was quite satisfied with Nangongshu's attitude. Lin Baici stood behind the light beam, held a dart between his thumb, index finger, and middle finger, squinted one eye, and threw it. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the dartboard. Just as the dart had traveled more than half the distance, a marble shot out from somewhere and hit the dart with a snap. The dart deflected. It hit the bullseye perfectly. Beautiful. Jia Hongyao cheered, even happier than if she had hit the bullseye herself. Everyone looked at Lin Baici in surprise. They were wondering if the marble that interfered with the dart's flight was part of the game itself, or if it was caused by Lin Baici's divine favor or divine relic. If it were the former, it meant that scoring in the dart competition would be very difficult. If it were the latter, then for some god hunters, it would be as easy as taking something out of their own pocket. But this guy is really confident. No wonder Xiao Hongmian and the landlady hold him in such high regard. His performance is indeed outstanding. Maid, he is cheating, Shen Fujiang shouted, pointing an accusing finger at Lin Baici. His reaction was super fast. There was only one possibility for Lin Baici to hit the bullseye. He had used a divine favor. Otherwise, how lucky would one have to be to hit the bullseye after being interfered with? Judging by Shen Fujiang's keen eyes, without that marble, it would have been a miracle if Lin Baici's dart had even stuck to the board. Lin Baici ignored these people and grabbed his left chest with his right hand. When that dart hit the bullseye, his heart felt as if it had been pierced by a bullet, and a sharp, intense pain suddenly surged through him. Lin Baici considered himself to have good endurance, but at this moment, his body began to tremble. Little Lin, what's wrong? Jia Hongyao noticed Lin Baici's abnormality and quickly supported him. Is there anything wrong with your body? The bartender asked. Everyone also looked at Lin Baici in unison, waiting for an answer. It hurts a lot, Lin Baici said. Then looked at Shen Fujiang. You say I'm cheating. Do you have any proof? Lin Baici now had a deeper understanding of the red clay figurine's archery. It could be summed up into words, invincible. This little clay figurine, about a foot long, was not only skilled with a slingshot, but it also had a near 100% hit rate for any form of long-range attack. It was truly outrageous. It's just a game. Just have fun. Why be so serious? The maid looked at the dart. Besides, isn't it normal for accidents to happen in a game? What about you all? Aren't you going to throw your darts? Regardless of whether it hurts or not, we have no choice. Hongyao, landlady, let's start quickly. Hearing the maid's words, Lin Baici thought to himself that he was safe for now. However, he didn't dare to be too arrogant, so he urged Jia Hongyao and the others to throw their darts quickly. As long as everyone started moving, the maid wouldn't focus solely on him, and he could use the red clay figurine as he pleased. Of course, Lin Baici didn't urge everyone. If he had said that, they might have become suspicious. But by only focusing on Jia Hongyao and Nangongshu, the others felt more at ease. Because according to common sense, things that people try to trick everyone into doing together are definitely not good. Seeing that Lin Baici had no major issues and was only in pain, Shen Fujiang felt it was nothing serious. So he also threw a dart. It hit the bullseye, and a sharp, piercing pain immediately erupted in his heart, causing Shen Fujiang to gasp and instinctively hunch over. It hurts. Don't wait any longer. Lin Baici looked at Jia Hongyao and Nangongshu. Do you to have confidence? He had already done them a favor, so he might as well see it through to the end. If the proprietress died here, he would be the one at a loss. I have no problem. Nangongshu was very confident. I have an 80% chance of hitting the bullseye every time. As long as Jia Hongyao didn't have to use her brain and only had to use her hands, she was still quite formidable. Then hurry up, Lin Baici reminded them. Pay attention to the others' scores. If anyone has a higher score than you, stop and wait for me to finish before I help you. Lin Baici saw the maid's gaze shift toward the others and immediately began throwing darts. Swish, thud, swish, thud. Lin Baici had wanted to throw them all quickly. After all, with the red clay golem, his aim was incredibly steady. But after throwing 2 darts, that bone-piercing pain forced him to stop. It was too unbearable. Lin Baici broke out in a cold sweat. The others were no better off. Damn it, why does it hurt so much? Hell, Is this the level of pain of being sliced by 1,000 cuts? I would rather give birth and endure the pain of labor than go through this. Everyone was clamoring, trying to use conversation to distract themselves from the pain. However, Shen Fujiang and the dwarf magician were exceptions. These two were very steady, and their ability to endure pain was stronger than the others. The dwarf magician was already throwing his 5th dart, but after Shen Fujiang threw 3 darts, he stopped and looked at Lin Baici. 10 darts per person. I just need to surpass this guy on the very last throw, Shen Fujiang calculated, glancing at the dwarf magician. What a fool! You're throwing so fast. Aren't you afraid of missing some key point? First place is mine. The dwarf magician was very happy. He often frequented major bars and had played this kind of dart game many times. It was his main way of venting his frustrations. When he threw his 6th dart, a section on the dartboard suddenly flashed with a golden light. The dwarf's hand paused. What should he do now? Aim for the bullseye, or aim for this golden area? With his dart skills, he could hit it. But he didn't know if the consequences of hitting it would be good or bad, which made him hesitate. He looked at Lin Baici, but before he could ask for an opinion, 3 seconds passed, and the golden light vanished. Damn it, the dwarf felt depressed, as if he had lost 10 million. Shen Fujiang sneered. Lin Baici continued. When he reached his 5th dart, a red area lit up on his board. Without a second thought, Lin Baici threw his dart. A marble shot out, striking the dart and causing it to land perfectly in the bullseye. Lin Baici cursed, putting on an expression of regret. It looked as if he had missed out on something huge by not hitting that red area. Is this guy acting? Shen Fujiang pondered. What does this red area represent? The dwarf asked with a pious attitude, seeking advice from Lin Baici. I don't know. Lin Baici wasn't about to tell him. In any case, he had already instructed the red clay golem to pay attention and ensure that Jia Hongyao and Nangongshu wouldn't hit that area. Nangongshu had wanted to ask, but after seeing the look Lin Baici gave her, she understood immediately. Another favor owed. Proprietress, for areas like this, maybe if we hit them with a dart, we'll be severely injured or die. So I think it's better to play it safe. The dwarf looked at Nangongshu and offered his suggestion. That's true. Jia Hongyao nodded. This was the safest approach. Safe your head. Nangongshu was speechless. The dwarf seemed to be speaking to her, but in reality, he was hinting to the others. Because if everyone played it safe, the dwarf, having hit the bullseye with all 10 darts, would definitely be the one with the highest score. However, this guy was a bit stupid. He should have waited until everyone else had finished and then suddenly overtaken them at the end, rather than creating such a large gap right now. Shen Fujiang sneered and shook his head. Who would fall for your little schemes? When a red area appeared on the dartboard, Shen Fujiang didn't even look at it and threw straight for the bullseye. It hit. On the 7th dart, a layer of golden light flashed on both Lin Baici's and Shen Fujiang's boards simultaneously. Lin Baici hadn't expected such a coincidence. His hand, which was about to throw the dart, stopped. No, Shen Fujiang will definitely copy me, so I have to wait 2 seconds to deny him the chance to act. In other words, Lin Baici would throw in the final second, so that even if Shen Fujiang saw the result, he wouldn't have a chance to aim for the golden area, because the golden area would disappear after 3 seconds. But the Shen Fujiang acted first, hitting the golden area. Kid, you're still a bit lacking if you want to outsmart me. Shen Fujiang deliberately mocked him loudly, trying to distract Lin Baici, but unfortunately, his opponent still hit the mark. What the hell? What is going on with that marble? Why is it so accurate? Lin Baici wanted to curse as well. Is this the strength of a core member of the Lost Coast team? So hard to deal with. And why can he hit it every time, without finding the reason? It's impossible to disrupt him. Lin Baici threw his 9th dart. It hit the bullseye. There was no scoreboard, but everyone could calculate the score in their heads. The only problem was that no one knew the doubled score for hitting the golden area. He possesses the divine grace Eagle's Eye. Any target he locks onto within a range of 500 meters can be struck by his ranged weapons. The gourmet commented, this was a fairly powerful divine favor, and one of the trump cards Shen Fujiang used to dominate the god ruins. Are you waiting for a golden zone? Lin Baici asked. No, Shen Fujiang smiled. I figured that if a dart hits this golden zone, the score should be multiplied several times. Fortunately, the golden zone I hit had a higher base score than the one you hit. So for this last throw, as long as I ensure I hit the bullseye, my score will definitely be higher than yours, according to my observations. This flickering light appears within 30 seconds after the previous dart lands. If that time passes, it won't appear again. So Shen Fujiang smiled confidently. I've already won. Shen Fujiang threw his dart, but the moment it left his hand, a marble flew past his eyelashes. It was fast and stealthy. Whoosh. Shen Fujiang did not close his eyes, but his peripheral vision couldn't help but flicker toward that marble. There was no choice. He had to confirm that the marble wouldn't hit his head, otherwise, if he died, what would it matter even if Lin Baici committed a foul? That split-second distraction made him curse inwardly that he was done for. Having lost the lock-on from his eagle eye, the trajectory of the dart was no longer under his control. Sure enough, a marble struck. Walk. The dart was knocked off course and grazed past the dartboard. A violent, intense pain immediately swept through Shen Fujiang's entire body. The maid hadn't mentioned that if a dart missed the target, one would suffer a piercing, agonizing pain as if being struck by 10,000 arrows. He cheated. He interfered with my dart throw. Shen Fujiang roared in protest, furious enough to die. Don't yell so loudly. I can hear you. The maid frowned and looked at Lin Baici. Is someone who can't afford to lose even worthy of the title of master to play your game? Lin Baici chuckled. Speaking of which, uncle, you've been throwing every single one so accurately. I could suspect you of cheating too. Shen Fujiang's heart skipped a beat. Right. He wasn't exactly clean himself. Damn it. He had been so angry he'd lost his head. Apologies, I was just furious. Shen Fujiang felt stifled, forced to swallow this bitter pill. He knew that this Lin Baici had seen through his trump card. Otherwise, why wouldn't he interfere with the dart directly, but instead target his eyes? Black Shark 3, Octopus, and Zhuang Diu 3 didn't die in vain. Shen Fujiang felt a tinge of regret. He shouldn't have underestimated this young man. Haha. Lin Baici laughed, seeing the maid turn her gaze away to observe others. He threw his final dart. It hit the bullseye perfectly. 10 points. Clap, clap. Lin Baici looked at Shen Fujiang and clapped his hands. Impressive. The dwarf gave a thumbs up, praising him with a face full of smiles. There was nothing wrong with building a good relationship with a genius like this. Otherwise, once the guy took off, he wouldn't even have the qualifications to approach him for a chat. Jia Hongyao patted Lin Baici on the shoulder. Although she didn't know what little Lin had done, being able to make a powerhouse from Lost Coast suffer was a job well done. Nang Gongshu studied Lin Baici, her estimation of him rising another level. After giving the dwarf a slight smile, Lin Baici checked the time and urged Jia Hongyao and Nang Gongshu, don't dawdle. Hurry up. The 10 minutes were almost up. With Lin Baici's help, both Jia Hongyao and Nang Gongshu had landed all 10 darts on the bullseye. They certainly wouldn't be in the bottom 3. The others also picked up their pace, but 7 people still hadn't finished throwing because they lacked confidence, and the divine favors they possessed were of no help in throwing darts. It could only be said that their luck was too poor. Beep, beep. The stopwatch in the crazy maid's hand ran out. She immediately clicked it. Game time is over. Let's start counting the scores. First place. The maid looked at Lin Baici. Master, what is your name? Lin Baici. Lin Baici revealed his brightest smile. Thank you for the game. I had a lot of fun. Everyone had actually already guessed who the first place winner was. It had to be this young man, and now they saw it was indeed the case. Some people sighed silently. A genius is a genius. There is just no comparing to them. Your reward is. The maid dragged out the sound, reached her right hand under her skirt, and pulled out a golden wooden box. 1 champion's dart. This box is so pretty, Jia Hongyao exclaimed. The box was inlaid with beautiful patterns made of gold leaf. The maid opened the box. Inside was a red velvet lining, upon which rested a 10-centimeter long golden dart. The patterns on the dart's body looked like some kind of mysterious incantation. The champion's dart. As long as you hold it, you will always be the most formidable contender for the championship. Once this dart is thrown, it will hit its target within 300 meters, guaranteed, however. There is a small drawback. As long as you hold it, no matter what you do, you will want to win. Even if you're taking a leak, you'll want to pee further than the person next to you. If you can't manage that, you'll be depressed for days. After the crazy maid finished describing the attributes of the champion's dart, she closed the lid and handed it to Lin Baici. Everyone watched as Lin Baici took the box, filled with envy. This was absolutely a divine taboo item with super strong offensive power. It could be said that within 300 meters, Lin Baici's lethality was off the charts. Because his attacks could not be dodged, they could only be endured. As for the side effect of wanting to win, that was just a drizzle. It was nothing to worry about. Shen Fujian's expression was grave. He was very worried that Lin Baici might suddenly use it on him. Alright. Next, let's announce the bottom three. The crazy maid unwrapped a piece of bubblegum and tossed it into her mouth. Let's see. Who are the three unlucky losers? Chapter 134, Lightspeed 21, Lover's Lipstick. Jiu Hongyao was as calm as could be. Thanks to the help of the red clay figurine, all 10 of her darts hit the bullseye, ensuring she would definitely pass. Thank you. Although Nangongshu could have passed without Lin Baici's help, since he had stepped in, she kept this favor in mind. Come to think of it, a young man like this, handsome and capable, it would be nice to keep one as a pet. The 7 people who had not yet finished throwing their darts had extremely ugly expressions on their faces, because no matter how they looked at it, the 3 unlucky souls were bound to be chosen from among them. The crazy maid chewed her bubblegum and walked up to a man wearing sunglasses, looking him up and down, the first one. Just as the man in sunglasses was about to make a move, the maid brushed past him. Not you. The man in sunglasses let out a sigh of relief. The maid stopped in front of a man of medium height and grinned. It is you. The man's eyes widened in fury, and he suddenly pulled out a dagger, stabbing toward the maid. A black, eerie light flickered on the dagger. It was clearly a divine taboo item. However, the maid's movements were faster. Before the dagger could reach her, she had already swung her baseball bat. Whoosh! The bat struck the man's head with a whizzing sound, causing his skull to explode with a bang. Just like a large watermelon crushed by a car tire, flesh, bone fragments, blood, they flew everywhere. The headless corpse collapsed to the ground, and bright red blood gushed from the severed neck, soaking the floor. An eyeball, still connected to some nerves, rolled to Lin Baici's feet. The bartender and the dwarf's expressions changed drastically. This man was a regular at the bar, a bear-level god hunter with 15 divine graces. Yet in the face of this crazy maid, he had been completely powerless to resist. The maid chewed her bubblegum and walked over to the bar's waitress. Oh, you aren't going to resist. The maid blew a large bubble, which popped with a snap, sticking to the area around her mouth. She then extended her pink, delicate tongue to lick it back into her mouth. I still want to continue playing your game. The waitress squeezed out a smile. This was one of the 7 great mysteries of the God Hunter Circle. It wasn't easy to escape, so it was better to try other methods. What a pity. Your game time is already over. The maid expressed regret upon hearing this. The waitress did not attack the maid but instead turned and ran. Swish. Her speed was incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, she appeared in front of the bar door. She didn't even have time to open it, choosing instead to crash straight through. But the maid was faster. She teleported, her figure flickering as she appeared beside the waitress. And the bat came down. This time, the bat was as fast as light. The waitress's head shattered, and her headless corpse slammed into the door, splattering it with blood. The maid flicked the bat with her right hand to shake off the blood, then walked back while whistling. Lightspeed 21. When you see it strike, you have already been hit. That is how fast it is. Simply put, the moment this maid makes the motion to swing the bat, the target she is aiming at has already been struck. An extremely top-tier weapon. It is recommended to collect it. A top-tier predator should have a top-tier weapon. No man can refuse a perfect bat. Perhaps women wouldn't refuse it either. Does it have this effect no matter who uses it? Lin Baici asked curiously. Yes. Once the strike is made, it hits. Lin Baici was astonished. Is this bat a bit too ridiculously strong? It feels like it belongs to the category of rule-based weapons. Lin Baici felt his king's sword Dragon Tooth was very powerful, but it still hadn't received such high praise from the God Eater. A woman wearing purple eyeshadow and leather pants saw the maid walking toward her, and her entire body began to tremble. Isn't there still a blind one? The woman in leather pants was panicked. What kind of game would a disabled person play? The maid explained, he doesn't count. Hearing this, the woman in leather pants felt completely numb. Whoever can help me get through this round, I will give them 10,000 meteor coins. The woman in leather pants finished speaking in a rush, feeling that the price might be too low to move anyone, so she quickly added, +1 divine taboo item. No one responded. The maid arrived beside the woman in leather pants. How many games are left? Don't you think there are too few people left? Lin Baici curled his lips. I feel like there are too few people. It's not enough fun. The maid tilted her head and looked at Lin Baici. Little Lin, why are you running your mouth? The proprietress was speechless. Your mindset is wrong. This beautiful maid just wants to play games with us. Why be so terrified? Come on everyone, relax, let's dance. Lin Baici laughed. Though it was a pity he didn't know how to dance. Otherwise he could have put on a show to liven up the atmosphere. Everyone was impressed. This was also a crazy person with a big heart. That's right. I just want to play games with my masters. Why do you all have such expressions? Be happy, hurry, cheer up. The maid urged. The group had no choice but to put on a fake smile. The maid looked around. There really are too few people. So, I won't punish you. Hearing this, the woman in leather pants felt her expression instantly relax, and her tightly clenched sphincter nearly failed, causing a major accident. Handsome, thank you. The woman in leather pants saw that Lin Baici had performed outstandingly and wanted to cooperate with him in the upcoming games. So she didn't dare to welch on the deal. She opened her handbag, took out 20 meteor coins, and handed them to Lin Baici. This is all I have on me right now. I'll give you the rest next time. After saying that, she took out a lipstick the length of a thumb. This lipstick is a divine taboo item. After applying it to your lips, the person you kiss will be obsessed with you like a lover for 1 to 2 days. The woman in leather pants finished speaking and handed the lipstick to Lin Baici. Lover lipstick will make you exude the fragrance of roses, making you look so fresh and lovely. Whether it is a loved one or a beloved pet, you will be able to gain their favor. The duration of this favor lasts from a minimum of 2 to 3 hours to a maximum of 3 to 4 days, depending on the willpower of the person being kissed. However, remember this: if you use it too often, you will gradually ignore the differences between species. No matter what it is, you will develop a strong sense of superiority, whether toward people, beasts, or even an inanimate object. You will develop an arrogant mindset of looking down on everything. Happy cooperation. Lin Baici did not stand on ceremony and took the lover lipstick. Even if he did not use it, he could always sell it for money. Shen Fujian wanted to curse. We are racking our brains trying to figure out how to survive the rule contamination. And this kid is already starting to make money. It is truly outrageous. After playing 2 games in a row, I think the masters must be tired. Let us take a break and continue in a while. The maid waved the speed of light. Now, 21 are on the bar a few times. Bang, bang. The tables and chairs were all hit as if by an invisible baseball bat, flying into the corners and clearing out a large open space. The maid took an old-fashioned tape recorder out of her suitcase, placed it on the bar counter, and pressed the switch. Click. A piece of electronic dance music immediately blared out. Masters, let us get high. The crazy maid shouted and began to sway her body. Little Lin, there is a percentage above your head, Xiao Hongya reminded him. It was not just Lin Baici. Everyone had one above their heads, translucent in appearance. Thunderbolt dance speaker. Once the music starts, you must sway to its rhythm. The more hyped you are, the better. Those who fall below 50% will be blown apart by a sonic boom. Hurry up and get hyped. Dance, dance, dance. Lin Baici had never been to a nightclub or disco and did not know how to move his body. But fortunately, the Thunderbolt dance speaker did not care how one danced, as long as it was energetic enough. The number changed. Xiao Hongyao was curious, and then she also began to sway her body. I understand now. This round is also a game. The more hyped you play, the higher this percentage goes, and the higher the chance of survival. The proprietress had her long black hair coiled at the back of her head. After she finished speaking, She raised her right hand and pulled out her hairpin. Whoosh! A head of long hair immediately cascaded down like a waterfall. She shook her head from side to side and began to dance passionately, instantly transforming from a luxurious and elegant noblewoman into a seductive vixen. She was simply the most stunning girl in the nightclub. The bartender and the dwarf had never seen the proprietress like this before and were stunned for a moment. But the effect was excellent. The percentage above Nangongshu's head soared directly to 70%. And as she hit the beats precisely, it continued to rise. Seeing this, the maid immediately swayed her body over and began to interact with Nangongshu. The sight of the two beauties, one large and one small, pressing against each other was quite a feast for the eyes. Everyone else started moving as well. The woman in leather pants was even more unrestrained. She took off her top, leaving only her lingerie, and as a result, her percentage climbed vertically, soaring to 80%. Because they did not know if the person with the lowest percentage above their head would be punished. Everyone was dancing and swaying with all their might. At the very least, they could not be the last one. Lin Baici did not have the talent of a dance king. His personality was of the calm type. He did not get hyped easily, nor would he easily reveal his emotions in public. So he got stuck after reaching 50%. Little Lin, you have to hit the beats and sway your hips. Your body flexibility is already enough. You can do it. Relax, relax. Jia Hongyao provided on-the-spot coaching. Handsome, let me help you. In the business of being a god hunter, the risk of death is very high. So the woman in leather pants often frequented various bars and nightclubs to hunt for romance, living a life of drunken dreams. She liked little milk dogs who were obedient to her. But today she suddenly discovered that Lin Baici's type also really hit her preferences. The woman in leather pants prepared to come over and get hyped with Lin Baici. But a hand reached out and pushed her away. It was Nangongshu. She came in front of Lin Baici and, while dancing, began to rub against his body in a teasing, lingering manner. Lin Baici immediately felt a ball of fire burning in his body, and his right hand subconsciously touched the proprietress's waist. The texture was plump. It was great. I thought you were a saint who could resist temptation. The proprietress gave Lin Baici a flirtatious wink. Since you are already like this, why should I still act like a gentleman? Lin Baici complained in his heart, but he still could not let go. He wondered if he should recite the Diamond Sutra to make them all empty of worldly desires. My percentage might not be high, but if I bring yours down, would that not work? The crazy maid also came over. Master, you are too shy. Life is short. You must enjoy it while you can. After she finished speaking, she suddenly leaped, jumped onto Lin Baici, wrapped her arms around his neck, clamped her legs around his waist, and offered him a deep kiss. Oh my! Lin Baici was startled. Was that little tongue of hers poisonous? Seeing this scene, Shen Fujiang became ugly with jealousy. Why is it not me, however? He also understood that Lin Baici had performed very well in the first 2 rounds, winning the maid's appreciation. So there was nothing wrong with that. It was just that in this round, Lin Baici's percentage was not even as high as that old man's. In fact, the percentage was just an effect of the Thunderbolt dance speaker. Even if it was low, the crazy maid would not punish them. Instead, she would help those with low scores to increase them, avoiding being blown up by a sonic boom. This hype lasted for half an hour. Everyone present was a god hunter with good stamina, so dancing for another half hour would not be a problem. But the key was that they could not keep dancing forever. They had to find a way to deal with that maid. Fortunately, the maid had played enough, and the high-energy dance music turned into a soothing blues track. Come, hold my waist and follow my steps. Nangongshu wrapped her arms around Lin Baici and began to dance slowly. Anti-Shu. Actually, I can teach him. Seeing that there were men all around, Jia Hongyao finally gave up on the woman in leather pants. After a song of light music and graceful dancing, the music ended. The maid pulled a large mat out of her suitcase and spread it on the floor. The mat was woven from wool and embroidered with fantasy elements like castles, dragons, monsters, and princesses. Quickly, form a circle and sit down. The maid reached under her skirt, took out a candle, lit it, and placed it on the carpet. Then, she pulled a deck of cards from under her hem and shook them at everyone. Let's play a tabletop game. Escape the dungeon. Does this round feel like a role-playing game? The transgender person had played this kind of tabletop game before. Commonly known as a tabletop RPG. Draw your cards, the maid urged, walking past everyone. After Jia Hongyao drew hers, she intended to flip it over to look. Lin Baici grabbed her hand. Don't let others see. Lin Baici was speechless. Look at these people. They are all guarding against others like they are guarding against thieves. Yet you are the most careless one. Jia Hongyao covered the card with both hands, took a peek, and then shook it toward Lin Baici. A giant dragon was drawn on it. It was fierce and imposing. Lin Baici looked at his own. It was a green-skinned monster with a large head and small limbs, wearing tattered leather armor and holding a thick mace. Goblin King. Jia Hongyao saw the pattern on Lin Baici's card and couldn't help but burst into laughter. It's okay. The girl with the high ponytail patted Lin Baici on the shoulder. My card is good. I'll carry you. And fantasy games. Dragons are basically the most powerful bosses, while goblins are just novice village fodder. The kind of small fry that only exists to give away experience points. Has everyone drawn their cards? The crazy maid looked around, and after confirming that everyone had received their cards, she announced the rules. Now, please form teams freely. Each team must have at least 3 people and at most 7. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately looked at Lin Baici. Handsome. Can you add me to your team? The woman in leather pants familiarly wrapped her arms around Lin Baici's shoulders. If I die, how will I pay back the money I owe you? Handsome, add me. I'm at the violent bear level. Shall we cooperate? Lin Baici's previous performance had convinced everyone, and they all wanted to team up with him. Some spoke in a rather humble tone, keeping a low profile, while others discussed it as equals. Anti-show, how do you choose? Lin Baici removed the leather pants woman's arm. This bar belonged to the proprietress. She should know the background of these guests and be able to pick out powerful experts. Team leader. I'll just be a small member. I'll listen to you. The proprietress did not overstep her bounds. She decided to follow Lin Baici's lead. However, I hope you can take care of my employees. There were only 2 waiters left in this bar, who were basically responsible for cleaning. They had died during the first and second rounds, and now only 1 bartender remained. Boss, do I count as your employee too? The dwarf also wanted to join Lin Baici's team. I'll offer 500 meteor coins. The old man raised his hand. Count me in. I'll offer 1,000. The transgender person joined the bidding. 500. Who are you looking down on? Everyone didn't expect that these 2 would actually start bidding money just to join Lin Baici's team. Isn't this too exaggerated? He is excellent. But is there really a need for this? Stupid. Shen Fujian couldn't understand it, but deep down, he was very jealous. Why don't you guys offer money to join my team, everyone? I am a Lion King. Shen Fujian announced his level. Everyone turned their heads to look at Shen Fujian, just as Shen Fujian was preparing to give a speech and pick some powerful teammates. They shifted their gazes away. Don't you know you're Lin Baici's enemy? Being on the same team as you, doesn't that mean offending this Lin Baici? And to be honest, you are too strong. Everyone is afraid of being exploited by you instead. Sorry, I'm not the one making the decisions this time. Nang Gongshu apologized to the dwarf. Lin Baici, Hongyao, Anti-Shu, leather pants sister, bartender. Dwarf, 1 more is needed. Lin Baici looked at the old man and the transgender person. I'll offer 2,000. The old man gritted his teeth. He was betting that Lin Baici could bring him good luck. You're ruthless. The transgender person's psychological price was 1,000. He looked at Lin Baici. Kick out that bartender and the dwarf, and take me instead. Isn't it nice to pick up 1,000 meteor coins for free? Besides, my strength isn't bad either. Lin Baici looked at the 2 of them. The bartender and the dwarf were conflicted. They weren't wealthy, otherwise they wouldn't be working here, but in this situation, if they didn't offer money, why would anyone help them? Damn it! The bartender and the dwarf were furious, wanting to curse. Is having money so great? Sorry. They are the proprietress's employees. Lin Baici still refused. The bartender and the dwarf felt a surge of joy upon hearing this. Nang Gongshu raised her beautiful eyebrows upon hearing Lin Baici's answer, feeling that this young man was worth associating with. Generous. He has a sense of loyalty. Little Lin, I won't let you suffer a loss. I'll give you 10,000 meteor coins. Nangongshu was not a stingy person either. No need. That's too formal. Lin Baici shook his head. The proprietress's favorability toward you Kang-won. You don't want to be looked down upon by other girls, right? So you can practice your techniques on her first. Lin Baici always felt that this technique was not very proper. One more minute. Hurry up and form your teams, the maid urged. Shen Fujian was so angry he almost vomited blood. Because no one wanted to be on his team, which left him completely stranded. I am the Lion King, damn it. Do I have no face? Shen Fujian really wanted to roar that out. But doing so would be too low class. I do not have that many meteor coins on me. Can I pay you after we get out of this rule-tainted zone? The old man smiled beamingly. That is fine. Lin Baici did not mind. The team formation time has ended. The game begins. After the maid finished speaking, she suddenly lowered her head and blew out the candle with a puff. Chapter 135. Captain Lin, the debut begins. As the candle went out, everyone's vision suddenly turned black, as if the entire world had been covered by a black cloth. Little Lin, Jia Hongyao reached out, wanting to grab hold of Lin Baici. Do not make a sound, Lin Baici warned. We do not know what the situation is next, so it is best to stay quiet. Otherwise, what if we get targeted by a monster? Lin Baichi's caution made Nangongshu, the old man, and the others feel much more at ease. As it stands, Lin Baici is quite reliable. A pale light suddenly lit up, illuminating the surroundings in a sickly white, much like the pale complexion of a corpse that has lost too much blood. It was chilling. Buzz, buzz. Clusters of flies were swarming densely, flying around like bombers. What is this place? The woman in leather pants swallowed hard. The bar had disappeared. Everyone was now in a narrow, cramped little room. The floor was covered in flowing sewage and dried excrement. There were many bloodstains on the walls, looking mottled and dark red. This room was only about half the size of a basketball court. There were no windows, and there was an iron door in the front. There was a palm-sized window on the iron door, but it was blocked by an iron plate, making it impossible to see the situation outside. It feels like a prison cell. Jia Hongyao took her black short blade out of her backpack. Lin Baici put on his kasaya and inserted the pine torch into his backpack so he could draw it backhanded if needed. He used the bronze sword as his primary weapon. Comparing the length of the pine torch to the backpack, everyone realized that Lin Baici possessed a spatial-type divine taboo item. Suddenly, they felt as if they had bitten into a lemon. They were incredibly envious. The bartender had no spiritual items. He had hidden weapons under the bar counter, but since he had not retrieved them in time, he could only be empty-handed now. The landlady and the dwarf did not have any either. The woman in leather pants took a pair of brass knuckles from her pocket and put them on. The old man felt depressed. He had a badge, which was a spatial-type piece of equipment containing all his assets, including his weapons. It was too dangerous not to take out a weapon for self-defense now, but if he used it, the badge would be exposed. Yet, he had just said that he did not have that many meteor coins on him and would pay after leaving the rule-tainted zone. Even a fool would know that the old man was intentionally delaying payment, because if one has spatial equipment, they would certainly keep their valuables inside and carry them along. Bang, bang! Someone knocked hard on the iron door twice, followed by the sound of a lock being opened. Lin Baici immediately gave Jia Hongyao a look. The girl with the high ponytail understood. She took a step and hid behind the door, lying in ambush. Creak! The door opened, and a huge, fat person walked in. The flies were startled and took flight. It was not wearing any clothes, only a dirty apron wrapped around its chest, stained with bits of meat and splattered with all sorts of disgusting fluids. A thick, fishy stench rushed toward them. There were even flies crawling all over it. It's too hairy. Stubby legs were encased in a pair of oversized black rain boots, with dark red liquid dripping down from them. Everyone's nerves tightened instantly, because on this person's head grew a fat, big-eared pig's head. There was even an iron ring through its nose. The pig-headed man yawned and scratched its crotch with its left hand. Time to go. In its right hand, it held a notched bone-chopping knife. Everyone looked at Lin Baici, especially Jia Hongyao, who, after her shock, asked Lin Baici if they should make a move. The sleepy pig-headed man saw the bronze sword in Lin Baici's hand, realized what was happening, and immediately roared, "Drop your weapons, take it down." Lin Baici growled, raised his right hand, and threw his flying sword, swish. The dragon tooth whistled through the air like a meteor, piercing into the pig-headed man's eye socket and going straight through. The pig-headed man was caught off guard and died instantly, not even having time to let out a scream. Its massive body, nearly 2 meters tall, collapsed toward the ground. "Catch him," Lin Baici ordered. He did not want to do it. It was a bit dirty. The bartender did not move, but the dwarf darted over and caught the pig-headed man's corpse, preventing it from slamming into the ground and making a noise. "Close the door," Lin Baici ordered. He rushed to the corpse, grabbed the hilt of the sword, twisted it hard to ensure the monster was dead beyond a doubt, and then pulled the bronze sword out. That maid said this board game is called Escape the Dungeon. Could this be the first type of monster we encounter? Nangongshu deduced. The corpse was wearing very little clothing and was fully exposed, offering no valuable information. But Nangongshu still intended to perform an autopsy. However, she ultimately did not do it. This big-headed man was too dirty and too disgusting. If she touched it, that experience would definitely become a lifelong nightmare. "Bartender, if you violate my orders again next time, please leave." Lin Baici looked at the bartender. "I understand." The bartender lowered his head. "Then perform an autopsy on this corpse," Lin Baici ordered. The bartender hesitated for a moment but complied. He picked up the bone-chopping knife from the pig-headed man's hand and hacked into the pig-headed man's stomach. Splurt! Blood splattered everywhere. "Damn it! Watch what you are doing," the woman in leather pants complained. The bartender gutted the pig-headed monster, his hands quickly becoming drenched in blood. He sighed inwardly, knowing full well that he was being made an example of to intimidate the others. Dungeon, slaughterhouse, a paradise for pig-headed monsters. Humans are all their food, before you are discovered, captured, and turned into sausages. You must escape immediately. Is there anyone else outside? Lin Baici asked Jiahongyao to take a look. He rubbed his nose, because his sense of smell was overly acute. This filthy environment had a significant impact on him. The girl with the high ponytail opened the door a crack and peeked outside. "It is safe. No monsters. Bartender, hurry up," Lin Baici urged. "Old man, you help him too. Is that necessary? What kind of intelligence could there be in a corpse?" The old man did not want to touch the body. "I think we should go out and look around." In the old man's view, this was just an ordinary monster. Even if one were to dissect a corpse, it should be one of the powerful ones. Lin Baici did not speak, merely staring at the old man. If these people did not follow his instructions, he would immediately part ways with them. A team could only have one voice. "Fine, team leader, I will do it." The old man crouched halfway beside the corpse, plunged his hands into the pig-headed monster's abdominal cavity, and rummaged through it. Soon, the small room was filled with a pungent, fishy stench. "Team leader, there is a 98 on its neck. It should be its serial number. Other than that, there is nothing." The old man shook his hands and reported his findings. Lin Baici took out the God-questioning tortoise shell and performed a divination. God-questioning divination. The tortoise shell is psychic. Today is a day of great misfortune. It is favorable to head west, avoid fragrances. Everyone looked at the tortoise shell in Lin Baici's hand, filled with astonishment. This kid had quite a few good items on him. "Speak clearly. Which way is west?" Lin Baici frowned. "To your right." After it finished speaking, it pleaded in a low voice. "I feel that these people are all plagued by bad luck today. Why not let me cast a divination for them to resolve some of it?" Lin Baici stuffed the God-questioning tortoise shell into his pocket. "Master, 2 is fine." "All right, just 1. Let me cast 1. I am so bored I am about to grow mold." Hearing this, everyone was shocked. This was a divine taboo item with self-awareness, generally speaking. Such divine taboo items were extremely precious. "Let's go, leather pants woman. Bartender, you to lead the way," Lin Baici ordered. Actually, asking everyone what divine graces they possessed would make cooperation safer, but that involved privacy. So Lin Baici did not ask. The leather pants woman did not waste words. Joining someone else's team meant having to pay such a price. The bartender picked up the pig-headed monster's bone-cleaving knife and weighed it. It was quite heavy. Everyone walked out. This was a corridor with peeling wall paint, likely decades old. Under the ceiling, every few dozen meters, there was a fist-sized light bulb emitting a ghastly white glow. Some moths were flying around the bulbs. On both sides of the corridor were small prison cells, but the 7 of them checked a few and found that they were all empty. This corridor was over 100 meters long. At the end was a door. The bartender pushed it open and looked outside. There were 3 paths: go upstairs, go downstairs, or continue forward. To escape this slaughterhouse, you need to obtain the map and the key. The map is on those pig-headed monsters, and the key is on the Pig King. Which way? Everyone looked at Lin Baici, waiting for an answer. Go underground. Lin Baici felt that the underground area was likely a warehouse or something similar, which was not important. So, he decided to start searching from those areas first. I think we could go upstairs first. If there is a boss, the other party should be living upstairs. The old man suggested. You can go. Lin Baici did not care. After saying that, he had the leather pants woman and the bartender head downstairs. The old man did not want to act alone, so he had no choice but to follow. The 7 people walked to the end and saw an ajar iron door. Lin Baici smelled a foul odor drifting out from inside. There is a monster inside, Lin Baici warned. He walked to the side of the door and pressed himself against the wall. The others immediately followed suit. Old man, you stay where you are, Lin Baici ordered. The old man was stunned, then realized that Lin Baici was using him as bait. He felt somewhat unhappy, but he did not argue. Whoever is weak acts as the bait. Lin Baici believed everyone could understand his subtext. Those who contributed to the team could enjoy preferential treatment. He held his bronze sword and knocked on the iron door. Clang, clang. Soon, footsteps sounded from inside. 10 seconds later, a pig-headed monster pushed the door open and walked out. It was also wearing black rain boots, an apron, and holding a bone-cleaving knife. Upon seeing the old man, it immediately let out a cry and lunged at him. Attack! Lin Baici took the lead and charged out. He did not use his flying sword this time, as doing so consumed him much divine power. The old man's dissatisfaction at being used as bait by Lin Baici vanished, because Lin Baici was the first to rush toward the monster. Though Jia Hongyao was even faster. She bypassed Lin Baici, rushed behind the pig-headed monster, leaped, and stabbed her short blade into its neck. Eclipse, swish! The short blade sank into the pig-headed monster's cervical spine, and with a horizontal slash from Jia Hongyao, more than half of the monster's neck was severed. The massive pig head hung limply from its neck. Sizzle! Blood sprayed into the air, even splashing onto the ceiling. The corpse fell to the ground. There were more footsteps. Lin Baici and the others turned back to see another pig-headed monster just reaching the iron door. It saw its kin being killed and immediately started shrieking. Damn it! The dwarf cursed and immediately lunged forward. They had to kill this guy as quickly as possible, otherwise it would attract more monsters. Lin Baici had actually considered that there might be other monsters inside the Iron Gate, but since he had made others act as bait, he had to lead by example and charge at the front, otherwise his prestige would drop. Seeing the pig-headed men standing there, he immediately took out the champion dart he had obtained earlier and threw it. Swish! The golden dart traced a golden trajectory, flashing past and embedding itself into the heart of a pig-headed man. The dwarf arrived, his right hand clenched into a fist, and delivered an uppercut to the monster's chin. The monster's entire head exploded, and a mess of gore splattered everywhere like falling flower petals. There are more! The dwarf shouted, quickly retreating. He saw over a dozen more pig-headed men inside the Iron Gate. Hearing the commotion outside, they immediately grabbed their bone-cleaving knives and rushed out. Lin Baici saw Jia Hongyao about to charge in and immediately stopped her. Wait. 15 pig-headed men ran out. They had no battle formation. It was just like a street brawl, where they simply picked a target and pounced. To each. Don't slack off. Lin Baici could have activated the red rolling stones or had the red clay golems lie in ambush to take out the emerging pig-headed men instantly. But he didn't do that because he wanted to test the strength of the others. He couldn't do everything himself. These pig-headed men were tall and sturdy with immense strength, each looking even more formidable than Olympic weightlifting champions. If they were facing ordinary people, it would be a total crushing victory, but against god hunters, they weren't enough. The proprietress lifted her skirt, ran 2 steps toward a pig-headed man, and then leaped, her bare leg, devoid of stockings, swept out and kicked the monster in the head. The pig-headed man flew backward, collided with 2 of its kin, and rolled another 10 meters away. The proprietress landed and looked at the stains on her high heels, her delicate brows furrowing immediately. These pig-headed men were too filthy, without any danger. Everyone finished off these pig-headed men. Everyone, go dissect the corpses, Lin Baici urged. The gourmet god said the map was on the pig-headed men. But these creatures were very little and had no bags. So only one possibility remained. The map was inside their bodies. We have to dissect them too. The bartender didn't want to do it. Lin Baici said nothing more. He walked up to a pig-headed man himself, put on a pair of gloves, used his bronze sword to cut open its stomach, and began rummaging through the internal organs. Jiu Hongyao squatted down next to Lin Baici and worked with him. How about I go inside and search? The woman in leather pants suggested. Compared to rummaging through entrails, she would rather kill monsters. Suit yourself. Lin Baici flipped the pig-headed man over, belly down, splatter. The internal organs spilled out. Lin Baici searched through them, but there were no clues. Leader, what exactly are you looking for? The dwarf wasn't afraid of the filth, but he felt that doing this was a waste of time and completely meaningless. Looking for clues to get out, Lin Baici explained. Some trash monsters. What kind of clues could they have? The old man curled his lip. It would be better to search more areas first. You should trust little Lin. His deductive reasoning is very strong. Jiu Hongyao felt that Lin Baici was comparable to Sherlock Holmes. I said it before. Those who don't want to do it can leave. The first time Lin Baici made the bartender flip the corpses, it was to establish his authority. If not for the gourmet god's commentary, he would have chosen the same plan as the old man. The old man looked at the others. Is anyone going inside with me? The woman in leather pants asked. Everyone looked at each other and ultimately decided to stay. Lin Baici looked at the pile of entrails on the ground and fell into deep thought. Why wasn't it there? Could it be in the head? Or was it that only certain pig-headed men had the map inside them? Damn, what do these monsters usually eat? Why do they stink so much? When the dwarf was rummaging through the intestines, he accidentally tore the large intestine, and the informed feces immediately flowed out, covering his hand. The stench was overwhelming. Right, the intestines, Lin Baici suddenly realized. He didn't want to do it himself. So he summoned the muscle Buddha. Quick, check the intestines, Lin Baici ordered. Everyone was speechless. Are you a pervert? If I were that muscle Buddha, I would smash his head in right now, the bartender muttered. The muscle Buddha squatted down, grabbed the large intestine from the ground, held it with one hand, and squeezed downward. Squish, squish. The filth inside the large intestine was squeezed out, falling onto the ground in a large, yellowish puddle. The proprietress moved far away. Ever since she gave up exploring the divine ruins, she hadn't experienced anything this disgusting for a long time. Lin Baici pinched his nose and stared intently at the things being squeezed out. Suddenly, an egg-sized lump fell onto the ground with a thud. Everyone heard the sound, and their spirits were instantly jolted. No way, there really is something? The bartender was dumbfounded. The old man glanced at Lin Baici. Did he know all along that he could find clues on these pig-headed men? The muscle Buddha picked up the iron lump, and Lin Baici took out a bottle of mineral water and poured it over it. Splash! After washing away the filth, the muscle Buddha used force to squeeze the iron lump until it cracked. Inside was a piece of silk the size of a palm, with some lines drawn on it. This looks like a part of a map. The dwarf was excited. Leader, you are truly amazing. Leader, I was wrong. The old man apologized. If you were wrong, you admit it. If you get beaten, you stand straight. No problem there. Leader, I won't question your orders again next time. The bartender lowered his head. The proprietress looked at Lin Baici with interest. This boy had many secrets. How? Are you convinced now? Jiu Hongyao looked proud, as if she were the one being praised. I told you all. Little Lin is amazing. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and gut those intestines, Lin Baici urged. This time, The group didn't show any disgust. They dragged the intestines out of the pig-headed monsters and squeezed out the contents inside. I found one. The bartender was overjoyed. He had found a lump of iron. After 10 minutes of frantic work, they had searched 15 pig-headed monsters and found 9 iron lumps, from which they extracted 9 map fragments. Why do some intestines not have iron lumps? Did we miss any? The bartender was puzzled. Everyone, go and search carefully again. No need. There are numerical codes on the necks of the pig-headed monsters. Among the monsters with the same number, only one has a map fragment in its intestines. Lin Baici explained. This was a conclusion he had drawn. Understood. That means we need to keep hunting the pig-headed monsters. But we don't need to kill the ones whose codes correspond to the monsters we have already extracted maps from. The old man caught on instantly. Then what are we waiting for? Let's get started. Boss lady, team leader, come quickly. From the direction of the iron door, the woman in leather pants suddenly shouted in a nervous voice. Chapter 136. Why are you so outstanding when everyone is a god hunter? The group rushed through the iron door. This was a large circular lounge with 5 doors on the walls, 3 of which were open. Which door are you in? The dwarf shouted. Before the woman in leather pants could answer, Lin Baici had already run toward the door in the middle that was standing open. Over here. The ability to memorize everything heard once not only allowed Lin Baici to retain information perfectly, but it also had the added effect of enhancing his hearing. Anshu, please stay outside, Lin Baici instructed. The boss lady paused, nodded, and said, all right. After entering the room, everyone immediately felt a chill wash over them. This was a large-scale cold storage unit. Because the temperature was extremely low, white frost covered the floors and walls. Every breath they took turned into a white mist. Holy crap, the bartender blurted out. Embedded beneath the ceiling were rows of iron racks. From these racks, a chain with an iron hook hung down every meter. Each iron hook was driven into the back of a human corpse's neck and pierced through the mouth, suspending them in midair. These corpses looked just like the plucked chickens sold by vendors in a wet market. They had been scalded in boiling water, defeathered, and then gutted, with all their internal organs removed. After being processed this way, the corpses were hung up to prevent them from being eaten by rats or insects. Lin Baici took a look. In the massive cold storage, there were dozens of rows of corpses, and in each row, a corpse hung every meter, stretching out as far as the eye could see. Because of the iron hooks in their mouths and the fact that the corpses were hanging and pulling downward due to gravity, their heads were tilted back with their mouths wide open. At first glance, it looked as if some mysterious and evil sacrificial ritual was taking place. At least 700 or 800. The dwarf looked up at the corpses. They were frozen stiff, covered in layers of thin ice, with their internal organs removed. One could see 2 rows of ribs wrapped in red flesh. I feel like I can give up pork ribs from now on. Jiu Hongyao decided to eat vegetarian for 3 months to calm her nerves. Woman in leather pants, where are you? The bartender shouted. Over here. The voice of the woman in leather pants echoed among the rows of human corpses. The group hurried over. The woman in leather pants was on high alert, seeing everyone arrive. She immediately pointed to one of the human corpses and warned, this one hasn't had its internal organs removed. Did we miss it? The old man examined the corpse. It was a female, about 1.70 meters tall, quite plump, with a somewhat large belly. No, I think I just saw it move. The woman in leather pants speculated. Is it a boss? The group was shocked when they heard this term. A so-called boss refers to an elite or leader-level monster, in short. Something very dangerous. I feel like this place is quite eerie. Since there are no pig-headed monsters here, shouldn't we get out quickly? The bartender suggested. That's right. Let's hurry up and go hunt for the map, the old man urged. Let's go. Lin Baici actually wanted to light a fire and burn these corpses, but he was worried about causing a commotion and attracting a large number of pig-headed monsters, which would be troublesome. Everyone was about to leave, but the female corpse that hadn't been gutted suddenly twitched its limbs. Clatter. The corpse pulled on the chain, making a harsh, grating sound. Whoosh. The group retreated. On full alert. Bartender, cut off its head, Lin Baici ordered. Everyone else, keep watch on the surroundings. The bartender walked under the corpse, jumped up, and swung the bone-chopping knife in his hand toward its neck. Crack! The bartender had great strength, and the bone-chopping knife was sharp, severing the corpse's cervical spine in one blow. The corpse fell to the ground, kicking up some dust. Lin Baici walked over, intending to examine the corpse, but it suddenly sprang up and grabbed at the bartender. Holy crap! The bartender's scalp tingled, and he broke out in GOOSCBUMPS. Fortunately, his reaction was fast enough, and he kicked out. The corpse's belly took the kick, and it was sent sprawling to the ground. This action was like poking a hornet's nest. The corpses hanging from the iron racks under the iron hooks all suddenly began to move, struggling violently. Clatter, clatter. It felt as if they had come back to life. Get out, quickly! Lin Baici shouted, sprinting toward the door of the cold storage. Damn it! The woman in leather pants was completely numb. Those corpses with their internal organs hollowed out suddenly began to move, like prey struggling desperately while being torn apart by a wild beast, terrifying and grotesque. The old man was advanced in age, but he ran the fastest, like a rabbit struck by an arrow. However, when he was still more than 10 meters away from the iron gate suddenly slammed shut. Damn it! You've got to be kidding me! The old man felt dejected. He rushed to the iron gate and pounded on it a few times with all his might. Bang, bang, Madam Boss, the old man shouted, but the iron gate remained motionless. He turned back to look at Lin Baici. What do we do? Lin Baici pulled a pine torch from his backpack and struck it against the ground. Whoosh! The torch ignited. The warm yellow light, like a mother's embrace, made the old man stare at it uncontrollably, unable to tear his gaze away. Lin Baici jammed the torch against the iron gate. Drip, drip. The white frost on the iron gate turned into water, but the gate showed no signs of melting. It is useless. You are currently under the influence of a more powerful rule-based contamination. The power of the torch is suppressed. You can only leave once you have dealt with the monster in the freezer. Lin Baici had originally intended to summon the muscular Buddha to ram the iron gate, but upon hearing the gluttonous god's commentary, he gave up on the idea. Prepare for battle. Lin Baici turned around. Many of the white-stripped human corpses had broken free from their chains and fallen to the ground. Thud, thud. The white-stripped human corpses had their limbs bent and twisted at irregular angles, standing up shakily. Because their struggles had been too violent, the mouths of these corpses had been torn open, making them look even more terrifying and hideous. What do we do? The woman in leather pants was worried. Kill them all. Lin Baici held the pine torch in his right hand and the bronze sword in his left. As soon as he finished speaking, those white-stripped human corpses rushed over in a swarm like mad dogs that had been starving for years. White-stripped humans, raised in livestock pens. They can be slaughtered in as little as 3 years. Their destined fate is to be eaten by the pig-headed men. Everyone present was a god hunter and knew there was no other choice. So they began to fight. The bartender and the dwarf were colleagues and had a good relationship, so they naturally formed a group. Little Lin Jiahong Yao moved to Lin Baici's side. The woman in leather pants did not hesitate at all and chose to stick with Lin Baici. The old man was even faster. Having reached Lin Baici's side early on, "Stay away from me," Lin Baici warned. "This torch of mine makes people rush toward it like moths to a flame. Once it is lit, it cannot be extinguished." The expressions of the old man and the woman in leather pants changed. "No wonder I always felt there was something strange about this torch of yours," the dwarf said with envy. Lin Baici looked quite young, yet he possessed so many top-tier god-forbidden items. Whether he obtained them through his own strength or his looks, he was, in any case, a winner in life. And like him, because he was a dwarf, he was always shunned and rejected whenever he tried to team up with others. The white-stripped human corpses charged up. Lin Baici swung the torch, striking them on their heads. Bang, bang. After the torch hit their skulls, it immediately set these corpses ablaze, turning them into torch-like figures. Be careful. Don't let the flames touch you, Lin Baici shouted. Because the corpses could not be reduced to ashes in an instant, they ran around while burning, which could easily cause collateral damage. However, this process only lasted about 20 seconds, because their bodies would quickly carbonize and turn black under the flames, and then crumble away with a rustling sound. One white-stripped human corpse had its legs burned so severely that they could no longer support its body weight, causing it to collapse to the ground with a thud after chasing Lin Baici for over 10 meters. To avoid being burned by the flames, everyone began to maneuver. Crack! The woman in leather pants chopped off the head of a white-stripped human corpse and severed half of its shoulder. Don't let the fact that she was a woman fool you. As a god hunter, she possessed great strength. If it weren't for her weapon being ill-suited, she could have sliced these white-stripped human corpses into with a single strike. They don't seem very strong. The woman in leather pants felt much more at ease after discovering that these monsters only knew how to charge and bite, with no other means of attack. The only trouble was that there were quite a lot of them. Thud, thud. Inside the freezer, there were still sounds of white-stripped human corpses falling from the iron hooks, which sounded rather eerie. After they landed on the ground, they immediately lunged forward frantically. Some would even leap through the air when they were 7 or 8 meters away from Lin Baici and the others. Lin Baici held the pine torch and swung it at them as if he were playing baseball. Bang, bang! The sounds of heavy impacts rang out continuously. The bronze sword was even sharper. With every slash, severed limbs and arms would fall to the ground. A quarter of an hour passed. The ground was already covered with a layer of corpses. But the charge of the white-stripped human corpses remained just as wild, though that was all they were capable of. Even after losing arms and legs, they remained alive and continued to attack. To ordinary people, this would be a major threat, but to god hunters, they could easily be hacked into pieces. Even if they didn't die, once their bodies were in pieces, they lost the ability to move. 20 minutes passed, and the corpse-tied charge of the white-stripped humans could no longer be organized. The bartender hacked down a white-stripped human corpse and spat on its face. Who's next? The bartender brandished his bone-chopping knife and scanned the area. He felt great. People, sometimes, really do need to let it all out in a good, thorough way, otherwise, they might just get sick from holding it in. Stop showing off and hurry up and find a way out. The old man ran toward the iron gate. Madam Boss, can you hear me? Lin Baici intended to burn those corpses, but they suddenly began to squirm rapidly, as if being pulled by individual black holes, converging into large piles of flesh. After these piles of flesh gathered into a mass, some parts began to show signs of melting, then fused together, turning into a heap of writhing meat that started to crawl toward Lin Baici and the others. Damn it! Can they not be killed? The bartender felt frustrated. There were 18 of these corpse flesh monsters in total, each 5 or 6 meters tall. Because they were composed of many corpses piled together, they had no vital points. Leader, we have to rely on you. The woman in leather pants looked at Lin Baici. There were many heads on these piles of flesh, all wailing and screaming at this moment, while those arms and legs flailed about, looking absolutely horrifying. Lin Baici was not worried about these monsters. He had the pine torch in his hand, which could burn them completely into ashes. The problem was, why were some of the severed limbs not attracted to the flesh piles? Were they missed, or had they completely died for some other reason? Lin Baici pondered as he rushed toward a flesh pile near him. The heads on the flesh pile suddenly opened their mouths, spitting green slime at Lin Baici. Lin Baici dodged. Sizzle, sizzle. The slime splashed onto the floor, corroding the ground and emitting white smoke. Stitched corpse flesh monster. Only fire can purify them. Otherwise, no matter how many times they are killed or how shredded they are, they will reaggregate. That is not right, is it? There are some corpse fragments on the ground that did not gather. Lin Baici was puzzled. However, the God Eater did not provide an explanation. Lin Baici looked at the group. Which one of you used a divine gift just now? None of them had used one. Leader, my divine gift is not suitable for this kind of battle. The bartender gave a bitter smile. He thought Lin Baici was complaining and trying to find someone who was not pulling their weight. In reality, that was not the case. Lin Baici recalled the process of the battle just now and discovered a detail. But he could not ask that person directly, or it would attract attention. It seems that this board game mentioned by the maid is not something that can be cleared simply by escaping the dungeon. Lin Baici tried several times, but he could not rush in front of the stitched corpse flesh monsters to ignite them. There were too many heads on these monsters. There were always mouths spitting green slime. preventing him from getting close. "Stop fighting, move around, and lead these monsters away," Lin Baici commanded. "Leather Pants, you go left. Bartender, magician, you to go right. Lead the monsters in circles, spread out first, and wait for my signal before gathering in the middle of the freezer." Lin Baici had everyone disperse first. The stitched corpse flesh monsters naturally separated as well, chasing their respective targets. Lin Baici ran through the freezer with 3 of them behind him. These stitched corpse flesh monsters had become larger and were harder to kill, but their speed had also slowed down. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to gather the monsters so easily. Everyone here was a god hunter, so they understood without Lin Baici needing to explain the tactics into much detail. 5 minutes later, "Are you ready?" Lin Baici shouted. "Ready, good to go," everyone responded. "Speed up, gather," Lin Baici urged. The group immediately rushed toward the position Lin Baici had designated, and the monsters naturally followed. 10 seconds later, everyone had gathered. And then what? The bartender gripped his bone-chopping knife tightly, staring at his surroundings, guarding against any unexpected events. "Wait a little longer." Lin Baici calculated the distance. Only when the nearest stitched corpse flesh monster arrived and began to spit acid did he give the order. "Run toward the iron door." As soon as Lin Baici finished speaking, everyone took off running. If one were to look down from the ceiling with a god's eye view, the positions of Lin Baici and the others and the monsters would look like an umbrella. Lin Baici and the others were at the canopy, moving toward the handle, while the monsters, which had originally been scattered across the canopy, were now also moving toward the handle because they were chasing Lin Baici and the others. Thus, naturally, they gathered into a pile behind the group. Lin Baici's floating life, night rain, and wild Buddha blowing out the lamp, although possessing immense lethality, had two drawbacks. First, it consumed a great deal of divine power, so Lin Baici had to ensure that every time he used it, it covered the maximum number of monsters. He could not use it once for every single monster he encountered. He would be exhausted to death. After all, the game had only just begun, and he needed to conserve his divine power. The second drawback was that the attack range of this divine gift was a sector, meaning a maximum of 120 degrees in front of Lin Baici. This was also the reason Lin Baici had everyone move to gather the monsters. Lin Baici and the others ran to the iron door, and the stitched corpse flesh monsters also crowded behind them, having chased them there. "Now what?" the woman in leather pants asked. "Which one of you has a divine gift related to fire?" Lin Baici asked. Everyone shook their heads. Lin Baici saw that the distance was about right, took 2 steps forward, and activated his divine gift. Swish! Behind him, a Buddha statue appeared, sitting in the lotus position with its hands forming a mudra dot in the freezer. A fine drizzle began to fall. When it sprinkled onto the flesh pile monsters, sparks erupted on the heads attached to their bodies. It was just like a lit candle. "My Buddha is merciful. The transcendence begins." Whoosh! The Buddha statue behind Lin Baici leaned forward and blew a breath. The flames on the flesh pile monsters were like oil lamps blown out by the wind and rain, with a series of popping sounds. They were extinguished instantly. The next moment, their entire bodies stopped moving, freezing in place, and even those clawing, flailing arms hung limp. "Holy crap!" The old man was shocked. What kind of divine gift was this? How could it be so powerful? The woman in leather pants, the bartender, and the dwarf were all dumbfounded. They knew Lin Baici was strong, but to be this strong, was it not a bit too outrageous? "This is just normal operation for little Lin." Jiu Hongyao signaled for everyone not to be shocked. "It is one thing for your godly item to be awesome, but why is even your divine gift so strong?" The bartender was envious to the point of death, feeling like a poor wretch drowned in a vat of lemonade. People really cannot be compared to one another. Why is it that even though we are all god hunters, you are so outstanding? The dwarf joked, his tone filled with even more praise and sycophancy. Lin Baici did not have time to chat with them. Seeing that these monsters had stopped moving just as he had expected, he immediately rushed over and ignited them with his torch. Boom, boom, flames surged upward, and a foul, scorched stench of burning fat and flesh, accompanied by plumes of black smoke, began to permeate the air. 3 minutes later, these piles of meat were all reduced to a pool of ash. The temperature in the freezer rose significantly, the white frost in many places melted, and water droplets began to drip down with a pitter-patter sound. "Boss lady, open the door quickly," the old man shouted, urging her. "Go and check the freezer again," Lin Baici instructed. Since the monsters were all killed, he naturally wanted to search carefully once more. Moreover, Lin Baici wanted to confirm the status of those severed limbs that had not fused earlier. Everyone split up to act. However, the bartender had not gone far when that big-bellied, white-skinned corpse whose head he had previously chopped off crawled over along the iron racks. Upon discovering him, it leaped down and pounced. The bartender reacted quickly, swinging his bone-chopping knife while dodging to the side. Swish! The sharp blade struck the white-skinned corpse, leaving a deep gash. "There is a monster," the bartender shouted. "Team leader, Brother John, come over quickly." Brother John was the dwarf magician. The woman in leather pants and the old man slowed their pace, but the dwarf was quite enthusiastic and hurried over. Lin Baici and Jia Hongyao did not hesitate either. The white-skinned female corpse landed, turned around, and pounced on the bartender again. Chapter 137, Bloody Slaughterhouse. The bartender dodged to the side and swung his bone-chopping knife in a flurry of strikes. Swish, swish, swish. The divine favors he possessed were all auxiliary types and provided no direct help in combat. This was the reason why he worked at Nangang Shu's bar instead of exploring God ruins. It was not that he did not want to, but he lacked the strength. Fortunately, he could earn some meteor coins every month, which he used to strengthen his body. So compared to an ordinary person, he still had some advantages when facing these monsters. Clack, clack, clack. 3 more wounds appeared on the white-skinned female corpse, and it was knocked to the ground. Just as it was about to crawl up, the dwarf leaped over and slammed solidly onto its chest. The white-skinned female corpse's sternum shattered. Go to hell. The dwarf's arms were short, but when he swung his axe, it was still quite ferocious, like chopping firewood. He drove it directly into the white-skinned female corpse's head. "You think you can grow your head back? Then I will smash you to pieces." But just as the dwarf prepared to strike a second time, he heard the shouts of Lin Baici and the bartender. "Be careful." The dwarf did not know what had happened, but the others saw it clearly. The moment the dwarf's axe struck the head of the white-skinned female corpse, her bulging belly burst open with a pop. A pair of bloody, tiny infant hands reached out, braced against the corpse's skin, and with a snap, it shot out like a cannonball, lunging toward the dwarf's back. The infant slammed into the dwarf's back, causing him to stumble forward and fall off the body of the white-skinned female corpse. At the same time, the infant extended both hands, gripped the dwarf's throat, and while applying pressure, bit down on his scalp. The dwarf screamed in pain. The white-skinned female corpse on the ground also sprang up and lunged at the dwarf. Because its belly was torn open, its violent movements caused the internal organs in its abdominal cavity to spill out, scattering all over the floor. The dwarf wanted to call for help, but with the infant gripping his throat, he could not make a sound. The bartender was a bit cowardly and did not help immediately. He was mainly shocked by the infant, covered in blood and mucus, suddenly bursting out of the belly. The muscle Buddha appeared beside the dwarf and swung a heavy fist, smashing it into the white-skinned female corpse. The female corpse was sent flying. Then, the muscle Buddha reached out with a large hand, grabbed the infant on the dwarf's back, and ripped it off with force, as if tearing away a piece of adhesive plaster. He then tossed it toward Lin Baici. Lin Baici swung his sword. Swish! The infant was sliced into and fell to the ground. The infant let out a shrill, miserable shriek, crawling about as it tried to find its body. Lin Baici thrust the pine torch toward it. The infant was ignited. Lin Baici ran toward the white-skinned female corpse and set it on fire as well. As the flames rose, the female corpse twisted frantically, rushing toward the group in an attempt to take them down with it. But 10 seconds later, it was reduced to a pool of ash. Team leader, thank you. The dwarf clutched his head and thanked Lin Baici. Because his scalp had been bitten open, his face was covered in blood, making him look quite terrifying. Lin Baici handed a first aid kit to Jia Hongyao, helped the magician treat his wounds. Because the dwarf performed magic at the bar, Lin Baici used that profession to address him. Thank you. The dwarf was very grateful. If it hadn't been for Lin Baici's timely rescue just now, he would have been severely injured, if not dead. Hong Yao, little Lin. Are you two alright? Outside the freezer, the boss lady's voice called out. Team leader, the door is open. The old man was overjoyed. Everyone hurried out and saw a 2-meter-tall pig-headed man lying in the circular lounge outside. It was already decapitated and dismembered, as if it had been torn apart by chariots, hacked into several pieces. Boss lady, did you encounter a monster? The bartender asked with concern. Team leader, I knew you asked me to wait outside to guard against someone locking the door from the outside. Nangongshu explained. I kept watching, but this door suddenly closed. I tried to open it, and as a result, a pig-headed man sprang out from the floor. I killed it and wanted to open the door, but I couldn't find the switch. Just as I was worrying, the door opened by itself. The landlady called him team leader, which showed her respect for Lin Baici and indicated that she was explaining herself seriously in her capacity as a team member, as she did not want Lin Baici to think she was slacking off. You have worked hard. Lin Baici smiled slightly. To open this door, we should probably kill all the monsters inside. Are they also pig-headed men? Nangongshu glanced into the room. Landlady, believe me, you had better not look. Otherwise you will have nightmares for the rest of your life. The woman in leather pants was covered in sweat and felt terribly uncomfortable. I really want to take a shower. If it were not for the team leader, I would have been done for. The dwarf covered his head with gauze. He was already ugly to begin with, and now that he was injured, he looked even more disheveled and wretched. Old man, please dissect the corpses, Lin Baici ordered. This old man was not putting in enough effort and only did the tasks assigned to him, but that was understandable. After all, everyone was just a stranger temporarily grouped together. The old man complied and soon squeezed 10 iron lumps out of the intestines. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Watching so many iron lumps fall to the ground, everyone was dumbfounded, followed by joy. This is truly a huge haul. The bartender suddenly felt that the suffering he had just endured was worth it. In fact, that was indeed the case. If Lin Baici and his group had not entered the freezer, this big-headed guard would have kept hiding in the cellar of the lounge and never come out. According to the normal process, everyone should have finished killing the white-striped corpses and come out, only to be ambushed by this big-headed guard. However, Lin Baici had let Nangongshu stay outside, so the battle broke out ahead of schedule. It was also fortunate that the landlady had formidable combat power, otherwise, she would have been slaughtered by the pig-headed man. Haha, don't you think it is very evil? The old man laughed, looking very lewd. These iron balls were inside the intestines. Tell me, how did they get in there? Damn it, stop talking. You are making me sick to death. The bartender was annoyed. If this were a beautiful woman, it would be worth discussing. Team leader, you seem to be unaware of this. The woman in leather pants glanced at Lin Baici and leaned in close to him. After we get out, I can give you a private demonstration, the kind where you stuff a dozen balls in. Lin Baici's performance was excellent, and the woman in leather pants wanted to form a long-term team with him. When you encounter such a strong thigh to cling to, you should hold on tight at all costs. I want to know too. Jiu Hongyao was curious. After the old man cleaned these 10 iron lumps and opened them, there was a map fragment inside each one, which instantly completed half of the map Lin Baici was collecting. Everyone was greatly encouraged. Success was not far off. Anshu has performed a great service. Lin Baici praised her, took some food and water from the black alms bowl, and distributed them to everyone. Let us rest for a quarter of an hour. As long as you do not think I am slacking off, the landlady smiled slightly. It is so great to have a spatial divine taboo item. You can carry anything. The bartender was envious. How big is the storage space of your alms bowl? The woman in leather pants was curious. I really want it. If he were willing to use this as a betrothal gift, I would agree immediately, and I would even throw in my still charming mother as a bonus. It is big enough. Lin Baici chuckled and gave a perfunctory reply. He would not speak of such secrets. Team leader, you must have cleared a divine ruin that has been open for more than 5 years. Right, the dwarf exclaimed. In his mind, only those divine ruins that had existed for over 5 years would contain such top-tier divine taboo items. Lin Baici shook his head. You are truly too humble. Everyone expressed their disbelief, thinking that Lin Baici was hiding something. If he had not cleared a divine ruin of that level, how could he have obtained so many powerful divine graces and divine taboo items? This kid was handsome, the kind that could make wealthy women happy. If a wealthy woman was happy, she might give him one, or even two items, but this many. Even a wealthy woman's household does not have that much surplus grain. The group stopped asking. In the circle of god hunters, everyone's divine graces and divine taboo items were secrets. Even the divine ruins they had conquered were kept confidential. Because most of the time, one could infer god hunters' gains by looking at the divine ruins they had cleared. The old man listened to everyone's idle chatter and felt even more worried. He was embarrassed to take things out of his spatial badge, otherwise. Compared to Lin Baici, everyone would think he was stingy and did not trust them. The rest period ended, and the group set off, leaving the underground freezer and returning to the floor they had just been on. Let us go check the front. Lin Baici did not go upstairs. No one questioned him. Lin Baici's outstanding performance had already established his status as the team leader. Especially for people like the dwarf whom he had saved, they followed his every word. He felt that by following Lin Baici, he could survive. This floor was all corridors, winding and twisting like a spider web, complex and intricate. The group walked for 17 or 18 minutes when the woman in leather pants suddenly warned, "Team leader, there are people ahead." The woman in leather pants possessed a divine grace that allowed her to sense movements from a great distance. Lin Baici activated the 100 flavors of a single breath and took a deep breath. It stank. And there was a fishy smell, the scent of spices. But the strongest was the body odor of the pig-headed men. Of course, among these mixed smells, there were a few familiar ones. Why do I feel like I have turned into a dog? Achoo, achoo. Lin Baici sneezed several times. He should use this divine grace less in the future, especially in this kind of environment. It was practically like being tortured. Seeing that Lin Baici did not say to hide, the woman in leather pants stopped warning him. Soon, the two sides encountered each other. It was the man in sunglasses and his group, with Shen Fujiang among them. Landlady. The man in sunglasses and his companions greeted her. When they saw Lin Baici, their expressions became awkward. Because they had seen that Shen Fujiang had outstanding combat power and had teamed up with him. After all, who would not want a powerful companion? However, doing so would certainly displease Lin Baici. If they hadn't run into each other, it would be one thing. But since they had been seen, it was unavoidable. Did you find anything? Nangongshu sized up the group. Seeing the bloodstains on their clothes and the bone-cleaving knives in their hands, it was clear they had also encountered combat. Nothing. There is a slaughterhouse ahead with many pig-headed men. We killed a dozen or so, but we felt that continuing would be a waste of time. So we planned to head upstairs to take a look. The man in sunglasses told the truth. What about you? We killed some pig-headed men, but we didn't find anything. Nangongshu lied without changing her expression. If it weren't for this Shen Fujiang, she wouldn't have minded putting in a good word with Lin Baici to bring these men in sunglasses along. But now, there was no need. Let's go. Lin Baici's expression was cold as he walked forward. Everyone hurried to follow. Seeing Lin Baici's group leave, the man in sunglasses was a bit surprised. The lady boss isn't the leader. It was obvious that those people took their orders from Lin Baici. Based on his performance earlier, that makes sense. A middle-aged man glanced at Shen Fujiang. Should we form a team with them? You are fawning over them so much. But if you find any loot, they will definitely take it first. What is the point? Shen Fujiang sneered. I am, at the very least, a main force of the Lost Coast and a Lion King. Is it really such a loss to team up with me, Uncle Shen? You take it too seriously. Let's just proceed according to our original plan, shall we? The man in sunglasses smoothed things over and led the group toward the upper floors. It would be great if they went upstairs. They can pave the way for us. The woman in leather pants giggled. They haven't even discovered that there are maps inside the stomachs of the pig-headed men. The bartender sighed. If they were also collecting map fragments, the two sides would definitely have come into conflict. It was truly thanks to Lin Baici. Watching the man in sunglasses and his group wandering around, they looked just like fools. It was so fortunate that he had joined this team. The bartender felt relieved. After walking for another 10 minutes, the roar of machinery, the growls of pig-headed men, and the screams and cries of humans converged into a cacophony that reached them. They had arrived at the slaughterhouse. Everyone hunched over, light in their footsteps, and quietly crept forward. Soon, they entered a massive workshop. There were many pieces of equipment here, forming a slaughterhouse assembly line. The equipment was covered in grease, bloodstains, dust, and scraps of meat. It looked like it hadn't been touched for years. There were pools of dark red water on the floor. Many pig-headed men were busy at work. Their black rain boots splashed through the stagnant water, making a slapping sound. The workshop was huge, and the group used the equipment as cover to move toward the direction of the crying and screaming. Suddenly, Xiao Hongyao pointed. "Look, at the 10 o'clock position." There was an open area filled with many iron cages. Inside each cage, 20 naked people were locked up. Because the cages were cramped, these people were squeezed tightly together. Next to these cages was a massive iron vat, at least 10 meters high and 7 or 8 meters in diameter. It must have contained boiling water. As hot steam was billowing upward, a thick mechanical arm moved over, grabbed the cage, lifted it, and shifted it above the large iron vat. The steam scalded the people, causing their skin to turn red instantly, and they all shrieked in pain. A pig-headed man stood on a platform to the side of the vat and used an iron claw to remove the lock on the cage. The mechanical arm rotated and dumped everyone in the cage out. Splash, splash. These people fell into the boiling water and immediately let out agonizing screams. Though they went silent after a dozen seconds, a few clever ones grabbed onto the iron cage and didn't fall in. The pig-headed man on the platform picked up a stick and poked them hard until they all fell in. Then he pressed a switch. The boiling water in the iron vat began to rotate and churn, thoroughly cleaning these people. 3 minutes later, the pig-headed man pressed another button. A large skimmer reached into the vat, scooped them up, and dumped them onto the conveyor belt next to it. Thump, thump, thump. The corpses that had just been scalded to death were still steaming as they were transported forward along the conveyor belt, entering a cluster of large brushes similar to those in a car wash. This step was for deherring and cleaning, processing the corpses to be even cleaner. Damn it, the dwarf cursed. Everyone felt sick. This was a slaughterhouse. Only it wasn't slaughtering pigs, but humans. What do we do now? Xiao Hongyao looked at those humans. Should we save them? Why save them? This is a game. Don't take it seriously. The old man was afraid that Lin Baici would be a bleeding heart. Look at the man in sunglasses and his group. They didn't care about these people at all. Setting aside whether we save them or not, we need to kill these pig-headed men to find the map. Right. I feel like there are quite a lot of them. The bartender saw that on both sides of this assembly line, there were many pig-headed men standing at every stage. The total number was likely over 100. With this many, there is no way to kill them all at once. If we cause a scene, it will attract even more pig-headed men. The woman in leather pants worried. Let's go. Open those cages and let them run. Lin Baici took the lead and crept toward the cages. Leader, now is not the time to worry about them. The bartender tried to persuade him, but before he could finish, the old man had already moved. He had already figured it out. Lin Baici wanted to use these people to create chaos and then take the opportunity to kill the pig-headed men. This way, the pig-headed men would think it was a rebellion by the livestock, and they wouldn't notice his own group. Taking advantage of the fact that the pig-headed man on the platform wasn't paying attention, the group rushed to the side of the cages. Swish. Long Yu cut through the iron like it was mud, snapping the locks directly. Xiao Hongyao's short blade was also extremely sharp, and she was very fast. In less than 10 seconds, she had sliced through 12 locks. The livestock inside immediately rushed out. Lin Baici grabbed the man by the arm. Can you understand what I am saying? The man was anxious and had no intention of being grateful. He only wanted to run. He even reached out to claw at Lin Baici's face. These people had been in the livestock pen since birth and did not know how to speak at all. Lin Baici released the man and stepped back. The man immediately scrambled away. When some of the pig-headed men saw the human livestock running, they shouted loudly. Soon, the pig-headed men began to move, brandishing bone-cleaving knives and nets as they started to hunt down these human livestock. Fight individually, look for the stragglers, kill the monsters first, then find the map. After Lin Baici finished speaking, he blended into the crowd of people fleeing for their lives. A pig-headed man rushed over, its fat wobbling violently as it ran. The pig-headed man shouted in its race's language and threw the bone-cleaving knife in its hand toward a human. Snack! Lin Baici leaped up, reached out a large hand, caught the bone-cleaving knife, and threw it right back. Whoosh! The bone-cleaving knife slashed across the pig-headed man's face. It didn't die, but the red clay golem finished it off in time. A flying stone shattered its head. The pig-headed man collapsed to the ground. It's hot, wet blood flowing out and mixing with the stagnant water. More than 300 human livestock did not know the way out and could only run around the slaughterhouse like mice that had entered a kitchen, turning the place into a chaotic mess in an instant. The pig-headed men were not very intelligent to begin with, and now that they were scattered to catch the human livestock, they were picked off one by Lin Baici's group. This is so easy. The bartender enjoyed the feeling of slaughtering monsters. The pig-headed men were overwhelming when facing the human livestock, but when they encountered the god hunters, they were killed in seconds. Consequently, the number of pig-headed men in the slaughterhouse was decreasing rapidly. Just as the bartender hacked down another pig-headed man, a massive, thick-backed cleaver came crashing over, grazing the bartender's body and slamming into the pig-headed man on the ground. The pig-headed man exploded like a hot water bag that had been stepped on. The bartender wiped the blood and gore that had splattered onto his face, looked back, and was stunned. He then let out a loud shout, "Leader, it is a boss." The main text has been updated, 10,000 words. Let's talk about the subsequent plot. It is almost 4 o'clock. I have finished writing, and I cannot really sleep. So let's talk about the direction of the subsequent plot. Next is a major divine ruin. It is not the Qin Palace, nor is it Bizan. It erupts within Haijing City, but it will not affect the city. Can you guess where it appears? If I write to this point by the end of the month, I can loudly ask for monthly votes. After all, it is a big climax. I am also considering some of your suggestions. I see that everyone likes to read about the divine ruins, so I will write more of that. The daily content should be interactions with the girls. By the way, do you guys prefer a single female lead or a harem? It seems like everyone is a fan of the single female lead party now. Also, the female lead of this book is not Gu Qingxiang. Regarding the updates, I have written 316 words this month so far. In the last few days, I have been a bit sluggish, and the updates have been getting later and later. One reason is that the epidemic has broken out here, causing all sorts of trouble. Another is my requirements for controlling the plot direction and the quality of the writing, which have made my efficiency drop. I still need to stabilize the update time and release them at a fixed time. I will strive to do this next month so that I will no longer keep you readers waiting for a long time. By the way, speaking of updates, I will shamelessly ask for a monthly vote. I am currently 11th on the new book list, and it is so depressing to be just 1 spot away from the top 10. If I were 2 or 3 spots away, that would be one thing, but to be just 1 step away is so frustrating. My great benefactors, please support Dunaying. If I can reach 10th place, I will write 10,000 words a day next month and guarantee that the updates will not be less than 300 words. Thank you all. Regarding the epidemic, there was a positive case in my residential complex, and we are no longer allowed to leave our unit doors. I didn't expect it to become so serious so suddenly. After all, I have been typing every day and haven't paid attention to this. But when I look back, it was sealed off, counting this time. My city has been sealed for the 3rd time, which is a headache. For someone like me, life every day is just typing, which is something I like. At least it is not boring, but for many people, their youth and their lives have been completely delayed for 3 years, which is very regrettable. However, the more this happens, the less we should be discouraged. Instead, we should be optimistic, develop new interests, and cultivate some hobbies. If the sunshine doesn't come to find me, then I will go find the sunshine, finally. Thank you to all the great benefactors for your subscriptions, tips, and votes of support. I have no way to repay you. I will put all my heart and soul into writing this book to bring you a magnificent world and enjoy this wonderful journey. Although updating is tiring, it is super cool because there are so many readers reading our book. Happiness. Also, please subscribe and vote for the monthly ticket. Thank you very much. I count out to you. Chapter 138. New Divine Grace dropped. Inside the slaughterhouse, there was chaos up until now. The pig-headed men the bartender had seen were all dressed in black rubber rain boots and dirty aprons, carrying a bone-cleaving knife. But the pig-headed man that appeared now was different. It was wearing a gray uniform, which was stretched tight by its rolls of fat, with flesh bulging out in many places, looking quite disgusting. In its right hand, it held a roasted human thigh, which it placed by its mouth. It bit down with its black, jagged teeth and tore off a large chunk with a shake of its head. Snack, snack. It made disgusting sounds while chewing, and foul-smelling saliva sprayed everywhere. You guys come quickly, the bartender shouted and turned to run. This big-headed man did not chase him. Instead, it walked to the side of a corpse and picked up its thick-backed cleaver. A work badge hung on its left chest, which stated its position, Slaughterhouse Supervisor. Let me see. How many little mice are running wild in my slaughterhouse? This supervisor stood over 3 meters tall and weighed as much as a ton. So when it walked, it moved like a heavy tank, exuding an incredibly domineering aura. Everyone rushed over. Jiu Hongyao did not hesitate in the slightest and immediately launched a charge. The supervisor raised its blade and swung it down, swish. The cleaver carried a streak of dark red blood light, moving at a speed that exceeded the human field of vision as it slashed toward Jiu Hongyao. Watch out! Nang Gongxi shouted. The woman in leather pants and the others had their expressions changed drastically. This monster looked physically robust, so its movements should have been clumsy. Yet the speed of its blade swing was terrifyingly fast. Although Jiu Hongyao had a D rank in intelligence, her strength and speed were both a rank, and her physique was ridiculously good. The moment the cleaver came down, she had already accelerated. Swish. Jiu Hongyao appeared behind the supervisor. She unleashed a series of slashes with her short blades. Corona, sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The short blades erupted into a series of afterimages, cutting into the supervisor's neck, slicing off chunks of flesh the size of palms. The supervisor roared in pain, turned around, and swung its blade. Jiu Hongyao moved with the agility of a rabbit, not only dodging nimbly, but also launching herself like a spear fired from a crossbow, kicking her feet directly into the supervisor's face. Thud thud. The supervisor was actually forced back 5 steps by the impact. Jiu Hongyao wanted to continue her wild assault, but seeing the muscle Buddha appear, she immediately stood her ground and beckoned to the pig-headed supervisor with her finger. Come and eat me. Jiu Hongyao provoked it, drawing the supervisor's attention. The supervisor was furious, but just as it wanted to charge, the sound of wind being torn apart erupted behind it. Before it could turn around, the muscle Buddha's iron fist had already slammed into its forehead. The supervisor looked as if it had been struck by a heavy cannon. Its massive body actually spun around, and it crashed heavily onto the floor head first. The entire slaughterhouse seemed to tremble. No way, right? The bartender's eyes widened instantly, and he felt so envious he could cry. In his eyes, this big-headed creature was terrifying, comparable to a great demon king. Yet against that muscle Buddha, it looked like a kindergartner being beaten by a giant. It was incredibly weak. This even gave the bartender an illusion. I could do that too. The muscle Buddha did not expect its opponent to be so fragile and able to unleash a flurry of punches. It could only lift its massive foot and stomp down hard on the supervisor's head. The supervisor swung its blade, aiming for the muscle Buddha's ankle. The muscle Buddha took the opportunity to lie horizontally, using the weight of its entire body to slam its right elbow into the supervisor's face. The supervisor's nose was smashed into its skull, its teeth shattered, and blood flowed out along with them. It reached out a hand to strike the muscle Buddha's head. The muscle Buddha reached out with both hands, grabbed the supervisor's arm, and twisted it hard behind its back. The arm broke. Damn, it even knows wrestling techniques. The woman in leather pants drooled with envy. If I had such a subordinate, wouldn't I be invincible? Lin Baici rushed over, and just as he was about to decapitate the supervisor, The muscle Buddha suddenly threw a punch toward his chest. If that had landed, Lin Baici would have been reduced to mush. Fortunately, Lin Baici had been guarding against the muscle Buddha all along and managed to dodge in time. What is going on? The proprietress was startled. Seeing that Lin Baici was unharmed, she let out a sigh of relief. Then, she realized that this must be the periodic minor rule pollution outbreak of the God-forbidden item. The bartender and the woman in leather pants suddenly didn't want this God-forbidden item anymore. They couldn't guarantee that they would be able to dodge in time like Lin Baici if they were attacked by the muscle Buddha. The muscle Buddha used a ground technique, tightly strangling the supervisor and pinning it to the ground. Jiu Hongyao arrived. Eclipse, swish. After the short blade flashed with a streak of light, it severed the supervisor's head. Sizzle. Blood sprayed wildly. The supervisor's stomach exploded with a bang. Crimson blood splattered everywhere, along with minced meat, juices, and internal organs, spraying out in a radial pattern. A large intestine as thick as an arm flew into the air, trailing behind like the string of a kite. A foul, fishy stench immediately began to permeate the air, nauseating to smell. But no one cared about that. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the two fist-sized balls of light amidst the flying flesh and blood. These things, which looked like soap bubbles, shimmered with seven-colored light as they burst out from the pig-headed creature's stomach and drifted toward the ground. Divine grace. The old man's eyes lit up, and he subconsciously accelerated, rushing over. For a god hunter, divine grace was the most precious trophy, followed by meteor stones that could strengthen the body, and then God-forbidden items. As for divine remains, most god hunters found them useless because they lacked the funding and academic background to study them. Whoosh! The muscle Buddha intercepted him, throwing a punch. Swish! The old man dodged and continued his sprint. But the next second he stopped again because Lin Baici was standing in front of him, holding a bronze sword. What do you think you are doing? Lin Baici stared at the old man. The old man's expression stiffened. He looked at Lin Baici's cold eyes, then at the proprietress and the woman in leather pants not far away. Except for him, no one else had moved. This made him curse inwardly. A bunch of cowards. If everyone rushed to grab it together, then it would be a matter of individual skill, and the law wouldn't punish the masses. But the fact that the others weren't moving clearly meant they were afraid of Lin Baici. The monster was killed by little Lin and Hongyao. What are you trying to do? Nangongshu spoke up. That's right. What are you trying to do? The woman in leather pants and the dwarf had self-awareness. They knew they weren't qualified to share the divine grace. So it was better to stand with Lin Baici and build a good relationship. Lin Baici's prestige is truly high. Seeing this scene, the bartender felt envy, jealousy, and hatred, especially since even the proprietress favored him. I am sorry. I saw the divine grace and my head got hot. The old man gave an awkward smile. I didn't mean anything else by it. Jiu Hongyao picked up the two glowing orbs and handed them to Lin Baici. Seeing this, the others were filled with envy once again. This was Jiu Hongmian's own younger sister, yet she was so good to Lin Baici, acting almost like a submissive little maid waiting on his every word. You pick one, Lin Baici instructed, having no intention of sharing them with the others. This big-headed supervisor had been killed by him and Jiu Hongyao. Furthermore, back in the freezer, he had been the one to kill the most white-stripped corpses and had even saved the dwarf's life. As for any other contributions, the landlady had killed one pig-headed guard in the lounge. If that guard had dropped a divine gift, Lin Baici certainly wouldn't have offered to share it. Hearing Lin Baici tell her to choose first, Jiu Hongyao felt wonderful inside. He was truly the man she had set her sights on, generous and magnanimous. If someone gives me a peach, I must repay them with a precious jade. As for her friends, Jiu Hongyao was willing to take 1,000 blades for them. You pick first. Jiu Hongyao didn't feel shy about it. Divine gifts were unique, and for a god hunter, they represented the greatest possible improvement. No one would share them selflessly. Of course, it was different if it were someone from one's own team. I didn't expect a small boss to drop to divine gifts. It seems your luck today is quite good. Not only have you bathed in the foot-washing water of the goddess of luck, but you've even taken a dip in it. Both divine gifts are meat-shredding strike. After activation, hitting an enemy's body will destroy their muscle fibers, rendering them crippled. Jia Hongyao's attitude made Lin Baici smile. He liked teaming up with people like her. Besides, since the divine gifts were identical, there was no need to fuss over the order of selection. He casually picked one, rinsed it with mineral water, and tossed it into his mouth. It wasn't just the old man staring at Lin Baici. Aside from Nangongshu, the woman in leather pants, the bartender, and the dwarf were all drooling with envy. This was a divine gift. They wanted to eat it too. The soap bubble burst, and the small golden sphere inside melted into a warm current that surged into his stomach. A sharp pain then assaulted his brain, as if a steel rod had pierced through his skull. Fortunately, this intense pain vanished after a dozen seconds or so, replaced by mysterious knowledge that surfaced in his mind before taking root in his neurons. Meat Shredding Strike. A powerful offensive divine gift. Once activated, when using cold weapons, it not only increases attack speed but also destroys the enemy's muscle tissue upon impact, rendering them crippled. If the enemy's body is extremely robust, multiple strikes will be required. In the future, when you are making dumplings, beef balls, or other foods that require a large amount of minced meat, you can use this skill. The minced meat it produces is chewy, succulent, and has an excellent texture. You really do live up to the name of the gluttonous god. Lin Baici was speechless. Though the skill was indeed perfect for mincing meat, what kind of divine gift is it? The old man asked out of curiosity. Generally speaking, such questions were very private, but the old man couldn't help himself. After all, he had watched it drop with his own eyes, and he wanted to know. If it's a major divine gift, I'll be furious. The old man looked at Jia Hongyao, waiting for an answer. He knew this girl didn't seem very bright and was easily swindled. The others wanted to know as well. Meat Shredding Strike, an offensive type. Jia Hongyao only stated the name, but that alone was enough to make the old man and the bartender feel sour. Offensive divine gifts were always good goods. The bartender, in particular, who lacked an offensive divine gift, was on the verge of tears. Why did I call Lin Baici over? If I had killed that pig-headed monster just now, wouldn't the divine gift have been mine? Eat one, sell one, wouldn't that be wonderful? However, when the bartender looked at the pig-headed monster's corpse, he didn't regret it as much, because he knew he couldn't have beaten it. Sigh. I just hate that I'm too weak. The bartender felt depressed. Congratulations. Nangongshu had seen the world and felt no envy. Offering her congratulations to Lin Baici and Jia Hongyao. Thank you. Lin Baici smiled reservedly. He now had 9 divine gifts, 1 more, and he would reach the hard requirement to promote to Leopard Head. However, that title was so silly, he wondered who had decided on it. Probably a fan of Lin Chong from Water Margin, he guessed. Everyone, if you want to share the spoils, you have to show corresponding performance. Like in the situation just now, bartender. If you hadn't run and had at least landed a few hits on the boss, even if I didn't give you a divine gift, I would have given you some meteor coins as compensation. Lin Baici's tone was stern. The bartender was called out and looked embarrassed. I'll go find the map. The dwarf ran toward the supervisor's intestines. After flying out, they had hung on the ceiling fan, dripping blood steadily. The dwarf pulled the large intestine down, gripped it with its hands, and began to squeeze from one end to the other. Squish, squish. Some filthy things were squeezed out. A foul stench filled the air. Don't just stand there. Go rummage through the intestines, Lin Baici urged. And he also ran toward a pig-headed corpse, afraid of another accident. Everyone immediately took action. Even the landlady endured the nausea and began to rummage through the intestines. Once we get out, I'll make Lin Baici lick my feet, Nangongshu muttered to herself. As a beautiful and alluring landlady, was it appropriate for her to be doing such dirty work? 20 minutes later, everyone had finished rummaging through the intestines of all the corpses and collected all the iron lumps they had found. Lin Baici took out a bottle of mineral water, poured it over them, rinsed them briefly, smashed them open, and then began to piece the map together. It's finished. The woman in leather pants was overjoyed. Can we get out now? The bartender urged. Let's hurry and go. The 7 of them left the slaughterhouse workshop and climbed up the stairs. After feeling as though they had climbed the height of a 7-story building, they finally reached the floor above. This was a 3-meter wide corridor with a floor covered in a leather carpet, upon which various eerie patterns were drawn. The corridor was lit only by incandescent bulbs, one every 30 meters. Because they had been in use for many years, they were dim, casting a murky, yellowish light. Several were broken, leaving stretches of shadowed areas. On both sides of the corridor, there was a door every 5 meters. These doors were identical. Looking at their exteriors, one could not distinguish between them, but Lin Baici and his group of 7 had a map and knew how to proceed. Holy crap! Is this carpet made of human skin? The old man was the first to notice the anomaly of the carpet. This is a raw meat corridor. If you don't have a map and walk onto it rashly, you can only rely on luck to find the Pigman King room by room. After entering a raw meat room, you must eliminate the monsters inside before you can come out. Let's go. Lin Baici followed the route shown on the map to find the corresponding room number. But they had only walked for about 10 meters. A door was kicked open. The man in sunglasses and his group walked out quickly. Damn it, it's not this one either. After the man in sunglasses finished complaining, he suddenly saw Lin Baici's group and hurriedly greeted them. Madam Boss, Team Leader Lin. You guys came up too? Any discoveries? The Madam Boss asked. None. The man in sunglasses had originally wanted to tell Nangdongshu that once you enter these rooms, you must kill all the monsters inside to get out. But he was stopped by a look from Shen Fujiang. The monsters in these rooms should have clues on them, or the boss is in one of them. Whether we encounter it or not should depend on luck. The man in sunglasses explained. After he finished speaking, he noticed that the people opposite him had somewhat strange expressions. What's wrong? You don't believe my judgment? The man in sunglasses was a little annoyed. It's not that, the dwarf hurriedly explained. We just think that if we keep looking like this, it's too much of a waste of time. Then there's no other way. The man in sunglasses spread his hands. Stop blathering. Let's go. Next room. Shen Fujiang did not want to talk to Lin Baici. Whose turn is it to choose this time? Mine. The young man raised his hand. He looked left and right, then pointed to a door on the left. I choose that one. Let's go. Shen Fujiang walked over first. They were taking turns choosing, one by one. According to the team members, Madam Boss, Team Leader Lin, will be continuing. After the man in sunglasses finished speaking, he entered the room with the others. Once they closed the door, the woman in leather pants could no longer hold it in and burst into laughter. He actually said it's about luck. Oh my god, I can't take it. Let me laugh for a while. The woman in leather pants felt that the man in sunglasses' previous statement was like that of an idiot. However, thinking about it carefully, if she weren't following Lin Baici, it would have been impossible for her to find the clues to break the deadlock so quickly. These 2,000 meteor coins were really well spent. The old man sighed with emotion. The only regret was not obtaining a divine favor. The old man now deeply regretted that he shouldn't have hidden the badge, a divine taboo item, earlier, which had caused the current awkwardness and rift. Team Leader Lin. The dwarf prepared to butter him up. If you have anything to say, wait until we get out, Lin Baici urged. Let's go. Let's go. Following the instructions on the map, the group opened a door and walked inside. This was a very ordinary living room with no monsters. When the dwarf, who was walking at the back, closed the door, a door appeared on the opposite wall. If they didn't have the map and didn't enter the correct room, then, after closing the door, a large number of monsters would appear, and they wouldn't be able to get out without killing all the monsters. The group opened the door, exited, and returned to the corridor paved with the human skin carpet. Lin Baici followed the map's instructions, walked forward, and stopped in front of the 5th room. He opened the door and entered, and just like before, a door appeared on the opposite wall. Lin Baici and his 7 companions walked like this, passing through a total of 8 rooms. After they walked into the 9th room, what appeared before their eyes was a great hall. It was as large as half a football field, and the floor was made of some kind of stone, very smooth. On the surrounding walls, lampstands made from the white bones of food people were embedded. There was no furniture or decoration in the hall, only a huge sofa in the center. Lying on the sofa was a pig-headed man. Its hulking, obese body was piled there like a mountain of meat. Even with that level of obesity, it was still eating. It grabbed the potato chips placed to the side and stuffed them into its mouth. Crunch, crunch. The pigman looked at Lin Baici and these uninvited guests. Rather than being torn to pieces by me here, it would have been better to die down below. At least it would have been quick. The pigman's eyes swept over these humans. Beside the sofa lay a 2-meter-long bone-cleaving knife and a thick, heavy bone-crushing hammer. A pile of armor was heaped on the floor. A thick, pungent stench was wafting from this pigman king. Pigman king naturally possesses immense strength. It can rapidly recover from injuries by consuming fat. The heart is its vital point. Kill it to clear the stage. I've been eating too much lately. I should exercise and lose some weight. As the pigman king spoke, it stood up. This movement caused all the fat on its body to ripple like waves. The key was that it wasn't wearing any clothes. So it was disgusting to the extreme. Chapter 139 Divine Taboo Item Drops. A small wealth gain. Take it down. Lin Baici flicked his hand and threw the dragon tooth. Swish. The bronze sword carried a faint, ghostly light as it shot toward the pigman king's eye socket. The pigman king raised its right arm and smashed it against the dragon tooth. The dragon tooth was knocked away. Jiu Hongyao was the first to strike, appearing in front of the pigman king. As long as the opponent blocked or attacked, she would circle to its back to strike the monster's neck. This was her fixed tactic. But this time, the pigman king's response was somewhat unexpected. It opened its massive mouth and roared with all its might. The ear-piercing roar felt like an iron awl stabbing into their ears, causing their heads to ache. The group's offensive momentum stalled in an instant. The pig king swung its massive hand, swatting toward Jiu Hongyao as if shooing away a fly. Jiu Hongyao rolled to dodge, taking the opportunity to slash her blade across the pig king's wrist. Sizzle. The short blade bit into the flesh. However, not only did no blood flow out, but the fat on the pig king's arm suddenly expanded, wrapping around the blade and even surging along the steel toward Jiu Hongyao's hand. This sight left the bartender pale with shock. His already slowing charge came to a near complete halt. Lin Baici and the landlady rushed toward the pig king simultaneously, one smashing a torch against it, the other hacking away with a bone-cleaving knife. Bang, swish. The torch struck the pig king, sending sparks flying. But instead of igniting it like a normal person, it merely scorched a patch of its skin. Nangang Shu's bone-cleaving knife landed, but like Jiu Hongyao's, it became embedded in the creature's expanding flesh. The landlady tugged twice, but failing to free it, she let go, leaped into the air, and delivered a whip kick to the pig king's head. The pig king waved its hand, a gust of wind following as it swatted at Nangang Shu. Nangang Shu twisted her waist, changing direction in midair to dodge the strike before kicking the back of the pig king's head. The pig king's massive body actually stumbled from the force of the kick. Jiu Hongyao's short blade was a divine taboo item. Seeing she couldn't pull it free, she activated it directly. Swish. Several blade oars whistled out, instantly riddling the fat with holes and drastically reducing its resilience. Jiu Hongyao pulled her short blade free, preparing to strike again. But the fat on the pig king's body suddenly began to squirm rapidly, bulging into small spheres. Badge. Lin Baici and Nangang Shu shouted at the same time. The next instant, those fatty spheres detached from the pig king's body and shot out like cannonballs. Lin Baici swung his pine torch, batting the fatty spheres away. A pale golden light shield erupted from Jiu Hongyao, blocking the projectiles. And she rushed toward the pig king while it was recovering from its ultimate move. Puchi! The short blade sliced across the pig king's neck. This time, the wound was deep, and red blood splattered out. Having landed the hit, Jiu Hongyao quickly retreated, breathing heavily as she stared at the pig king. That burst of effort had been physically exhausting, and the girl with the high ponytail could no longer maintain a heavy assault. The pig king touched its neck, saw the blood on its hand, extended its thick tongue to lick it, and then looked at Jiu Hongyao. Neat person, you're quite impressive, aren't you? The fat on the pig king's neck squirmed, knitting the wound shut. The woman in leather pants wore a grim expression. The surprise attack had failed. This boss was incredibly difficult to deal with. The pig king took a deep breath, and the pile of armor on the ground flew up as if attracted by a magnet, slapping onto its body with a series of clangs. In the blink of an eye, it was armored like an iron warrior, with only its head exposed. What the hell? The bartender looked shocked, letting out a curse, because after donning the armor, the pig king had turned into a mountain of steel and flesh. and judging by the thickness of the plating, it wouldn't be easy to break. I think you to look quite good, so I've decided to spare your lives and make you my slaves. The Pig King glanced at Jia Hongyao, then stared at the landlady, its eyes flickering with a scarlet light as it grabbed a handful of potato chips and tossed them into its mouth. Crunch, crunch. Saliva and chip crumbs splattered everywhere. Although I don't usually touch meat people, occasionally condescending to taste something fresh isn't bad. The Pig King scratched its crotch, then picked up a filthy apron, looped it around its neck, and finally grabbed a pig head mask and pressed it onto its face. The woman in leather pants had been ignored. Under normal circumstances, she would have been furious, ready to curse. Are you blind? I look pretty good too. A solid 7 out of 10, but today, she prayed that this big-headed creature wouldn't set its sights on her. The mere thought of being unable to kill it, and then being pinned down and ravaged by that mass of disgusting fat, made her shudder. Why have you stopped attacking? The Pig King held a bone-cleaving knife in one hand and a bone-crushing hammer in the other. Looking bored. Come on, I need to lose some weight. Lin Baici observed the situation. The bartender had no will to fight. The dwarf and the woman in leather pants wanted to fight but were afraid of dying. And the old man was harboring his own secret agenda. Jia Hongyao had the most fighting spirit. I'll listen to you. The landlady met Lin Baici's gaze and immediately stated her position. Since you won't make a move, I'll do it myself. The Pig King laughed loudly, its legs tensing, and with a boom, it crashed toward the bartender like a mountain of steel and flesh. Leader, help me. The bartender screamed, turned, and ran. Seeing this, the Pig King immediately abandoned him and charged toward the old man. Damn it! The old man cursed, mimicking the bartender by shouting, Leader, help me. But it was useless. The Pig King kept chasing him. What the hell? Are you sick? The old man was frustrated. Why was it fixated on him? I hate old people. Breathing the same air as you makes me feel sick. The Pig King's reason for wanting to kill the old man was that simple. As for letting the bartender go, it was because that guy was a total waste of space, not worth worrying about. Whereas the old man, despite his shouting, showed no fear in his eyes. Whoosh! The 2-meter-long bone-cleaving knife swung down. The old man activated his divine grace. Moving like a monkey, his speed increased, and he bounced off the ground like a rubber ball, escaping. The Pig King turned its head and charged toward the dwarf and the woman in leather pants. Leader! The two of them let out a helpless roar and fled in opposite directions. The selfish behavior of the bartender and the old man caused the morale that Lin Baici had painstakingly built up through the temptation of divine grace to collapse once again. The dwarf and the woman in leather pants weren't selfish to the extreme. They could handle a winning fight, help out, or land a finishing blow, but to actively risk their lives, they didn't want to do it. I will take it. Jia Hongyao lunged toward the Pig King and urged Lin Baici, don't be hasty. Pay attention to the boss's weaknesses. The Pig King faced the charging Jia Hongyao and swung its bone-cleaving blade. Jia Hongyao dodged, accelerated, and with a swoosh, dashed past the Pig King. Clang! Her short blade struck its armor, sending a trail of sparks flying. So hard, Jia Hongyao's short blade could cut through iron like mud. Yet it hadn't even left a scratch on the Pig King. Ironclad meat mountain. 10,000 layers of defense. This monster's fat has fused with its armor. As long as its blood is flowing, this armor will continuously self-repair. You must deal a massive amount of damage in a short time to destroy this armor and break its defense. Otherwise, if you drag this out, it will wear you down to death. The gourmet commented. Its liver has top-tier blood replenishing effects and can clear impurities from the blood. If blanched in boiling water and served cold with a drizzle of vinegar and scallions, it tastes excellent. I can hypnotize it for a few seconds. You all should launch a fierce attack during that time. Nangongshu proposed. All right. Lin Baici backhanded his pine torch and shoved it back into his backpack. Female prey. Do you think I can't hear you? The Pig King sneered. With a movement of its body, it lunged toward Nangongshu. Your fate for the rest of your life will be to bear my cubs and produce milk for me. The proprietress wore a cold expression. As the Pig King pounced, she suddenly parted her lipstick-painted lips and blew gently. Whoosh! A cloud of pink mist rapidly expanded, enveloping the Pig King. The boss's speed immediately slowed, and its body began to sway unsteadily. Hong Yao, don't rush. Lin Baici raised his hand and threw his flying sword. He sprinted in front of the Pig King and leaped up. His right fist glowed with a golden light, and he slammed it toward the Pig King's head. Overlord strips the armor. No clothes to cover the body. The pig mask on the Pig King's face was sent flying, and the armor on its body actually rippled like that. Lin Baici landed and threw another punch at its stomach. Break for me. Lin Baici's fist whistled through the air as it struck the Pig King. The creature was hit like it had been struck by a speeding truck, stumbling backward as cracks appeared on its armor. Lin Baici followed up with a long stride. Third punch. Under the enhancement of the divine grace, Overlord strips the armor. No clothes to cover the body. Lin Baici's punch was incredibly powerful, directly blasting the ironclad meat mountain away. The Pig King crashed to the ground. Its armor shattered like broken porcelain, with dozens of pieces falling off. However, in the blink of an eye, its fat began to squirm, plugging the cracks and starting to repair itself. Unreasonable. The Pig King was furious and tried to crawl up, but a pink arrow shot from Nangongshu's hand, striking it right in the heart. Swish. The Pig King's body stiffened, and its expression became dazed once more. Lin Baici leaped over. While still in midair, he threw another punch at the Pig King's body. Break again for me. The Pig King's head was struck, and it slammed into the ground with great force. Bang! The floor cracked, and debris scattered everywhere. Swish. The flying sword Lin Baici had thrown earlier had circled the room, and now shot forward, piercing into the Pig King's chest. Lin Baici grabbed the hilt and slashed it with force. Flesh and skin rolled back, opening a wide wound. The pinkness surged, forming the shape of a beautiful woman, twisting her body and dancing gracefully beside the Pig King. Lin Baici couldn't control his eyes and glanced over. He actually felt an impulse towards something that wasn't even human. This shocked him. Nangongshu's divine grace was so powerful, it hadn't even been targeting him. Yet just the aftermath had such a significant effect on him. Lin Baici didn't know that his 4 punches had also left Nangongshu stunned. No one knew Nangongshu's background. They only knew she had come to Haixing 10 years ago and opened this dragon and beauty bar. Most god hunters were unruly and rebellious. Some who saw such a beautiful proprietress couldn't help but tease her. But Nangongshu had firmly established herself in Haixing and made her bar a gathering place for god hunters, issuing quests, bounties, underground transactions. As long as it involved god hunters, this bar handled it. One had to know that Nangongshu took a commission for these services, which was no small sum. Some were jealous and wanted to cause trouble, but Nangongshu had dealt with them all before becoming a bar owner. Nangongshu had extensive experience exploring divine ruins and had seen many talented youths, but someone as outstanding as Lin Baici was rare. She had just asked Jia Hongyao about Lin Baici's background earlier, 2 months ago. He was just an ordinary high school graduate, yet he had single-handedly cleared to divine ruins, purified to 5.0 intensity pollution god forbidden games, and taken out the core members of Lost Coast. Ever since that crazy maid appeared and started playing the master game, Nangongshu had witnessed Lin Baici's excellence, but these 4 punches made her realize she had still underestimated him. This man's strength had no ceiling. More importantly, his willpower and mindset. The bartender was a waste. The dwarf and the leather pants woman could only fight when they had the upper hand. And as for the old man, he was a cunning and deceitful person, perhaps strong, but detestable. Nangongshu preferred a man like Lin Baici, who faced monsters and threw punches without fear. In one word, handsome. The Pig King wasn't dead. The fat on its body squirmed, not only healing the wound but also spreading onto Lin Baici's bronze sword, attempting to devour it. Jia Hongyao arrived and swung her blade, shredding strike. Swish. The short blade struck the Pig King's head, immediately causing bits of flesh to splatter outward with a wet slap. Lin Baici pulled the blade out with brute force and slashed again, flesh-shattering strike. This time, the bronze sword carved into the Pig King's body, wherever the blade passed. The fat was pulverized, torn open, and sent flying, dealing heavy damage. The Pig King shrieked. Lin Baici and Jia Hongyao surrounded the Pig King, hacking away wildly. The divine favor he had just acquired was immediately put to use, and the lethality was excellent. The dwarf and the woman in leather pants wanted to help, but they couldn't find an opening, and they were too embarrassed to intervene, lest they be suspected of kill stealing. The old man stood to the side, his gaze darting between Lin Baici, Xia Hongyao, and the proprietress. This is getting tricky. The three strongest people have teamed up. Should be stable now, right? No sooner had the bartender finished asking than the fat on the Pig King's body suddenly exploded, scattering everywhere like rain. Lin Baici pulled his Bodhi Envoy up to shield his head and face. He saw a golden light shield erupt from Jia Hongyao's body again, and felt a twinge of envy. He needed to get his hands on a defensive-type divine taboo item as soon as possible. The Pig King roared, lunging up in a desperate struggle, swinging its two weapons to hack at Lin Baici and Jia Hongyao. The two retreated temporarily. The Pig King did not pursue them, but instead lunged toward Nangong Shu. It had to kill this female vegetable person. Her pink mist was too terrifying, capable of making people lose their minds and fall into confusion. It's still not dead. Jia Hongyao was shocked. After shedding its layer of fat, the Pig King actually appeared more lean and muscular, and even more terrifying. However, the high ponytail girl showed no fear, sprinting forward to block in front of the proprietress. Bang bang! 3 flying stones were fired rapidly, slamming into the Pig King's eyes. Because it had been struck by Lin Baici's armor-breaking divine favor, Overlord Disarm's armor. No clothes to cover. Its resistance to damage was currently very poor. When the stones hit its eyes, they immediately became red and swollen, streaming with tears, leaving its vision blurred. Swish! Jia Hongyao slashed the Pig King's neck again. But even though blood was spraying out, the creature still wouldn't die. Seeing this, Lin Baici raised an eyebrow, turned his head, and roared at the dwarf and the woman in leather pants. "What are you standing there for? Come over and hack the monster." The two dared not refuse and immediately ran over, hacking at the Pig King in a frenzy. Squelch, squelch, wounds crisscrossed its body, and blood flowed freely. At this moment, the room looked very much like a slaughterhouse. Lin Baici seized the opportunity and delivered another armor-breaking punch, slamming it into the Pig King's head. The Pig King collapsed to the ground. "Stab its heart," Lin Baici urged. The dwarf and the woman in leather pants, one after the other, drove their bone-cleaving knives into the Pig King's chest, piercing its heart. The Pig King let out a shrill, miserable scream, struggled a few times, and then went still. "It's dead." The dwarf was overjoyed. Lin Baici and Jia Hongyao each added one more strike just to be sure. The battle ended. The Pig King was game over. "Are you that Lin Baici from the Kyushu Security Bureau?" The woman in leather pants looked Lin Baici over, full of curiosity. She had heard that Lin Baici was the top rookie in the Kyushu Security Bureau. Incredibly strong. "Do I look like a woman to you?" Lin Baici was speechless. "But I feel like no matter how strong Lin Baici is, she's only at your level." Seeing Lin Baici and Jia Hongyao together, the woman in leather pants assumed he was also a reserve talent cultivated by the Security Bureau. "You can't compare them like that." Jia Hongyao had met Lin Baici before. "Magician, please dig out this monster's liver." Lin Baici took a small portable refrigerator out of his black altar bowl. "Put it in here." "What do you need the liver for?" The old man was curious. Could this be the reason why Lin Baici was so strong? Lin Baici was concise and to the point. "Hey, you really love to joke." If Lin Baici had been hesitant, the old man might have believed him. But because he said it so firmly, the old man took it as complete nonsense. "Just kidding." Even though this was a boss, could you just eat its internal organs? Weren't you afraid of dying or catching some virus? Team leader. The dwarf also thought Lin Baici was joking. "Hurry and extract the liver, and then bartender, go squeeze out the pig intestines." Lin Baici assigned the tasks and walked toward the pig head mask. Butcher mask. Once a person puts it on, they will immediately become proficient in anatomy, possessing skills akin to a master butcher. No matter the beast, you will be able to dissect and separate it. Furthermore, through your hands. These separated organs can be kept fresh and will not rot for 7 days. Wearing this mask adds +1 to intimidation against wild beasts. You are the butcher, slaughtering all things. Lin Baici picked up the pig head mask. It felt slightly hard to the touch. Honestly, this thing was quite ugly. Even more frightening than the Pigsy mask from Journey to the West. There were some blood stains on the mask. Lin Baici thought they had splattered on, but after wiping them, he realized they were part of the mask's design. Walking down the street wearing this thing would probably cause a panic and scare quite a few children. As a top-tier predator, you should possess the ability to perfectly dissect your prey and remove the most succulent parts. When eating game, I only eat the most delicious parts. Chapter 140, Historical Ranking, 3rd on the list. Excellent. Seeking monthly tickets, perfect dissection. After hearing this commentary, Lin Baici suddenly realized the value of this mask. If he wore it, he would naturally possess god-tier knife skills when preparing ingredients in the future, handling them with ease, slicing sashimi, cutting snowflake beef, or even preparing poisonous pufferfish. He wouldn't need to learn, he would just master it instantly. Awesome. It was just a bit scary. If customers saw this mask, they probably wouldn't have much of an appetite. Captain, why did you pick up that mask? The dwarf did not understand. In his eyes, the bone-cleaving blade, the bone-crushing hammer, and the armor on the Pigman King were the true divine taboo items. The valuable goods. Is it a divine taboo item? The woman in leather pants asked, surprised. That is right. Lin Baici did not hide the truth. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately looked at the pig-headed butcher mask in Lin Baici's hand. Do you know what its effect is? What kind of rule-based contamination can it cause? The old man asked curiously. Lin Baici glanced at the old man but said nothing. The old man gave a dry laugh. He knew his performance just now had been terrible and had angered Lin Baici. The woman in leather pants was also quite curious. Most divine taboo items were only noticed by god hunters after their rule-based contamination erupted. When they were dormant, they were indistinguishable from ordinary objects, making them very difficult to identify. Lin Baici must possess some kind of divine favor or equipment for exploring divine taboo items. Right. The woman in leather pants speculated. The bartender knew he was not qualified to share the spoils, so he began picking up the armor fragments scattered on the ground. Guessing that Lin Baici would likely have no interest in such things, the dwarf had obtained the bone-crushing hammer. Although he wanted to keep it, he still brought it over to Lin Baici. Captain, here you go. The dwarf looked at the bone-crushing hammer, which was taller than he was. This thing is quite heavy. It is yours. Lin Baici swept a glance over it. The gluttonous god offered no commentary, and he himself felt no hunger toward these two weapons, which meant they were merely ordinary goods. However, that filthy apron made Lin Baici want to eat it. When his armor-piercing divine favor struck the Pigman King, it had knocked this apron away. The dwarf was stunned, not expecting such a stroke of good luck, and hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Captain. The dwarf stroked the bone-crushing hammer, feeling that it could be sold for a good price. Use it himself. He was too short, and he lacked the strength to swing it. Lin Baici walked over to the apron and picked it up. The strap that went around the neck was broken, and he wondered if that would affect its effectiveness. Gluttonous apron. After putting it on, your appetite will increase. Even if it is food you do not like, it will make you feel a strong desire to eat it. Picky eater. That does not exist. After putting it on, the food you consume will have healing properties, especially for physical trauma. For example, if you break a leg, as the saying goes, it takes 100 days to recover from a bone injury. But by wearing this gluttonous apron and eating 5 meals a day, you can recover in at most a week. Good stuff. Lin Baici was delighted. For daily meals, nutrition should be balanced. But there were some foods, like onions or bitter melon, that Lin Baici truly did not enjoy eating. Now that he had this apron, he could eat them. However, he had the pool of wine and forest of meat and the gluttonous god. So even if he were a picky eater, it did not seem to matter. Just look at these 8-pack abs. They were the best proof. The healing effect was also great, though the apron was too dirty, and he did not know if it could be washed clean. Is this also a divine taboo item? The proprietress walked over and examined the apron. She had noticed the mask and knew it was a transcendent object. But this apron looked ordinary at first glance. Lin Baici nodded and handed the apron to Nangongshu. It is yours. During the battle just now, the proprietress had contributed significantly. If not for her hypnotic ability and powerful crowd control, it would not have been easy for his armor-piercing divine favor to hit the Pigman King so easily. I do not want it. Nang Gongshu did not take it, and smiled faintly. You keep it. Anyway, I have no interest in exploring divine ruins. I only want to be a quiet proprietress, drinking tea and doing yoga every day. There were others here, so it was inconvenient for Lin Baici to explain the apron. He would tell the proprietress when they returned, and if she wanted it, he would give it to her. What a pity, no divine favor dropped. Jiu Hongyao said with regret. These two divine taboo items are not combat-oriented either. Lin Baici smiled. But it is better than nothing. He and Jiu Hongyao did not distinguish between each other. It did not matter who held the pig-headed mask. Besides, even if the high ponytail girl borrowed Lin Baici's divine taboo items for a while, he would not be stingy. Whether two people are friends is not determined by words, but by actions. The trust Jiu Hongyao showed in him during the battle made Lin Baici very happy. From now on, he had gained a good companion. Jiu Hongyao felt the same way. Lin Baici was not only excellent but also trustworthy. Exploring divine ruins with such a person, the high ponytail girl dared to entrust her life to him. Proprietress, why don't you wear black stockings? Do you know that is a waste of natural beauty? And those high heels, can you change the color? I don't like red. Nang Gongshu suddenly heard this and looked at him in astonishment. No way. Are you this frivolous? Or is this your true nature? It is not me. Lin Baici felt his entire body go numb. It is that sword. Jiu Hongyao could not help but laugh. Sword. Nang Gongshu frowned and looked at the bronze sword in Lin Baici's hand. The others also looked over, confused. Everyone, look here. I, Lin Baici, want to announce something. I just like older women. Ants are good. Ants are wonderful. And ants' tenderness is just great. Next time you wear black stockings, make sure you don't take them off. The bronze sword's voice was filled with a sense of superiority, as if this preference were something to be proud of. It has nothing to do with me. Lin Baici's head was spinning, and he hurriedly clarified. The proprietress rolled her eyes at Lin Baici, looking incredibly charming. I believe you. The bartender watched Nang Gongshu and Lin Baici chatting, feeling sour in his heart. He actually liked this proprietress. A weapon with consciousness. The old man was shocked. This is a top-tier treasure. If everyone is socially dead, then it is equivalent to no one being socially dead. With that thought, Lin Baici handed the bronze sword to the proprietress. Dragon Tooth Flying Sword. A top-tier weapon. Would you like to admire it? Nang Gongshu looked at the bronze sword engraved with mysterious runes, then looked at the innocent-looking Lin Baici, and finally crossed her arms over her chest. You don't have to be shy. Your preferences are quite normal. A smile tugged at the corners of Nang Gongshu's mouth. Why do I feel a little bit of joy upon hearing that Lin Baici likes older women? Found it. The bartender suddenly shouted in excitement. From the intestines of the Pigman King, he had retrieved a golden key the length of an index finger. Damn, it's finally over. The woman in leather pants let out a sigh of relief. I wonder if there will be more games after we get out, the dwarf asked, worried. What kind of wishful thinking are you doing? The Escape the Dungeon game definitely isn't over yet, the old man mocked. The dwarf was stunned. I also believe this game isn't over yet, Nang Gongshu suggested. Let's rest for half an hour before setting off. In any case, we are currently ahead of everyone else. In the Dragon and Beauty Bar, the crazy maid had spread a carpet on the floor, taken off her shoes, and was lying on it, eating potato chips while watching television. The image on the television showed Lin Baici and his group. They killed it pretty fast. The maid grabbed the clock placed beside her and took a glance. She had hosted many rounds of Escape the Dungeon, and in the first stage, the slaughterhouse. The time this team took to clear it ranked third on the historical leaderboard. The first team had a god hunter with super powerful attack capabilities. After activating his divine grace, he burned those pig-headed men to ashes. The iron object inside the pig-headed man's intestines was naturally revealed as a result. The second team had a member with the divine grace of prophecy, who directly divined the clues to pass the level, which was also incredibly easy. Lin Baici's team looked much more normal. They relied purely on the wisdom of their leader and the cooperation of the two female members to clear the stage. As for the others, They were just useless dead weight making up the numbers. If calculated by team strength, Lin Baici's team was the weakest. So reaching third place was already quite an achievement. Excellent, however. The second stage won't be so easy. The maid picked up the remote control and flipped through a few channels, showing the other teams .tsk. That performance was truly an eyesore. The maid switched the channel back. It was better to watch this young man. Not only was he capable, but he was also handsome and dashing. Should I be his maid for a while? The maid muttered, picking up a potato chip and tossing it into her mouth. A bit boring. After saying this, Lin Baici stood up from the camping mat. Hong Yao, let's go. What for? Hong Yao stood up. The others turned their gazes toward them. Lin Baici didn't answer. Instead, he walked over to the girl with the high ponytail, wrapped one arm around her waist, and leaned in to whisper a few words into her ear. The old man had good hearing and caught the words "let's have a go," which made his gaze involuntarily fall upon the high ponytail girl's ample chest, revealing an envious expression. I want to play with balls too. The proprietress looked slightly puzzled. Lin Baici isn't that kind of person, is he? What exactly is he trying to do? What do you mean have a go? Hong Yao also whispered. Are we going to kill monsters? As for Lin Baici holding her waist, she didn't pay it any mind at all, because she regarded Lin Baici as a close friend and teammate, not as a man. Lin Baici held Hong Yao as they exited the hall. After closing the door, he looked left and right, then randomly opened another door and walked inside. There was a large group of pig-headed men in the room, but because Lin Baici had killed the Pigman King, the intimidation effect was amplified according to the rules. So these pig-headed men retreated directly into the corners, trembling in fear. Let's swap cards. Lin Baici took out his card. On the exquisitely crafted card was a green-skinned monster with a large head, short limbs, a mouth full of sharp teeth, and an incredibly ugly appearance. It was wearing a suit of tattered leather armor and carrying a thick mace. Orc! Orc! The goblin on the card roared and brandished its mace. Okay. Hong Yao didn't hesitate at all and handed her Red Dragon Queen card to Lin Baici. Aren't you going to ask why? Lin Baici looked at the girl with the high ponytail. I trust your judgment. Hong Yao giggled. Her eyes were very bright, like stars in the night sky. When it came to friends, the high ponytail girl never doubted them. Lin Baici raised his hand and flicked Hong Yao on the forehead. Don't hit my head. Hong Yao raised both hands and quickly covered her head. I rely on my intelligence to make a living. All right, enough nonsense. Lin Baici lowered his voice and told the high ponytail girl about his discovery. The more Hong Yao listened, the more shocked her expression became. Lin Baici and Hong Yao returned to the hall. The old man noticed that Hong Yao's clothes were a bit disheveled, and there were creases on her chest as if they had been grabbed. Let's go. Lin Baici stuffed the camping mat and the remaining food into the black altar bowl, then took the key and walked toward the wall in the due north. There was a door on it. Lin Baici inserted the key and turned it 3 times to the left. With a soft click, the door opened. Hong Yao took the lead, but before she could even step half a leg inside, she was pulled back by Lin Baici. Women stay behind. Lin Baici looked at the old man. You should contribute something, right? Fine. The old man knew he couldn't avoid it, and besides, there wasn't necessarily danger immediately upon entering a game. So, he walked inside cautiously. The others followed. The field of vision went black, lasting for about 7 seconds. Before the light gradually brightened, they could see some things, but it was still very dark, much like a winter morning at 4 or 5 o'clock. Lin Baici took out 5 high-intensity flashlights and distributed them. Thank you, team leader. The dwarf and the woman in leather pants quickly expressed their gratitude. Don't I get one? The bartender felt a bit dejected. I only bought 5. Lin Baici did not take a flashlight for himself. He used a pine torch for illumination instead. 5 is plenty, the woman in leather pants said with envy. Only you god hunters who possess spatial type rule relics can carry so much luggage. If it were us, we would find even carrying a single flashlight to be a burden. Is this some kind of monster's nest? Hong Yao held her flashlight and swept it around the surroundings. The place where everyone was located was a cave tunnel. It appeared to be underground, cold, and damp. with green moss growing on the cave walls and the ground. The air was very thick and murky. Lin Baici was too tall, and the cave was only a little over 2 meters high. So, he felt very stifled, with a sense of frustration at not being able to stretch his limbs. Old man, you take the lead, Lin Baici arranged. I will be second. The old man sighed, but he still did not refuse. There was no other way. Lin Baici had already gained everyone's recognition, and he had earned it through his own strength. If he were to refuse, he would certainly be kicked out of the team. Ding-a-ling, ding-a-ling. Jingle all the way. The sudden sound of a Christmas carol startled everyone. It is that maid singing. The landlady had already memorized that voice, although it was somewhat distorted after passing through the microphone and the echoes of the cave tunnel. It was definitely that crazy maid. Dear masters, because Lin Baici's team killed the Pigman King and cleared the first stage, the slaughterhouse. The first stage will close in 15 minutes. All teams that have not cleared the stage, please select one person to pay the price for your clearance. Please note, the person chosen as the price will be erased. If your entire team is as close as brothers and you cannot bear to sacrifice anyone, then the entire team will be erased together, the maid announced. Only when everyone enters the same stage and engages in competition does it become interesting. Otherwise, letting Lin Baici leave everyone in the dust would be boring. Upon hearing this rule, the woman in leather pants blurted out a curse. So cruel. The bartender felt a bit fortunate. It was a good thing he followed Lin Baici. Otherwise, if he were in any other team, he would definitely have been chosen as the price. Long live the team leader, the dwarf cheered. I bet that transgender person is regretting it to death right now, wondering why they didn't pay 5,000 meteor coins earlier to buy a spot in the team. The old man's dissatisfaction with Lin Baici had lessened significantly in his heart. Let's go, Lin Baici urged. In a room, the team led by the man in sunglasses, who had just finished killing a wave of pig-headed men, was stunned. Lin Baici has already cleared the stage. The man in sunglasses was extremely annoyed. It was clearly he who had gone upstairs first. Is our luck really that bad? Someone complained. It is not about luck. That Lin Baici must have found some kind of clue downstairs, which is why he was faster than us. Shen Fujiang's expression was gloomy. It was a pity that both sides were enemies, otherwise, how great would it have been to team up together? The others did not speak, all feeling a bit of regret in their hearts. Back at the bar, they should have tried harder to join Lin Baici's team. At the beginning, they had even mocked the old man for having money to burn, actually spending so many meteor coins to buy a spot in the team. Now, it seemed that he was the wise one. Stop thinking about other things. What do we do now? What else can we do? They have already cleared the stage, so we can only choose someone to pay the price. But the price means death. The group began to argue. Although they had not been working together for long, they had already gained a rough understanding of everyone's character. Let's take a vote by show of hands, Shen Fujiang proposed. We cannot waste any more time. Lin Baici is surely already in the second stage by now. If we let them get ahead again, we might have to pay the price. Everyone understood this kind of situation, but it was too cruel. Moreover, everyone was worried about being chosen themselves, adding a note. Do not be afraid of offending anyone, feel free to choose. The price that is selected will have their head blown off by me immediately, ensuring they won't be able to harm you. The crazy maid's words made the strong ones like Shen Fujiang feel much more at ease. At a time like this, it was basically the people who had made no contributions or the peripheral members of the team who would be chosen as sacrifices. Stalactites hung from the cave ceiling, dripping water with a rhythmic sound. Lin Baici and the other 6 had been walking for over 20 minutes. But they had gained nothing. The tunnels in this nest branched out in all directions, without a map. It was impossible to find the way out. The group arrived at a spot with 5 diverging paths. Little Lin used the oracle tortoise shell to divine. Jiu Hongyao felt that walking blindly was not a solution. If I use it too much, I will be cursed, and my luck will drop. Lin Baici prepared to activate one breath, 100 flavors to distinguish the direction by scent. But just as he activated it and took a breath, a pungent smell of smoke and fire drifted in. Achoo! Lin Baici sneezed and quickly warned, be careful, monsters are coming. Before his voice had even faded, 7 or 8 torches were thrown over from those tunnels. The flames on these torches were not large, but they emitted thick, choking smoke, which quickly filled the tunnel. Hong Yao, landlady, crouch down and take the masks. Lin Baici pulled out 2 gas masks as quickly as he could and handed them to them before putting one on himself. While doing all this, he also summoned the muscle Buddha as a meat shield to block in front of him. This caution proved useful. Just after the thick smoke rose, javelins and arrows were shot in, hitting the walls and making clanging sounds. The woman in leather pants screamed. Her arm had been pierced. Team leader, she cried out, trying to crawl toward Lin Baici. Get down, quickly get down, Xiao Hongyao urged. Staying here is a dead end. Just as Lin Baici was about to tell everyone to charge out, a voice suddenly rang in his ears. Hidden quest triggered. Chapter 141 Goblin Slayer seeking subscriptions, seeking monthly tickets. As the king of goblins, greed is your nature, and conquest is your desire. Rule over everything, enjoy everything. A voice filled with the tone of Western fantasy translation echoed in Lin Baici's ears. This is your lair, your territory. Kill all those intruders. Let the name of the Goblin King resound across the land, and make the world tremble. Hidden quest released. Kill all male humans and make at least 5 female humans pregnant. Upon completion, you will immediately clear the escape the dungeon stage and receive generous additional rewards. What the hell? Lin Baici was stunned. The main reason was that this quest was too evil. Killing people was one thing, but to make 5 women pregnant, however. Thinking that a goblin is a fantasy monster belonging to the chaotic evil alignment, it was not entirely incomprehensible that such a quest would be given. Do you accept the quest? Please note that if you do not accept within 3 minutes, it will be considered a forfeiture. A countdown started in Lin Baici's ears. I do not accept. Lin Baici rejected it directly. Killing men and making women pregnant, he could never do such a thing. Are you sure you want to give up the hidden quest? The voice asked. I am sure. Although the voice of the crazy maid had no distinct features, it was quite easy to recognize. This voice imitating an NPC was provided by the maid. What a pity. The voice disappeared. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Some javelins and arrows flew over, only to be swatted away by the muscular Buddha. It seems that only I can accept this quest because it corresponds to the card drawn by the individual. That means others should have received their corresponding quests as well. Lin Baici worried that someone might accept such an evil quest, posing a threat to him and Jiao Hongyao. Orc, orc! The cries of goblins rang out. Taking advantage of the cover of the smoke, they launched a charge. To the left. Charge out! Lin Baici shouted. The smoke was too obstructive to his vision. Suddenly, a dagger stabbed in from Lin Baici's right side. Just as it pierced his skin, a flying stone struck. The goblin's head shattered. Lin Baici saw the true form of this creature. It was over a meter tall, looking like a malformed dwarf with short limbs and a thin body, but its belly was huge. Like the unnatural bloating seen after eating Colin clay, they had small, shriveled heads with no meat on them, sharp teeth, and kept crying out orc orc, with saliva dripping from their mouths at the same time. Another one appeared out of nowhere beside Lin Baici. This time, the muscular Buddha took action, slapping it down with one palm. The goblin's head was smashed into pulp, some of which splattered onto Lin Baici. These monsters had dark green skin and only a piece of rag wrapped around their waists. They had pointed ears and large eyes. Their weapons were clubs and daggers. Their strength was not high, but they were as agile as rats. Where are you all? I cannot see anyone. The woman in leather pants shouted anxiously. She had lost track of the group, but fortunately, although these goblins were numerous, their individual combat power was poor. Unless they hit a human's vital point, they could not kill with a single blow. The woman in leather pants slashed down with her blade. The goblin attacking her dodged, lunged forward, and hung directly onto her body, hugging her arms so she could not swing her blade easily. Other goblins also rushed up. In the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 of them were hanging on her, making her movements sluggish. Team leader. Cough, cough. After the woman in leather pants finished shouting, she began to cough violently. The smoke was too choking, and it seemed to have an anesthetic effect. The woman in leather pants felt dizzy, pained, and groggy. Hold on, Lin Baici shouted. The red clay mud man's flying stones followed immediately. Pop pop pop. Walnut-sized stones hit the goblins on the woman in leather pants, causing them to scream. 3 of them were directly headshot, and their brains splattered all over the woman in leather pants. The smoke blocked the red clay mud man's vision, so it could only identify positions by sound to attack. In order not to hurt the woman in leather pants, it did not aim for the heads of the 2 goblins near her vitals, but chose to hit their bodies instead. Fortunately, the woman in leather pants was not useless. After 3 goblins were gone, she immediately gathered all her strength and hammered the 2 remaining ones. Bang! Bang! The goblins were knocked to the ground. Although the old man was elderly and his hands and feet were not flexible enough, his strength was great. The goblins that approached him were all killed. Jiuhongyo and the landlady were also very steady. The dwarf was a bit panicked and disheveled. After all, the number of times he had explored divine ruins could be counted on one hand, and his combat experience was too little. What surprised Lin Baici was that the bartender's performance this time was surprisingly good. It could also be that to him, the goblins were just too weak. The goblins were familiar with the terrain and knew which paths to take to bypass and intercept Lin Baici's group. They frequently threw torches to create smoke, trying to trap Lin Baici and the others inside. But their individual combat power was truly too weak. When the muscular Buddha faced them, it was like a giant spirit god beating up children in a kindergarten. We cannot run out. Hold our ground. The path Lin Baici chose to break through was one he had just walked, and he still roughly remembered some of the terrain. Seeing that the goblins kept interfering, he ran into a dead-end cave and had the muscular Buddha guard the only tunnel entrance. This way, at least they could ensure they would not be surrounded and killed by monsters. Cough, 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 cough. The dwarf and the others kept coughing, their faces turning blue, their eyes red from the smoke, and their throats burning painfully. But they also knew that Lin Baici's choice was correct. At least now they did not have to be besieged, and they only had to deal with the discomfort of the smoke. Hold on a little longer. Lin Baici took out a box of double-bang firecrackers and a 10,000-shot string of firecrackers. He lit them with a pine torch and threw them directly outside. Bang bang, crackling and popping. Because they were in the nest tunnel, the echo was deafening. Lin Baici felt as if his eardrums were about to burst. The goblins did not have it easy either, and their offensive slowed down immediately. When the muscular Buddha had swatted 3 more to death, the monsters stopped moving. Lin Baici immediately had the muscular Buddha take the lead and began to charge. This time, it was safe. Lin Baici and his group twisted and turned, running for over 10 minutes without encountering any more goblins. I can't do it anymore. The dwarf stopped, gasping for air. Once he stopped, the others also relaxed. Drink some water and rinse your mouths. Lin Baici took out mineral water and distributed it to everyone. Jiu Hongyao and Nangongshu took off their gas masks because they had been wearing them. They had not been harmed by the goblin's toxic smoke. Team leader, this time it's all thanks to you. The woman in leather pants expressed her heartfelt gratitude. If it hadn't been for Lin Baici, she would likely have been done for. If only I had hand grenades, Lin Baici sighed. He couldn't get his hands on those, so he could only make do with buying some firecrackers. To put it bluntly, he was relying on the fact that the Black Om's Bowl's food storage was large enough to hold whatever he wanted. Never mind firecrackers. He had even prepared 10 gas canisters. However, in the thick smoke from earlier, he hadn't dared to use them recklessly. What if he blew himself up? Hand grenades are only good for bullying small fry. Nangongshu had plenty of experience and shared with Lin Baici. It would be better to get a few more divine taboo items for self-defense. I checked just now, and you don't have any defensive divine taboo items. Lin Baici shrugged his shoulders and took out a medical kit to clean and bandage everyone's wounds. What do we do next? The woman in leather pants rubbed her temples. This dim nest made her feel very oppressed, and she felt completely out of sorts. Of course, we take care of those goblins. We've suffered such a big loss. We have to get it back, right? The bartender was very angry. If it were a boss, that would be one thing. But why are some trashy small fry acting so arrogant? Hey, you're quite brave, aren't you? The woman in leather pants mocked him. When they were fighting the pig-headed man earlier, she hadn't seen him being this wild. But now that he was bullying goblins, he was jumping around happily. What a coward. If he had the ability, he should be like Lin Baici, daring to draw his sword against anyone. Just like how we found the map fragment in the pig-headed man's large intestine earlier. I think those goblins might have clues on them too, the bartender analyzed. He's right. We don't have any leads right now. So, instead of running around blindly, we might as well go kill the goblins. Lin Baici had planned the same thing. Jiu Hongyao and Nangongshu were better at treating wounds than Lin Baici. It took them a quarter of an hour to finish bandaging everyone. The smoke has cleared. Let's go. Lin Baici took the lead and headed toward the place where they had been ambushed earlier. Along the way, they could see quite a few goblin corpses. Those that hadn't even been left with a complete body were the ones that had been hammered to death by the muscular Buddha. They reached the fork in the road, where there were even more corpses. The goblins clearly did not have the habit of collecting their dead. Everyone spread out and looked for traces of the goblins. See where they came from. The bartender held his bone-chopping knife, split open a goblin corpse, and squatted down beside it to rummage through its internal organs. No need to look. Go this way. Lin Baici walked toward the second tunnel on the right. The old man looked at Lin Baici's determined expression and guessed that he must have other methods he didn't know about. Damn, is he really this strong? The old man was envious. Lin Baici activated one breath, 100 flavors, sniffing the scent left by the goblins, and tracked them all the way. This divine grace was quite useful, making Lin Baici's nose sharper than a hound's. But the problem was that if it was a foul odor, it would be quite disgusting. Because he needed to track. Lin Baici had an N95 mask on him, but he couldn't use it. After everyone followed Lin Baici for more than 20 minutes, they saw him stop. SHH. Lin Baici looked back, placed his index finger in front of his lips, and made a gesture for silence. Everyone understood immediately. They had probably reached the goblin's lair. As Lin Baici slowed his pace and walked another 50 meters forward, everyone heard the noisy sounds of goblins. You guys wait here. Lin Baici told everyone not to move around, then walked forward alone to scout the enemy situation. Soon, he was crawling at the tunnel entrance. Outside was a huge cave where a large group of goblins lived, both big and small. Lin Baici counted roughly, and there were over 100 of them. Moreover, in this cave, there were smaller caves locked with wooden doors, which were likely bedrooms, prison cells, or storage rooms. On the ground, some animal skins were spread out, scattered with quite a bit of food residue and dark red blood scabs, coupled with the goblin's smelly feet trampling all over. This carpet emitted a thick, foul odor. In the middle of the cave, there were 3 piles of firewood, each with a large pot on top, and which meat porridge was boiling. A female goblin stood on a stool next to a large pot, holding a long wooden stick, stirring the porridge. She frequently reached her hand into the pot, dipped it in the meat porridge, and then licked it with her rough tongue. A few small goblins were holding daggers, running around playing wildly. One of them wasn't paying attention and bumped into the stool. The female goblin tilted and fell into the large pot. The female goblin screamed in pain. A dozen male goblins nearby heard the commotion, immediately ran over, and pulled her out. This goblin was scalded red all over by the boiling meat porridge, covered in blisters. An elderly goblin took out a clay pot, scooped out some black ointment, and smeared it on the female goblin's body. Then had the tribesmen carry her to the side and ignored her. Dinner was served. The goblins knelt down, chanted some prayers in a mess, prayed to some deity, and then swarmed toward the large pots, beginning to scramble for food. The old goblin swung his crutch, knocking about wildly, before he finally managed to restore order. How is it going? Xiu Hongyao, impatient from waiting, leaned in close. Wait until they are full before we make a move. Lin Baici was not in a hurry. These goblins were frequently in a state of hunger, so they ate very quickly. In less than 3 minutes, they had finished their porridge. A few gluttonous young goblins even jumped into the pot, licking the residue off the walls. Some goblins, once full, lay on the ground to sleep, but those few strong goblins entered a small cave. Soon, the sounds of a woman crying and screaming drifted out from within. Lin Baici felt he could not wait any longer. He had heard these kinds of sounds when watching adult films. Actually, It would be easier to kill them once those few goblins were tired from their activities. But there are some things that cannot be calculated so coldly. Prepare. Lin Baici beckoned, signaling everyone to come over. I will go first. Nangongshu activated her divine favor, exhaling a mist of pink fog. As this mist drifted over and was inhaled by the goblins, strange smiles appeared on their faces, as if they were having beautiful, erotic dreams. Hypnosis activated. Crimson Dream. Those goblins that had not been sleeping also began to feel drowsy. 10 seconds later, they collapsed one by one, falling into a deep slumber. Nangongshu's divine favor was slower to take effect when the enemy was on guard, serving only as a distraction. At his time. As soon as Nangongshu finished speaking, the bartender charged out in the lead, gripping his bone-cleaving knife and hacking wildly at the goblins on the ground. Splurt, splurt. The blade sank into flesh, and blood splattered everywhere. Refreshing. The bartender was having a blast. He did not even spare the small goblins, cutting off their heads one by one. Hurry up, the old man urged. Nangongshu walked toward the cave where the strong goblins were, preparing to activate her ability. But the wooden door suddenly swung open. A goblin carried a naked woman out from inside. Upon seeing the situation outside, it threw the woman directly at Nangongshu. Orc, orc, the goblin shrieked, pouncing toward Nangongshu. The woman hit the ground and did not move. It turned out she was already a corpse. Whoosh! A bronze sword flew through the air, piercing the left chest of the goblin. The muscle Buddha appeared, standing at the cave entrance and swinging his fists repeatedly, like playing whack-a-mole. Bang, bang. The goblins that rushed out upon hearing the noise were all swatted away, their bones shattered. The bartender stopped killing the small goblins and instead pounced on these heavily injured ones. All of you. The bartender wore a ferocious expression, hacking until flesh and blood flew everywhere. These goblins were not strong. They relied on sneak attacks and all sorts of underhanded tricks. Now, being ambushed by Lin Baici and his group of 7, they were being utterly crushed. In just 10 minutes, the battle was over. The goblin lair was littered with corpses. Go and search the place, Lin Baici ordered, walking toward one of the small caves and using his bronze sword to hack through the door lock. It was very dark inside, so Lin Baici used a torch to illuminate it. More than a dozen female human faces appeared in his field of vision, terrified, anxious, and fearful. The women huddled together in a pile. These women are livestock, used to breed little goblins, and also serve as emergency rations. Can you understand me? Lin Baici frowned deeply. I have come to rescue you. Are you a hero sent by the Adventurers Guild? A young woman asked timidly. When Lin Baici played games or read manga, he would feel uncomfortable seeing tragic plotlines. Now that this scene was playing out in reality, it made him feel very disgusted. However, thinking about it, he himself was nothing more than a toy for the crazy maid. At this moment, for the first time in his life, Lin Baici had the urge to actively devour that maid. Little Lin, come quickly. Jiu Hongyao shouted. What is it? Lin Baici rushed over. Inside a small cave, covered with thick animal furs, lay more than a dozen goblin infants. The largest ones could only crawl. Everyone gathered around. What? You cannot bring yourselves to do it. Then I will. The bartender walked in and thoughtfully closed the wooden door, sparing everyone the discomfort of witnessing such a slaughter. There is no need to sympathize with these monsters. Nangongshu pointed to a cave. Inside there are dried human corpses. They are clearly their food. There are also women who were captured nearby. Lin Baici shook his head. This game was too dark. Enshu, go and take care of them. Take care of what? We are in the middle of a rule pollution. You do not actually think of them as real people, do you? The old man was speechless. Even if they were real, there was no need to bother with them. Lin Baici ignored the old man. Those women were all naked, so he did not enter to avoid suspicion. Soon, Nangongshu came out with a girl who had flaxen hair. Team leader, she knows the way out. Then what are we waiting for? Let us go. The old man was impatient. Forget the other burdens, just take this one. The flaxen-haired girl glanced at the old man, then looked at Lin Baici sincerely, with a hint of pleading in her eyes. You must take them with you, or I will not be your guide. Lin Baici had not intended to abandon those women anyway. The group set off. These dozen or so women could not walk fast, which significantly slowed down the team's progress. Lin Baici rubbed his nose, and suddenly, a faint stench drifted over. Be careful, the goblins are coming. When you see me charge, you charge as well. Bartender, leather pants girl, you just stay behind to protect these women, Lin Baici arranged. Thank you for your consideration, team leader, the leather pants girl said gratefully. She was injured, so she naturally wanted to rest a while longer. Team leader, I can take those goblins. The bartender grew anxious. Take me with you. Fine, then magician, you stay behind. Lin Baici swapped his team members. The old man heard this and felt incredibly depressed. Why am I the one who has to stay behind? I feel like you could slaughter all those goblins by yourself. Lin Baici chuckled, walked another 100 meters forward, and suddenly roared. Chapter 140 To This Is My Jungle. Lin Baici turned around and charged toward the tunnel behind him. He pulled a bundle of prepared firecrackers from his backpack, lit them quickly, and tossed them inside. Jiu Hongyao and Nangongshu followed behind Lin Baici, forming a triangular formation. Bang bang! The firecrackers exploded, and choking smoke immediately filled the air. The goblins had been sneaking up, preparing for an ambush. But they never expected their presence to be discovered. They were caught completely off guard. Lin Baici swung his sword, slaughtering them wildly. The dragon tooth was too sharp. The goblins' crude weapons could not block it at all, whether it was daggers or spiked clubs. They were as brittle as paper. The bronze sword severed their weapons and then sliced into the goblins' bodies, sending severed limbs flying and blood spraying like a fountain. Team leader, just keep charging forward. Don't stop. Disrupt their formation and create chaos. I will handle the finishing blows, the bartender suggested. Orc, a sturdy, muscular goblin saw its kin being slaughtered and flew into a rage, pouncing toward Lin Baici. Its weapon was the thigh bone of a giant beast, as terrifying as a warhammer. It swung it, intending to smash Lin Baici's skull, but it never got the chance. A faint light flashed over the Bodhi messenger Kasaya that Lin Baici was wearing, and the muscle Buddha appeared, its arms, which seemed capable of lifting the heavens and pulling up the earth, swung around like a windmill and slapped the goblin on the head. The goblin's head deformed. It was as if it had been hit by a speeding dump truck. With a loud thud, it flew several meters and slammed into the wall nearby. Whoosh! The muscle Buddha grabbed another goblin, used it as a human projectile, and threw it with all its might at the goblin stuck to the wall. Jiu Hongyao was just about to deliver a finishing blow, but the bartender had already rushed over, gripping his bone-cleaving knife and hacking away at their necks. Crack, crack. Two goblins were hacked to death. The muscle Buddha moved as if it were in an empty field, like a warrior capable of taking on 10,000 men. In just 50 seconds, it had carved a path through the goblins gathered in the tunnel. Once the area in front of it was clear, the muscle Buddha turned back and recited a Buddhist chant, Amitabha. Before the words had even faded, it smashed another goblin into a pulp. Lin Baici watched the muscle Buddha being so valiant and felt he should prepare a weapon for it, perhaps a Vajra pestle or a diamond shovel. The muscle Buddha charged back. Halfway there, the goblins collapsed, screaming in panic and fleeing in all directions. Team leader, don't stop, keep hacking them, the bartender urged. These monsters have no humanity. We have to kill them all. Lin Baici ignored the guy. Seeing the goblins fleeing, he immediately rushed back. There was still a group of unarmed women behind them. If they were ambushed by goblins, some would surely die. Lin Baici's prediction was correct. There were indeed goblins hiding in nearby side tunnels, waiting to launch a surprise attack from there. But when Lin Baici suddenly moved, they heard the screams of their companions and lost their nerve, abandoning the attack. Well done. To pass this stage, besides walking out alive, you must also save people. If not enough people are saved, you will be required to vote and select one person as the price for clearing the stage, the gourmet commented. Lin Baici frowned upon hearing this. This stage was actually testing human nature, seeing if the god hunter still possessed empathy. If one were too selfish, ignoring those in danger and only caring about clearing the stage, then even if they were among the first to escape the goblin den, they would still be required to vote for someone to be sacrificed because they hadn't saved anyone. Are these goblins too weak? The old man worried. The Mad Maid is one of the 7 great wonders. How could she create such a simple rule for the pollution? For everyone. It feels like a picnic. This isn't right. That's why we need to keep slaughtering them. The bartender looked at the women. If we can save people, I suggest we lend a hand. Consider it accumulating merit and doing good deeds. Accumulate your ghost. These aren't even human. Why save them? The old man retorted. He was afraid of Lin Baici, but he wasn't afraid of this bartender. If you piss me off, I'll give you 6 big slaps and let you know why flowers are so red. Hey, it's not up to you anyway. The bartender sighed inwardly. If he were strong enough, why would he have to care about what others thought? He could do whatever he wanted. Speaking of which, that muscle Buddha of Lin Baici's is so strong. The bartender was so envious he felt withered. I would trade 10 years of being single for one of those. Go kill the goblins and save the people. Lin Baici looked at the flaxen-haired girl. We are going to kill the monsters. You can wait here. Or you can leave first. I'll follow you. The flaxen-haired girl said with determination. Let's go. Lin Baici activated one breath. 100 flavors. Tracking the scent left behind by the goblins. Half an hour later, they arrived at a large cave. Lin Baici crept over and took a peek. This tribe didn't have a large population. After some had died in the previous battle, there were about 70 left. Mostly young goblins and some females. Anti-Shu, can you still use that divine grace from before to hypnotize them? Jiu Hongyao asked expectantly. Nangongshu shook her head. They are mentally agitated right now. The effect won't be significant. It doesn't matter. They're all just small fry. The bartender licked his lips, his gaze bloodthirsty. His bone-cleaving knife was already hungry and impatient. When the firecrackers go off, start the charge. Lin Baici lit a box of firecrackers and tossed them into the nest. His strength was immense. And his aim was quite good. The crate landed right beside a large cauldron. A group of female goblins was gathered there, processing ingredients. Bang, bang. The sudden sound of the explosion startled the goblins. Charge. Lin Baici took the lead. A torch in his left hand and a bronze sword in his right. Hacking his way through a bloody storm, the bartender headed straight for the young goblins. Don't let a single one escape. The bartender began a massacre. It was a one-sided slaughter. Even the old man was getting into the spirit of it. Feeling that doing this once in a while wasn't bad at all, it was incredibly stress-relieving. But just as everyone thought the situation was under control, a dozen torches were thrown in. They were burning, emitting a thick, black smoke. Damn it! Reinforcements are here, the old man shouted. Run! He dashed toward another tunnel entrance like a rabbit being chased by a hound. The side where the torches were thrown meant there were goblins there, so they couldn't go that way. The old man rushed in, but he didn't get far before he stopped. Because in the tunnel ahead, a massive group of adult goblins was hiding, packed densely together. At this moment, their ferocious gazes were fixed on the old man. Damn it! The old man turned and ran. The goblins drew their bows and fired arrows, throwing javelins. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. These arrows were coated in poison, enough to easily take down an elephant. Team leader, it's an ambush. The old man was frantic. It was clear now that the group of goblins that had attacked them earlier was just bait and cannon fodder. They were waiting for Lin Baici and his team to exhaust their stamina before the main force moved in. Orc! Orc! The goblins shrieked and charged out. They were all adult monsters, each one burly, wearing leather armor and wielding battle axes and machetes. They were clearly several grades stronger than the ones they had encountered before. Some even wore iron armor and carried meteor hammers, looking incredibly fierce. Don't panic, Lin Baici shouted. Fight our way back the way we came. He figured that the tunnel entrance where the torches were thrown shouldn't have many goblins inside, because when normal people encounter a surprise attack, they certainly wouldn't think of breaking out from that direction. They would all choose other positions, just like the old man did. The thick smoke was spreading rapidly, so Lin Baici quickly put on his gas mask. This is toxic smoke made from the juice pressed from the seeds of a nettle plant. After inhaling a certain dose, the body becomes paralyzed, leading to sudden cardiac arrest. Jiu Hongyao and the proprietress also put on their gas masks, but the others were in a much worse state. Cough, cough, team leader. The woman in leather pants had been injured and was in poor condition. She was having the hardest time right now. Fight your way out. Lin Baici had no choice. He didn't have any healing-type divine items. Jia Hongyao was fast, like a cheetah, overtaking Lin Baici and charging into the tunnel. But the next moment, she cried out. A large number of monsters, swish, swish, swish. 7 large nets woven from vines were cast toward Jia Hongyao. Behind that group of goblins stood an aged goblin wearing a filthy black robe, holding a staff made of withered wood. At the head of the staff was a sheep skull, with a pair of fist-sized gemstones embedded in the eye sockets. It pointed the staff at Jia Hongyao, and blue electric arcs the length of a thumb flashed across it before erupting. A thick chain of lightning, like a python, whistled through the tunnel and struck at Jia Hongyao. Seeing that she couldn't dodge the vine nets, the girl with the high ponytail suddenly teleported, appearing right in the middle of the goblin crowd ahead. Hongyao. Lin Baici's expression was grave. He hadn't expected there to be a magic-type monster among the goblins. It looked very strong. However, what surprised him even more was Jia Hongyao's recklessness. She clearly had a powerful move like teleportation, yet instead of using it to escape, she used it to attack. But Lin Baici had to admit, this was the best choice. Otherwise, if they dragged it out, that toxic smoke would be the end of them all. Jia Hongyao gripped her short blade and spun her body. Swish, swish, swish. The sharp blade sliced through the goblins around her, severing their limbs. And then Jia Hongyao continued her charge. The goblin shaman raised its left hand and scattered a handful of magic powder. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The magic powder ignited rapidly, turning into chestnut-sized fireballs that shot toward Jia Hongyao like a meteor shower. A golden light shield popped up on Jia Hongyao's body, blocking the fireballs. She didn't slow down and continued her charge. The goblin shaman seemed to panic and hurriedly retreated. Hongyao, be careful. Lin Baici shouted a warning. Because there was no panic in the goblin shaman's eyes, only a scarlet, bloodthirsty glow. Its retreat was more like a trap. Sure enough, from a depression beside the tunnel, a 2-meter-tall two-headed ogre suddenly charged out, swinging a bone-crushing hammer toward Jia Hongyao's head. The two-headed ogre bellowed. The old goblin pointed its sheep skull staff forward, aiming at Jia Hongyao. Mind blast! A circle of black ripples surged out rapidly, washing over Jia Hongyao's body like a tide. The girl with the high ponytail felt her head jolt, experiencing a brief, intense pain and dizziness, which caused her intended response to be half a beat slow. The two-headed ogre's bone-crushing hammer came crashing down. If this hit, let alone her head, half of Jia Hongyao's body would be smashed to pieces. Fortunately, there was still Lin Baici. He had been worried about unexpected events, so he hadn't dared to throw his flying sword to kill the old goblin shaman. Now, it turned out he was right to hold back. Swish! The flying sword shot out, skimming over the heads of the goblins and piercing the two-headed ogre's right hand, deflecting the bone-crushing hammer. Splash! Blood sprayed. Jia Hongyao regained her senses. She didn't retreat. Gritting her teeth, she continued to pounce toward the goblin shaman. Little Lin, you kill that big monster. There is no turning back. This old monster clearly possesses intelligence. If we do not take it down now, we likely won't get another chance to get this close. Get out of the way. Behind Lin Baici, a massive Buddha appeared, and a fine, drizzling rain began to fall within the tunnel. Floating life night rain. Wild Buddha blows out the lamp. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept through, and the soul fire atop the goblins' heads was instantly extinguished out one by one. They collapsed to the ground, creating a carpet of corpses in an instant. That ogre was quite fierce. It had a ball of flame on each of its two heads, but under the wild Buddha's breath, only one was extinguished. It was not dead. Jia Hongyao was very alert. She had ducked into a side tunnel, waiting for the old goblin to come to her. However, not only did the monster not come over, but it also hadn't been killed by Lin Baici's ultimate move. The filthy robe on its body began to emit wisps of black smoke, which rapidly formed a gaunt claw that reached out and firmly grasped the flame on its head. As long as the soul fire is not extinguished, life does not end. Jia Hongyao had a strong mentality. Seeing that the old goblin was still alive, she did not lose heart and charged out once more. Pa! Red Earth Mud Man, Flying Stone Barrage. This time, the old goblin was hit. It was a magic-type monster, possessing super strong defense against divine favors like Floating Life Night Rain and Wild Buddha Blows Out the Lamp. But it was quite fragile against melee attacks, relying solely on the enslaved two-headed ogre as a meat shield. 3 flying stones struck its eyes, plunging its vision into darkness. The old goblin had plenty of combat experience, even though it couldn't see. It still unleashed a chain lightning spell toward the front to hinder Jia Hongyao's advance. But Jia Hongyao was too fast. Charge, closen, assassinate, eclipse, puchi. The short blade easily pierced the old goblin's chest. Jia Hongyao twisted the hilt with force, shredding its heart before quickly withdrawing the blade and slashing at its neck. The old goblin's head rolled off its neck like a ripe watermelon. Jia Hongyao looked back and saw Lin Baici sever the ogre's right hand. A pink mist condensed into a female demon, dancing in front of the ogre, causing one's gaze to be involuntarily drawn toward her. Lin Baici intended to let the muscle Buddha deliver the finishing blow, but the ogre's head suddenly exploded with a bang. The massive headless corpse toppled to the ground. What the hell? Lin Baici frowned. This ogre was enslaved by the old goblin shaman using witchcraft. To prevent a backlash. When the shaman dies, this ogre also dies by exploding, the God Eater commented. The gnome and the woman in leather pants stood behind, looking shocked. Lin Baici and Jia Hongyao's performance was simply brilliant. This battle didn't last long, but it was extremely dangerous. If either of them had made a single mistake, they would have been finished. Furthermore, if they hadn't killed the old goblin, everyone would have been trapped here to die. Why are you running? Lin Baici scolded. Hongyao, take the head. The ogre's head was gone, and Lin Baici didn't want to drag such a large corpse around to intimidate the other goblins. Jia Hongyao understood Lin Baici's intention. She grabbed the head and ran toward the cave. Madam Boss, clean up the loot. Worried about Jia Hongyao's safety, Lin Baici followed behind. You don't need to come, Jia Hongyao shouted when she saw Lin Baici following. But she felt a warm sensation in her heart. Many people would fight to the death over divine relics, but Lin Baici was more concerned about her safety. As expected of my little Lindsay, however, what made Jia Hongyao feel the most satisfied was the battle just now. The two of them had been in perfect sync, as if they shared the same mind. Their coordination was impeccable. Fighting like this was simply a pleasure. I feel like if we worked together, we could hunt down gods. Jia Hongyao was feeling emboldened. The old goblin's head was held up by the girl with the high ponytail, and the goblins who had been aggressively pursuing them were stunned, then began to scatter and flee. Even the great shaman was dead, other than the king. No one left could kill them. The battle ended. Leader, hurry and chase them. Don't let a single one escape. The bartender was fierce. You go. Lin Baici didn't want to move. The fight against the old shaman had been short, but it was too dangerous, and he needed to recover. The bartender looked disappointed. He watched the fleeing goblins and wanted to pursue them, but because his personal strength was too weak, he didn't dare. What a pity. The old man didn't care about those wild monsters. His eyes were fixed on the staff and robe in Nangongshu's hands. These must be two divine relics. He was envious and wanted them. Leader, the Madam Boss handed the two items to Lin Baici. Voodoo staff. Carries to divine favors. Natural chain lightning and mind blast. As the name suggests, the former can fire a chain of lightning. As long as someone is hit, the lightning will immediately jump to the next person, attacking up to 7 targets. Mind blast makes the target's mind feel as if it has been detonated, causing brief, intense pain and dizziness. Those with low tolerance are very likely to die on the spot. You can consume them, or keep them for a rainy day. Lin Baici took the staff, satisfied. Just by harvesting these two divine favors, this trip was already worth it. Is that crazy maid a god? Lin Baici was curious. The God Eater did not answer, instead commenting on the other robe. Voodoo robe. Wearing it has a miraculous effect on defending against magic-type attacks. It comes with the divine favor voodoo hand. Once activated, it can block 1 instance of magic damage. Lin Baici had seen how the old goblin defended against Floating Life Night Rain and Wild Buddha Blows Out the Lamp. One had to know that this was the first time his skills had failed. So, he rated this piece of equipment very highly. Hongyao, you pick one. Aside from the Madam Boss helping a little, the others hadn't contributed, so Lin Baici naturally wouldn't ask for their opinions. Anti-Shu, I will give you some meteor coins as compensation. Nangon Shu was not interested in exploring the god ruins. Taking a god-forbidden item would just be a waste. Then can I take the robe? Jia Hongyao asked Lin Baici for his opinion. She felt that this thing could block Lin Baici's ultimate move, making it very powerful. And she could use it for self-defense. However, if Lin Baici wanted it, she would give it up. Lin Baici handed the robe to Jia Hongyao and stepped over the corpses of the goblins, walking toward the old shaman. He wanted to inspect the body to ensure Nangon Shu hadn't missed any loot. A corpse blessed by the natural ancestors. Burn it, and you will be able to see the Goblin King. Chapter 143. You have fallen for the trap. It sounded quite formidable, and such a big boss would surely be accompanied by a large group of minions. Lin Baici did not really want to go and kill it. In any case, the condition for clearing the level was to save people. Whether or not he killed the boss did not matter. Team leader, this old goblin is too terrifying. It might be carrying poison on its body. I think we should just burn it with a fire. The bartender examined the corpse, looking as if he were thinking of everyone's well-being. Lin Baici resisted the urge to take a second look at the bartender. After confirming that there was nothing of value on the old goblin, he looked worried. What if burning the corpse causes toxic smoke or something similar to emerge? It won't. The bartender immediately chimed in. Anyway, I think burning the corpse is the safest option. If it were to become a zombie, we would have to fight it all over again. Fight it then. Jia Hongyao did not care. It is just a delivery person anyway. Lin Baici could not help but chuckle. Indeed, since this game started, he had already obtained several god-forbidden items, which was a greater harvest than what he had found inside the god ruins. Let us count. The champion darts and coffee machine rewarded by the maid, the rose lipstick traded from the woman in leather pants, and the butcher mask, gluttony apron, voodoo staff, and voodoo robe obtained from clearing the game. It was simply incredibly lucrative. Lin Baici felt that this crazy maid must be a deity, which was why she radiated enough pollution to create so many god-forbidden items. Just like this escape from the dungeon game everyone was playing now. It was likely a board game produced by some company that had been polluted and turned into a god-forbidden item. For you, it is a delivery person, but for us, it is the Grim Reaper knocking at the door. The woman in leather pants did not want to encounter such a monster again. She just wanted to get out as soon as possible. I think the bartender's concern has some merit. Let us just burn the corpse. It is just lighting a fire. It is not much effort. The old man felt that being cautious was never a bad thing. Yes, it is not much effort. The bartender could not wait for Lin Baici to act. He went back into the cave to look for a torch. Lin Baici did not stop him. Going to see the king might be fine. If he could kill it, he would. If he could not, he would retreat. And as for this bartender, Lin Baici gave Jia Hongyao a look while he was away. The bartender returned with a torch and set the old goblin's corpse on fire. Let us go, Jia Hongyao urged. The bartender dawdled, walking very slowly. Suddenly, the old goblin's corpse exploded with a bang. Burning flesh flew everywhere, and black smoke erupted like a tidal wave, enveloping Lin Baici and his group. Damn it, the old man cursed loudly. Everyone was on high alert, worried about being ambushed. After about a minute, the black smoke dissipated. The good news was that no one was missing. The bad news was that everyone had been teleported. They were now in a cave. Now the tunnel filled with corpses from before. Yao Mafei and the others were also gone. Damn, I wish we hadn't burned the corpse, the old man complained, glaring at the bartender. It is all your fault. How was I supposed to know this would happen? The bartender replied helplessly. Should we hurry and find a way out? The woman in leather pants sighed. The group left the cave and had not walked far down a tunnel when they heard a commotion. They immediately crept forward to investigate. It was a palace converted from a cave. The space was vast, and in the very center stood a throne built from bones, stones, and giant logs. A male goblin wearing a golden crown sat upon it. Although it was only 1.70 meters tall, it stood out like a crane among a flock of chickens compared to the dwarf-like goblin tribesmen. Below the throne, a large group of adult goblins were holding a banquet. They were dancing, singing, drinking heavily, In the palace, there were many wooden cages, each holding a dozen people. When the goblins got excited, they would occasionally open a cage, drag a few people out, hack them to death on the spot, drink their blood, gnaw on their internal organs, and then throw the corpses into the bonfire to roast. There were others, luckier ones, who did not have to be eaten but were instead dragged by the goblins to a large statue, where their heads were chopped off as sacrifices to the gods. Let us go. After observing for a while, Lin Baici decided to retreat. Are we not going to kill them? The bartender did not understand. These monsters only look numerous, but they should be easy to kill, right? I imagine only that king is a bit difficult, but its golden crown and golden sword must be good items. It is worth a shot. We are not killing them. Lin Baici did not want to take the risk. Those people are so miserable. The bartender sighed, wearing an expression of great compassion. Damn, the way you say that. It is like you are a saintly monk with a heart of a bodhisattva. And we are the demons. The old man spat on the ground. Jiao Hongyao sighed. Little Lin, why don't we save those people? Anyway, that card of yours. The king of red dragons. Before the girl with the high ponytail could finish, Lin Baici immediately scolded her. Shut up. Lin Baici frowned, looking thoroughly annoyed. What are you afraid of? We are so strong. Who could possibly snatch your card away? Jiao Hongyao muttered, feeling a bit aggrieved. She took a card out of her pocket and handed it to Lin Baici. Then take a look at this one of mine. Is it helpful for killing the king? The cards that Crazy Maid gave us cannot possibly be useless, right? The high ponytail girl didn't hold it steady, and the card slipped out of her pants pocket. Everyone's gaze immediately snapped toward it. Lin Baici quickly stepped forward with his right foot, pinning the card down to prevent anyone from seeing the pattern on its face, then growled at Jiao Hongyao. Are you out of your mind? The atmosphere turned awkward. Lin Baici was the team leader, and the prestige he had established was so overwhelming that no one dared to intervene. They could only look away, pretending they hadn't heard anything. Lin Baici picked up the card and handed it to Jiao Hongyao. You really need to be more careful. You're just too cautious. Jiao Hongyao pouted, snatched the card back, and shoved it into her pocket. If any of you want to fight the king, go ahead. I won't stop you. After saying this, Lin Baici turned and walked away. Everyone hurried to follow. If you don't fight, who would dare to step up? The bartender muttered. Lin Baici, Jiao Hongyao, and Nang Gongshu were the strongest combatants in the team. And since the two women clearly followed Lin Baici's lead, if he didn't fight, naturally no one else would challenge the boss. The group walked through the tunnel for half an hour. Team leader, this isn't a solution. We still need to find a guide. The old man was frustrated because everyone had been accidentally teleported, and the young flaxen-haired girl hadn't come with them, which meant no one knew the way. Let's do this. Pair up and search separately. Lin Baici arranged. I'll go with Jiao Hongyao. You go with the leather pants woman, the bartender with the dwarf, and Auntie Shu with me, team leader. Can't I go with you guys? The leather pants woman pleaded. The dwarf knew he had no choice, so he simply kept his mouth shut to avoid making a fool of himself. Exactly. You guys are already so strong. Isn't it a waste of combat power to group up like that? The old man was annoyed. Jiao Hongyao, I'll give you 1,000 meteor coins if you team up with me. I listened to little Lindsay. Jiao Hongyao's refusal was so blunt that it made the old man, the bartender, and the dwarf envious to death. Why didn't they have such a devoted confidant team leader? I think he has a point, Nang Gongshu interjected. And there's another problem. If they hide somewhere and slack off, what will you do? I won't slack off. The dwarf immediately promised. In truth, it wasn't just a matter of slacking off. Searching the tunnels increased the risk of encountering monsters, so hiding was actually the better option. Then let's regroup. I'll go with the magician, Hongyao with the bartender, the old man with you, and leather pants woman. Since your injuries are more severe, you stay behind to guard. Lin Baici looked at everyone. Does anyone have any objections now? The old man knew that Lin Baici didn't trust him, so he certainly wouldn't let him be with Jiao Hongyao, fearing he might attack her. The dwarf had higher combat power than the bartender and posed a greater threat to Jiao Hongyao, so he had to keep the dwarf by his side. Seeing that everyone accepted this grouping plan, Lin Baici took out 3 buckets of paint and distributed them. Mark the places you've walked through, and gather back here in 3 hours. Everyone nodded. Let's go. You guys choose first. Lin Baici urged. We'll go this way. Jia Hongyao chose a tunnel on the right. The old man and Nangongshu took the left. You should hide, Lin Baici said, giving the leather pants woman some food and water. Thank you, team leader. The leather pants woman was filled with gratitude. The 3 pairs split up and went their separate ways. A quarter of an hour later, the old man dipped his brush into the bucket and left an arrow mark on the wall. He looked behind him to make sure no one was listening, then complained to Nangongshu, Boss lady, you need to step up. A man like Lin Baici, who clearly hasn't had much experience with women, would surely be wrapped around your finger. The old man didn't understand. Wouldn't it be nice to keep a little wolf dog? Even if Lin Baici listened to me, I wouldn't take your side. Nangongshu chuckled. You don't have to take my side. I just don't want to see Lin Baici acting recklessly. You should know that young people like them are too self-willed, relying on their strength. They do whatever they please based on personal preference. The old man was depressed. I spent a fortune to join this team. And look at his attitude toward me. Lin Baici's performance has been excellent, and he has made the best decisions. Following him gives us the highest chance of survival. Nangongshu mocked. You think it's expensive to spend 2,000 meteor coins to buy your life? Of course it's not expensive, and his performance is indeed great. But I'm worried he'll lose his mind later. The old man was worried. Young people usually weren't steady. Put away those little schemes of yours. Lin Baici isn't stupid. Nangongshu admired Lin Baici, and playing tricks on such a potential talent would only ruin her own future. Let's go. It's time to head back. What? The old man was stunned. You don't really think Lin Baici let us go find the way, do you? Nangongshu smiled lightly. That kid clearly had other motives. And now that so much time had passed, it should be coming to an end. Uncle, I haven't asked for your name yet. Lin Baici carried the paint bucket, walking in front. Taogui. The dwarf wanted to help by painting the marks or taking the lead, but Lin Baici had refused, which left the dwarf feeling both grateful and uneasy. Lin Baici nodded, and after walking a few steps, he suddenly asked, That card of yours, is it related to food or something similar? The dwarf hesitated for a moment before telling the truth. Yes, it's a chef. Do you want to see it? The dwarf took out the card. No need, Lin Baici smiled. Did you receive a quest? The dwarf fell silent. Lin Baici didn't ask any more questions. The two walked for a while longer until the dwarf couldn't hold it in anymore. When did you figure it out? The dwarf was very curious. In the freezer. The only things that won't get back up are the pale, naked corpses you have already killed. Lin Baici recalled the small details he had noticed earlier. You dealt more damage to the pig-headed men than the bartender and the woman in leather pants, to the point where I even briefly thought you were hiding your true strength. The dwarf was suddenly enlightened. So you had already figured it out. No wonder you had me deliver the finishing blow to the Pig King. I received a quest to kill the Pig King. The dwarf told the truth. There was no point in hiding it anymore. When dealing with someone like Lin Baici, it was better to be honest. Did you not have a quest to kill anyone else? Lin Baici pressed further. The dwarf was shocked. Not only was Lin Baici a detail-obsessed maniac, but his deductive reasoning was also this formidable. No need to say more, I understand. Lin Baici saw a fork in the path and stopped. The dwarf did not answer immediately, which was enough to prove the point. Lin Baici had said that sentence casually, but it had scared the dwarf half to death. What exactly do you understand? You aren't going to suddenly hack me to death, are you? The dwarf wanted to cry and hurriedly clarified. I did receive a killing quest, but it was to kill a werewolf. And there are no werewolves in our team. That is not necessarily true. Lin Baici turned his head and glanced at the dwarf. Team leader. I just want to get out of here alive. After saying this, the dwarf gritted his teeth and shamelessly added a request. I also want to join your team. I will completely obey your orders. Can you give me a chance? Why me? Lin Baici did not understand. Because you never discriminated against me. You never used cannon fodder to scout the path, and you are generous. Following someone like you, I feel at ease, to put it bluntly. It was because Lin Baici was not selfish or utilitarian enough. When trouble rose, he took the lead in charging instead of shouting, "Go get them." "Sorry, I have no interest in forming a team." Lin Baici refused and turned to walk back. The dwarf felt very disappointed. He followed Lin Baici for a distance before realizing something was wrong. We are going back. It has not even been half an hour, has it?" However, he soon thought of something based on the questions Lin Baici had asked him. There must be someone in this team who has a problem. Could it be the bartender? That does not seem right either. When that guy was killing goblins, he was a bit abnormal. But if it were me encountering such weak monsters, I would also take the opportunity to kill a few more in case I picked up some loot. In another tunnel, the bartender looked at Zhao Hongyao's back and finally revealed his fangs. "Go to hell." The bartender gripped the card, suddenly aimed it at Zhao Hongyao, and activated the skill on it, Goblin Slayer's Deterrence. Because you have spent years killing goblins, you have accumulated a body full of bloodlust, nourishing a natural pressure. When this skill is activated, you inflict massive mental deterrence on goblins and their subspecies, causing them to fall into a state of panic, terror, and distraction. Duration, 7 seconds. Note, the effect is doubled against the Goblin King. 7 seconds is enough for me to kill her. The bartender rushed toward Zhao Hongyao, his bone-cleaving knife slashing down fiercely. "I am sorry. I want to live. I also want to complete this hidden quest and get the reward. I have had enough of this miserable life as a bartender. I also want to explore the divine ruins, seal divine taboo items, obtain meteor stones, and become a renowned god hunter." Just as the bartender's bone-cleaving knife was about to strike Zhao Hongyao, the girl with the high ponytail performed a swift turning kick, striking the bartender's wrist. The bartender's wrist jerked upward, and the bone-cleaving knife flew out of his hand. The bartender was terrified. "Why are you still able to move? What about the deterrence? It should not have failed, right?" Because the bartender had secretly used it on those goblin monsters earlier when Lin Baici and the others were not paying attention. And the effect had been excellent. That was also the reason why he wanted to kill the Goblin King. He had a trump card. Zhao Hongyao did not take out her short blade and instead threw a punch at close range. Although little Lin had said that it did not matter whether the target was dead or alive, Zhao Hongyao wanted to capture him alive. She wanted to know why this bartender would attack her. One had to know that Zhao Hongyao often went to the Dragon and Beauty Bar to see the proprietress. So she considered this bartender an acquaintance. But he actually made a move against her. The bartender knew Zhao Hongyao's strength and dared not fight at all. Seeing that the sneak attack had failed, he immediately wanted to run. But he had underestimated Zhao Hongyao's combat prowess. 3 minutes later, Zhao Hongyao dragged the bartender, whose limbs had been broken, back toward the others. Lin Baici returned to the gathering point and saw the old man and Nangongshu there as well. He immediately raised an eyebrow. It was the proprietress who wanted to come back. Seeing Lin Baici look over, the old man immediately offered an explanation. After saying it, he felt a bit of regret. "Why did I explain myself? I am not afraid of him." Although he thought this, the old man knew that deep down, he was very wary of Lin Baici and did not want to provoke him. "I did not want to miss a good show." The proprietress shrugged her shoulders. "Since you are all here, there is no need to wait." Lin Baici walked toward the tunnel Zhao Hongyao had left through. The woman in leather pants was completely bewildered. "What are you all talking about? Why can I not understand anything?" She looked at the dwarf. The dwarf shook his head. "We do not know anything, and we dare not ask anything." About 10 minutes later, the two sides met. The old man was shocked to see Zhao Hongyao dragging the half-dead bartender. "What is going on?" The old man looked at Lin Baici, waiting for an explanation. "Little Lin, you guessed right. He really did attack me." After Zhao Hongyao finished speaking, she sighed. "I actually thought he was a decent person. When did you discover that I had a problem?" The bartender looked at Lin Baici. He knew he was finished, but he wanted to figure out exactly when he had slipped up. Wow, he failed. In the bar, the maid sitting on the carpet exclaimed. She took a swig from a can of beer and added, "But I didn't think this bartender could succeed anyway. I want to be a maid for this Lin Baici more and more. What should I do? Following him must be a lot of fun. You were killing goblins so fiercely yourself. Didn't you think there was something wrong with that? Lin Baici chuckled. I wanted to give it my all and become a true god hunter. Is that wrong? The bartender retorted. It's not wrong. Which is why I didn't act like Cao thinking you were suspicious and killing you on the spot, but instead chose to test you. Lin Baici sighed. I understand now. You are the Goblin King. The bartender wasn't stupid. He suddenly realized the truth. You to swap cards, damn it. No wonder my card had no effect on Jia Hongyao. So she wasn't the Goblin King at all. Chapter 140 for clearing the nest. Top tier rewards inside the goblin nest. It was cold and damp. Once the bartender realized this, cold sweat instantly soaked his back. He was shocked, terrified, and filled with agonizing regret. He had foolishly thought the greatest opportunity of his life had arrived, never imagining that he had been seen through from the very beginning. How hateful! He shouldn't have been so greedy. After the bartender passed through the door in the Pigman King's bedroom and entered this nest, where tunnels were as dense as a spider web, he heard the quest issued by the crazy maid within seconds. The card he received was Goblin Slayer. After accepting the quest, his physical strength would increase slightly with every goblin he killed. It could be said that the more he killed, the more he improved. This was why the bartender had even taken the initiative to kill goblin cubs and was so desperate for Lin Baici to attack the Goblin King. However, the greatest reward for this hidden quest was that killing the Goblin King would grant a top-tier god-forbidden item and clear the level. Faced with such temptation, how could the bartender not be moved? Moreover, the effects of these cards were similar to rock, paper, scissors. They were rule-based. This meant that the Goblin King had the strength to fight against anyone holding other cards, even the hero, Red Dragon Mage, Saintess, or Female Knight. If the person holding a card was female, no matter how strong they were, they would be suppressed by the Goblin King. And the Goblin King's only natural enemy was the Goblin Slayer card. This was information the bartender received without breaking a sweat the moment the Slayer card was activated. In truth, the bartender had especially wanted the Goblin King card because it was too powerful. The thought of making female players pregnant alone felt exhilarating to him. The bartender's quest rewards clearly stated that he had to kill the Goblin King as soon as possible, otherwise, for every person he killed, his reward would drop by 1 grade. Because of this quest, the bartender understood that the Goblin King was a human, not a monster. When the bartender saw Jia Hongyao take out her card and accidentally drop it, revealing the illustration of a Goblin King on it, he was instantly excited. He never thought it was a trap because Jia Hongyao often came to the Dragon and Beauty Bar to drink, so he was familiar with her. This girl had a great figure and strong combat power, but her brain was average. If it weren't for her sister, Jia Hongyao, some god hunters would have already made a move on her. Dealing with someone who wasn't very bright felt like a sure win to the bartender, especially with the natural suppression of the cards. The only problem was finding an opportunity to kill Jia Hongyao. That's right, Jia Hongyao hummed triumphantly. We swapped cards. The girl with the high ponytail gave the card she had seized from the bartender to Lin Baici. Hearing Jia Hongyao's admission, the bartender's expression stiffened. His mouth twitched as he stared at her. So, you being on my team was also arranged by Lin Baici on purpose. Of course, Jia Hongyao laughed heartily, hands on her hips. Isn't my little Lin amazing? The bartender closed his eyes, feeling even more regretful, thinking back now. When he was assigned to the same group as Jia Hongyao, his little tongue had been dancing with joy, and he had almost wanted to streak in celebration. He never realized it was a lure set by others. Damn, when you were assigning groups, you intentionally put yourself, Jia Hongyao, and the landlady in one group. I thought it was out of personal bias, but it was actually to paralyze the bartender. The old man was dumbfounded. Lin Baici smiled slightly. He didn't answer, but everyone knew the old man was right. When did you swap cards? The bartender couldn't figure it out. I didn't see you two alone after entering this cave. It was after we killed the Pigman King. Jia Hongyao felt incredibly satisfied. It was like Sherlock Holmes deducing the killer and then explaining the criminal's methods to everyone. This was the climax, and this time, she was a participant. It was so fulfilling. It's a pity there's no internet. I really want to go to the group chat and show off to Prime Minister he and the others. The old man was shocked. So when you called Jia Hongyao out, it wasn't to grab a bite to eat. The old man had assumed that after experiencing such a bloody slaughter, Lin Baici wanted to vent. After all, if it were him, he definitely would have taken Jia Hongyao for a round. What the hell is grabbing a bite to eat? Jia Hongyao was confused. Eater, you are too far-sighted. Weren't you afraid that something would go wrong after swapping cards? Lin Baici's meticulous thinking left the dwarf stunned. I was afraid, but my card belonged to the monster category, and I felt it was very dangerous to hold onto it. Lin Baici shrugged. This was the sense of crisis the dwarf's card had given him. The dwarf held the chef card, which greatly increased his lethality against pigmen. So it was possible that someone else was holding the Goblin King's natural enemy card. Hey, it seems it was fated that I would never reach the dragon level in this lifetime. The bartender gave a bitter laugh. If only Lin Baici had been less cautious, he would have won. It should be that his own luck was too poor, and it just so happened that Lin Baici was the one holding that card. You didn't lose unjustly, the dwarf interjected. At the stage with the pig-headed men, the team leader had already guessed roughly what card I was holding. The woman in leather pants was stunned, and the old man and the bartender were also wearing expressions of utter confusion. Is it because you dealt relatively heavy damage to the pig-headed men? The proprietress had noticed that detail at the time, but she hadn't linked it to the cards. She simply thought the dwarf had been hiding his true strength. The bartender, the old man, and the woman in leather pants looked at each other in dismay. Did he? Why didn't I notice that? In this moment, they finally understood just how vast the gap was between them and Lin Baici. So, just now in front of the king, you were all acting as well. The bartender gave a self-deprecating smile. Although Lin Baici didn't answer, he was already certain. He was nothing but a monkey being played for a fool. You were acting too abnormally, and you even insisted on burning the old goblin's corpse. It would have been impossible for me not to notice you. Lin Baici had no interest in chatting with the bartender anymore. Do you have any other questions? If not, I will send you on your way. If you were the one who ended up with my card, what would you have done? The bartender asked out of curiosity. He wanted to know what a formidable person like Lin Baici would do in his shoes. With little Lin's intelligence, I'm afraid he would have figured out who the Goblin King was back at the Pigman King stage. Jia Hongyao was more confident in Lin Baici's intelligence than she was in her own. Lin Baici smiled slightly and did not answer. Why go through the trouble of searching for a target? If he had received this card and accepted this quest, he would have found an opportunity to kill everyone. Of course, that was based on having the strength to do so. With the bartender's level of ability, he wouldn't have been able to pull that off even if he wanted to. Jia Hongyao, Lin Baici can trade cards with you now for the sake of his own safety. So in the future, he will treat you as cannon fodder just to stay alive. The bartender knew he wouldn't survive. So in his final moments, he tried to sow discord for Lin Baici. But as soon as he finished speaking, he saw the girl with the high ponytail looking at him with the gaze one would reserve for an idiot. Are you unaware of how close my relationship with little Lin is? Jia Hongyao rolled her eyes. The Palm Harbor God ruins were cleared by us. If little Lin hadn't saved me, I would have been dead already, except for Nanggong Shu, who had already heard about this from Jia Hongyao. The other three were shocked, staring at Lin Baici with their mouths agape. That God ruin was cleared in less than 6 hours. It was rumored that a dragon level had intervened. Who would have thought it was Lin Baici? Is he actually this strong? Besides, little Lin told me all about his plan beforehand and told me to keep an eye on you. How could I have possibly fallen for it? Jia Hongyao's words left the bartender feeling both envious and jealous. Why don't I have such a loyal friend, Hongyao? Lin Baici had actually worried that Jia Hongyao might hold a grudge, because his plan had indeed put her in danger. Oh, stop being so sentimental. What kind of relationship do we have? Jia Hongyao truly considered Lin Baici a partner. Hey, you'll be played to death by him sooner or later. After saying this, the bartender closed his eyes to await his end. He did not beg for mercy, because he had long grown tired of this wretched life. As a god hunter, he was unable to explore god ruins due to his lack of strength. Deep down, the bartender felt a sense of self-loathing. This was also the reason why he hadn't hesitated to accept the quest when the maid gave it to him. Success or death. then that is not something you need to worry about. Jiu Hongyo would never fall for such a divisive tactic. If little Lin can't find a wife in the future and has no descendants, I can even help him have a son. Lin Baici was full of question marks, although he was touched by Jiu Hongyao's trust in him. What on earth was that analogy? If you don't know how to use an idiom, can you just not use it? The proprietress burst out laughing. Aren't you afraid your boyfriend or husband will be angry when they find out? The woman in leather pants was shocked. Although she didn't place much importance on matters between men and women, she would never do something like having a child for a man just like that. I don't look for boyfriends, Jiu Hongyo said as if it were the most natural thing in the world. What's the point of dating when exploring god ruins is so much more interesting? My goal is to clear all the major god ruins in the world that have existed for over 10 years. I want to lock all the gods in cages. I want to restore peace to this world. Everyone was stunned, but then, looking at the earnest expression on the high ponytail girl's face, they felt a genuine sense of admiration. Jiu Hongyo's goal was a bit naive, and given her strength, she probably couldn't achieve it, but people with ideals should not be mocked out. Good luck, Lin Baici encouraged her. Jiu Hongyo patted Lin Baici on the shoulder. With you here, I believe this goal can be completed within 20 years. Lin Baici was dumbfounded. Why am I involved in this? I know that old people want grandchildren, but dating and getting married is a waste of time. Years go by in the blink of an eye. I'll have a child for you first so you can use it to appease your mother. And then you can come explore god ruins with me. Jiu Hongyo thought this was a great idea. Lin Baici suddenly felt that what the girl with the high ponytail said actually made some sense, leaving him unsure of how to refute it. Forget it. Why am I arguing with a girl who has a D-rank intelligence? However, if Jiu Hongyo were to have a child, Lin Baici glanced at her chest. Her child certainly wouldn't go hungry. Team leader, hurry up and finish it, lest there be complications. The woman in leather pants offered a reminder. Her expression filled with reverence as she spoke. Also, my card is warrior, and I haven't received any quests. By saying this, the woman in leather pants was essentially revealing her biggest trump card to Lin Baici, signaling that she would follow his lead. Seeing the woman in leather pants reveal her card, the old man sighed and spoke up as well. Mine is White Robe Mage. He had no choice but to speak, otherwise, he would definitely arouse Lin Baici's suspicion. It was like playing a game of old maid. Everyone was showing their cards directly to Lin Baici, and there was no chance of winning anymore. Mine is Saintess. Nangonshu took out her card and showed it to Lin Baici. Lin Baici glanced at the proprietress. With this card, she would be dead if she faced the Goblin King. No, it would be even worse than death. After that, he looked at the bartender. The other party had already developed murderous intent, so he would not be soft-hearted. I wish you luck in the next round. As soon as Lin Baici finished speaking, his hand moved with his sword. Swish! The bartender's head was severed. Blood sprayed from the neck cavity. As the bartender's corpse collapsed to the ground, the voice of the crazy maid, intentionally mimicking the dubbing of a fantasy game NPC, rang in Lin Baici's ears. Congratulations! You have killed the Goblin Slayer and completed a hidden quest. You will hold the Goblin King card for life. By using this card, you can summon an army of 100 goblins, including 10 great goblin warriors. Once the card's effect is activated, you will possess an aura of soul pressure. This aura is effective against all female creatures. When they face you, they will naturally feel dread, fear, and even develop a sense of submission. The strength of the effect depends on the target's mental willpower. As the Goblin King, you bear the responsibility of propagating the species. So when the card is activated, you will gain the ability of one-shot conception. When Lin Baici first heard that he had completed a hidden quest, he was very happy. But the more he listened, the more bewildered he became. The first effect of the card was fine, and the second was passable. But what on earth was the third one, however? In the settings of most works, goblins were monsters with extremely high reproductive rates. As the bartender died, his card, along with Lin Baici's, shattered. Then, a card enveloped in golden light suddenly appeared above Lin Baici's head and slowly descended. The old man, the dwarf, and the woman in leather pants were incredibly envious. Lin Baici caught the card, and the ball of light vanished. Jia Hongyao took a peek and couldn't help but laugh out loud. The pattern on the card was a green-skinned goblin king wearing a crown, except the face was exactly the same as Lin Baici's. I didn't expect this goblin to look quite a bit more handsome after changing its face. Nangongshu teased from the television. The crazy maid watched Lin Baici looking completely bewildered by the card's effects, which amused her greatly. This was how it should be to be fun. It seemed that, barring any accidents, he should be the winner of this tabletop game. After eating a potato chip, the crazy maid picked up the microphone beside her. Because you have completed the hidden quest and cleared the goblin nest stage, you may choose to leave immediately and head to the next stage, or you can choose to kill the goblin king. Please make your decision within 10 seconds, Lin Baici frowned. The maid hadn't mentioned if there were any rewards for killing the goblin king. Trash stage. That king is not only hard to kill, but the rewards are also pathetic. Not even a dog would bother fighting it. I choose to head to the next stage, Lin Baici replied, hearing Lin Baici's choice. The crazy maid curled her lips. She had thought this human would get arrogant and challenge the king, but she hadn't expected him to refuse. She really wanted to see the expression on his face when he spent all that effort to kill the king, only to find out there was no loot. What was the point of teasing those losers? If you're going to play like a hero, however. Since he had made his choice, she could only comply. The maid pressed a remote control. Lin Baici and the other 5 were teleported away, somewhere in the nest. A goblin tribe had been slaughtered by the man in sunglasses and his group. They searched the place, but other than some people locked in cages, they found nothing. This can't go on. We must find a way to locate the big boss as soon as possible. The man in sunglasses was anxious. They had already wiped out 6 goblin tribes and killed over 1,000 monsters. But they had gained nothing. Should we just leave? Someone suggested. Among the people they had rescued, a few knew how to leave the cave. The man in sunglasses had kept them with him just in case. If we don't kill the boss, I'm afraid leaving won't be of any use, Shen Fujian worried. Generally speaking, these stages would always have a final boss to fight. I wonder what that Lin Baici is doing. The man in sunglasses worried, feeling as if at any moment, the maid's voice would ring in his ears to tell everyone that Lin Baici had completed the mission. Don't waste time. If we haven't found anything, let's move out, Shen Fujian urged. Maybe the others are just as clueless and are wandering around in this nest. A man hoped. But as soon as he finished speaking, the maid's voice rang out, shattering his dreams. Lin Baici has completed the hidden quest, and his team has safely cleared the stage. This stage will end in 5 minutes. Each team must vote for one person to be the price for clearing the stage. If you refuse to pay the price, the entire team will be erased. The maid's announcement was a death warrant, instantly making everyone's mood dark, irritable, and tense. Because someone was going to die again. Damn it! The man in sunglasses swung his blade, hacking fiercely at the cave wall. It was like this again. They were to slow once more. Don't waste time. Shen Fujian's expression was gloomy as he stared at the group. Who should they choose this time? In the lair, the transgender person heard the maid's announcement and regretted it to death. If only they hadn't tried to save money. If they were in Lin Baici's team, they could be living in absolute comfort, not like now, having to struggle desperately just to stay alive. I'll pay. Just don't pick me. The transgender person felt that rather than using these meteor coins to buy safety, it would be better to give them to Lin Baici. The teleportation ended, and Lin Baici appeared in an open-air corridor. On both sides of the corridor were towering walls, upon which various fantastical creatures were depicted in charcoal gray. These walls were dozens of meters high, giving off an immense sense of oppression. Thunder rumbled, and rain began to fall from the sky. Lin Baici looked left and right. Jiu Hongyao and the others were gone. It seemed they had been teleported separately. Lin Baici ran to the end of the corridor and found a T-junction. He chose the right side, ran to the end again, and saw another fork in the road. Amazed, Lin Baici frowned, his gaze falling upon the murals. The games created by the crazy maid all had clues to follow and didn't rely on luck. So the key to clearing this maze stage should lie in these patterns. Lin Baici began to observe the paintings on the walls. Then, he caught onto something. Chapter 145. You are excessively excellent. The patterns on the walls were like the murals in primitive caves used to record major tribal events, if viewed in sequence. They told a story. A group of people went out hunting, were attacked, and fled into a canyon. There were many ravines in the canyon, and after walking into them, these people got lost. Some starved to death, while others encountered monsters. They fought to the death to kill these monsters, and while eating their corpses, they discovered pattern fragments on their bones. So, they began hunting the monsters, collecting the bones, and finally piecing these patterns together to obtain a map. Lying on this map, they not only found the treasure buried in the canyon, but also made it out alive and returned to their tribe. They became heroes of the tribe, enjoying flowers and applause. Lin Baici looked up and activated one breath, 100 flavors, sniffing the scent in the air. There should be monsters in this maze. Killing them and taking their bones would allow one to piece together a map. There was no unusual scent. Lin Baici was not in a hurry. He began to jog through the maze, occasionally using paint to make a mark on the wall for record keeping. Seeing Lin Baici discover the key to clearing the stage so quickly, the maid was so shocked that she spat out the cola she had just taken a sip of. "No way. You are excessively excellent. Can't you give the others a chance?" According to the game rules, the first team to clear a stage possessed a first mover advantage, meaning the others could only enter the maze half an hour after Lin Baici's group of 6. Yet, in less than 5 minutes, Lin Baici had already deduced clues from the patterns on the walls. Is this even fair? With his combat power, he would probably have collected the entire map before anyone else even entered the maze. Your speed is the best in history, and you've shattered the record by a wide margin. The maid estimated that no one would ever be able to break this record in the future. She picked up the remote control, teleported everyone else into the maze, and then picked up the microphone to begin issuing the mission. "Masters, please pay attention. This stage is called Save the Princess. Whoever saves the princess will survive and possess the right to decide the life and death of others. The princess's characteristic is one word: ugly. The princess's location can be found via the map. So, where is the map? Killing a person will reward you with a map fragment. Masters, please begin the slaughter." The maid's mission caused an immediate uproar. This meant that everyone had become enemies, locked in a life or death struggle. Those with poor strength panicked, but for someone like Shen Fujiang, it was like a fish taking to water. In the previous 2 stages, Shen Fujiang had strength but nowhere to use it, which was frustrating to death. Now it was different. As long as he killed people to get map fragments, he could clear the stage. Lin Baici, just you wait. Shen Fujiang rubbed his hands together. Everyone in the maze began to move with extreme caution. Lin Baici heard the mission issued by the maid and frowned. Could his deduction have been wrong? Never mind. He would find a monster to kill first and see. Lin Baici took out the God-questioning tortoiseshell and performed a divination. Tortoiseshell divination, spirit asking divine ability. Today is highly auspicious. Kill, kill, kill. Its voice was filled with murderous intent. Can you say something reliable? Lin Baici was depressed. I am already very reliable. It felt aggrieved. You just need to find people and kill them. This kind of thing is so simple you don't even need to use your brain. Forget it. I shouldn't have asked you. Lin Baici sighed. Master, before you kill them, can you let them do a divination? I've been bored to death lately, and my divination skills are getting rusty. I'm afraid I won't be accurate in the future, it pleaded. Lin Baici ignored it. Put the God-questioning tortoiseshell back into the black altar bowl, gripped the bronze sword in his right hand, held the voodoo staff in his left, and relied on his intuition to dash through the maze. When he entered a fork in the road, he saw a man on the opposite side. He was just about to greet him, but the man saw him and turned to run. Lin Baici frowned and shouted, "What are you panicking for? I wasn't planning on killing you." With Lin Baici's shout, the other person ran even faster. The first 2 stages had been broadcast to the entire venue, and because of his outstanding performance, Lin Baici had been announced as the team leader, so in everyone's mind, he was ridiculously strong. Now, unless it is someone like Shen Fujiang, who is holding his breath and determined to get even, everyone else who encounters Lin Baici will absolutely retreat 3 steps and take a detour. Lin Baici did not know where the monsters were, So, he simply followed the scent left by this man and tracked him down. Damn it! I keep feeling like I have turned into a hunting dog. Fenbaking ran with all his might for more than 10 minutes. But he could not hold on any longer. He stopped, leaned against the wall, and gasped for air. Should have shaken him off. Right. Fenbaking looked back. Very good, no one there. He rested for a few minutes and prepared to leave. But after walking about 10 meters, he saw a monster turn in from the T-junction ahead. It was about 3.5 meters tall, with no skin on its body, only muscle fibers exposed, which looked very creepy. After the monster saw Fenbaking, it let out a roar and immediately began to sprint wildly. Its large feet hit the ground, making a thumping sound like war drums. Holy crap! Fenbaking was startled and turned to run. The monster was very fast. Fenbaking felt as if he could hear the sound of the wind being torn apart by its sprint. However, what was even more terrifying was that Lin Baici's figure appeared at the fork in the road ahead. Holy crap! Fenbaking felt despair. There was truly no way to heaven and no door to earth. He was dead for sure. Just as Fenbaking was wondering if he kowtowed hard enough to Lin Baici, would the other party let him go? The man began to sprint. Fenbaking did not hesitate at all. He fell to his knees with a thud. I am willing to be your thug. After Fenbaking finished speaking, he saw Lin Baici run past him, heading straight for the skinless monster. Holy crap! Fenbaking exclaimed. He subconsciously looked back and saw Lin Baici holding a staff decorated with a skull, aiming it at the monster. A chain of lightning as thick as an arm struck out, hitting the monster's body and causing it to become paralyzed and stiff. Lin Baici took the opportunity to rush in, swinging his sword in a series of slashes. Swish, swish, swish. 3 sword strikes landed squarely on the monster's head, directly blinding its eyes. The monster shrieked, its arms waving wildly. Lin Baici retreated and threw the dragon-tooth sword with his right hand. The bronze sword carried a faint glimmer as it shot into the monster's left eye socket, piercing through its skull. Because of its momentum, the monster stumbled forward a few steps before falling to the ground with a thud. Lin Baici did not walk over immediately. He aimed his staff at the monster's corpse and unleashed another chain of lightning. Boom crack! After the electric shock, Lin Baici walked to the monster's corpse, kicked its head, and then pulled out the bronze sword, wiping it off on the corpse. Fenbaking watched as Lin Baici killed the monster in such an understated manner, stunned into speechlessness. Is he really this strong? Look at his leisurely, strolling posture. Killing monsters is as easy as taking a walk in his own living room. Fenbaking looked at the bronze sword in Lin Baici's hand. He hesitated for a moment, but still knelt honestly, neither getting up nor running away. Damn it. This equipment is top tier. Fenbaking was so envious he wanted to cry. Why are you running? Lin Baici looked at him with contempt. Fenbaking gave a dry laugh, seeing that Lin Baici had no intention of killing him. He quickly stated his position. I can be your thug, just you. Lin Baici curled his lip. Fenbaking felt slighted, but he dared not show the slightest dissatisfaction. To be honest, the other party had the capital to look down on him. In reality, he had not fought the monsters not because he could not beat them, but because he wanted to conserve his strength. After all, the condition for clearing this level was to kill people and obtain map fragments. There was no need to waste energy on these monsters. If it were not for Lin Baici's sudden appearance, he could have completely escaped with his divine grace. Who were you with before? Tell me about their appearance. Their divine grace. Lin Baici instructed, pulling the gluttony apron out of his backpack to avoid getting splattered with blood when he dissected this monster later. He did not expect that the equipment he had just obtained would be put to use so soon. Lin Baici held the bronze sword, squatted beside the monster, and put on the butcher's mask. Lin Baici's head jolted, and some anatomical knowledge and experience immediately flooded into his mind. Moreover, when he placed his hand on the monster, a sense of familiarity welled up, as if he had already dissected tens of thousands of such monsters. Sizzle! The bronze sword sliced open the monster's chest, and some crimson blood immediately flowed out. Fenbaking was dumbfounded. What are you doing? It is fine to kill the monster, but why do you have to disembowel it? Could it be that this guy is a pervert? Fenbaking looked back at the maze corridor. He did not run, but instead gathered his courage and walked toward Lin Baici. This was a good opportunity to cling to a powerful figure. He remembered that among the rules announced by that maid, one was that whoever rescued the princess would live and could decide the life and death of others. Team leader Lin, I can give you some meteor coins. Will you let me go? Fan Boking said with a fawning smile. Wanting to spend money to buy a spot on the team. Give to me? Lin Baici frowned. I'm not give, it is a tribute. Fan Boking was startled, cursing himself for being so bad with words. He had no right to use terms like give to you. Lin Baici had not expected that a casual remark would scare the other party like this, but he had no intention of killing anyone. So picking up a sum of meteor coins for free was not bad either. Lin Baici nodded. Fan Boking let out a sigh of relief. 500 meteor coins. Do you think that is okay? Lin Baici looked up and glanced at Fan Boking. Team leader. Someone like me is a pauper. Even these 500 meteor coins were saved by scrimping and saving. If I were strong and had a divine taboo item to protect myself, why would I be such a coward? Fan Boking explained, his expression anxious. 500 is fine, Lin Baici agreed. I will give it to you as soon as I get back. Fan Boking gave an awkward smile and quickly changed the subject. What should I do now? Should I help you hold the corpse? Stay to the side. Lin Baici did not need anyone's help. Now that his life was guaranteed, Fan Boking had the leisure to study Lin Baici's purpose. And then he was shocked. This technique is too impressive, right? Look at these bones that have been stripped. There is not a shred of meat left on them. Is this any different from the legendary butcher dismembering an ox? Even if an ordinary person had 3 generations of butchers in their family, they probably could not practice this skill. Lin Baici checked all the bones of the monster and found that only the ribs had patterns. So he stripped all the ribs off. Damn, team leader. There are patterns on these, Fan Boking exclaimed, having discovered a blind spot. Nonsense. Why would I go through all this trouble if there were no patterns? Lin Baici pieced them together briefly and found that they were incomplete. So, he put them into a bag, stored them in the black altar bowl, and then took out a bottle of mineral water to wash his hands. A spatial type divine relic. Fan Boking screamed again. Does Lin Baici have too many top-tier divine relics on him? Fan Boking was so envious that he felt withered inside. Let us go. Lin Baici called out. Team leader. How did you know there were patterns on the ribs? Fan Boking asked curiously. Lin Baici did not speak and looked at the mural on the side. Fan Boking was not stupid. He thought for a dozen seconds and understood. Damn, the condition for clearing the level is actually on this. Fan Boking was shocked. And then he became excited. Does this mean that we do not have to kill people? It should be possible. Lin Baici's words made Fan Boking burst into tears. No wonder he spared me. It turns out there were other ways. I am grateful for Lin Baici's wisdom. If he had been even a little bit stupider and started killing people, I would have been done for. How did Lin Baici find his way here? He must have some kind of tracking type divine favor, right? Fan Boking realized that this man, Lin Baici, was unfathomable. When I get back, I should raise more meteor coins for him. If only I could keep clinging to this powerful thigh. Lin Baici's luck for the next while was a bit poor. He wandered around for an hour, finding neither monsters nor people. He did, however, see one human corpse. With no other choice, Lin Baici took out the turtle shell of divination and performed another reading. Go left. Great fortune and prosperity. Lin Baici put away the turtle shell and saw Fan Boking looking at him with a shocked expression. My God. I with talking divine relic. Fan Boking swallowed hard. It was his first time seeing one. And he quickly stated his position. Team leader, rest assured. I will absolutely not tell anyone. He was genuinely worried that Lin Baici would kill him to silence him. In the circle of god hunters, such a talking divine relic was recognized as a precious item, priceless and rare. This time, Lin Baici walked for more than 10 minutes before running into a skinless monster. The monster roared and charged. Lin Baici raised his staff and aimed it at the creature. Chain lightning strike. Afterward, Lin Baici used his flying sword to finish it off. He did not use the pine torch, fearing that he would burn the bones to ashes as well. After easily killing the monster, Lin Baici put on his mask, preparing to dissect it, but someone arrived. It was Shen Fujiang. Others might try to avoid the sounds of battle. But Shen Fujiang was different. He was eager to encounter a large group of people so he could kill to his heart's content. Shen Fujiang laughed when he saw Lin Baici, team leader. Fen Baking could see it. Shen Fujiang was staring at Lin Baici with ill intent, clearly planning to kill him. Lin Baici stood up. You are actually not running. Shen Fujiang curled his lips. You have guts. We do not need to kill each other. The bones of these monsters have map fragments on them. If we piece them together, we get a complete map. Fen Baking explained hurriedly. Shen Fujiang frowned, glanced at Fen Baking, and then looked at Lin Baici. Who discovered this? It was team leader Lin. Fen Baking said with a fawning smile. TSK, to be honest. If you had not killed our people from Lost Coast, I really would not want to be your enemy. Shen Fujiang sighed. He was not holding a weapon, but he was wearing a pair of dark red gloves. Giant elephant gloves. Tanned from the hide of a giant elephant. Wearing them grants the strength of a giant elephant, allowing one to lift 9 tripods and move mountains. Can they move mountains? Lin Baici frowned. Of course not. That is a metaphor, understand? Lin Baici sniffed. Wait a moment. What is it? Shen Fujiang sneered. You are not going to surrender, are you? Someone is hiding and watching. Lin Baici rubbed his nose. The old man's scent was drifting over with the wind and rain. Shen Fujiang turned his head and roared to come out. There was no movement. If you do not come out, I will kill you first, Shen Fujiang threatened. The old man hesitated for a moment before walking out from the intersection. He had also arrived after hearing the sounds of battle. The reason he had hidden was to see if there was an opportunity for the snipe and the clam to fight so that the fisherman could reap the benefits. Save Lin Baici. Let alone the fact that he could not beat Shen Fujiang. Even if he could, he would not save him. The old man had long been crazily coveting all the valuable items on Lin Baici. Are you going to help him? Shen Fujiang sized up the old man. The old man shook his head. Then why have you not gotten lost yet? Shen Fujiang scolded. This old man looked much more cunning than the man beside Lin Baici. Like an old weasel. I have long admired the reputation of Lost Coast, and I want to join you. The old man made up an excuse. You are not worthy. Shen Fujiang did not even have the mood to offer a perfunctory reply. Since you refuse to leave, then once I kill him, I will deal with you all. Want to take advantage of me? Keep dreaming. Swish. Shen Fujiang suddenly sprinted, lunging toward Lin Baici. Lin Baici raised his voodoo staff. Chain lightning. Boom crack. Shen Fujiang dodged to the side, rebounding off the wall like a rubber ball, using the momentum to accelerate and pounce right beside Lin Baici. Lin Baici launched his second attack. Mind blast. Boom crack. A ripple of black energy centered on the sheep bone skull radiated outward. Shen Fujiang possessed a powerful mind, so he remained unaffected. He reached Lin Baici and threw a punch at his head. Whoosh! The force of the punch ruffled Lin Baici's hair. Lin Baici did not dodge. He swung his sword to strike. Shen Fujiang's punch was halfway through when his brows twitched, and he suddenly changed direction, slamming his fist toward his right side. The muscular Buddha and Shen Fujiang collided head-on. Thud. Both of them lost their footing and stumbled back several steps. When Shen Fujiang saw this muscular Buddha, his pupils constricted sharply. So strong, even with the Colossus strength gloves equipped, he could not suppress his opponent. The muscular Buddha attacked again. Lin Baici took out the champion's dart, making a motion to throw it. But Shen Fujiang was not intimidated. However, the muscular Buddha was simply too strong. Shen Fujiang could not push it back to get to Lin Baici. A pebble suddenly flew toward him. Shen Fujiang swung his fist, shattering the walnut-sized stone into powder. He then activated his divine favor, further increasing his strength and speed. With a sudden burst of aggression, he circled behind the muscular Buddha, grabbed it, and executed a back suplex. The muscular Buddha was slammed into the ground, its neck bone twisted. If it were a human, it would already be dead. Whoosh! The champion's dart was fired, triggering its guaranteed hit effect. Shen Fujiang swung his fist to deflect it, but the dart swerved around his fist and pierced his heart. This is good stuff. Fen Baking and the old man drooled with envy. Chapter 146, The Winner. The champion's dart was embedded in Shen Fujiang's chest, but he was completely unharmed. because he had activated his divine favor, Rubber Skin. The effect of this dart was a guaranteed hit, but it lacked armor-piercing capabilities. Therefore, against enemies with defensive divine relics and divine favors, it was almost ineffective. Shen Fujiang grinned hideously and charged at Lin Baici. Do you really think a Lion King level hunter like me is a pushover? Lin Baici threw his flying sword. Whoosh! Dragon Tooth traced an arc. Circling toward the back of Shen Fujiang's head, Lin Baici charged forward, drunk in a mortal fist. He intended to distract Shen Fujiang, preventing him from easily blocking the flying sword. In an instant, shadows of fists filled the air like a raging tide. Shen Fujiang did not care about these punches. Even without his rubber skin divine favor, his reinforced body alone could withstand them. However, that flying sword was far too sharp. If he were to be struck by it, he would likely be severely injured. I want it. Greed flickered in Shen Fujiang's eyes. I never expected this Lin Baici to possess so many top-tier divine relics. Under normal circumstances, I would certainly be envious. But now, as long as I kill him, all of this will be mine. Wearing the Colossus Strength gloves, Shen Fujiang not only gained a massive boost in power but also defensive properties. He punched at Dragon Tooth, intending to knock it away. But, after his left fist struck the blade, Dragon Tooth only tilted slightly before continuing its lethal trajectory. Shen Fujiang's expression changed, and he was forced to throw his right fist with full power. Dragon Tooth was knocked off course, grazing past Shen Fujiang's head. However, Lin Baici seized this opportunity, unleashing a flurry of rapid punches against Shen Fujiang. Bang! Bang! Lin Baici caught the returning Dragon Tooth and swung it in one fluid motion. Overlord strips the armor. No clothes to cover the body. Shen Fujiang had no time to dodge and could only raise his fists to block. Shen Fujiang was shocked, for under this strike, he noticed cracks appearing directly on his rubber skin, with some areas even shattering, his defense severely compromised. What the hell? The previously confident Shen Fujiang's expression shifted slightly. Is this the effect of a divine favor? Seeing Lin Baici prepare to strike again, Shen Fujiang retreated out of caution to create distance. This scene left Fan balking and the old man dumbfounded. Are you kidding me? You are a Lion King level hunter, a core member of the notorious Lost Coast team. How could you be forced back by a newcomer? Do you have no pride? And this Lin Baici, isn't he too strong? Is that it? Lin Baici smiled faintly and continued his aggressive charge. Dragon Tooth flying sword. Damn it! Shen Fujiang cursed. A genius won't fall in the same place twice. This time, he put all his strength into it, intending to knock the bronze sword away in one blow. In any case, he had just tested it. Lin Baici's punches did not deal much damage, and with his physical toughness, he could take them head-on. The bronze sword flew away. Shen Fujiang tried to keep his head away from Lin Baici's fists, but this guy's punches were simply too fast. He still took 5 hits, but it was no big deal, not even a bruise. Shen Fujiang wanted to counterattack, but Lin Baici nimbly retreated and pulled out the pine torch. Whoosh! The knocked-away Dragon Tooth sword did not hit the ground. After regaining its balance, it flew back to Lin Baici's side and was caught in one hand. This sight made the three of them drool again. This weapon is simply too cool. Is that it? Shen Fujiang returned the mockery Lin Baici had used on him earlier. Lin Baici chuckled. I will make you unable to laugh very soon. Shen Fujiang felt a surge of irritation just looking at Lin Baici's face. But as he tried to continue his assault and charged forward a few steps, he found himself unable to keep his balance. Shen Fujiang was startled. Furthermore, the sudden movement made him feel lightheaded, as if he were drunk on a large amount of strong liquor. Fan balking and the old man watched as Shen Fujiang's body swayed. He had charged a few steps before stopping, acting just like a drunkard. They were confused and didn't understand what was happening. Could it be that this guy had an old ailment that flared up at this moment? Shen Fujiang was the quickest to react. His expression turned ferocious as he questioned Lin Baici. What kind of divine favor is this? Damn it! He had been careless. He had assumed Lin Baici's punches lacked power, so he hadn't defended against them. In reality, the second time the opponent attacked, the punches had indeed felt soft and weak. However, this wasn't a physical attack, it was a damn divine favor effect. Shen Fujiang realized he had been played by Lin Baici. The flying sword tactic from the first exchange was just a lure. The real killing blow was those punches that looked the least lethal. At this moment, Shen Fujiang felt a deep sense of frustration and defeat. He had been outsmarted. Shen Fujiang considered himself powerful enough to crush his opponent, so he hadn't bothered with tactics. But Lin Baici was different. He was calm, wise, and possessed nerves of steel. He had dared to fight a lion-level powerhouse head-on, unlike Fen Baking and the old man, who didn't know Lin Baici's background. Shen Fujiang had investigated this freshman and knew he had only become a god hunter 2 months ago. Truly, the gap between people is even greater than the gap between humans and dogs. Shen Fujiang's head felt dizzy, looking at Lin Baici. His killing intent flared intensely. He had to kill him, otherwise. Once this guy grew stronger, Lost Coast would be wiped off the map in the God Hunter Circle. Shen Fujiang no longer underestimated Lin Baici, instead treating him as a peerless lion-level opponent. In fact, if not for the massive gap in their strength, Lin Baici would have already taken Shen Fujiang's head during that last exchange. A fully unleashed, focused Shen Fujiang was indeed difficult to deal with. Fortunately, the guy was drunk, so some of his attacks missed even without Lin Baici needing to block. Relying on the sneak attacks from the red clay golem, Lin Baici forced Shen Fujiang to keep a portion of his attention on his surroundings to avoid getting his head blown off. Combined with the entanglement of the muscular Buddha and the sharp Dragon Tooth King sword, Lin Baici managed to hold his ground despite being at a disadvantage, because regardless of whether it was the muscular Buddha's fists or the bronze sword, if Shen Fujiang were careless and got hit, it would result in a severe injury. Lin Baici circled around Shen Fujiang, landing a punch on him from time to time. Although the direct damage wasn't high, it kept him drunk. Damn it. Shen Fujiang was annoyed to death. Are you even a man? Come and fight me head-on. He's getting anxious. Fen Baking was surprised. Yeah? He's anxious. The old man clicked his tongue. He suddenly felt worried, by standing on the sidelines and trying to reap the benefits like a fisherman. He had completely offended Lin Baici. If Lin Baici survived, he would be in big trouble. But if he tried to kill him himself, he wasn't sure he could win. How troublesome. The old man regretted his greed, wishing he hadn't tried to scavenge the bodies and pick up loot. Anxious. Lin Baici teased. HMTH. Shen Fujiang snorted coldly. He suddenly retreated, pulled a metal syringe containing a red liquid from his waist pouch, pressed the safety cap off with his thumb, and jammed it into his neck. As the serum was injected, Shen Fujiang's spirit immediately became hyper-excited. Bloodshot veins appeared in his eyes, and bulging vessels could be seen on his neck and face. More importantly, he recovered significantly from his drunken state. This was a neurological stimulant. After injection, it accelerated adrenaline secretion, allowing his physical capabilities to increase significantly in a short period. Shen Fujiang was determined to kill Lin Baici, no matter the cost. However, he felt it was worth it. This newcomer had too many good things on him. As long as he killed him, it would be a huge profit. Damn, this guy is doping. How shameless. Fen Baking blurted out subconsciously. A lion-level powerhouse bullying a junior was already shameless enough, but he was even using drugs. As expected of the notorious Lost Coast, they had no bottom line. Lin Baici's expression turned grave. He had already exhausted his trump cards and was barely managing to stay undefeated, now that the opponent had injected drugs. Even a fool knew his combat power would increase. Should I run? That was a viable option. The effects of the drug on Shen Fujiang couldn't last forever. He could wait for the effects to wear off and then counterattack. However, Lin Baici wasn't willing to give up. Is there any way to counterkill? Lin Baici retreated rapidly, all his divine taboo items flashing through his mind. Lin Baici suddenly thought of that ancestral god remains back on the train. Even Black Shark 3 had been infected, yet he hadn't shown any symptoms. You're the one. Lin Baici took out a black metal sphere as quickly as he could. You still have a trump card. Shen Fujiang was genuinely shocked to see Lin Baici not running. This kid didn't seem like a fool, so if he dared to stay, it meant he still had something to rely on. Immediately, Shen Fujiang became excited. No matter what trump card you have, once I kill you, It will all be mine. Shen Fujiang charged. Lin Baici pressed a button on the metal sphere, pointing it toward Shen Fujiang. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The metal sphere transformed into ribbons, peeling away from the eyeball and revealing it completely. God remains. Shen Fujiang frowned deeply. This dried-up sphere was clearly the tissue of some creature and looked very similar to God remains. But what was the point of taking this thing out? Was he trying to use this to trade for his life? But this shouldn't be God remains, because when ordinary people encountered God remains, even without getting close, they would lose their minds under the radiation pollution and turn into mindless flesh creatures. God hunters had a higher tolerance, but they still couldn't touch God remains with their bare hands like that. Lin Baici frowned when he saw that Shen Fujiang remained unaffected. How could he make this eyeball open? Radiation pollution. Instinctively, Lin Baici slapped it. He decided to give it a good smack first. When Lin Baici struck the ball of flesh, it suddenly writhed, and a slit abruptly tore open, revealing a pale eyeball. Swish! The eyeball rotated erratically, scanning 360 degrees. In that instant, it was as if a god had opened its eyes to look down upon all living beings. A terrifying soul pressure swept across the entire area. Lin Baici only felt a slight palpitation, but the others were not so lucky. Fenbaking and the old man felt their heart rate spike. They broke into a cold sweat in an instant, their heads throbbing as if they were being scorched by some unknown energy, and their skin felt as if it were burning. Fenbaking, whose strength was relatively weaker, doubled over and began to RTCH. What is that thing? The old man was deeply shaken, a sense of dread spreading from within his heart. The eyeball noticed Shen Fujiang approaching rapidly and stared directly at him. Swish! A gaze that felt almost tangible locked onto Shen Fujiang. In that moment, Shen Fujiang felt as if he were looking at a god. It was high and mighty, possessing supreme glory, while Shen Fujiang felt like nothing more than an insect, giving him the urge to kneel and prostrate himself in worship. Shen Fujiang averted his gaze, because meeting the eyeball's stare made him feel, from the bottom of his heart, that it was an act of transgression and disrespect. Lin Baici did not stop. Seeing Shen Fujiang stiffen, he immediately lunged forward. The bronze sword struck with fury, flesh-shredding strike. Shen Fujiang's instincts remained. He raised his right fist to block, but under the influence of this primordial god remnant, his reaction was half a beat slow. Swish! Lin Baici severed his right arm. Shen Fujiang screamed. The intense pain, combined with the effects of the stimulant, allowed him to break free from the soul pressure of the primordial god remnant and regain some consciousness. This is too terrifying. Shen Fujiang had explored god ruins before and had experienced the radiation of god remnants, but none were as horrifying as the radiation emitted by this eyeball. It was a direct pollution of the mind. But why did this Lin Baici have no issues at all while holding this eyeball? For a second, Shen Fujiang wanted to run. But this was a god-forbidden game. There was no escaping. That crazy maid had said that the final winner of this round would have the authority to decide the life and death of others, because Lin Baici's performance in the first two rounds had been too outstanding. Shen Fujiang had been dealt such a heavy blow that he no longer possessed the absolute confidence to defeat Lin Baici in the game. I have to kill him here. Shen Fujiang gritted his teeth and attacked with all his might. No wonder the Nine-Dragon Pavilion was willing to pay such a high price to ensure that Lost Coast brought back the missing clay figurine idol. When their leader first accepted the mission, he had wondered why the Nine-Dragon Pavilion wanted a clay figurine idol, as such things were rare for ordinary god hunters but not for the people of the Nine-Dragon Pavilion. Now he understood. They had known all along that there was a piece of god remnant inside the clay figurine idol. This was their ultimate goal. It was only because of their status that it was inconvenient for them to act. So they commissioned Lost Coast. Come to think of it, how did this young man discover that there was a god remnant inside the clay figurine idol? And this piece of god remnant, it was actually an eyeball. Most importantly, why was he not affected by the radiation pollution of the god remnant? Shen Fujiang stared at Lin Baici, finding him to be a complete mystery. Lin Baici hesitated slightly. Logically, he should drag things out and wait for Shen Fujiang to be polluted by the primordial god remnant, which would make his body weaker and weaker. But the problem was, Lin Baici didn't know if something would happen to him if he held this thing for too long. Even if he looked fine now, What if he became infertile? Or stopped liking girls and started liking female animals or something? That would be a disaster. Lin Baici prepared to hack at him, to fight head-on. But the primordial god remnant in his hand suddenly shot out with a whoosh and hit Shen Fujiang in the face. The eyeball was visibly merging with Shen Fujiang's flesh, burrowing into his eye socket. What the hell? Lin Baici was startled. Is this thing coming to life? Retrieve it quickly. The gourmet commented. Otherwise, a servant of a god will be born. There was no need for the gourmet to remind him. Lin Baici dared not let this situation continue. He swung his sword directly at Shen Fujiang's neck. Swish! A head rolled off. But before it could hit the ground, the flesh on Shen Fujiang's neck writhed and grew frantically, sprouting many filaments of flesh. Like fungal hyphae in the plant world, they quickly extended, stuck to the head, and pulled it back. What the hell? This scene made Lin Baici's scalp tingle. He swung his sword in a flurry of strikes. This time, he aimed for Shen Fujiang's head, wanting to carve out that ball of flesh. Clack, clack. Fortunately, the dragon tooth was sharp and easily sliced through the skull. Lin Baici didn't care about the blood and filth. He reached his hand inside and grabbed the primordial god remnant. He quickly took out the black coffin, the metal sphere, and brought it close to the eyeball. Snap, snap. Several metal bands popped out from the black coffin, wrapping around the eyeball. Inside the bar, the moment the crazy maid saw Lin Baici take out the eyeball, she immediately darted to the television. It's actually a piece of primordial god remnant. But the question is, why wasn't this human polluted? Could he be? The crazy maid pondered, took out a mobile phone, and prepared to make a call. But after dialing, she hung up. Forget it. It's none of my business. I just want to play my master game. Lin Baici threw the black coffin into the black altar bowl, after confirming that he was not missing any limbs, that his mind was sound, and that he had not developed any strange fetishes for female creatures. He let out a sigh of relief. He glanced at Shen Fujiang's corpse, then turned his head to look at Fen Baking and the old man. Fen Baking was kneeling on the ground, vomiting, while the old man was stumbling as he ran into the distance. He wanted to leave this hellish place. Lin Baici immediately gave chase. Leader, I will give you meteor coins. Lots and lots of them. Please, spare my life. The old man begged for mercy. Lin Baici kept a stern face and flicked his wrist, throwing his flying sword. Swish. The muscular Buddha also appeared, sprinting with long strides, lunging straight at the old man. The old man had already been afflicted by pollution, which had caused his physical functions to decline. Now, being radiated by the ancestral god's remains, he was even weaker than before. Most importantly, he had been scared out of his wits. Lin Baici did not show any mercy. The muscular Buddha began a barrage of Buddha fists to send him to the afterlife. A minute later, the old man was dead. An old man with ulterior motives. He actually has a lot of meteor coins on him. Inside his badge, a badge. Lin Baici raised an eyebrow. Did the God Eater mean a spatial type divine taboo item? However, he could not worry about that for now. He had to deal with Fen Baking first. Lin Baici turned around and walked toward Fen Baking. Leader, you are too amazing. Fen Baking panted, forcing a smile onto his face to flatter Lin Baici. Was it fun to watch? Lin Baici smiled slightly. Leader, it is not that I did not want to help you. It is just that I am too weak. I was worried that if I stepped in, I would only hold you back. Fen Baking was scared to tears. Is Lin Baici going to kill me to silence me? He wanted to run, but looking at the old man's fate, he knew that even if he could run today, he could not run forever. In this game, Fen Baking had no confidence in being the last one standing. A man who has abandoned his companions. In order to survive, he has no integrity. Leader, I beg you. I will not say anything, Fen Baking pleaded. He had never heard of the bowl-shaped divine remains, so this must be something that needed to be kept secret. I am sorry. I only trust friends and dead people. After saying this, Lin Baici threw his flying sword. He would not have killed Fen Baking just for not helping, but he had seen things he should not have seen. Even in his normal state, Fen Baking could not beat Lin Baici, let alone in his current condition. He had no strength left to resist and was easily slain by Lin Baici. Very good. The prey is all dead. Time to loot the bodies. Lin Baici was also looking forward to it. he wondered how much valuable loot he could get. Chapter 147, Great Luck, Chicken Dinner Tonight. A light drizzle fell, dampening the walls of the maze. Lin Baici wiped the rainwater from his face and checked the ancestral god's remains sealed in the black coffin once more. After confirming there were no gaps, he put it away. The scene where this thing tried to merge into Shen Fujiang's body earlier had truly given him quite a scare. It seemed he should use it as little as possible in the future. If you walk by the river often enough, you are bound to get your shoes wet. Who knows? One day he might end up being parasitized himself. Improving his personal strength was the only true path. Lin Baici squatted down beside Fenbaking. Let's start with him. He reached into his pockets and found a wallet. Inside were a few bank cards, an ID card, a few $100 bills, and the rest were meteor coins. Lin Baici counted them, 26 coins. Just as Lin Baici was about to see if Fenbaking had any divine taboo items, the God Eater commented, "No need to look. He is a poor wretch." Fenbaking would go to the Dragon and Beauty Bar to drink and relax whenever he was free. He was usually very safe. So who could have guessed he would run into a psycho maid this time? Therefore, he had not brought his equipment with him at all. Lin Baici shrugged his shoulders. After Fenbaking died, a small ball of light appeared about a foot above his head. Lin Baici grabbed it. The ball of light shattered, revealing a small piece of parchment. Lin Baici opened it and saw that it was a fragment of a map. This was the map fragment that the psycho maid said would drop after killing someone. Lin Baici did not intend to continue killing, so this map would likely never be completed. He stood up and went over to the old man's side. The old man was clutching a dagger, about a foot long. The blade was relatively narrow and shaped like a spike. Cursed dagger. As long as it stabs a person, the next attack regardless of where it hits, even if it just grazes the skin, will have its damage doubled based on the severity of the first wound. This effect disappears after 7 uses. Using this dagger will induce a destructive tendency. One will always feel the urge to stab someone. It is recommended not to carry this dagger into kindergartens, elementary schools, or similar places. The God Eater commented. The lethality of this dagger was average, and the negative effect was too great. Lin Baici did not like it. He would keep it to sell for money or give it away. Lin Baici remembered the God Eater saying earlier that the old man had a badge on him. He searched through his clothes and found it in an inner pocket. This pocket had clearly been sewn on by the old man himself, specifically to hide this badge, a Soviet WWI medal, originating from a battlefield divine ruin. After shouting Yura, it can be activated to summon a tank. The medal was made of gold. The main body was a red 5-pointed star, with a cavalry saber and a rifle crossed behind it, while a sickle and hammer were crossed in an X shape on the front. There was writing on it, but it had already faded. Euro, Lin Baici shouted softly. A rust-colored light projected from the medal. After the light dissipated, a T-30 for tank remained. It was covered in rust and even had marks from artillery strikes. This tank cannot be driven normally, but the cockpit can be used as a storage warehouse. Lin Baici jumped onto the tank, grabbed the hatch, and pulled it open with force. It was packed with supplies. Lin Baici checked them and found that most were long-lasting food items, such as canned goods, compressed biscuits, military rations, and some drinking water. Besides these, there was a first aid kit and a safe the size of a school bag. Lin Baici grabbed the handle of the safe and hauled it out. He couldn't be bothered to look for the key, so he simply used his bronze sword to cut it open. It took 5 minutes, and he succeeded. Inside, it was like a piggy bank, piled high with meteor coins. Lin Baici grabbed a handful and let them go. Clink, clatter. The meteor coins made a beautiful sound as they collided. How many are in here? Lin Baici asked. You are just a dropout, not illiterate. Can you not count? The God Eater refused to answer such a vapid question. Burgle. Lin Baici suddenly felt hungry. He was stunned for a moment, then plunged his hand into the pile of meteor coins and dug around vigorously. Soon, he found a piece of meteor stone the size of a walnut. Holy crap! This old man was something else. He was quite wealthy. Lin Baici did not know that the old man had murdered his own companions to obtain this piece of meteor stone. How delightful! Lin Baici prepared to collect the meteor stone, but the God Eater spoke up. Eat it. But we are currently inside the rule-based pollution created by that maid. If she sees me eating a meteor stone, it might be a problem. Lin Baici worried. Then eat her too. The God Eater was completely indifferent. If you won't eat it, I will help you. Don't. Lin Baici knew he couldn't refuse. He took out a bottle of mineral water, rinsed the meteor stone, and popped it into his mouth. The meteor stone melted the moment it touched his tongue, turning into a stream of heat that surged into Lin Baici's stomach. It then spread to his limbs and bones, and his skin began to flush red, emitting white steam. Every cell in Lin Baici's body was nourished by the divine energy, evolving toward the next stage of life. This process lasted about a minute. The white steam on Lin Baici's body dissipated, and his skin returned to its normal color. Lin Baici exhaled a breath of stale air. Ever since he encountered that insane maid, the game had left him both mentally and physically exhausted. Now, after consuming this meteor stone, he was instantly back to full status. It seems I can prepare some meteor stones to eat as supplements in the future. Lin Baici took a suitcase out of his black alms bowl and poured all the meteor coins into it. Once he got out of here, he would buy a safe of his own. Looking at so many meteor coins, he felt inexplicably happy. Can this tank hold people? Lin Baici asked curiously. Warning: any living organism that enters will immediately explode and die due to the inability to withstand the spatial pressure. Lin Baici shouted Yura, and the metal shot out another rust-colored curtain of light, enveloping the tank. Then, the light and the tank vanished together. This is so troublesome to use. Lin Baici wiped the metal, feeling it wasn't very useful. And the internal space is too small. It can't hold much at all. If anyone else heard Lin Baici say this, they would definitely curse him out, calling him a humble bragger who doesn't understand the plight of the hungry. Lin Baici was just lucky to have stumbled upon the Black Alms Bowl in the ruins of Longchen Temple, which had such a vast space. In the circle of god hunters, many lion-level experts didn't even possess such spatial divine artifacts. If the old man had been willing to sell this metal, there would have been plenty of people fighting over it. The only advantage of this metal was its small size and portability. But the problem was, if Lin Baici put his Black Alms Bowl inside, the process of retrieving an item would be too cumbersome. Plus, the tank's size was far too conspicuous. If only this bowl were a little smaller. Lin Baici picked up the golden orb of light from above the old man's head. Without examining it closely, he headed toward Shen Fujiang. Now for the main event. He hoped Shen Fujiang was a bit more loaded. This dark red leather glove was definitely a good item. He would peel it off first. Giant elephant strength glove. Capable of lifting 1,000 jun. As a gourmet, you will inevitably have to process some large prey. With this pair of gloves, you can easily carry these carcasses. The God Eater commented. Shen Fujiang was short, and his hands were relatively small. Lin Baici tried them on, thinking they might not fit, but to his surprise, the gloves adjusted their size to match the wearer's hand shape. The leather was soft and clung tightly to his palms without feeling restrictive. It was very comfortable. Lin Baici threw a few straight punches, feeling a bit regretful. It's a pity these gloves have no defensive capabilities. After going through this god ruin, Lin Baici realized that defensive divine artifacts were also very important. He needed to find an opportunity to get a few for self-protection. He continued to loot the body. Shen Fujiang didn't have a spatial divine artifact, so the items he carried were limited, and there were only about 30 meteor coins. In reality, god hunters only fully arm themselves when exploring god ruins. They usually keep their divine artifacts hidden. Shen Fujiang had only come to the Dragon and Beauty Bar to have fun today and never expected to run into Lin Baici. Otherwise, if he had brought his proper weapons, he would have been much harder to deal with. After finishing the loot, Lin Baici used the divination turtle shell to predict which direction would lead to more monsters, then ran off in that direction. 10 minutes later, the woman in leather pants and Jia Hongyao appeared at a fork in the road. They had met halfway and decided to team up. Don't panic. We can clear the level once we find little Lin. Jia Hongyao didn't want to kill people to get the map, so her priority was finding Lin Baici. The woman in leather pants was impatient, eager to reunite with Lin Baici as soon as possible. Without him around, she didn't feel at ease. There's a corpse, Jia Hongyao shouted and immediately ran over. Be careful. The woman in leather pants warned her. But Jiao Hongyao didn't listen. She quickly ran to the side of the old man's corpse nearest to her. Hongyao, it's that person from Lost Coast. He's been killed. After seeing Shen Fujian's corpse, the woman in leather pants exclaimed in shock. I see it. After Jiao Hongyao examined the old man's body, she went over to Shen Fujian's side. Did the landlady do this? The woman in leather pants asked, trembling. Jiao Hongyao shook her head. Then who did? The woman in leather pants was stunned. In her view, Shen Fujian was extremely powerful and should have been the strongest among all the participants in this game. Yet, unexpectedly, someone had killed him. Someone was playing the pig to eat the tiger. Little Lindsay. Jiao Hongyao blurted out in response. What? The woman in leather pants was taken aback. Are you talking about team leader Lin? I didn't say that. Jiao Hongyao denied it. If word got out that Lin Baici had killed someone from Lost Coast, it would bring trouble to Lin Baici. The woman in leather pants admitted that Lin Baici was very strong, but wasn't killing Shen Fujian a bit too exaggerated. Could a person really be that outstanding, however? Jiao Hongyao's certainty made the woman in leather pants waver. Could it really be team leader Lin? Could it be that the Lin Baici she had seen was not his full form at all? Terrifying. Let's go. Jiao Hongyao was very excited. Little Lindsay had passed through here, so she should be able to catch up with him soon. All three corpses bore the slash marks of a bronze sword. Jiao Hongyao was all too familiar with them. Little Lindsay is truly strong. Jiao Hongyao sighed with emotion. She had previously worried that Lin Baici might encounter Shen Fujian early and get dragged into a bitter fight, so she had wanted to rendezvous with him quickly. But now she wasn't in a hurry. It wasn't just Jiao Hongyao and the woman in leather pants. Everyone who passed by here and saw Shen Fujian's corpse was greatly shocked. Because Shen Fujian's reputation was too great, he was the most likely contender for first place, and everyone feared him. Yet now, he was dead. Everyone was filled with anxiety because a big boss was hiding among these players. When Nang Gongshu saw these three corpses, she raised an eyebrow. These sword marks, they should have been made by Lin Baici, right? The landlady was curious. But how did he manage to do it? He really is a little wolf dog. He bites quite fiercely when he attacks. But I want to raise him. What should I do? Some people wanted to kill to pass the level, while others didn't like that and were thinking of other ways. The dwarf was one of them. When he met the transgender person, the two hit it off and formed a temporary team. Listen, does it sound like there's fighting? The transgender person's ears twitched. There is indeed. Should we go over and take a look? The dwarf asked. Head or not, right? The transgender person was worried. He was now very afraid of running into those who wanted to kill people to get maps. Fine. The dwarf didn't really want to go either. The two were preparing to retreat, but they hadn't gone far when the man in sunglasses appeared with three others. They had also come over after hearing the sounds of battle. When he saw the dwarf and the transgender person, the man in sunglasses didn't hesitate at all. Hack them to death. He had teamed up with the transgender person before and knew he was a waste. Run! The transgender person turned and ran. The dwarf had short legs, but he didn't run slowly at all. The two of them chose to run toward the direction of the fighting sounds without prior agreement. In the current situation, the more chaotic the scene, the higher the possibility of escaping. When the two rushed through an intersection and saw a tunnel, Lin Baici was fighting a skinless monster. It's the team leader. The dwarf was overjoyed and immediately rushed over. The man in sunglasses followed and saw Lin Baici, his feet subconsciously pausing. The other three were also somewhat hesitant, mainly because Lin Baici's performance in the previous two rounds had been too good, making them wary. Let's go. We have to negotiate at least. The man in sunglasses felt that Lin Baici must also have a map on him, and perhaps they could pull them together. Team leader. The dwarf ran over and called out respectfully. He wanted to join the fight, but Lin Baici raised his hand and brought his sword down, severing the monster's head. After glancing at these people, he put on the gluttony apron, put on the big head mask, and began to dissect the monster. When the man in sunglasses and the other three saw this scene, their footsteps paused again. What is he doing? Is he bluffing? Trying to scare us so we don't dare to act rashly? There are four of us. What are we afraid of? That's right. This kid seems to have quite a few good things on him. We could kill him. The group muttered to themselves. And once they thought about the fact that there were 4 of them, their courage returned. The transgender person had wanted to run, but seeing Lin Baici so calm, he decided to observe the situation a bit longer. The man in sunglasses brought the 3 others over and asked straight away, "How many maps have you gotten? If we combine ours, maybe it'll be enough." Hearing this, Lin Baici frowned and scanned the 4 of them. "How many people have you killed?" "Not many." The man in sunglasses chuckled. In order not to lose his momentum and not let Lin Baici look down on him, he added, "But not few either. There's no need to kill people. There are map fragments on the ribs of these monsters." Lin Baici informed them. "What?" The group was stunned. There was such a way to pass the level. "How do you know that?" The man in sunglasses was suspicious. "You just need to follow what I said." Lin Baici didn't want to say more, or take out 500 meteor coins. "And I'll tell you the reason. Why don't you just go rob someone?" A slightly bald man started berating him. Lin Baici stared at him. "If I wanted to rob you, you'd already be dead." The balding man heard this and wanted to retort. But upon meeting Lin Baici's sharp, piercing gaze, he didn't dare. "We mind our own business. And we kill these 2 people. That is not a problem." Even though Lin Baici was right, the man in sunglasses did not want to do it. That skinless monster looked too ferocious and was definitely harder to kill than humans. People like the dwarf and the transgender person were just easy pickings. "Leader," the dwarf pleaded. "He at least called me leader." Lin Baici looked at the man in sunglasses. "I have to take care of this. I will pay. God Lin. I will pay 1,000 meteor coins. Please, help me." The transgender person offered money. He knew this young man's surname was Lin, so he added the word God to show respect. "That works," Lin Baici smiled. "Hey, are you not taking the 4 of us seriously?" The balding man did not know if it was because he was approaching middle age, but his temper was quite volatile. "That is correct," Lin Baici beamed, his 8 white teeth shining brightly. The atmosphere at the scene instantly froze. Generally speaking, after the balding man made such a harsh threat, the other party should have backed down a little. After all, no matter how you looked at it, 4 against 1 was a disadvantage for the other side. But this young man admitted it directly. "Damn, that is impressive." The transgender person was shocked, and then filled with admiration. The dwarf looked at the man in sunglasses and the others, wishing they would say more to completely enrage Lin Baici, because then they would be dead for sure. The 4 men in sunglasses were very unhappy, but given Lin Baici's reputation, they did not dare to act or ashly. However, they were unwilling to just leave like this. "I do not think the 4 of you look like rich people. How about this? Each of you pays 500 meteor coins, and then you can get lost." Lin Baici named his price. "What did you say?" The man in sunglasses was stunned. "What does this mean? Buying their lives? Are you deaf?" Lin Baici's expression darkened. In front of this god of hunger, they still dared to clamor. Did they really think he had no temper? "Get him." The balding man wiped his nose. "Let us test his mettle first." The man in sunglasses thought the same. They could not just surrender without firing a single shot, right? Thus, the 4 of them suddenly accelerated and lunged at Lin Baici. "Leader." With Lin Baici there, the dwarf also gained the courage to fight. Seeing the 4 of them charging over, Lin Baici did not bother dissecting the monster anymore. He grabbed the monster's corpse and smashed it toward the balding man. Everyone blurted out. This monster was over 3 meters tall. Judging by its bulk, it had to weigh at least 500 or 600 pounds. But Lin Baici threw it as if he were tossing a brick. It was incredibly effortless. Whoosh! The monster whistled through the air and slammed into the ground with a bang. Blood and internal organs splattering everywhere. The formation of the 4 was disrupted. The balding man was a scheming dog. He dodged the monster's impact and simultaneously slowed his speed, preparing to let the others go first so he could pick up the scraps. However, he did not expect that after the monster landed, a bronze sword would suddenly appear from behind it, thrusting straight toward him. The bronze sword was too fast. The balding man did not react at all before he was pierced through the chest with a squelch. Chapter 148, Rescuing the Princess, Perfect Clearance. The balding man stumbled forward a few steps and fell to the ground with a thud. This fall was solid and heavy. Blood quickly began to pool around his body. Swish. The man in sunglasses and the other two stopped in shock, as if they had been hit with a pause button. They looked at the balding man's corpse, and cold sweat instantly soaked their entire bodies. He just died like that, damn it. Even when killing an ant, one has to lift their foot to stomp on it, and it is not even that fast. The bronze sword was extremely sharp because it came from the hands of a master swordsmith. It did not stain with blood. So, as it flew through the air, the blood on the blade was flung off. It traced a beautiful arc and flew back to Lin Baici's side. Lin Baici raised his hand to catch it and looked at the man in sunglasses and the other two. Do you choose to die? Or will you pay 500 meteor coins? Lin Baici asked indifferently, as if the people in front of him were not 3 god hunters, but kindergartners, the kind he could take out with 1 punch each. The transgender person was completely stunned. He knew Lin Baici should be strong, but he did not expect him to be this ridiculously strong. After all, the profession of god hunter required time to explore god ruins, accumulate equipment, divine grace, and combat experience. Lin Baici was too young. It was a question of whether he had even fully grown up yet, and yet he was this fierce. The transgender person suspected that Lin Baici might be a battle-hardened dragon-level big shot who had used some kind of god-forbidden item to make his appearance look young. The dwarf had seen Lin Baici's combat performance before, so he was not surprised at all. This was the man who could even make Xiaohongmian's sister obey his every word. Seeing that the 3 of them did not react, Lin Baici shrugged his shoulders. Since you chose to kill people to pass the level, you should have no complaints about being killed yourselves, right? Lin Baici's expression was calm, his eyes somewhat profound. I am gradually beginning to understand the meaning of the phrase survival of the fittest. The transgender person felt that when Lin Baici said this, he looked like a wise man. The dwarf, however, thought Lin Baici was super cool. He also wanted to roam the god hunter circle like this, to be a person above others, a king among kings. Instead of performing magic tricks in a bar, the man in sunglasses and the other two were very panicked, because the way Lin Baici looked at them was as if he were picking out the next chicken for slaughter. The man in sunglasses wanted to run. He felt that he could not beat Lin Baici, and escaping should be no problem. But when his gaze landed on Lin Baici's hand, he froze. I admit defeat. I am willing to pay 500 meteor coins to buy my life. To prove his sincerity, the man in sunglasses even threw the bone-chopping knife he had picked up onto the ground. The other 2 people looked at him, dumbfounded. You surrendered way too fast, didn't you? The man in sunglasses had unspeakable bitterness in his heart, and he glanced at Lin Baici's hands again. He thought to himself, if I don't surrender quickly, I'm going to lose my life. If he wasn't mistaken, these gloves belonged to Shen Fujiang. The man in sunglasses had teamed up with him before and was deeply impressed by the immense strength Shen Fujiang could unleash. Thinking back to the ease with which Lin Baici had thrown that monster corpse just now, there was no doubt about it. These gloves were definitely Shen Fujiang's. So the question was, why were they on Lin Baici's hands now? The man in sunglasses raised his hand and slapped himself hard on the left cheek. If he had seen this earlier, he wouldn't have dared to target Lin Baici even if it killed him. Too late. Lin Baici chuckled. Things have changed. Now it's 1,000. Are you messing with us? The other 2 people, seeing the man in sunglasses concede and given, didn't want to persist either. But Lin Baici's sudden price hike left them feeling resentful. After all, no one's meteor coins were blown in by the wind. I'll pay. The man in sunglasses said hurriedly, then roared at his 2 temporary companions. Pay up if you're going to, or get lost if you aren't. The man in sunglasses was worried that if these 2 annoyed Lin Baici, he would be caught in the crossfire. Are you brain dead? One person shouted at the man in sunglasses. God Lin, I can be your hired muscle. The man in sunglasses was using every possible means to survive. The transgender person could see that the man in sunglasses was terrified. He must have discovered Lin Baici's terrifying nature through some subtle clues. We don't have that many meteor coins. The 2 decided to surrender because, without the man in sunglasses as a powerful teammate, their hopes of grabbing first place and clearing the level were already very slim. You can owe me. Lin Baici had asked for the life-buying money, including the casual price hike, just on a whim. He hadn't expected them to actually agree. Well, then he wouldn't be polite. The transgender person watched this scene, hesitating whether to proactively add another 1,000 meteor coins. Otherwise, if they waited for Lin Baici to speak, it would be embarrassing for everyone. However, Lin Baici was not as greedy as the transgender person had anticipated. After dealing with these people, he walked to the monster's corpse, squatted down, and began to carve the meat and strip the bones. God Lin, let me do it. The man in sunglasses volunteered for the task. You can't do it. Lin Baici refused. What if the man in sunglasses accidentally damaged the patterns on the bones? The man in sunglasses thought to himself, what is so difficult about dissecting a corpse? But after seeing Lin Baici's subsequent actions, he was shocked. Lin Baici separated the ribs from the corpse, and after a few scrapes, the ribs were clean without a single shred of meat, and there were no scratches or damage at all. This was truly a master butcher at work. Did this kid have 3 generations of butchers in his family? He must have butcher genes in his bones. Soon, the man in sunglasses stopped caring about these minor details because he saw that the bones Lin Baici had stripped had patterns on them. Is this a map? The transgender person exclaimed. Lin Baici tried to piece them together, but there were still quite a few missing. So, he put all the ribs away. Let's go. Time to hunt monsters. Now that he had free muscle, things should be much easier. This kid has so many good things on him. The man in sunglasses sighed, feeling incredibly envious. He had previously speculated that Lin Baici possessed a space-type divine taboo item, and now it was confirmed. Because those ribs were so long and there were so many of them, it was impossible to fit them into his backpack. Yet now they were nowhere to be seen, as if he hadn't packed anything at all. With 5 hired hands, Lin Baici's efficiency in killing monsters increased significantly. The problem now was how to find the monsters as quickly as possible. Lin Baici couldn't help with that either, other than using his one breath 100 flavors. The rest was just down to luck. Everyone wandered through the maze like this. Lin Baici held a megaphone, playing a single sentence on a loop. If you want to live, come over here quickly. A few people heard this voice and came over. Seeing the other group, they were very worried. But after confirming that Lin Baici wouldn't kill them, they felt relieved and chose to join the team. Of course, this was limited to those who hadn't killed anyone. The man in sunglasses saw that Lin Baici wasn't asking these people for meteor coins and felt like vomiting blood from frustration. If I had known this, I would have surrendered the moment I saw you. Over an hour later, Jiu Hongyao and the woman in leather pants finally heard the voice. It's little Lin. Jiu Hongyao was excited. This was Lin Baici's voice. Let's go. The leader is truly imposing. The woman in leather pants was envious. Someone without strength wouldn't dare to do this, as it would attract powerful people or monsters. But Lin Baici was fearless. 5 minutes later, Jiu Hongyao and her companions saw Lin Baici. What's going on? Why are there so many people? The woman in leather pants was confused. Wasn't this level about killing each other to grab map pieces? Why did it look like they were living in peace? As time passed, Lin Baici's temporary team reached 15 people, and under his command, they began hunting monsters. 3 hours later, the map fragments were fully collected. Everyone looked at the completed map, feeling very excited. Let's go. Lin Baici had the man in sunglasses lead the way. Interesting. The maid sipped her soda, full of interest in Lin Baici. She had hosted many rounds of the Save the Princess level, and a few people had discovered the secrets hidden in the patterns on the maze walls. They hunted monsters and collected map fragments. But they were the only ones who didn't bring others along, because everyone wanted to be the winner, especially in a place like this, devoid of laws and moral constraints. Human nature is amplified to an infinite degree. That is why the maid felt that this human was a good person. Is this what is meant by a hero? The maid watched as Lin Baici and his group followed the map and arrived before the final hurdle. The exit of the maze was a massive gate. Go and open it. Lin Baici commanded the man in sunglasses. Why is it always me? The man in sunglasses wanted to complain, but he didn't dare. He could only walk to the gate obediently and push with all his might. Creak. The heavy, rusted hinges let out a teeth-grinding screech. The gate slowly swung open. It was dark inside. It appeared to be a grand hall. with bronze lampstands mounted on the surrounding walls, holding tallow candles. They emitted a dim, yellowish light, making the place look like a demon's lair, enough to make one's heart palpitate. The group was originally planning to observe a bit longer, but suddenly, a scream rang out from within. "Enter!" Lin Baici urged them on. He led the group into the hall, and they hadn't walked far before they saw a monster, standing upright and covered in long brown fur, at least 2 meters tall, chasing after a young girl. The girl was wearing a white princess dress, much like the Western-style wedding gowns brides wear, especially the skirt, which was very voluminous. However, due to her flight, the princess dress was torn and stained with dirt. When she saw Lin Baici and the others, she immediately ran toward them. The girl cried out miserably. Her beautiful face was streaked with tears, looking truly pitiful. "Save her, quickly!" the man in sunglasses shouted, and the others were also eager to jump into the fray, excited to the core. As long as they killed this monster, they should succeed. Lin Baici stopped them. Swish! Everyone halted and looked at Lin Baici. "God Lin, what is it?" the transgender person asked in a low voice. "This princess is too beautiful." Lin Baici stared at the girl. She was so beautiful that she seemed to have stepped out of a fairy tale. It was beyond any words to describe. One must know that the female friends Lin Baici had met recently were each unique in their own way. A vibrant garden of beauty. Jin Yingxin was hot and sexy. Hui Yu was cute and sweet. And Jiu Hongyao was innocent with a great figure. Lin Baici considered himself to have a certain immunity to beautiful women. But seeing this girl, his heart still skipped a beat, and he thought about how wonderful it would be if she were his girlfriend. Of course, the most important point was that she was unrealistically beautiful. In fairy tales, princesses are supposed to be beautiful. Jiu Hongyao's tone was matter-of-fact. The maid said that the characteristic of the princess is that she is ugly. Lin Baici looked at the monster. The monster looked at these uninvited guests and let out a loud cry. It wanted to attack, but these people looked fierce and menacing, which filled it with fear. The girl rushed over, threw herself into Lin Baici's arms, and hugged him. "It was my father." Before the girl could finish the sentence, "Was it my father who sent you to save me?" Lin Baici quickly grabbed her arms and pulled her away from his body. The girl immediately looked as if she were about to cry. Gazing at Lin Baici with resentment, the maid said that, "But it was just a figure of speech." The man in sunglasses explained, "Otherwise, what else could it be? It's impossible that this monster is the princess, right?" The monster roared, pacing back and forth. It wanted to attack but didn't dare. It tore a candle stand from the wall and smashed it toward the princess. Lin Baici waved his hand and swatted the candle stand away. The maid did say the princess was ugly, but she didn't say she wasn't human, right? The transgender person analyzed. But the maid didn't say the princess was human either. Lin Baici narrowed his eyes, looking down at the princess, then sizing up the monster. "This is trouble. How should he choose? What if there is no trap? And he is just overthinking it. The final hurdle has arrived. Please kill the monster and rescue the princess within 1 minute. If you fail, the masters will be given the punishment of erasure." The maid began the countdown. Just as the man in sunglasses was about to urge Lin Baici to hurry up and kill the monster, he saw Lin Baici suddenly extend his left hand, grab the princess by the throat, and then thrust a bronze sword through her chest. Splurt! Crimson blood flowed out, splashing onto the white princess dress like blooming flowers. "What the hell? What are you doing?" The man in sunglasses felt his scalp tingle. He was completely stunned. "God Lin, what is going on?" The others were also horrified. If not for their fear of Lin Baici's strength, they would have already started cursing or even attacking him. They were about to win. "So why did you kill the princess? Are you crazy?" The princess struggled, but the hand Lin Baici had clamped around her throat was incredibly steady. He gripped the hilt of the sword with his right hand, twisted it hard, pulled it out, and then stabbed her again. Flirt! Specks of blood splattered onto the floor, leaving it mottled and stained. "The princess is dead. The mission has failed. You have all failed to escape the dungeon. In 10 seconds, you will be given the punishment of erasure." The maid's emotionless voice rang out. A woman listening to the countdown fell into despair. She went mad, brandishing a bone-cleaving knife and hacking toward Lin Baici. Jiu Hongyao moved to intercept. But Lin Baiqi's reaction was faster. A flying stone shot out and struck the woman in the head. Her skull shattered, and the spraying blood and brain matter splashed onto the faces of those nearby, instantly plunging their already sour moods into an icy abyss. After entering the hall, Lin Baici had already activated the red rolling stone, having the red clay golem hide in the shadows and stand by. Sigh, just accept your fate. The man in sunglasses sighed. That is the reality of clinging to someone else's coattails. Life and death decisions all depend on the choice of the person you are following. If he chooses wrong, everyone dies. You can only blame yourself for not being strong enough. The woman's death left everyone so terrified that they didn't even dare to utter a single word of complaint against Lin Baici, let alone vent their anger with insults. Countdown ended. Erasure begins. Goodbye, the maid announced. I will never be a god hunter in my next life. I won't save money anymore. I'll spend it as soon as I have it. I want to go to a massage parlor for a good time, or go to a bathhouse for a full service. I've lived my life to strictly by the rules. Different thoughts swirled in everyone's minds as they recalled the biggest regrets of their lives. Tick, tock. The second hand moved steadily for 30 beats. But death did not arrive. The transgender person was astonished. Why? Could it be that the maid had a change of heart and decided to let us go? The dwarf was excited. If she were to let anyone go, it would be the team leader, right? The woman in leather pants felt that Lin Baici was the most outstanding and the most likely person for the maid to spare. Seeing this, Lin Baici let out a sigh of relief. He had guessed correctly. This princess was the monster, while the monster opposite was the real princess, the target they were supposed to save in this mission. What exactly is going on? Someone didn't understand. It's obvious. The erasure the maid mentioned earlier was a joke. The proprietress spoke up. Anti-Shu. Jiu Hongyao greeted her. A joke? Everyone frowned. This explanation was not impossible. Haha, were you scared enough to see your life flash before your eyes? The maid laughed loudly. These people thought they were going to die and had various reactions, which was quite interesting. It was just that this Lin Baici, Jiu Hongyao, and that proprietress were to come. It seemed that next time, she would have to prepare more realistic game levels for them. So that means Godlin chose correctly. This princess is actually the monster. The transgender person was overjoyed. That's right. After the maid finished speaking, she was curious about Lin Baiqi's choice. Why were you so certain, to be honest? She had been shocked by Lin Baiqi's reaction earlier as well. In many previous games, others had also discovered the princess's abnormality. Once her 1-minute death countdown began, almost everyone would struggle. Which one should they kill? Lin Baici was the first one to act directly without the slightest hesitation. I wasn't entirely sure at first, but you gave a countdown for killing a monster for no reason, which was simply trying to cover up a mistake. Furthermore, there was an even more important point. The monster opposite didn't run, Lin Baici explained. What do you mean? Jiu Hongyao didn't understand. Normally, to save the princess, everyone would definitely kill the monster. There was no need to set a time limit, even if there was one. 1 minute was too short. It didn't make sense. The proprietress added an explanation. Also, that monster opposite clearly possessed intelligence. If it had just run away and stalled for a minute, the enemies would have died, but it didn't leave. I am quite satisfied with your performance. The maid praised him, then announced, Congratulations, Lin Baici, for successfully clearing escape the dungeon and taking first place. You now have the authority to decide the life and death of these people. Swish. Everyone looked at Lin Baici, their eyes filled with pleading, especially the man in sunglasses and his group. They were on the verge of kneeling down and kowtowing hard to Lin Baici. The dwarf and the woman in leather pants felt that they were safe. Little Lindsay, you're awesome. Jiu Hongyao patted Lin Baici on the shoulder, feeling a sense of reflected glory. My Lin Baici is just that amazing. Lin Baici's gaze swept over these people. Under the influence of the rule contamination, his words were now an absolute command. So whoever he wanted to die would not live past dawn. Chapter 149 Godly Rewards. The transgender person was a smart individual. He knew that at a time like this, if he helped Lin Baici reap benefits, his status in Lin's heart would greatly increase. And perhaps he would permanently secure this powerful backer. We will pay. 1,000 meteor coins. As a token of gratitude for your kindness in leading us to clear the level, the transgender person spoke up. Except for the 3 bad guys like the man in sunglasses. You led us through the maze without charging a single meteor coin. And we feel bad about that. Let's pay it all now. God Lin, please don't refuse. Among these people, there were those who weren't stupid, and upon hearing this, they immediately chimed in. 1,000 meteor coins isn't enough. How about 2,000? If it weren't for God Lin, we would all be dead. This debt of gratitude is huge. God Lin, if you have anything you need in the future, just say the word. My strength isn't great, but I can certainly help you show off or stand by your side. What do you mean if God Lin has anything he needs? Can you even talk properly? Everyone chattered away. Come, report your names and pay up. For those who don't have it, I'll keep a tab for now. The transgender person took the initiative to handle this task. Lin Baici glanced at the transgender person. God Lin. The transgender person met Lin Baici's gaze and immediately offered a fawning smile. I don't need you to owe me any favors. Each person pays 1,000 meteor coins, and from now on, we are square. Lin Baici hadn't intended to kill these people anyway, and now being able to harvest some extra income could be considered a nice little windfall. Excluding the dwarf, the woman in leather pants, the proprietress, and Jia Hongyao, there were 12 people left on the scene. 12,000 meteor coins could be considered a nice bit of extra profit. As you wish, the crazy maid announced. The fantasy board game Escape the Dungeon is completely over. Congratulations to everyone for surviving. In 1 minute, the return teleportation will begin. We can live. Upon hearing this, everyone let out a solid sigh of relief. There shouldn't be any more games, right? The transgender person really didn't want to go through another one. Who knows? The woman in leather pants sighed. For a genius. This is a great stage to obtain divine artifacts. But for us, it is a desperate situation with a 9 in 10 chance of death. The man in sunglasses muttered, feeling like he had suffered a huge loss. I just came out for a drink to see if I could pick up 1 or 2 simple tasks to earn some meteor coins. So how did I end up running into the crazy maid? One of the 7 wonders of the God Hunter Circle. Who did I offend? The man in sunglasses thought about the 2,000 in debt he had suddenly incurred, and his whole being withered. But then, thinking of people like Shen Fujiang who had died, the man in sunglasses suddenly felt that his luck was not too bad. Everyone's eyes drifted toward Lin Baici from time to time. He was definitely the biggest winner. Having made a fortune, Lin Baici threw away the corpse in his hand and looked at the monster. It was too treacherous. If you hadn't noticed the key point of the word ugly, everyone would have definitely fallen. The woman in leather pants felt lingering fear. The others had the same thought. Little Lin is as meticulous as a hare. He is on the same level as Sherlock Holmes. Jia Hongyao put her hands on her hips, looking very proud. Ooh! The monster roared at Lin Baici twice. As long as she killed that monster, she could restore her appearance. But she had already tried thousands of times, and all of them had failed. Every time, she would be killed by some people. Then, she would crawl out of a coffin again and repeat the process. Today, this man was the fastest, most ruthless, and most determined one to strike. The princess wanted to ask him for help, but in the end, she said nothing. The ugly princess turned her on and ran into the depths of the grand hall, waiting for the arrival of the monster next time. 1 minute ended, and the teleportation began. Everything went black before everyone's eyes, and when their vision recovered, they found they had returned to the Dragon and Beauty Bar. The crazy maid had already put away her television, snacks, and camping blanket, and was currently holding a broom, cleaning up. Those dead bodies had also been packed by her into a black body bag. What are you looking at? The crazy maid blinked her large eyes. As a maid, it is very reasonable for me to do some cleaning, right? Who would dare to say that it is unreasonable? Are they tired of having a head that is too hard? But since the maid had started cleaning the bar, did it mean the game was over? My masters, are you happy to have a maid as beautiful as me playing games with you? The maid asked. Happy, very happy. Everyone nodded busily. The maid revealed a gratified smile. I am also very happy to be able to serve you, my masters. Everyone had a smile on their faces, but in their hearts, they were cursing. Wishing they could kill this maid. Is she a god? Lin Baici asked the god eater in his heart. This maid was very beautiful in appearance, but her chest was as flat as a board, and her figure did not have that fleshy feeling. She was just a skinny girl. She wore a black maid dress and a white apron, with a hem so short that if she bent over, others could see her little white rabbit panties. A god with a not-so-good brain who likes to play master games. But her masters either die or end up crippled. If a master performs well and wins her favor, then there is a high probability that she will appear again to play a new master game. So you better hurry up and grow stronger. The next time you see her, eat her raw. It is a great tonic, the god eater commented. The maid put the broom back into her suitcase, took out a small golden crown, and then pressed the switch on the breakdown speaker. A piece of passionate music immediately rang out. It was a bit like the music played when awarding the champion at the end of a variety challenge show. Now, it is the final segment of today's master game, announcing the best master. And he is. The maid laughed, drawing out the tone, deliberately keeping everyone in suspense. While her crescent-shaped eyes swept over every survivor, Lin Baici, let us congratulate him. The maid clapped. Actually, everyone had already guessed this candidate. But before the maid announced the result, they all held a glimmer of hope, but in the end, it was extinguished. Everyone applauded, very vigorously. The maid held the small golden crown with both hands, following the beat of the music, dancing as she walked toward Lin Baici with a light, brisk pace.